And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Saul S. Sherrison, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the kidnapped paymaster.
Mr. Sherrison, before you begin, I think the Gangbusters audience would like to know that you brought to the studio a man who played a very important part in tonight's case.
That's right, Don Gardner. He's right over there, and we'll hear from him later. Right now, I think we ought to get on with the report.
All right, Mr. Sherrison. The main events in this case occurred right here in New York City. Isn't that right?
In the section of New York City known as the Bronx. Almost a year ago, Don, on a Saturday afternoon, the stores in the Fordham Road district were crowded with shoppers. At one particular shoe store, a young woman customer was trying to get fitted, while her companion sat next to her. The trouble clerk was on his way with still another pair of shoes to show his hard-to-please customer.
Just look what he's bringing over this time.
For crying out loud, Terry, you're going to buy a pair of shoes, or aren't you?
If I see something that's chic, yeah.
Here, madam, is a style that's very smart.
Pumps, I asked you for. Do these look like pumps?
As I told you, madam, pumps have gone out. They're not wearing pumps this year.
If the lady wants pumps, get her pumps.
Yeah, get me pumps.
I'll take one more look. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back.
How do you like the nerve of him, huh?
You're not exactly the easiest one in the world to please.
If I want pumps, Mac, I want pumps. That's the price you've got to pay for keeping me slaving away in that shop.
Look, Terry, I don't want to hear no more about it. You stay on the job there until the time is right.
And when's the time going to be right? Meanwhile, I'm breaking my back running a drill press at $40 a week. Who needs it?
You'll keep running that drill press until I'm set. I need another guy or two.
Who are you looking for, Dillinger?
Shut up.
Ain't 4 months long enough to find somebody?
I wish you'd get your shoes and get out of here.
Well, let me take my time, Mac. I'm the one that's got to wear them, and I... Oh. Well, how do you like that?
What?
Here comes that Charlie McCarthy of yours.
Bud? Where?
He's coming. He'd find you in Times Square on New Year's Eve.
Hiya, Terry. Mac. I said you went shopping.
Did you come to carry the bundles?
What do you want, Bud? I had to see you, boss. I'm in a little jam.
A cop or a dame?
Lay off, will you, Terry? What kind of a jam?
Where's that monkey with the pumps?
I need about $300 quick. $300? Well, $280 to be exact.
Must be a dame.
Crying out loud, why? I owe it to a guy. Stall him. You can give him to him after we pull off the big deal. Hank, I gotta pay him off tonight. If I don't pay him, I'll get my head beat in. Who's got this dough coming anyway? Johnny J. Johnny J? Yeah. Don't you have no more sense than to borrow dough from a rotten loan shark? I needed it.
The horses out at Belmont were hungry.
So what? How much did you borrow? 2 bills. What's the 80 for? That's interest. Interest? Only 5% a week. Oh, you idiot. Where do you have to meet that cigar-smoking chiseler? Oh, at some bar. Tonight. Okay, he'll be met by the two of us.
Where's that guy with my pumps?
You don't need any shoes. Let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a
Come
minute.
on, let's get out of this joint before I run you out in your bare feet.
Okay, but why get sore at me? I didn't borrow no dough from Johnny J.
Let's go. Wait, Seth, let's go.
I'm coming. Don't rush me.
Hello, Johnny. I was up at the bar.
Told you this booth. Sit down. Got a match?
Yeah, someplace. Yeah.
Thanks. Well, give my dough, I'll buy you a drink.
Look, Johnny, I haven't got it. That's what I want.
You want to get paid, you rotten welcher.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
Wait, nothing. Told you what had happened. Ever see a guy get his face burnt with a lit cigar?
He'll get you dough.
I bet him tonight.
There's a guy here.
Has he got the dough?
Yeah. He's got it.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go get him.
We don't have to. Here he comes. Oh, Johnny. How long's it been?
That's the guy?
That's him. Sit down, Mac.
Now you come taking care of the kids' troubles, McIntyre.
I look after my boys. Okay, Bud, scram.
Hey, wait a minute. If I don't get my dough, I want his hide.
Get out of here, Bud. Go on.
Yeah, so long. I'll be
Hey, wait a minute. Come here.
Sit still, Johnny. He only listens to me.
You got a lot of nerve, Mac.
One more thing, Johnny. You can stay, but that cigar's got to go.
Oh, yeah? Give me a match.
I said put the cigar away or I'll shove it down your throat.
Well, as long as you ain't got no match.
How much did the kid take from you?
Comes to 280.
I didn't ask what it comes to. What did he take?
Took 200, but I'm entitled to my interest.
Here's your 200.
And now, look, Mac, I'm in business. I got
You've got to nothing. You don't want the 200, give it back.
20, 40.
It's all there, Johnny. Put it in your pocket.
Yeah, I guess it is. What do you have to drink?
Nothing. I'll see you again sometime.
Hey, Mac,
What?
don't get the wrong idea about me. I'm still as tough as I used to be.
Be as tough as you like?
I'm a 3-time loser, Mac. Once more, they put me away for good. I don't want that. But remember, I can only be pushed so far.
Johnny, have you got any idea why I laid out 2 bills to get this Bud out of soak?
Didn't think it was out of the goodness of your heart.
He's got a trick, Johnny. He can take the door lock right off a car without leaving a scratch.
So, what do you want me to give him, a medal?
We take it to a guy, and an hour later, we got a key that fits the ignition and the door.
Sweet. Awful sweet.
But it takes too many cars to build up a nice score. I want it quicker, and I'm going to get it quicker.
Uh-huh.
Johnny, I got a deal in the works that I'll have to have a bushel basket to carry away the dough.
Yeah, I'd have to book at me this time, Mac. Told you I was a 3-time loser. I'm not interested in anything, except staying out in the street.
This'll be as soft as frozen custard.
Worth it?
Can you count up to 100,000?
I tried hard enough.
Want to hear about it?
Can't put me back in for listening.
This is a big foundry over in Jersey. I planted my girl in there. The payroll runs 50 to 100 grand every week. They pay off in cash.
Payroll's got guards, Mac. Bigger they are, the more guards they got.
Look, I've had my girl in that shop for 4 months. I know that place inside and out. Thursday nights, the payroll lays in the safe with nobody around but an old creepy watchman.
What about the safe? I don't think that'd be so creepy.
That's where the gimmick comes in. The paymaster lives right here in the Bronx. We grab him at his house, take him back to Jersey. He opens up the safe. That's all there is to it.
It's gonna take a lot of doing.
For a lot of dough, I can stand a lot of doing.
Okay, Mac, figure me in it.
Didn't you ask me for a match before?
Yeah, I did.
Here. Go ahead. Light up that big black cigar. I love them.
Thanks.
Hey, waiter. Waiter, another round of drinks here. Make it snappy.
So, Don, the criminal David McIntyre had completed his organization, which he intended to use in robbing the payroll. He had everything worked out nicely, except a few details, like a set of stolen tires and an unexpected doorbell. It was such clues as these that set the Federal Bureau of Investigation on the right trail. In the meantime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was looking into the interstate car thefts in which McIntyre and young Bud Aldridge were previously involved. These cars were being stolen in Bronx and Westchester counties, New York, then taken to Connecticut and New Jersey, where the accessories were stripped and sold. Special Agents Haynes and Martin were at the New York field office discussing the case.
Well, Haynes, looks like those car thieves are going to be harder to catch than ever now. They just quit. At least while they were operating, we had a chance to get them with the goods.
I don't know. I don't think they pulled out of it permanently, Martin. Maybe they got something else to do for a few days. Maybe they took a vacation.
And they've sure been doing well enough to take a vacation. You'd think after all this time we'd at least be able to get a line on them.
We'll get our line on them. All we have to do is keep checking those junk shops and second-hand parts places. We'll find where they're selling the stuff. That's all the line we need.
Well, I'd better get going.
Jersey City?
Yeah. I'm going to do a little hunting. Maybe I can turn up something over there.
He's gonna pull into that parking space down the block, Mac.
Okay, double park right here. Keep your lights on.
Yeah, Mac, sure.
All set, Johnny?
You kidding? Let's go.
When you see his car pull out, Bud, get right behind us and stay there.
I know.
Come on, right with you. On the sidewalk, let's go.
Good break. Nobody's out tonight.
Let's do it fast and quiet.
Never seen a faster guy.
Here he comes, on your toes now.
Stop here. Pardon me, mister.
Yes?
Got a match?
Yes, I think so.
Those cigars of his keep going out. He runs himself and everybody else out of matches.
Oh, some cigars are like that.
Keep your hands at your sides and don't move.
Hey,
Now walk back to your car.
listen here, you...
Walk, he said.
Okay, but be careful with that gun.
Reach in your pocket and give me the keys to your car.
All right. Well, what do you want from me? I don't carry much money.
Give me the car keys.
Yeah. Here they are.
Here, pal, open up.
Get in, Siegel.
Where are you taking me?
What do you think? Get in.
Oh, please.
Go on, get in. In back.
Okay, in back.
Climb it back with him, pal.
Right.
I don't understand all this. What do you want from me?
Explain it to him, pal.
You're going back to your office. You're going to open that safe and you're going to hand over tomorrow's payroll. Just like that.
But I don't know the combination.
Now tell me what you know.
But I don't, honest.
Kid's right behind us, boss.
Good.
I told you I don't know the combination.
Listen, friend. See this cigar? You know how hot it gets when it's lit? I don't know how many thousands of degrees hot.
Please let me out.
Anyway, it gets awful hot. You open that safe or you get the end of this cigar right in your eye.
Let me out. I want to get out, please.
Shut him up.
I can't open the safe.
Shut up.
I can't.
Okay, wise guy.
Oh.
Stay shut.
Don't knock him out, not yet. I want him sitting up when we cross the bridge.
Okay.
No sense getting those cops at the toll gate suspicious. Keep him up and keep him quiet. We'll give him a treatment later if we have to.
So, Don, the two criminals and their victim, Mr. Julius Siegel, drove towards the George Washington toll bridge, across the Hudson River in Siegel's car, with the third criminal, Bud Aldridge, following in their own car. Within a few minutes, they were on the approaches to the bridge and nearing the toll gate.
All right, Siegel, sit up straight.
I will, but don't hit me again.
Now, we're going to stop at that toll gate. We're going to pay the guy, and you're going to keep your mouth shut. You got it?
Don't worry, I won't say
You
anything.
better not if you don't want the cigar. Remember.
On your toes, pal, the toll gate. Here, 50 cents, right?
50 cents.
Hey, the motor died.
I know it. She won't kick over.
Keep your mouth shut, Siegel.
I will.
What's the matter, mister? You got trouble?
Yeah, officer, she won't kick over.
Maybe you're out of gas.
No, there's plenty of gas, officer. It'll be all right.
You'll have to get it out of here. Those cars want to get through.
I'll give it another try.
She's catching. Feed it gas. Let's go. I would have figured one like that.
Well, there's a trick to starting it sometimes.
Who asked you?
Take it easy with her. Gotta open that safe.
Okay, I'm only playing.
The kid's still behind me?
Yeah, he's following us. Don't worry, go ahead. Get to the plan. I want to see what a payroll looks like.
Special Agent Haynes.
This is Martin. I'm glad I caught you at the office.
Yes, I had to finish up something. What's up, Martin?
I found a fence over here in Jersey City, Haynes. I think he's the one who's been buying the accessories of those stolen Bronx and Westchester cars.
Huh? What does he have to say?
Nothing, that's the point. We found 2 radios and 3 sets of tires. He says he bought them in good faith. Says he doesn't know the fellows who sold them.
Well, what's the name of this fence?
Denver. Joe Denver. He's got a long record for receiving, never a conviction.
All right. How about bring him into New York? I'd like to talk to him.
Right. We'll be there in an hour. Oh, and say, Haynes, will you call up my wife? Tell her I won't be home tonight.
I'm telling you, I don't know the combination.
Did you hear him, boss? He says he don't know the combination.
I heard him.
We know different. We know you open that safe every morning and close it every night.
That's not true. Honest, it isn't.
Oh, it ain't true, huh? Hey, boss, give me a match.
Why don't you carry your own matches? I'm driving. Catch.
Thanks.
Make it snappy. The plant's in the next block.
What are you going to do?
Hey, I'm gonna light my cigar, that's all. Just light my cigar. Good cigar, ain't it?
I wouldn't know.
Told you how hot they get. Now you gonna open that safe? You wouldn't like it in the eye, would you?
Okay. I'll open the safe.
Now you're acting smart. What do you care? It's not your dough, wise guy.
Okay, hold on. We're turning in.
There's a kid right behind us.
Good.
Now sit up, Siegel. Do like we tell you, you won't get hurt. Bad.
All right. I'll do anything.
Come on, let's go.
Okay, Siegel. Move. Go on, get out.
All right, I'm going.
There's the kid.
All right, Siegel. Walk right up to the office door, just like you worked here.
Which he does, which he does.
Get going. Yeah, but you were goners on the bridge. Shut up and do your job. All right, I'm a bit excited. Here's your keys, Siegel. We'll open up the front door.
But what? Move.
Come on, move. You're going to open up that front door to the office and walk right to the safe, understand?
But if I open the door, the burglar alarm will ring.
What's this, another store like the combination?
No, I'm telling the truth. The burglar alarm will ring.
You're lying, Siegel. There's no alarm on that door, I know.
Listen, you think we ought to take the chance?
There's no alarm on that door. He just wants to wise up the watchman. Let me tell you something, Siegel. I know this place inside and out. I know how we'll handle that watchman once we're inside. Now, open up the door.
But look.
The cigar.
Okay.
Quick now.
Holy, the joint's bugged. He was right. Get him in the car, fast. Come on, get to the car. Get to the car.
All right, I'm going. You're going to let me out here? Are you, please?
Yes, Siegel, we're going to let you out.
See what he's got on him. You ought to get something out of this job.
Hold still there, you.
All right. I don't have much.
There's his wallet.
What's in it?
$6. Yeah. All this trouble for $6. $6.
Okay, he's out. Take your gun and shoot him once through the head.
Shoot him. I was looking for the chair.
How can they tag us for it if he's dead?
I'll tell you how. There's some people with big mouths, that's how.
Who are you talking about?
Not you. Who can tell about the kid or even the dame?
Yeah, who can tell? All right, just work him over good. I want a head start in the cops.
I'll work him over good. Don't worry. Ever see a guy get pistol whipped? Gun's good for more than one thing. Dirty rotten. He won't wake up for a week. Burglar alarm. Combination.
I just sent Joe Denver back to the detention cell, Haynes. We'll file charges in the morning, huh?
First thing. You know, Martin, I've never seen it fail. When these guys think they got something on them, they'll sing their heads off looking for a break. What a business.
It's not such a bad business. Joe Denver sings, we clear up a string of auto thefts.
Not so fast. We still got to pick up McIntyre and this young sidekick of his.
Well, the information says they're probably still living at that address in the Bronx and running with this Johnny J. They oughtn't to be so hard to trace from there.
We'll see about that. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello, Special Agent Haynes.
Haynes, this Crawford over at the Richfield, New Jersey police.
Oh, yes, Crawford. How are you?
We've got the victim of a robbery up here.
Huh?
They held him up in front of his home in the Bronx and brought him over here to Jersey to open up the safe.
That's kidnapping.
Yeah, they carried him over the state line. That makes it your beef, doesn't it?
It sure does. The Lindbergh law. What have you got to go on, Crawford?
Well, the victim, Siegel, got the license number to their car, but that's not going to be much help. It was stolen last week in Westchester County.
Westchester, wow.
Tie in with anything?
It could. We're working on a Westchester case right now. Stolen cars. Where is this victim?
He's still here at our station. Doctor says he can go home after he rests up a bit.
Well, keep him there a while. We'll be right over.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. So long.
What is it, Haynes?
Come on, Martin. We're going over to Jersey. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
I'm ready.
Oh, you don't happen to have a picture of McIntyre on you, do you?
Yes, I do.
Good. Let's go.
lousy bucks. I spent 4 months slaving at that drill press for 6 rotten bucks.
I'm sick of hearing about it, Terry. If you found out about that burglar alarm, everything had been fine. So just shut that big yap of yours.
What am I supposed to know about burglar alarms? And watch out what you're calling a big yap.
Oh, Bud.
Oh, kid brains himself.
Come on in, Bud. Gotta pick up them cars, and then we better be moving, Mac. It's a long drive.
I see the small-time stuff's good enough for you now. If you ask me, it was always good enough.
You're looking for a crack in the head, Terry.
Yeah, from who?
Let's go, Bud. Sure, I'll be ready in an hour.
If you think I'm going back to work on that drill press, you've got another thing coming.
Who's asking you to go back? Do what you like.
$6. 6 lousy bucks.
Come here, Terry.
Why?
Come here, I said. I want to kiss you goodbye.
No, stop it.
Now get your guts packed and get out of here. Come on, Bud.
Cheer up, will you, Mac?
Let me alone, will you?
All right, so we got a bad break. Things didn't work out right. Now we know we should stick to this hot car racket.
Listen, Bud, I'll tell you what to stick to. Just watch where you're driving. You got a red light.
I see it. We got a good thing. There's a million dames like Terry, a million.
For crying in a sewer.
Shut up. All right, Look at that car. That crazy driver's gonna clip us.
That driver's the kind of...
Hey, Mac.
What?
Maybe it's cops.
Cops? What cops? Come on, let's give him a piece of our mind.
All right, if you say so.
What's the matter? Don't you guys know how to drive?
All right, get him up, you two.
Huh?
FBI.
Not me, you know.
You better just keeping your hands up.
What's the idea? We ain't done nothing.
We've got a warrant charging you with kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Yes, you should always stop to think of the state line. Come on. Your friend Johnny J's been keeping a cell warm for you. He wants company.
Okay, I'm going. You don't have to push.
That, Don, was how the arrest was made. David McIntyre and Johnny J were sentenced to 20 years each, and Bud Aldridge was given 6 years. They are now serving their terms at various federal penitentiaries for abducting Mr. Julius Siegel and carrying him across the state line.
Well, Mr. Siegel certainly had a rough time of it.
You know, Don, that for every crime there must be a victim as well as a criminal. And I brought Mr. Siegel to the studio tonight.
Well, so I see, Mr. Sherrison.
He had an experience that any one of us may be called on to face any day.
Well, we're glad to have you on Gangbusters, Mr. Siegel.
I'm glad to be here, Don, but I must say that in all my years of listening to Gangbusters, I never dreamed that one day I'd be a part of your program.
And a very important part, too. I suppose that all of us think of crimes like kidnapping in terms of someone else. It must have been some sensation when you realized that this time you were the victim.
Well, Don, from the first I knew those boys meant business. But it wasn't until they were ready to leave me later on that I started saying my final prayers.
Well, just what happened?
Well, when they got ready to go, one yelled to the other, "Kill him and dump him." But then he came back to me and said, "We decided not to kill you. We're going to knock you out."
And that's when they really gave you a going over?
That's right, Don. But to tell you the truth, the beating wasn't nearly as bad as the mental torture. At first, I thought it was just another stick-up. But when my face hit the floor of the car, well, it seemed as though a million things flashed through my mind.
Well, just what kind of things do you mean?
Well, maybe these thugs had gotten to my wife and children. Also, even if they hadn't, I thought I'd never live to see them again. And then there was that one voice that kept yelling, "If he opens his mouth, kill him." I can still hear it to this day.
Well, that certainly must have been a grueling experience.
Believe me, Don, it was. All I can say is, it's great to be alive.
Well, thank you, Mr. Julius Siegel, and you, Mr. Saul S. Sherrison, for coming here tonight and being our guests on Gangbusters. Leading roles were played by Ken Lynch and Joe Julian. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
The makers of those increasingly popular cigarettes. Sano, the cigarette with far less nicotine. Encore cigarettes that filter the smoke but not the taste present Martin Kane, starring Mark Stevens. What's your name?
What's that?
Don't try anything. I said, what's your name?
Thompson. Albert Thompson. Why? Something wrong, officer?
You sure this is the man?
He's the one I saw, all right. He did it.
Did what? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
I saw you running out of that store after the shooting. You killed that storekeeper.
I don't know what you're talking about. What store? I haven't done anything.
He's the one. I'll swear to it.
Come along, mister.
Oh, look, officer.
Behave
you're making
yourself.
Officer, please.
I'll need you to.
But you're making a terrible mistake. I never saw this man in my life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're all set on our end. Oh, no, nothing's going to happen to that witness. He's in a real safe place. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any time you want him for the grand jury, he'll be there. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'll be checking with you right along.
Right.
Well, the DA's a very happy man. He's got a cinched case against Albert Thompson. Oh, what did you drop in for, Kane?
Congratulations.
Yeah? What'd you do?
Not me, it's you that rates the medals, Lieutenant. You and your department, the way you solved that murder, that's pretty good.
Well, the whole case just kind of walked in here. Fred Wallace, the guy who spotted Thompson at that bus stop, he's the one who gets all the credit.
You got anything new on Thompson?
Well, the identification looks pretty solid, Kane.
You got a smart lawyer, Ed Randall. He could beat you in court, unless you come up with more evidence, including the murder weapon.
Yeah, we're working on it. You know, Kane, the take of that robbery was about $200. When we examined Thompson, he had $207 on him.
Yeah, maybe he saved it up.
Yeah, how? His wife didn't know anything about it.
Look, Lieutenant, when a fellow's planning on buying his wife a new coat for her birthday, he doesn't tell her what he's saving up for.
Tell me, how do you know so much about Thompson?
He's Ed Randall's client.
So?
Ed Randall's a client of mine.
Oh.
He thinks Thompson's innocent. Thinks that your witness made a mistake.
He's a good lawyer.
He's smart, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You think the witness made a mistake, too?
I don't know. That's what I'm hired to find out.
Well, you sure picked a tough way to make a living.
Some guys climb mountains.
You won't even get off the ground. Fred Wallace made a positive identification.
By the way, I called his house. You've taken him somewhere. Why?
For his health gain.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. Thompson couldn't hurt anybody. He hasn't got any mob connections. He's just a little guy that fell in a great big hole. I want to see Wallace.
You're wasting your time, Kane, and that's straight.
You're convinced that Thompson's guilty. I can't be, not yet.
Well, I'm only about 90% convinced because we still haven't found the gun. However, Fred Wallace kind of makes up for it.
I still want to see him.
Well, you'll see him all right. But not alone. I'll be there, too.
Everything all right, Mr. Wallace?
Fine, fine.
Yeah? Yes, sir.
How are things?
What did the commissioner say this guy's food bill? Hello, Kane.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Mr. Wallace. This is, Martin Kane.
How do you do, Mr. Kane?
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Kane's a private detective. Right now, he's working for Thompson's lawyer.
I see.
He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Wallace, you're sure you couldn't have been mistaken in your identification?
No, sir.
What makes you so positive it was Thompson you saw running out of the shop after you heard the shots?
Why, it just was, that's all.
Tell me, was he wearing a hat?
A hat?
Yeah. Hat.
Yes, he was.
Thompson doesn't wear a hat, Mr. Wallace. Never does, never has.
Well, he could have on this job, Kane.
Do I have to talk to him?
Why not, Mr. Wallace? We're both after the same thing, aren't we? The truth?
That's just why I went after that policeman the moment I saw Thompson. Why, it's my duty as a citizen. You think I like hanging around this hotel room, not being able to go about my normal business? Or seeing my name spread all over the newspapers? I have to testify at that trial. It's the right thing to do.
You know, Kane, most people would be afraid to stick out their necks. We could use more men like Mr. Wallace.
Yeah. Civic virtue is a great thing, Lieutenant, as long as it doesn't convict the wrong man.
Why would I do a thing like that?
Just a mistake, Mr. Wallace. A simple, ordinary human mistake. It happens all the time, every day, just like it happened here. You couldn't possibly seen Thompson run out of that store. He was clear across town at the time.
That's what he says. I saw it.
Tell me, Mr. Wallace, what was the weather that day?
What kind of a question is that?
Would you answer it, please?
I don't see what difference it makes. I think it was a nice day. Yes, it was a nice warm day.
The man who ran out of the store, was he wearing a top coat?
He could have.
Was he?
No, I just told you it was a warm day. He wouldn't be wearing a top coat.
Your logic's good, Mr. Wallace, but your memory is bad. It was a warm day, and Thompson was wearing a top coat. The people at his office will swear to that.
He's just trying to trick me.
Now, I just want you to think and think hard, Mr. Wallace. Isn't it possible that you made a mistake in your identification?
Mr. Kane, I'm not a fool. If I listened to you and changed my story, I'd be a fool. Some people would say I was scared off. Others that I was bought off. No, sir. I said it was Albert Thompson. And Albert Thompson, it stays.
Well, convinced?
Nope. But I got a better chance of talking back the tide.
Albert's in here, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Why don't you go right on in, and I'll wait out here for Mr. Kane.
Albert?
Hello, Helen.
You all right?
Yeah, they're treating me all right.
Mr. Randall's here with me.
Yeah, he said he was coming. He's a very fine lawyer, Helen. He tried to get him to lower the bail.
He's still working very hard.
Yeah, I know. They won't do it. The guard told me that $25,000 is the lowest bail he ever heard of. For a murder.
Mr. Barnes came to see me from the office. He wanted to know if we needed any money.
What'd you tell him?
I thanked him very much. I told him we'd manage. Oh, Albert, he said all your friends believe in you.
Helen, Mr. Randall's very optimistic. He thinks this Mr. Kane is sure to find some new evidence. I may not even have to go to trial, Helen. Helen,
Oh, Albert, what's going to happen to us?
Oh, Helen, I want you to meet Martin Kane.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Kane, can you help us?
I don't know yet.
Have you talked to Wallace?
Yeah, I talked to him. He'll make an excellent witness for the state. How do you see it, Ed?
Well, it's not good. It's not bad. District Attorney's office has been working just as hard as we have.
Has he got enough for an indictment?
Afraid he has. See, Albert, our main problem is your alibi. If we could only prove that you were nowhere near that store when it happened.
No, but I wasn't. I was on my way home. A dozen people must have seen me. 2 dozen.
100 people could have seen you, Mr. Thompson. Nobody ever sees you on a subway or a bus. I'm afraid you have no alibi. Ed, I'll keep right on working, mainly on finding the gun. The big job will be yours in court.
I know. I'll need everything you can get me to shake Wallace in cross-examination. Oh, no, let's not give up the ship. You never can tell about juries. Sometimes they go for the strangest stories.
What's strange about Albert's story? That's the truth. Well, he never hurt a soul in his life. Well, he's an honest, decent, hard-working man. What jury would believe he's a murderer?
Yes, I know, Inspector. Yes, sir, I know this isn't that big, but the district attorney's been on my neck all week. Yeah. He says he's got to have the gun that killed Thompson or else. That's right. So I put all the men I could spare on it, sir. No, sir. No, sir, nothing so far. What? Well, Inspector, I think my men know their jobs. I pick most of them myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I understand you. Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Inspector. Good night. Want some, Kane? Warm out tonight.
Not for a private detective.
What do you want?
I want some help.
Still working for Ed Rendell?
That's right.
Well, come around and see me when you quit.
Maybe that'll be too late.
For Albert Thompson?
No, for you, Lieutenant. You want to find the gun, don't you?
What do you think? I get it, or I get fired. I don't know whether it'll be the inspector first or the DA.
Maybe neither. If you want to help me.
Hey, Kane. Are you holding out on me? Hey, do you know where that gun is?
I know where that gun isn't, and I know a little fella that doesn't know anything at all about it. Albert Thompson.
Now, Kane, say what you've got to say.
All right, you won't find the gun until you find the man who used it, and it wasn't Albert Thompson. You've already proved that.
Yeah, how?
You've had your best men out looking for the gun, and they can't find it. They've questioned every enemy, every friend that Thompson ever had. They've looked every place where he could have bought or rented a gun.
And they're going to keep right on looking.
Well, they can keep on looking from now until next year, but they're going to come up with nothing.
Yeah, maybe and maybe not. We'll see.
Look, Lieutenant, stop wasting time.
Now, look, Kane, tell me what you want or take off.
Get me a rundown, a description of every pickup artist that looks like Thompson.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, how many can there be?
50, 100, 500, I don't know, and I can't spare a crew on the files
One
to
of them
find
killed
out.
that storekeeper.
Yeah, well, then you find him, and while you're at it, try and find a witness who saw him do it. Meantime, I'll go along with Thompson. I got a witness for him. Lieutenant Gray. Yes, sir? Oh, she did, huh? Yeah, that's too bad. No, I didn't think of that. Well, all I can do is keep right after it. Yes, sir, of course, as soon as I get anything. District Attorney. They just took Mrs. Thompson to Bellevue. A complete nervous collapse.
Not much you can do about that, is there?
Kane, everything we've got so far says that Thompson did it. You show the DA one solid fact on the other side of the ledger, and Thompson's practically a free man.
Look, will you get me the rundown? I'll try to get that fact, and you show it to the DA.
Did you ever meet Mrs. Thompson?
Yeah.
Real nice woman.
That's right.
Sergeant, meet me in the photo gallery in 5 minutes. This better be good, Kane. For everybody's sake.
Especially for my clients. If we miss, we get another... He doesn't get another chance, Lieutenant. This is his last time at bat.
Hello there, Mrs. Malone. A carton of your usual?
No, Hap. I've decided to make a change.
My goodness, after all these years, a change?
That's right. You see, I smoke so much, I thought I should try some of those cigarettes they claim have less nicotine. Do you know anything about them?
Well, Mrs. Malone, it just so happens that I do. More and more people are switching to Sano cigarettes for exactly the same reason that you mentioned. Oh, care to have one on the house? No charge?
Thank you. Well, from that sample, I'd say people are switching to Sano cigarettes not just because they contain less nicotine, but because they like them.
That's right, Mrs. Malone. And speaking of nicotine, do you realize that you have never seen any?
Really? But I thought the stain test showed just the amount of nicotine in a cigarette.
Ah, no, you see other substances, but not nicotine. Nicotine is absolutely colorless when it's removed from the tobacco.
Removed from the tobacco? You mean they can take nicotine right out of the tobacco even before the cigarettes are made?
That's exactly what I mean. That's the reason why there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette. The nicotine is removed from the tobacco before Sano cigarettes are made.
Well, that's really getting rid of nicotine.
Yes, indeed. The fact is there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette than in the smoke of any other leading cigarette. Actually, less than 1/10 of 1%.
Hap, that certainly answers my question. As I said before, I don't know when I've smoked a better tasting cigarette. You've just sold me a carton.
All right, Mrs. Malone, you'll never have to change brands again because you can stop worrying about nicotine when you smoke Sano cigarettes.
Thank you for telling me about them, Hap.
You're entirely welcome.
Well, Kane, I hope you pay your taxes. I had 3 men working on that list all night.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Only 9 names, huh?
That's right, out of about 400. We eliminated everyone who didn't correspond, at least roughly, to Thompson's physical description.
Only 2 possibilities.
3 are in prison. 2 are on the West Coast. 2 were in the hospital at the time, and the other 2 are right here in New York.
Carl Shaw, Larry Spencer.
With a complete rundown on each. Oh, Kane, this isn't a lending library.
If I tag one of these guys, I'll buy you a set of cast iron bookends for your birthday. You'll be hearing from me. My first possibility, Carl Shaw, was working in the garage. He told me a straight-sounding story about not being crooked anymore. He had a wife and kids now. His past was really behind him. And so on and so on. I thought he'd never stop telling me how he'd become a new man. But all I wanted to hear from him was his alibi for the time of the killing. And he had one. He was working here. The fellow at the next bench could prove it. Carl Shaw was in the clear.
What'll it be, Mr. Kane?
A little information, Charlie, on a guy named Larry Spencer. Well?
He comes around.
Regular customer?
He was till a couple of weeks ago. Then last night he showed up again.
How come?
Says he was away. Vacation.
He wouldn't have gone away around the day after Columbus Day, would he?
Maybe. Why?
On October 13th, the druggist was killed in a heist. Yesterday, they indicted a man named Albert Thompson for the murder. The 28th. Between those 2 dates, Larry Spencer decides he needs a vacation. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kane.
Charlie.
I've got customers, Mr. Kane.
Yeah, I know you got customers. You got customers because you still got a license. Remember when I proved that those high school kids didn't pick up their booze here?
I remember.
What's Spencer been up to lately?
I don't know. Honest.
You got any money?
Oh, I let him run a tab once in a while. The last one had me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, when he didn't show up this couple of weeks, I figured he was gone for good. And yesterday he came in and settled up.
Okay, Charlie. Thanks a lot.
Who is it? Hi, Kane. Lieutenant Gray phoned me. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Well, Mr. Kane,
How are you?
what do you want?
I want you to look at a picture, Mr. Wallace.
What picture?
Well?
Who's this? Where'd you get this?
The guy named Larry Spencer. He's got a police record. He's got a hobby also of holding up storekeepers. Are you sure, Mr. Wallace, this isn't the man you saw run out of that store?
What are you trying to do to me, Mr. Kane?
Never mind what I'm trying to do to you. Think of Albert Thompson. Are you sure this isn't the man you saw run out of the store after the shooting?
No. I told you once before you're not going to make a fool of me. Not now or not on the witness stand. I'm not changing my story.
Lieutenant Gray. Oh, yes, Kane. Say, I'm glad you got my message. Listen, some of the boys down the hall brought in quite a gang of crap shooters. One of them was Larry Spencer. You want me to hold him?
I don't know. Did you get anything on him?
Nope. I was hoping to.
Well, there's no point in holding him. He won't do me any good in the tank.
You think he'll lead you to the gun, huh?
I don't know. I think he's got it stashed away in some nice, quiet place ready for another job.
Yeah, I'll buy that. How's it look?
I made a contact with a friend of his.
A hood?
No, his girlfriend. She works in a dime dance place. I'm going over there now.
Hey, you don't care how you spend your money, do you? Let me know if it was worth it, will you?
Sandy sure forgot about Spencer fast. She's been dancing with that new guy all evening.
He wouldn't need to give me any tickets. I dance with him for free.
Well, I hope Spencer doesn't come in, that's all. Sandy'd be awful sorry. So would that dreamboat. Spencer'd kill him.
Larry Spencer'd kill him? Why, you kidding?
You know, I don't get it. What's a guy like you doing in this place?
Maybe I like to dance. Uh-oh, there we go. Here.
Hey, you must own an oil well. Anyway, the next set's on me.
No, you keep them.
Well, I could use them.
You getting tired?
A little.
Want to sit down?
No. I like dancing with you too much. It's not a job. I like it.
Oh, that last one was sure living it up. 1 ticket. Hey, Sandy's still dancing with that guy.
You blame her?
Maybe somebody ought to tell Larry Spencer about it.
Oh, mind your own business. Say they look nice together.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
I'll get some coffee. You're awfully nice. I'm glad you're here.
I was glad to be here, too. But all I had in mind was finding out if Larry Spencer used this flat for a gun drop. Who's the guy?
His name's Larry Spencer.
The girls told me about him. The guy you're going to marry, huh?
I don't know. You haven't helped much.
Oh, come on, Sandy.
Now, please let me say something. You know, things happen quick. Too quick. If you want something, you have to put out your hand and grab it, or else it goes right by. Larry thinks fast. He gets things. I never wanted to know how, but you get what you want, too, don't you?
I try, Sandy.
Only maybe with you it'd be different. It'd be a chance to stop being scared.
Scared?
I try to tell him every time I see him, but I don't know. Time rushes by and there's never enough left.
What are you scared of, Sandy? What Larry done?
I don't want to talk about him.
What's
You're
he
here.
done, Sandy?
Why?
Tell me.
Well, why? Why do you have to know?
It's a long story, Sandy.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is someone here. Well, who told you? Hello? You can ask Larry yourself. He's coming over right now.
There is something new under the sun. A filter cigarette that lets you taste what you're smoking. Encore cigarettes. The one filter cigarette that gives you complete taste satisfaction, as well as full filter protection. The secret of this unique advantage can be found in Encore's own open-end filter mouthpiece. It draws so freely and easily. It filters the smoke, but not the taste. Yes, Encore filters the smoke, but not the taste. It gives you the protection you naturally expect, yet it does not diminish the full flavor of Encore's superb tobaccos. And since Encore's filter element is set deep within the mouthpiece, where it cannot touch your lips, you enjoy a neater, cleaner smoke as well. Get Encore in this smart, crush-proof case. You'll agree, Encore is the one filter cigarette with a flavor you can really taste.
I'm waiting for you. Who is he?
Friend?
Oh. Get out. If I ever catch you around here again, I'll break your face in. You hear me?
I hear you.
Who is this guy?
Let me go.
I said who is he? Ah. What do you want? I want you to change places with a nice little guy that's being framed for murder that you committed.
You're nuts.
Pretend I went out and came back. Go on, beat my face in.
Let me alone.
I'm going to start paying you off now. Get the gun. Go ahead, get it. Sandy, help me.
Thanks, Sandy, for not helping him.
I couldn't. Not after what you said. I always thought Larry was small time. He killed somebody and hid the gun here. Kane, I told you, didn't I? If you want something, you have to reach out and get it. Will I ever see you again?
If you ever need me, Sandy, if you're ever in trouble. Right now, I want to start the wheels rolling for somebody who is. Lieutenant Gray, please.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of a mind reader who discovers his nightclub act is not a fake. A story we call A Vision of Death, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. Before our play begins, here is a word about Autolite from a good friend of ours.
Greetings, Sahib Wilcox.
Why, it's that amazing, magnificent mystic and great glass globe gazer, Sabu the Swami. What's on my mind?
You think of your best friend.
Everybody's best friend. The Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Now the glass shows a glass even more powerful than mine.
Well, that's the fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate in the Autolite Stay Full battery. They prevent shedding and flaking and give the Stay Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Now I see many smiling faces.
On the thousands of drivers who visit their masterful, merry, and marvelous neighborhood Autolite battery dealers for an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Now the crystal ball shows words of wisdom.
I know. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with A Vision of Death and the performance of Mr. Ronald Colman, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
If I speak too rapidly for your stenographer, you'll tell me, won't you, Lieutenant? No offense, but he impresses me as someone who has to sit on the floor to put his shoes on. And don't hesitate to stop me if I seem to wander away from the point. I mean to say this is my first, and I hope final, appearance in a police precinct, and I should hate to give a sloppy performance. We were always known, Aurora and I, for the smoothness and gem-like precision of our act. And as for this murder rap, I suppose it's called, is concerned, an acquaintance with our act is the essential rabbit. Awfully good act. Smart, informal, occasionally humorous, and always mystifying. Well, the act always began with music, never with the cliché fanfare of trumpets or roll of drums. I would saunter out to the center of the floor and say something like, Good evening. You are about to witness an exhibition of mental telepathy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Aurora, my wife. They never failed to give her a hand. What would they applaud? Why, the vision she presented as she came toward me. There has never been anyone as lovely as Aurora, the most beautiful flash in the profession. Aurora, would you care to tell the audience, or shall I?
You tell them, Judd, while I tie the blindfold across my eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, all mind readers employ a gimmick. A gimmick is a trick, a device. For example, when the mind reader, threading his way through the audience, says to the mind reader sitting blindfolded on the stage, "A lady has given me a small object which I now hold in my hand. What is it?" And the mind reader sitting blindfolded replies, "A silver coin." The answer has not come through mind reading. No, it has come through the gimmick, a cue or signal communicated through the very question itself.
But we don't do that.
We do not. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judd?
Here we go, then. You, sir. You have something? Good. Concentrate upon it, like a good chap.
The gentleman holds a
And
coin
you, madam?
in his hand. It is a Mexican peso bearing the date 1892.
Oh, that's very clever of you, madam. I'll be surprised if she gets this one.
The lady holds
Now,
in
how
her
about
hand
you, young man?
her other hand.
A sucker once born remains a sucker till death. The audience never realized, never in all the years we worked, that although I was not speaking to Aurora directly, my chatter nevertheless was loaded with signals and cues for her guidance. By revealing the gimmick, we concealed the gimmick, and that, Lieutenant, is the ne plus ultra of gimmicks. Yes, it was as crude as that, but it enabled us to work 50 weeks a year, here and abroad, at an average of over 1,000 a week. Of course, I always gave some credit for our success to our agent, Harry Arnold, although Rory was inclined to give him no credit at all.
Good news, Judd. I've managed to book the act into the College Inn in Chicago with a 4-week guarantee. Not bad, huh?
Get him. He managed to book the act.
Yeah.
I suppose they never heard of us in Chicago? I suppose we weren't held over there 6 weeks when we played the Sans Souci in 1948?
You think it's easy to get a 4-week guarantee these days? Money is short. Money is tight.
I've never yet heard you say money is long, money is loose. You have to sweat for your 10%, don't you? Yes, you do. In a pig's ear, you do. Agents. They're all like...
Oh, there's gratitude for you. There's the milk of human memory. What were you when I first saw you? Nothing. Not this much. Playing 10 a day under canvas in Menasha, Wisconsin, and paid off in bottle tops. I worked, I schemed, I sweated.
Listen to him. You'd think he had to get out there on the floor every night. You'd think he was the one spent 11 months, 12 hours a day memorizing the code. You'd think it was his name in lights. Agents. All they know is how to live off a dead whale. Scum of the earth.
Look, I'm not going to take that from you, you hear me?
You'll take it, baby, along with the 10%. You'll take it and you'll chew it and you'll swallow it and you'll keep it down, too. How do you like that?
I'm warning you, kid. Don't push me too far.
Now,
Don't push
children,
me to...
children, on your way, Harry, and don't let it get you down. I think a 4-week guarantee is pretty good.
Oh, thanks, Judd. If it wasn't for you, Judd, I'd... Oh, why go into it? I'm going for a walk.
But aside from these altercations between Rory and Harry, it was smooth sailing. We wore the best, ate the best, drank the best, stayed at the finest hotels. And every Saturday night after the performance, Harry would bring us our salary. He'd bring it in cash. 1,000, 1,250, 1,500. I have the old performer's distrust of checks. Been given too many with a high latex content. Anyway, life couldn't have been more placid. And then one evening, about 5 weeks ago, soon after we opened at the Grove here in town, a frightening thing occurred. We'd just begun the act, and I was out in the audience. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judd?
Here we go, then. Now, you, madam.
The lady holds in her hand a compact. It is platinum and bears her initials R.C.
You, sir. You, sir.
The gentleman is holding an engagement ring. In it are 3 small diamonds.
Miss,
The
miss,
young
have you...
lady, the young lady is holding... It's a small cameo brooch and...
Rory! Quick, Maurice, music! I picked Rory up from the floor and hurried with her to our dressing room, almost beside myself with anxiety. I placed her on the couch, dampened a towel, and put it on her forehead and began to chafe her wrists. Rory, honey, Rory.
Judd, what happened? I was in the bar. Do you want me to get a doctor?
No, I don't know. Get out. Leave us alone. Get out, Harry, get out.
Judd.
I'm here, Rory. Are you all right?
Well, I guess so. I don't know what happened.
Oh, you fainted away. Try to remember what happened.
Oh, I felt funny. I don't remember.
No, try, Rory, try. Try to remember. It's important.
I can't. Why is it important?
Oh, you don't know? Rory, you don't know? You were calling out the answers before I even had a chance to give you the cues. Do you believe in telepathy, Lieutenant? I don't mean the sort of thing Rory and I usually did. I mean real telepathy. I never did either until that night. I don't mind telling you I was badly shaken. I mean, after all, I knew we'd been using a gimmick, and suddenly it began to happen without the gimmick. Scared us to death. We didn't know what we were getting into. But we went on with the act, and in my mind, I began to search about for the answer. I found it, of course. You'll find a gimmick in almost everything if you look hard enough. I've got it, Rory. We've worked together so long that you know what I'm going to say before I say it. From my inflection, my pauses, even my movements. You see?
Judd, that has to be it.
Oh, this is marvelous. When Harry gets back, I'll tell him about it.
And if I last until tomorrow, he can ask the management for more dough.
Yeah, as soon as he gets back. Next Thursday.
Tonight. How much more should we ask for?
Well, Tonight? What made you say tonight?
I don't know, Judd.
Oh, you were there when he told me he'd be in Palm Springs till Thursday. What made you say tonight?
I don't know. What difference does it make? Stop picking on me. So I made a mistake. So what?
Well, I don't see how you could make such a mistake, that's all.
Judd, leave me alone. I've been worried half crazy about really being able to read your mind. I've been under a strain. So Harry's coming back Thursday and not tonight. All right. You satisfied? He'll be here Thursday and not tonight.
You Judson Stone, mister? This dressing room, eh?
What is it?
A telegram. Sign here?
Oh, sign for it, will you, Rory?
There you are, kid. I'm sorry I blew up in your face, Judd. Judd, what's the matter?
It's from Harry. He's coming in tonight. And he did, too, Lieutenant. Rory was so upset by it, she couldn't go on at all that evening. She had no explanation for how she knew, none whatsoever.
I don't know, Judd. I just don't know. My mind seems to go blank, and I seem to hear a voice whisper in my ear, and Harry Arnold will be with you tonight. That's all.
When we got to our suite at the hotel, Harry was there waiting for us.
What happened? What happened? You both look like ghosts.
Oh, Harry, I'll tell you some other time. Leave us alone, will you?
All right, I'm going. Just came back to wish you a happy birthday and to give you this.
Birthday? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Harry. Thanks. What is it?
Well, open it, why don't you?
It's a bathrobe. A red silk bathrobe with your initials.
That's right. It's a... How does she know? How do you know?
Get out of here. Get out of here! Judd, make him get out of
Look,
here!
I won't be talked to like that. I don't care who she is. I won't be talked to
Harry,
like
shut
that.
up! For heaven's sake, shut up and go away.
What?
Leave us alone.
What?
Go, get out, get out.
You too, Judd? She's got you talking against me, too, huh? All right, I'm going. But from here on in, it's strictly business between us. I wash my hands.
kept his word, Lieutenant. From that time on, he kept himself to himself. And I was prepared to let it go at that, much as I liked Harry, until the night I was awakened by Rory, moaning in her sleep.
No. No, please. No,
Rory,
no.
Rory, wake up. You're having a bad dream. Rory.
No. What? Judd?
Shh.
Judd.
It's all right. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, Judd.
What, Rory?
The voice.
Whispering again?
Yes. Oh, Judd.
What?
He's going to kill me. Harry Arnold is going to kill me.
And that, Lieutenant, was the beginning of the end of that.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ronald Coleman with Kathy Lewis in A Vision of Death, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Rory, get a grip on yourself.
He's going to kill me. Harry is going to kill me.
Don't be ridiculous. Stop it now. It was just a bad dream.
Harry is going to kill me.
Will you stop that? Will you stop saying
Judd,
that?
hold me. I'm frightened. Harry is going to kill me.
Now, you've had a bad dream, I tell you.
He hates me. He hates me, Judd. Judd, Harry is going to kill me.
I'm a rational man, Lieutenant. I've always felt, for example, that when Hamlet says there are stranger things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio ought to reply, tell that to Sweeney. I knew there was no such thing as mental telepathy. I knew it as well as I know I'm sitting here talking to you. Up here in my head, I knew it. And yet, the next afternoon, I found myself entering a gun shop and purchasing a revolver and a box of bullets, determined that before Harry Arnold could so much as injure one hair of Rory's head, I would kill him. I should have gone directly to the police first. You're using hindsight, Lieutenant. I had all that out with Rory.
Please, Judd, please. Go to the police and tell them about this. Let them handle it.
What? Tell them what? That by reading his mind, we've learned Harry intends to murder you?
They'll believe us. They've got to believe us.
Oh, no, they're reasoning like a child. They'll decide that it's either a publicity stunt or else that we're both lunatics.
Well, if I tell them about the telegram and the birthday presents...
Rory, we have no proof.
But we have to do something.
What? Tell me what? You know he intends to kill you. I know he intends to kill you, but what can we do? I can't simply put a bullet in his heart next time I see him. How could I explain it? My wife had a premonition that he was going to murder her. Do you know when he's going to do it? Or how he's going to do it?
No. He hasn't decided yet. Isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing. Except wait. I reacted to the waiting as you might expect, Lieutenant. Sleeplessness, loss of appetite, growing irritability. I flared up at everyone. Waiters, chambermaids, elevator boys, the manager of the club. The manager of the club, yes. He finally said to me...
Stone, what the devil's gotten into you? I'd really like to know.
None of your business.
Well, I'm only trying to be nice.
Oh, shut up and let me alone.
Yeah, sure, I'll let you alone. I'd let you alone right now if your contract didn't have another week to run. But after that, I'll let you strictly alone. You'll never work this club again. Maniac.
I began to drink quite heavily, quite noticeably. I was going crazy just from the waiting. And then the waiting came to an end. It was around 3 a.m. I was sitting up in bed, in the dark, smoking, when Rory opened her eyes and said...
Judd?
Yes?
The voice.
Yes?
He's going to kill me. Here. Right here, in this room.
Rory.
Saturday. This Saturday at midnight. on, John.
Oh, Rory, sweetheart.
He's going to shoot me. He has a gun, and he's going to shoot me. He's going to get you downstairs in the manager's office at the club. And while you're there, he's going to come up here.
Rory, listen to me. I want you to listen to me. You're mistaken, do you understand? You've been having another bad dream, and that's all there is to it.
No, Jan, I swear it. He just thought of it. Just this minute. He's standing at a bar, standing there all by himself, drinking. And he's just this minute decided.
You're making it up.
John, no. It's the bar over at the Tuscany Hotel. I see it so clear.
You're wrong. I'll prove you're wrong.
Dad?
Give me the bar at the Tuscany, will you? Over on Sunset.
One moment, please.
You'll see, Rory, he's not there at all. You'll see, it's just a dream. Just a bad dream.
Tuscany Cocktail Lounge.
Hello, is Harry Arnold there at the bar?
Harry Arnold? No, I'm sorry, he's not.
He's not, huh? You sure of that?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. He was here all evening. Left about a minute ago. I said goodnight to him myself. You want me to call?
It wasn't a dream.
John.
No, Rory, don't worry. Trust me. When Harry comes tomorrow night, you won't be here at all. But I will. Look, Lieutenant, my hands, see? Just the memory of how I felt at that moment when my hands begin to tremble again. Amazing, isn't it? Well, that was last Thursday night, or rather Friday morning, and towards daybreak, Rory sobbed herself to sleep. But I was restless. I got dressed and went downstairs and got into my car. A long drive has always relaxed me, but when I got behind the wheel, I don't know what it was, possibly the fresh air, but all at once I felt as though I couldn't keep my eyes open for another moment. I simply had to have sleep. So I crawled into the back seat, curled myself up in one corner, pulled the rug over me, and went out like a light.
Hello, Satin Skin.
Hello, Harry.
I was awakened
Don't
around
smile at
noon
me,
by
you
the sound
idiot.
of voices.
You may see us. Look businesslike.
Where is he?
I don't know. Since he hasn't got the car, he must be out walking. Don't you have some papers or something I could be examining just to make it look good in
A
case?
pocket full here.
All right.
He fall for it last night?
Just like he fell for all the rest of it. Red bathrobe, the plants in the audience. He even phoned the bar just after you left. Timed it beautifully.
Oh, Satin Skin. I can hardly keep away from you.
After tomorrow night, we'll have all the time in the world for each other, Harry.
You bought the whole story, huh? Midnight tomorrow, your place?
Every word of it. Just do what you have to do. Remember to come to the dressing room before the 8 o'clock show and tell him you've set up a meeting with Stamper, the manager, in his office at 12.
I want them to shake hands and be friends again, I'll tell them.
And don't forget, when you come to the door at midnight, keep talking to the elevator boy. Don't let him go, whatever you do. You'll want him to testify it was self-defense.
Don't worry, I won't forget a thing. You'll handle all the rest of it?
Yeah, just leave it to me.
No, I mean about his gun. That's pretty important, you know.
Don't worry. It will misfire.
It'd be difficult for me to tell you what I felt as they walked away, Lieutenant. One part of me felt the way a man ought to feel, I suppose, when he learns that the woman he loves is not only unfaithful, but plotting his death as well. But another part of me felt only relief. Relief at learning there was a gimmick in this, too. Yeah, they've been fairly clever for amateurs. Harry had a good excuse for carrying a gun to protect the cash he brought me each Saturday. My own behavior in recent weeks would lend weight to what he would probably offer in his defense, that I must have been crazy. That for no reason at all, I'd pointed a revolver at him and threatened his life, that he had to shoot in self-defense. The presence of the elevator boy, that could mean only that Harry would shoot just as soon as I opened the door. I'd be found dead with a revolver in my hand and a heartbroken agent at my side. Tableau. Then I found myself hoping, as I never hoped before, that they'd come to their senses before Saturday, that they'd realize what a vicious, inhuman thing it was they were planning. But just before the 8 o'clock show that night, there was a knock at the door of our dressing room. Come in.
Judd, I've been talking to Stamper, the manager. He's sorry there's bad blood between you, wants to square it. I told him you'd be in his office at 12 to talk things over. All right with you?
Yeah.
We don't want it so that we never work here again, do we? I mean, there's no reason we should.
No reason at all?
Button my dress, Judd.
See you later, Judd.
Yeah, later. Oh, we did the show and then went up to our suites. I helped Rory pack a small overnight bag. I loaded the revolver, and then there was nothing to do but wait. The minutes passed. 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30, and I waited.
Judd,
Yes?
I don't want you to go.
It's best that you do.
Doesn't seem right to leave you here alone.
Things might not go as I planned. I might not be able to stop him. And if I fail to stop him... No, it's best that you go. Just wait at the motel until you hear from me. What time is it?
Almost 11. 2 minutes of 11.
I'm out of cigarettes.
Desk.
This is Mr. Stone in 1101. Please send up a carton of players, will you?
Right away, Mr. Stone.
I want you to go now, Rory.
Judd, let me call the police, please.
It will be useless. We've gone into it, and it'll be useless.
Then come with me. He won't find anybody here.
Well, then he'd choose another place, another time. Here's your valise.
You have your gun.
In my pocket.
You won't take any chances. I don't know what I'd do if you were hurt or anything.
I won't take any chances. Let me help you on with your coat.
Oh, Judd, I love you so.
Yes, I know. And I love you, Rory. I really do, you know. Ready?
Yes. 11 o'clock. He'll be here in an hour.
Go now, Rory. Kiss me goodbye.
Judd.
The cigarettes. Get them, will you, darling, while I find change?
Harry. Rory. Rory. Rory!
I shall always remember the look on Harry's face, Lieutenant, as she sank to the floor. They'd concocted a bad dream between them, and it had come true. I'll bet he still doesn't know how it happened, and if you pass his cell, Lieutenant, you might tell him. Whisper the word gimmick into his ear. That's what I said, gimmick. I gimmicked the clock while Rory was dressing. Set it back a full hour. It was 11 to her, but 12 to him. I adore gimmicks. Don't you?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
My occult powers do reveal that every driver's automobile has a life both long and bright when it has parts by Autolite.
Well, that's fortune-telling there's no doubt about, Swami. You know, Autolite makes over 400 fine products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. They're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Van Johnson in Strange for a Killer. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Miss Joan Crawford, Mr. Jack Carson, and Mr. Jack Benny, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. In tonight's play, Kathy Lewis was heard as Aurora and Larry Dobkin as Harry. Others in the cast were Florida Edwards, Joseph Kearns, and Charles Calvert. A Vision of Death was written by Jerry Hausner and adapted for suspense by Walter Newman. Ronald Coleman may be heard each week on his own radio program, The Halls of Ivy.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Van Johnson, as a man who suspects a murderer is holding as hostages his wife and child. A story we call Strange for a Killer.
You can buy world-famous Autolite Stateful batteries, Autolite resistor-type spark plugs, or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra, extra, hero about the trap. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Extra, extra.
Yes, Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, and guard it well.
Now, Big Town, in tonight's tense and timely newspaper drama headlined The Trap. The evil men do lives after them, quote and unquote. And such is the case in Steve Wilson's story of treachery and revenge, which began with the final meeting of Bart Slade and his wife Ruby in the visitor's room of state prison on the day of his scheduled execution.
5 minutes, Slade. Your wife is in booth 1.
Wired for sound? Thanks for nothing. I ain't talking.
Suit yourself. 5 minutes.
Tell our warden he's wasting his time. What's the idea coming here, Ruby?
To tell you not to give up hope, Bart. Don't talk, Bart.
Why not?
You'll get a stay. You'll get a new trial. You gotta believe it, Bart. Trent will get it tonight.
No dice. If I don't get a rain check on a chair before 7, I'll sing before I burn at 11.
Don't, Bart. They'll get me if you do.
Then start running, baby. Keep going. Don't ever stop.
With what? I'm broke.
You'll manage. You always have. And I know how.
Don't, Bart. They'll burn you anyway.
Maybe.
Who'll you tell?
The racket-busting newspaper slug that helped the cops put me here.
Steve Wilson of the Illustrated Press?
Yeah.
He won't help you get a stay of execution.
No, but if I go tonight, Wilson's a fall guy that's going to bait the trap for the rats that let me take this murder rap.
Give Trent a chance. He's a good criminal lawyer. He's got connections. He's pulling strings.
Yeah. There's a guy here that's good at pulling switches. He goes to work on me at 11.
Don't do it, Bart. Don't talk.
Beat it, baby. Tell Trent he's got till 7.
When and how did you get in the office?
The back way, through the composing room. Come in, Lorelei, my lovely, and close the door on those infernal and eternal teletypes.
With pleasure.
Come on, perch on the corner of my desk and take my mind off these European dispatches.
I wouldn't if I could. Besides, you're on the hook. We've been trying to reach you for the last hour.
Oh, don't tell me the Illustrated Press hasn't been able to get along without its illustrious managing editor even for an hour.
We've managed, but you're the original indispensable man as of 7 o'clock tonight.
What's up?
You're wanted up at state prison on the double-double.
Oh, good grief, that's right. Bart Slade goes to the chair tonight.
Right.
Has he talked to anyone?
No, but he wants to talk to you.
To me?
Mm-hmm. Inspector Callahan phoned. It's all arranged for you to talk to Slade in the death house, but I don't like it one little bit, Steve.
Well, why not, my lovely?
Slade should hate you like poison for helping Callahan of homicide nail him for that election murder last spring.
Yes, he does, and with good reason.
So, if he's going to name the ward-healing goons who hired him, Why should he give you the scoop and the breaks?
Well, ours is not the reason why, Lorelei. Get one of your so-called hats and see if Harry the Hack is out front.
Harry's waiting, and one more mere male comment on my latest in feminine headgear will get you a tap on the cranium with Harry's trusty monkey wrench. Let's go.
Here you are, Mr. Wilson. I'll have to lock you in with Slade while you talk to him, but I'll be right down the corridor if there's any trouble.
Thanks, guard. I don't think there'll be any trouble. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave.
Okay. Wake up, Slade. You got the company you asked for.
Thanks. Hello, Wilson.
Hello, Slade. Were you sleeping?
What for? Looks like 3 hours from now I'm going to get a big, long sleep.
I'm sorry, Slade.
Why? You helped the cops put me here for killing a guy.
I hate to see any man die without regret.
I didn't invite you here for no sermon. We got a chaplain for that.
All right, then. Why did you ask to see me?
Because I want to get the guy that's letting me fry.
You mean you're ready to give me the name of the rats who hired you to beat that poll watcher to death?
Just one guy. I don't care about the guys back of him.
Well, I do. I want the ones behind this wave of political violence in the Third Ward.
You'll have to be satisfied with him, if you can get him before he gets you.
I'll try to avoid that. What's his name? What's so funny, Slade?
This'll kill you, Wilson. I ain't gonna give you nothing. I ain't even gonna give you the time of day.
And why did you ask to see me? Insist on talking to me and no one else.
Listen fast, and I'll lay it out.
All right. I'm listening, Slade.
Now, here's a pitch, Wilson. I don't get no last-minute stay of execution. So I sent for you.
Go on.
The pen grapevine reaches right into this death house, you catch?
I think I get it, Slade. By morning, the word that you squealed will have reached every rat and rat's nest in Big Town.
Yeah. And they'll be after you to shut you up, but that ain't the best part.
Time is running out, Slade. Let's have the best part.
Yeah, for you and me both. When you walk out of this cell, you ain't gonna have a pal in the world.
Why not?
Nobody's gonna believe I didn't give you nothing, see? Even your pal Callahan of Homicide is gonna think you're crossing him up for a scoop in your lousy illustrated press. Or the biggest shakedown that's ever been pulled in Big Town.
Don't count on that, Slade.
Let me give you what's gonna happen if I go tonight.
Look, Slade, I couldn't stop your execution for that cold-blooded murder. Even if you told me the names of every crook and ward heeler involved.
Yeah, I know, because I can't prove a thing. I could give you the name of the guy that hired me to cool that poll-watching dope, but you'd never get him for that. Because he don't know it, but you wouldn't have a thing.
Well, what does he think you have on him?
Piece of paper, in his handwriting, telling me when and where to nail that poll-watching dope.
Where is that paper, Slade? That will burn him, if you really want revenge.
I lost it, Wilson.
Lost it?
Yeah. Ain't that a laugh? I lost it. And that's all there was to pin him to the rap.
I'll give me his name, Slade. I'll give it to the warden, and maybe you will get a stay of execution.
Don't kid me, Wilson. Not without proof, and I ain't got no proof.
Well, how do you expect to get him through me? If there's no evidence, he'll never be convicted for that crime.
No, but here's what's gonna happen.
Well, let's have it.
When you don't print nothing, except maybe I went without spilling my insides, this guy's gonna think you're holding out.
Don't stake your life on that, Slade.
Don't worry about me, Wilson. I'm as good as cooked, and so are you.
Oh, how so?
Because this guy that's letting me fry is gonna think you're holding out. Maybe you got your hand out big.
And try to buy me off?
Yeah, that'll be the bait for the trap. But they'll pay you off with lead.
Oh, I see. You can't get him as a partner in your crime, but you think the law will nail him to the chair for killing me.
Yeah, Wilson. That's the pitch.
Yeah.
It's gonna work, Slade. It will work. Now call that screw and get out of here. Because I got a date. Yeah, I gotta order some supper. Anything I want. Steak, strawberry shortcake, ice cream, coffee. A lot of coffee to keep me awake. And I gotta get a shave and a haircut. I got a date at 11 o'clock tonight.
Thus, Steve Wilson has been drawn into a deadly trap set by a vengeful killer. And for the tense and exciting developments as this trap closes in on Steve, we'll return to our big town story in a moment. Actually, I just can't remember how long ago it was that I took my first bath with Lifebuoy Health Soap. I always felt extra clean afterwards. But even so, I was startled when the doctors announced the news that Lifebuoy actually does get skin cleaner. Suddenly it hits you. Cleaner. Yes, and doctors proved it. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. First thing you know, you find out for yourself. Then you're telling everybody. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. And the doctors proved in 820 scientific tests that Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. What does it? Well, doctors say Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. It's refreshing and mild. And Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. I like it. You like it, too. Now, back to Big Town and Steve Wilson in tonight's headline story of The Trap. Put on the spot by a condemned killer who has made gangland believe that he squealed in a death house interview, Steve Wilson grimly awaits a move from the underworld. And meanwhile, at the office of the Illustrated Press, Lorelei Kilborn, his ace crime reporter, tries to anticipate Steve's countermove by enlisting the help of Maisie, chief switchboard operator of the press.
Hello. Hello, Maisie.
Yes, Miss Kilburn.
Listen, Maisie, I'm in Steve's office.
Oh, is Mr. Wilson back? Just about everybody's calling him.
No, doggone it, and I'm worried.
I should certainly think you would be, Miss Kilburn. I was just conversing with Harry the Hack, and he said Mr. Wilson is practically the same thing as a clay pigeon in a shooting gallery.
That isn't the worst of it, Maisie. Even Inspector Callahan of Homicide and the prosecutor think Steve's holding out on the name of the man who hired Bart Slade to kill that poll watcher.
Oh, but Miss Kilburn, we know Mr. Wilson would never do that, unless he had a mighty good reason. Well, hardly ever, that is.
Yes, but a good reason won't keep Steve out of the morgue or the river if he makes a mistake.
Is there any way in which I may be of assistance, Miss Kilburn?
Yes, Maisie. I've a notion Steve expects somebody to contact him in the next day or so, and I want you to listen in on every call he gets.
Oh, but Miss Kilburn, if Mr. Wilson found out I was doing that, he'd have me tossed down on my ear, in a manner of speaking.
I'll guarantee he won't, Maisie, and if you don't, he may not live long enough to fire any of us.
All right, Miss Kilburn, I'll do it, but... Oh, it may interest you to know Mr. Wilson is on his way into his office right now.
Oh, thank heaven. And thanks, Maisie. I've a notion he's going to send me out on an assignment to get me out of the way. Now, I'll call in every hour if he does.
Hello, Lorelei, my lovely. A call for me?
Oh, Steve, I was just making a date.
Oh, break it. I'm sending you down to Washington.
Washington?
Yes, to cover those spy hearings. There's a big town angle coming up tomorrow.
Steve Parker of our Washington Bureau can handle that. You're just trying to get me out of the way.
Out of the way of what?
Oh, Steve, don't play the lone wolf with me. We've worked together too long, covered too many assignments.
Oh, not like this one, Lorelei.
What's going on, Steve? Did Bart Slade give you something so big, so loaded with dynamite you can't trust anybody with it? The prosecutor, Inspector Callahan, even me?
No, but Bart Slade was right. Even you don't believe me.
I want to believe you, Steve, and I want to help.
You can't.
Why not?
I've been elected bait for a trap, Lorelei. And there's nothing to do but wait.
Wait for what?
Wait for the rats who hired Slade to commit a political murder to come to the same conclusion you and Callahan and the prosecutor seem to have reached.
That you're holding out?
Yes, but for a price.
How will it come, Steve? When do you think they'll try to contact you?
Well, any time now, and I want you to keep out of it, Lorelei.
You can fire me, but I won't promise. Isn't there anything I can do?
Not a thing. Until they make the first move.
Well, what about his lawyer, Sam Trent?
Well, he's bound to be in it. But I can't prove it.
Oh, your private wire, Steve. Maybe a tip from one of your underworld listening posts.
I doubt it. I've checked most of them. The golden age of silence has settled over this town like a blanket. Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
You alone, Wilson?
Enough to listen.
How come you didn't spill what Bart Slade gave you last night?
Who wants to know?
Don't play games with me, Wilson. You're on a spot, and so am I.
All right. Where do you fit in this?
I'm Slade's wife. Or I was, till yesterday when I talked to him. That puts me in the same spot you're in.
Does that make you want to talk?
Yeah, to you. Quick and private.
When and where?
My place at 10 River Street. Come alone or it's no deal.
Who put you up to this?
I'm looking after me.
How?
I want half of every buck you shake out of the guys that let Bart burn.
Sorry, I haven't had an offer.
You'll get one.
Why?
Because you haven't printed anything in your crummy illustrated press or spilled to the cops. So louse the store and get down here, or I'm getting out of town.
All right, I'll be there in half an hour.
So this is it. This is what you've been waiting for.
Yes, Lorelei, Slade's trap is working like a charm.
And you're going to walk right into it?
Yes, and alone.
No, Steve. No story's worth it.
There won't be any story unless I make it, Lorelei.
Well, at least take Harry the hacker. Call Inspector Callahan.
We wouldn't get a thing. I've been cast in the role of a shakedown artist by a dead man, and I've got to play this out or ride around in a bulletproof car from now on, Laura.
Well, then where are you going? At least tell me that much.
I've got a date with a lady who wants to talk.
Oh, sure. Talk you into a cement overcoat in the river.
I'll try to avoid that.
Famous last words.
Sorry, I haven't time to argue, Lorelei. We mustn't keep the lady waiting.
Steve, it's crazy. It's just another trap.
Yes, but people who build traps sometimes get caught in them, Lorelei. Now, wait here. Hang on that phone till I call you.
No, wait, Steve. At least take a gun. You've got a permit. You have every right.
No, Lorelei. A gun started all this. But a dozen guns won't end it. Now, keep your fingers crossed, my lovely, and don't put Harry the hack on my tail. I'll shake him before he's followed me a block.
Oh, you will you? You stubborn, crazy, wonderful luck. Maisie.
Yes, Miss Kilburn, and to whom was you referring to as a love?
Steve Wilson, and he's on his way out to get himself killed if you didn't get an earful of that phone call he just got.
I certainly did, Miss Kilburn, and if you should ask me, the lady he was conversing with is no lady.
I'll buy that. What's her name and where's Steve meeting her, Maisie?
I gathered she's the widow of that gentleman which went to the chair last night.
Ruby Slade? Where's Steve meeting her?
At her place, 10 River Street.
Thanks, Maisie. Where's Harry the hack?
It so happens by an odd coincidence he's right here trying to make a date with me.
Well, give him a rain check and tell him to get his hack around front and pick me up and nothing flat.
Say, Miss Kilburn.
Say it, Harry, but for heaven's sake, get to 10 River Street as fast as you can.
It is practically done, Miss Kilburn. And while I am wondering if we should not call for an assist from Callahan and his homicide boys on account of this is the heart of the 3rd Ward, which is a section so tough even the mice go round with Tommy guns.
I'm going to phone Callahan as soon as we get there, Harry.
But suppose we should upset Mr. Wilson's apple cart. Will he not be inclined to skin us alive and tack our hides to the wall of the city room?
I'll risk it. This is one time I think Steve is overplaying his hand, walking into a trap tailor-made for him.
Yeah, and they're liable to hem-stitch him up in a bag with a Tommy chopper and drop him in the Aqua Impura Big Town River. 10 River Street's in the next block, Miss Kilburn. Do I stop in front of the joint?
No, Harry. I see a cigar store in the corner. Stop there and I'll phone Callahan.
Check. And, how about me going around through the alley and reconnoitering the dump for back exits in case of contingencies of an unexpected nature?
All right, do that, Harry. Try the back fire escapes, but don't crash in on Steve and Ruby Slade with your monkey wrench unless the party gets rough.
Okay, Miss Kilburn, I will just play like I am a peeping Thomas until the psychological moment is ripe.
Yeah, who's there?
Trent, Ruby. Open up.
Come on in. Kept you.
I had to check my pipeline into police headquarters to make sure Wilson is still holding out on the cops. You sure he's coming here alone?
Sure, I'm sure. He said he was, and he sounded anxious.
That a girl. You're playing this smart. When we settle with Wilson, I'll take good care of you. Come here, Ruby. I'll show you how.
Cut it out, Trent.
Sam to you, baby. Bart Slade's gone. We can quit pretending.
Cut it out, Trent. I only want one thing out of you, and that's dough.
Don't you trust me, Ruby?
No. Bart trusted you. Look what it got him, the dope.
Because he was a dope. You're smart. You can go places with my help, my connections.
Yeah, I'm going places, all right. I'm going just as far away from Big Town as I can get after tonight.
All right. Maybe that can be arranged.
I'll do the arranging. And I've got what it takes to do it. Right in this handbag.
Put away that gun, Ruby.
Sure. Just want you to know I have it. And I want the $5,000 you promised me to sucker Wilson into this setup. Now, tonight.
All right, Ruby. Yeah.
Thanks for nothing.
Better count it.
You bet I will.
I'll take that gun.
Tricky slug. You rat.
No, just careful. Guns make me nervous.
After all the gunsels you've hired to knock off dopes for the ward healers you front for.
That's different. Now behave yourself and get set for Wilson.
That ought to be him.
Invite him in.
Yeah, who is it?
Steve Wilson.
Come on in, Wilson. The door ain't locked.
Thanks. Well, Hello, Trent.
Hello, Wilson.
Fancy meeting you here.
I'm Mrs. Slade's attorney.
Oh? I thought your connection with the Slade affair ended with his execution in the death house last night.
Well, there are a few loose ends that have to be cleared up.
And you think I might clear them up?
That's right.
For instance?
You talked to Slade last night. He gave you something.
So I've been told by lots of people.
Let's have it. How much do you want?
That depends on who you're representing.
10,000?
For a scrap of paper with the time and place of a murder written on it? Make it 20 and I could retire.
You'll retire, all right, if you don't play ball.
Not enough, Trent. You see, I have to split with Ruby 50-50.
What's that?
He's a liar. That was only part of the come-on to get him here.
How does that strike your legal mind, Trent?
It sounds like a double cross. So you couldn't play it one way, huh, Ruby? You had to play it both ways.
I wasn't. I haven't got anything. Bart never told me anything about a piece of paper.
Where is it? Who's got it? You wouldn't have tried shaking Wilson for a share if you didn't know something.
Think fast, Ruby. The heat is on, Slade. From the higher-ups, he's got to cover, or they'll cover him.
Honest, Trent, Bart never gave me a thing. He never trusted me after word got up to the prison that I was going around with you.
And how's that additional testimony strike your legal mind, Trent?
It suits me, makes everything fit, makes things easier.
Listen to me, Sam. You gotta believe me.
Get away from me, Ruby. You wanted to go places. You were going to make sure of it with this gun.
No.
Don't be a complete fool, Trent. Shoot Ruby, and Bart Slade will have had the last line.
Shut up, Wilson. You fit in this. I'll get to you.
Shoot us, and you'll walk into the trap Slade set to get you.
Wilson's right. Bart said he'd get you if you let him burn last night.
Not this way. Murder and suicide. Bart Slade's wife killing the newspaper slug that helped send him to the chair. Murder and suicide with their own gun.
No, I'll play it any way you want.
Keep away from him, Ruby.
I'll go anywhere you
Trent, you murderous rat. You poor fool.
Stay put, Wilson. Now, where's that order I gave Slade to rub out that dopey poll watcher? Talk your way out of this. If you can.
Thus, a dead man's trap has claimed one victim and placed Steve in a deadly situation. And in a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Friends, this may startle you as it startled me. It's amazing, I know, but it's true. Doctors have proved it, not just once, but time after time. In hundreds of scientific tests, these doctors found that one soap, Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets your skin cleaner in your daily bath. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. You and I know that's important. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. And Lifebuoy gets you cleaner than any other leading soap. Gives you lasting protection 24 hours a day. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. It's refreshing and it's mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get some tomorrow morning, won't you? Now, back to Big Town and tonight's headline story of The Trap. Having deliberately walked into a trap set by a dead man to get revenge on those who hired him to commit a political murder, Steve faces Sam Trent, a criminal lawyer who has just slain the dead man's wife in an effort to cover up his connection with the original crime. Now, a moment later, he turns on Steve to carry out a prearranged plan of murder and suicide.
Talk, Wilson. Where did Slade tell you to look for that slip of paper I gave him?
Don't tell me a slick criminal lawyer like you made the fatal mistake of putting anything in writing that would tie you to one of the dirtiest crimes in the book. Political murder.
Everybody makes mistakes. Quit stalling, Wilson. Where's that note I gave Slade?
The joke is on you. Slade only told me about the note.
Where is it?
He lost it.
Lost it?
Yes. He didn't have a thing on you. That's why he didn't name you before he died. He knew we couldn't get you, couldn't prove a thing.
You're lying, Wilson, lying.
Well, it doesn't matter now. Slade's going to get his revenge for your having let him go to the chair.
What are you talking about?
You poor fool. Slade arranged this trap. Never gave me a thing. Knew you'd try to pay me off with lead and go to the same chair that he died in for killing me.
Well, that's what's going to happen, but that isn't the way it's going to work. Nobody knows I came here to Ruby's tonight.
Now, don't count on that, Trent. Committing murder isn't as easy as hiring it done.
This will stick. Ruby over there on the floor dead, you with the rest of the bullets out of this gun, her gun, murder and suicide with plenty of motive. You helped send her man to the chair. Even your own lousy Illustrated Press will eat it up.
It won't work, Trent. You'll never get out of this building without being seen.
I don't have to get out. I'm Ruby's lawyer. I came here and found you and Ruby dead, the gun in her hand. I'll even call you Pal Callahan and report it.
That won't be necessary, Trent. That should be Callahan, if I'm any judge of human nature.
You wouldn't have tipped him off till you knew who you'd find here. Who would have called him?
Lorelei Kilburn, one of my best crime reporters, except for the fact that she's a very stubborn young woman.
So what? This fix will still work.
It won't work, because there's been an eyewitness to everything that's happened here in this last 5 minutes.
Where?
On the fire escape at the back window behind you.
Don't pull that corny old look behind me, Gag Wilson. You've stalled all you're going to stall.
It's the deck, boss!
Keep out of this, Harry.
Bingo! Boss, right on the button. Hey, leave me massage him just once with this knocker for safekeeping till Callahan gets here.
He'll keep, Harry. Thanks for the timely distraction. Let me jump him.
Oh, think nothing of it, boss, but you really hadn't ought to take chances like this if you wish to live to a ripe old age.
Let's call it an occupational hazard, Harry. Where's the Lorelei?
Miss Kilburn? Well, what makes you think she would be anywheres around a place like this?
Because I told her to keep away from here, not to follow me. Stay at the office.
Steve, are you all right?
Speaking of the lady in question, boss.
Yes, Lorelei, come in here.
Oh, thank heavens. I just happened to be passing...
It's no use, Miss Kilburn. The boss is a super student of feminine psychology and somewhat anticipated us all the way.
Uh-oh. I might have known.
Did you call Callahan, Lorelei?
Mm-hmm. And I think his homicide boys are throwing a net around this rat's nest by now. Am I fired, Steve?
No. Get on the phone and tell Fletch to hold the final half an hour until we can get some conversation out of Sam Trent.
Sam Trent, Slade's lawyer. Is he the one you're after?
He's the front, Lorelei, but I'm afraid he's all we're going to get in this hall.
Why, Steve? Maybe he'll talk to save his own neck.
No, Lorelei. Slade's trap worked all too well.
Well, how do you mean?
Trent has murdered Slade's wife. She's lying over there behind the couch.
Oh.
All the talk in the world won't save Trent from the chair.
So ended with the arrest, conviction, and subsequent execution of Sam Trent. Another win for Steve Wilson in his crusade against crime. But only a partial victory, for there remains in Big Town, as in all cities, the powerful forces of violence and evil, drawing new recruits to carry on their reign of terror over those who believe in law and order. And now, before telling you of next week's exciting Big Town story, here is Steve Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve Wilson. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge with thanks the many kind letters we've received these past few weeks, welcoming us back this season. I know I'm speaking for all of us on the Illustrated Press and for Big Town when I say it's great to be back. And it's particularly pleasant to find that so many of you are using Lever's fine product, Lifebuoy Health Soap. I believe in Lifebuoy. I've seen the doctor's proof of its superiority with my own eyes. I'm impressed by the fact that Lifebuoy today is used in the homes of 40 million Americans. If there are any in our audience who haven't used Lifebuoy Health Soap, I can make this promise. They have something wonderful in store for them when they try it. We hope you'll all join us again next Tuesday night. Until then, thank you, and good night.
Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story headlined The Cat Man, a gripping story of a manhunt for a killer whose mark of murder is a crying cat. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilburn, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. And now Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling.
Extra, extra, hear all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and the Cat Man, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine Lever product. Extra, extra.
New Rinso with sodium puts sunshine in your wash. Rain or shine, new Rinso with sodium gives your wash a new brilliance you have never seen before. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out actually whiter than brand new, and washable colors even brighter than new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, sodium. No other soap contains sodium, only new Rinso. So safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Find out about the amazing new brilliance of Rinso washed clothes. Find out how new Rinso with sodium puts sunshine in your wash. Get Rinso in the new package with a red sodium label. More women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
After all, traveling on a luxury train is very glamorous. But did you ever read one of those timetables where it says, baggage car, note, does not carry corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, the nationally popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for an exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. Tonight's story, The Blue Rocket Express. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for our puzzle in murder.
Pat's office is in San Francisco, but he'd been called to New York on a case, and in order to clear it up, we had to take the Blue Rocket from New York to Chicago for a quick one-day visit. And then we planned to take the rocket back to New York again. We'd checked our luggage through, and we were strolling into Grand Central Terminal.
Jean,
Yes, Pat?
the train doesn't leave for 20 minutes. Why do you always drag me to trains 9 years ahead of time? Now what are we supposed to do? Stand around the terminal twiddling our thumbs?
Don't get excited, dear. They opened the train a half hour early, see? Track 32. It's open already. So come on. Stop being a typical husband and get on the train.
Oh, of all the silly things. Dragging me here so early that I... Oh, you go ahead.
Why?
I need razor blades and cigarettes and a couple of magazines I forgot to buy.
Uh-huh. We got here too early. Well, you're lucky I brought you here so fast. You'd have forgotten about it.
Okay, now just stop being a typical wife and get on the train.
I checked our space at the desk inside the gate and went into the lounge car. I just lit a cigarette when the only other passenger in the lounge, a small, bespectacled chap, nodded at me quite cheerfully.
Rather pleasant to board the train early, isn't it?
Yes, it's very comfortable.
Are you going to Chicago or on to California?
Just to Chicago for the moment.
Oh. My name's Duffield, Professor Ernest Duffield.
Mine's Abbott, Jean Abbott. You with the University of Chicago, Professor?
Oh, no. I'm going to California. I'm in the through car.
Oh, well, how do they work that? I've always flown across.
Well, you see, they switch the car off in Chicago and then hitch it on to the back of the El Dorado. That way, as they say in the ads, you don't have to change trains.
What do you teach, Professor?
Well, I'm not teaching anymore, Mrs. Abbott. I'm doing research.
Oh.
Matter of fact, that's why I'm going to Los Angeles to a conference.
And what's your subject?
Bacterial warfare.
Oh, I hate those words. Thank heavens no one's tried that yet.
Oh, but they have.
That sounds horrible. What is this conference in California?
I'm very sorry indeed, but I cannot discuss that. It would be classified information. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Please don't go. My husband would love to meet you.
Well, I'd be delighted to meet him, too, but I'm, well, sort of an old eccentric, I guess you might say. I can't stand crowds. The moment the train fills up, I prefer retiring to my compartment until the end of the trip. I'm alone. I can relax, read.
Goodbye, Professor. It's been most interesting.
Thank you, Mrs. Abbott. Good evening.
Well, leaving us so soon, friend. My name is Charlie Drake. Stick around, friend. I have a few stories you'll like.
I beg your pardon.
Well, get him. He ain't square. He's oblong. How about you, ma'am? I guess we might as well be friends. We're fellow travelers in the old choo-choo. Drake's the name, Charlie Drake. I'm the original good time Charlie.
Uh-huh.
You traveling alone, honey? Just a small-town girl at the mercy of all the traveling salesmen?
No. I'm with my husband.
Oh, well, that ties it.
In fact, here he comes.
Well, I got everything I needed, Gene.
Pat, this is Charlie Drake, my husband.
Look, house for all of us, whipping up a little bridge game. Let's see, there's three of us here. Who's that fellow over there in the corner? Anybody know him, the old geezer?
No, we don't.
What do you say there, stranger? How about for being a fourth at bridge? Eh? Oh, poxy grandpa, a little on the deaf side, huh? Well, I can always keep the folks happy. I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean.
Going to little old Chicago, are you? So am I. I'd love to be on that through car to sunny California, but business forbids. You got nice accommodations?
Yes, we're quite happy about it.
Well, look, I'm in car 181, compartment C. Open day and night, never a dull moment. Anytime you're feeling blue, you want a few laughs, call on your good friend Charlie. Hey, have you two heard the one about the nearsighted octopus and the bagpipes? Have you? You'll bust your buttons, kid. This one's a real knee slapper. Now, listen here. It seems the octopus went to a...
Who is it? Pullman conductor, sir. Urgent telegram for Professor Duffield.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. I'll find the light. And my bathrobe.
Yes? Shut up, Professor. Get back into your compartment. What are you doing with that gun? Who are you? What do you want? You're bringing something to that California conference, Professor. It's a culture. Little germs in a flask. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, don't stall. There's no time. I know all about it. You've made a discovery. It's the most powerful bacterial weapon ever devised. The easiest to make, too. Quickest, cheapest. Now, where is it? Where's the flask? Get out of here. I want the flask, Professor, and right now. Be smart and turn it over. Who are you? Well, I guess you'd call me a salesman. I pick up little items like yours and then put them on the open market. Sell them to the highest bidder. You'd be surprised how these items draw customers. In America, Mexico City, Cairo, Berlin. I get around. I do very nicely. Now, where's the flask? Stay away from there. Is it in the medicine cabinet? All I have to do is shout. The conductor will come. You open your mouth, and I'll put half a dozen bullets into that celebrated brain of yours. The flask in one of your valises? I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get out of this compartment. The flask is top secret property of the United States government. You must be out of your mind trying to get away with a thing like this. I've done pretty well before. Now talk up, Professor. Where the devil is that culture? I said I'd wait 5 seconds. You've about used them up. You don't really want to die, do you, Professor? You have so much to contribute to America. Why get yourself knocked off? Don't you have a family, Professor? Friends? Don't you want to go on living? Professor, you're just begging to be killed, and I'm just the guy to do it. You know, I could even make it worth your while, Professor. I'll get lots of dough for the flask. Maybe I could cut you in for a piece. Now, where is the blasted culture, Professor? Don't touch that bell. Keep your hands off that bell, or I'll crack your head open with this gun. So help me.
After Pat and I left the lounge, we didn't see the professor or Good Time Charlie for the rest of the trip. We left the train at Chicago without knowing there was anything wrong. Neither did anybody else. Pat tended to his business and then took a relaxing spin on Lakeshore Drive in a cab. And by early evening, we were back on the return trip of the Blue Rocket Express heading for New York. After dinner in our compartment... Pat, I've been wondering. This is car 181, compartment C. Now, where'd I hear that before?
From that big bore, Charlie. He said this was his compartment on the way to Chicago. Oh, I'm awfully tired, darling. I think I'll hit the hay.
Well, I'm wide awake. Night Owl Jean, they call me.
Okay, you go on up to the lounge. I'm going to ring for the porter and have him make up the berths. I'm knocked out.
Well, thank goodness we lost Good Time Charlie. I was afraid we'd run into him again. Or when we got off in Chicago.
Yeah. Yes, come in. Oh, Porter, make up our berths, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'll step out of your way, Porter, so you can pull down that upper. Pat, look. There's a body up there.
Yes, a dead body.
Oh, Pat.
Get the conductor, please, Porter. Oh, someone did quite a job on him.
Well, it's Professor Duffield.
What? Who's he?
Well, I met him in the lounge car when we were leaving New York before you got here. He's a scientist and expert on bacteriological warfare.
Well, that makes it worse, much worse. You better have the conductor notify the FBI immediately.
But this wasn't his compartment. What was he doing in here?
The porter tells me someone's died in here.
Yes, conductor. When he lowered the berth a moment ago, we found this body.
What are your names?
Mr. and Mrs. Patrick Abbott.
All right. I'll find another space for you. Now, don't discuss this with anyone under any circumstances, except the police. I'll have them aboard on it at our next stop. Now, we'll take care of everything now. Just keep calm and keep quiet. Don't go to sleep in the space I give you until I've had a chance to get more information from you.
This man, the dead man, was in the wrong compartment.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I met him on the way to Chicago on this train last night. If he was murdered and then his body was shoved into the upper berth and left sealed there, this is not the compartment he had for himself. His name is Professor Duffield. He was originally on the through car to California.
He was in highly classified government work, conductor. You better report that instantly when you contact the police.
My schedule book says the man who occupied this space on our trip out was a Mr. Charles Drake.
Now, conductor, my wife wouldn't make a mistake. Besides, Charlie Drake, of Good Time Charlie, as he called himself, got off in Chicago. This is not Drake. Look, would you do something for me?
Oh, what is it?
Here are my credentials. I'm a private investigator. The New York police will know my name if you want to check. So will the FBI and the Pentagon. I've been on cases involving classified material.
Well, you tell all this to the police, Abbott. I'm just a conductor trying to get a train into New York.
All right. Now, this train is a radio phone. So is the El Dorado. And time may be terribly important. Would you let me call them?
Well, what for?
I want to ask them if Professor Duffield is aboard.
Well, he's lying there dead, isn't he?
Look, just let me make the call. I have a theory. There's a phone in the diesel cab of the El Dorado. I read about it in the magazine.
No, I can't let people play games now, Mr. Abbott. I have to see if there's a doctor aboard. I have to contact the police at the next town.
Just the one call. I have the right to do that, don't I? Look, I can't get away, can I? You can listen to the conversation if you like. I'm telling you, this may mean the solution of the case.
Okay, make your call. There's 2 cars ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Gene. Where are we, conductor? And what time is it?
Approaching Manfield, Ohio. It's 8:55.
Mm-hmm. Mobile operator. This is RY64372. I want BX6 500.
Oh, you think you'll get through, Pat?
Probably. I've got to ask them this question.
I don't get it. Professor Duffield's dead in compartment C, and then you're calling to ask...
El Dorado, this is Patrick Abbott. I'm a private detective. Aboard the Streamliner Blue Rocket. You what? Okay, get on, conductor.
Hello, El Dorado. This is John L. McLeod, conductor aboard 15. Yes. Yes, it's all right. I understand. Yes. What's your question, Abbott?
Do they have a Professor Ernest Duffield aboard? Passenger for Union Station, Los Angeles. In a compartment on the through car.
Duffield for L.A. in the through car. Got a passenger of that description?
Well?
But what's the answer?
Yes. Are you certain? He is? Thank you. Goodbye.
What'd they say?
They have a Professor Duffield. He's fine, enjoying the trip. Of all the ridiculous gags to
Well, that's
pull...
impossible. The dead man is the professor.
All right. The police will take over shortly. We'll find out all the answers. They're getting aboard at the next stop 2 or 3 minutes now.
You said you'd find another space for us.
Yes, I'll try. Now, please, you wait here. I'll be back shortly.
All right. That's good. This is just what I wanted.
What are you going to do?
Follow me to the door.
But,
now,
Pat,
never mind. The conductor has been so nice, I wouldn't want to spoil a beautiful friendship. Now, this train is slowing down. Just stand here. I'll get these latches open on this door. Now, in about 10 seconds, as the train slows down some more, you jump.
What?
Just fall easy. You'll tumble on the ground a bit, that's all.
Well, you can't skip out now. We're in the middle of nowhere. You'll be a
Now,
fugitive.
we need every second, dear. Without any interference. Are you ready?
Well, the train's going too fast. I'm
Now
not...
jump!
We were lucky. We landed on soft ground. Oh, thank goodness the train wasn't going quickly. It was very dark. We were in deep grass somewhere in the middle of Ohio. No lights anywhere. Nothing.
Now, let's see if we can...
If we can what, my dear? Crazy, Mr. Abbott. Exactly how do we solve a murder case involving a top-flight scientist by roaming around here by the railroad tracks?
Dear, this is Mansfield. I saw on the timetable that the El Dorado is due at La Junta, Colorado, about 5:40 in the morning. Now, if we can find a road and get a hitch and grab a plane...
Yes, if...
Look. Through the grass. There's a paved road way up there. I saw a headlight. Come on. Let's try for that hitch. Hurry, Gene.
We got the hitch in an old Model T. A very friendly farmer picked us up and told us there was a small airport about 15 miles away. A young veteran was operating a cargo plane service out of it. We bounced along the 15 miles in the old Lizzie, rattling like the famous skeletons on a tin roof. At the airport, we met the veteran. We thought we'd have trouble, but he was an eager kid, and the idea of trying to catch the El Dorado appealed to him. We stepped into his plane.
Yeah, I think we can do it, Mr. Abbott. Where do you figure on landing?
Well, that would be up to you, of course.
Oh?
But I'd like to pick them up somewhere around La Junta. If not, perhaps we might catch them in New Mexico.
Okay, now, you keep the timetable of the El Dorado in front of me, and I'll head for La Junta.
Well, isn't that country out there pretty rugged?
Yes, ma'am. Cliffs, hilly, rough terrain.
Well, can you make a landing out there where we can walk away from?
Ma'am, I used to fly over a spot called the Hump back in the war. From Assam to come in. If you can fly over that, anything else is a vacation with pay.
Oh, fine. That's a help. It's all we need. A real soupy storm. Now, we've got to get through.
Cross your fingers. I'm taking off. Only by the way.
Yes?
There aren't any parachutes.
We took off. Pat and I squatted on bucket seats in the back. The weather was awful. The little plane rocked, rolled, and practically stood still in midair. Time was passing. Precious time. Pat?
Yes, Gene?
How do you fellas do it?
Do what?
Just sit there quiet-like as if you were on a pleasure jaunt. Me? I've bitten what's left of my nails. I've recited pertinent excerpts from a book I read called How to Keep Calm in a Crisis.
Well, just relax. There's work to be done.
Oh, yes, you always say that. But you have ice water in your veins. You're the rugged type. Me, I'm the delicate, scare, real easy type.
It's none of my business, Mr. Abbott. It's kind of silly to ask now, but are you 100% certain this trip was necessary? Why couldn't you have left it to the police where the train stopped?
Because I'm after that train. By the time I convinced the authorities about who I am, what I suspected, what was going on, and fought through the right channels to the right authorities, it'll be all over. But really over.
How to keep calm in a crisis. Remember the key words. What the dickens are those key words?
I'm down about as low as I can get. We ought to be directly over the railroad tracks. Can't get any lower, we'll smack up.
Well, have you got any field glasses in this flying percolator?
Yeah, around here somewhere. See if you can spot the train. It shouldn't be too hard. The El Dorado's got a headlight that throws a beam about a half a mile.
Yeah, I've got the glasses. I'm watching.
Pat, we're awfully low.
Yes, ma'am.
If he suddenly spots anything and has to climb to avoid it, we might stall, mightn't we?
Now, just relax, dear. I told you before...
You see the train?
No, not yet.
Well, you better see it soon, Mr. Abbott. I can't keep this up indefinitely. If we come to a very high spot, I may not be able to hedge hop like I'm doing.
Well, it should be here, unless it's late. I don't see a thing. Just miles of track. I can just about make out the tracks. This storm is cutting the visibility down too much.
Are you positive you're right about the time and the place?
Yes, absolutely, Jean. The only thing could throw us is if that train is very late. And that could be. Then we'd have to backtrack.
Well, it probably is late with this weather.
Now, if you just keep mum, dear, Wait a minute, wait. Wait a second, I spotted it. I see it. A streamliner, about 20 cars. There's no freight. It's lit up like a Christmas tree down there.
Oh, thank heavens. Now what?
Can you get about 10 or 15 miles ahead of her and find a place to sit this plane down?
I can try. Oh, my aching GI back. Find a place to sit down here, huh?
We've got to, my friend. A scientist with top secret information has been killed. His head was bashed in.
Holy Aunt Hannah, is that what
yes.
this trip...
The killers are on that train. So put it down sweet and gentle and make it real fast.
If I can see a big enough stretch. This is a very small plane, but that doesn't mean we can land on a dime. You know, Wait a minute. I see a spot. Doesn't look too bad. Because that rain's got so many puddles going, we could land and maybe hit a ditch or a gully or give hole and turn right over. I'll never see it coming.
All right. Put it down, pal.
Huh?
Right where you think we have a chance to make it.
Okay, now if I overshoot this field, there's a cliff up ahead there, see?
Let me see.
We'll go right off the cliff.
Now put it down, I said. Steady. Jean, dear.
Yeah?
Brace yourself against that seat.
Wish I could see more, but here goes. Start praying.
Easy, boy. Easy. That's it.
Pat, I can't look.
Easy.
This is it. Now.
Pat, the cliff. We're too close. We're too close.
Made it.
Oh, Rod.
That's wonderful. Beautiful job. Now, look. You got emergency flares?
Yeah, under the seat.
Fine, I'll take a few.
What in the world are you going to do now?
Set these off on the track in front of the El Dorado and hope there isn't an accident. They do 90 miles an hour on some of these stretches.
We ran through the rain to the tracks. The pilot stayed back with his plane and was to join us later.
I'll light a flare here, Jean. There. Now, just hope the rain doesn't kill it. You hear the train coming?
No, not yet.
Okay. Put another flare here. There. Now, let's see. Well, there are no curves on this approach. That's good. The engineer will see the flares early. Only it takes him almost a mile to come to a full stop. There. That's it. Now, just wait and watch.
Pat, you need a gun if you're going to board this train.
Yes, I need a lot of things, but I don't have any of them. I just have to take my chances. Good. He's seen it. You keep wide of the track, Jean. Very wide.
Yes, I am, dear.
He's slowing down. Now, look, when it gets to very slow speed, you watch down the left side. Watch the car doors. Someone might try to sneak off. I'll watch to my right. Shout if you see anything suspicious. Now, as she stops, run down a way so you can see more of the train. That's the girl. Now, look for the conductor. Don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. There he is. There comes the conductor.
Hey, what's up?
I set those flares, conductor.
What's the matter? Is this spot a washout? What's wrong here?
My name is Abbott, Pat Abbott. This is my wife, Jean. I'm a private detective. We had to stop your train.
Why?
I want to see a passenger of yours immediately, Professor Duffield. We called you about it on the radio phone, remember?
Yeah?
Now, I have no time to explain. The through car, the last one?
Yes, now, but wait a minute. You have no right to do this. You've already broken the law. Setting up flares like that.
All right. Now, you come with me. There's a murder involved. Any armed police aboard? We could use them.
No, and if what you're telling me is a lot of malarkey,
now, let's get
I'll
on
tell...
board. Step up, Jean. All right, now. Which compartment is Professor Duffield?
Compartment D.
Here it is, Pat.
Sorry, conductor. I'm going in.
No, just a minute. You can't just...
Yes, what is it?
Pat, it's Charlie. Good time, Charlie.
Well, what are you doing here? I thought you...
Thought that we were on our way to New York by now, Charlie? Yes, we might have been.
Well, Mr. Abbott, there's Professor Duffield. Now, what's all the excitement about? You're talking to Professor Duffield.
This man is not Duffield,
What?
conductor.
Get out of my way.
Stay where you are, Charlie.
Charlie?
This man has been masquerading as Professor Duffield. He murdered the professor on the blue rocket to Chicago. Then he hid the body in the upper berth of his compartment.
You don't get out of my
You
way.
left the body in your own compartment. Then you took the professor's space in the through car. All the crews are changed. You told everyone in the El Dorado that you were Duffield.
All right, Abbott.
If
you won't get out of the way.
Put down that gun, you-
Everybody, out of my way. I'll shoot anybody that tries to follow me. Don't move till I'm off this car.
Pat, how will we stop him?
I'll get after him. That flask he took with him may be terribly important.
Pat, come back. He'll kill you.
He's left the train. I can see him through this window. He's running up the hill out there.
Pat, don't!
The door he slammed. There, I got it. Come back, Charlie!
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
I said come back!
I won't miss this time.
Now look out! Behind you, the cliff!
Charlie, gripping the flask, fell 3,000 feet. And turning to fire at Pat, he didn't notice that he was beside that same ominous cliff we almost went over when we were in the plane. Sometime later, Pat and I were back on the El Dorado. The conductor and local police were conferring about the crime. Pat and I were having hot coffee in the lounge.
Now, Jean, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Do you?
Yes, you're very upset because I took so many chances.
Well, I certainly am. After all these years of married life, I've become rather fond of you, Patrick, and I'd hate to see...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Abbott.
Oh.
Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, hello. I remember you from the Blue Rocket. You're the gentleman who wouldn't play bridge with us.
Yes. I think I'd best introduce myself. I am Professor Ernest Duffield.
You're what?
That is correct. My identification papers. Would you care to see them, Mr. Abbott?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They told me what you did. I am extremely grateful. And so I imagine is the government. It is quite simple. The man Charles Drake murdered was hired to impersonate me. I was bitterly opposed to the idea, but the Scientists' Commission insisted upon it. I pleaded with them, but they wouldn't listen. The chap volunteered for the job, fully realizing how dangerous it was.
Well, Professor, your flask is gone. I presume it contains something very valuable.
It was supposed to contain something valuable, Mr. Abbott. And Mr. Drake went to great pains to find it, but, of course, it was worthless. The flask Mr. Drake died with in his hand was a nickel's worth of colored water. The real flask obviously is being sent to California by other means.
And how do we know you're Professor Duffield? I don't like to seem rude or melodramatic, but couldn't those identification papers be a government-manufactured fake for security reasons? Couldn't you be a government agent, maybe, impersonating Duffield, too? Did the government take the chance of revealing who the real man is, even now?
Did they, Mrs. Abbott?
Pat and I finally got back aboard the Blue Rocket on our way to New York. We were alone in our bedroom. Pat, do you realize you haven't kissed me since we left New York 3 days ago?
My, that's quite a debt I owe, isn't it?
You owe me 228 kisses, plus interest and carrying charges. A grand total of 343.
Wow. I better start paying off, huh?
Well, you'll find this is a very friendly bank, Mr. Abbott. We wouldn't mind at all if you'd overdraw your account. Moral of the story. There are plenty of fast express trains from Chicago to New York. But if you have a handsome husband who likes to make love to you, don't be a fool. Take a slow train.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those nationally popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. The cast included Kenny Delmar, Louis Van Ruten, and Mandel Kramer. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. This is Bill Rippey speaking. Next week, same time, same station, another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Now let me tell you just who Mr. Chameleon is. A college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force, where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. The listener invariably knows who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter which disguise he assumes. But the criminal he's tracking down seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Case of the Dance of Death. New York City is full of small, intimate nightclubs, each with its own devoted following. And the Club Savoy is considered one of the best, noted for its discovery of talented performers. And one of the most talented, Claude Berkeley, is now in the spotlight on the tiny dancing floor. He stands there, young, attractive, smiling. And a roll of the drums announces his specialty, tap dancing without any musical accompaniment. And as the drum beat stops, he begins to dance.
What happened? He's been shot. Someone shot Claude Berkeley. He's dead.
He can't be.
Yes, he's dead.
And so, Claude Berkeley's career comes to an end with his crumpled body still holding the spotlight. Half an hour later, Mr. Chameleon, the great detective, is bending over that body, which has been carried to a dressing room, while Claude's pretty wife, Marilyn, sits sobbing in the corner.
Where were you at the time of the shooting, Mrs. Berkeley? Here in your husband's dressing room?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was preparing a little celebration. It's the first anniversary of Claude's debut here at the Club Savoy.
I see.
The manager had sent us a bottle of champagne. Oh, we were so happy. Why do things like this have to happen?
That, my dear, is what I intend to find out. Your husband was a very talented man, and... didn't you used to dance with him?
Just at the beginning. You see,
He was a pupil at the Grayson dancing school, and that's where I met him.
I see.
I was one of the teachers. We got married and formed a dance team, but Claude went way beyond me. I was only too happy to be just his wife.
Did you say the Grayson School?
The Grayson School of the Dance.
Mm-hmm.
They specialize in tap and ballroom dancing. The school's in a brownstone house in the West 70s.
I don't believe I've heard of it before.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Chameleon, though Carl Grayson wouldn't like you very much for saying it. He's the director of the school and kind of a tyrant. He considers that he made Claude.
Did your husband agree?
Oh, Claude, my husband, was very loyal to the Grayson School. He still studied there. Really out of kindness to Carl Grayson. Oh, if he'd only...
Well, go on, Mrs. Berkeley. What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Your husband has been murdered. If you want me to find the murderer, you'll have to give me any information that you can. Now, did he have enemies at the dancing school?
Mr. Chameleon, I don't want to cast suspicion on anyone.
Mrs. Berkeley, your husband was murdered.
I know. There's a girl named Lita Montez who teaches at the school. She teaches the rumba. She was terribly in love with Claude.
I see.
At the time he married me, she tried to kill herself. Lately, she's been following him and making scenes. Claude didn't know what to do about her.
Is Lita Montez her real name?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Chameleon. All I know is if she loved Claude, how could she want to kill him? How could a woman kill the man she loved?
It seems to happen surprisingly often. Mrs. Berkeley?
Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, that must be Detective Sergeant Arnold. Dave?
Say, Mr. Chameleon, I just heard something very interesting.
Oh?
What do you suppose was here at the Club Savoy tonight? The head waiter recognized him. Johnny Moreno.
What? Is he sure?
Positive. Moreno slipped out after the shooting, but how do you like that? Some nerve, eh?
Who's Johnny Moreno?
He's a murderer and a bank robber, Mrs. Berkeley. The police have been after him for months. Where was he sitting, Dave?
Against the wall, on the left-hand side of the room.
And Claude Berkeley was shot by someone standing to the left of him. Mrs. Berkeley, are you positive you never heard of Johnny Moreno?
Oh, yes. And I'm sure that Claude, my husband, couldn't possibly have known him.
Maybe it was a coincidence, Mr. Chameleon. You know how those crooks are? They stay in hiding just so long, and then they go nuts. They have to get out.
Dave, in my book of rules, there's no such thing as coincidence. That is, it's not coincidence until it's proven to be. I want Moreno picked up and brought into Central Headquarters.
But, Mr. Chameleon,
I haven't forgotten Lita Montez, either. I'm going to the Grayson School of the Dance first thing in the morning.
And next morning at the Grayson School of the Dance, Mr. Chameleon is saying to Lita Montez...
Come on now, Miss Montez. Tell me everything you know.
Mr. Chameleon, it's unbearable that I should be questioned. I, Lita Montez, I who loved Claude Berkeley.
Nevertheless, I am questioning you. Where were you last night, Miss Montez?
I was home in bed. My dancing classes ended at 10 o'clock and I went home to bed. I am a hard-working girl.
Do you manage to make a decent living, Miss Montez? This dancing school looks pretty shabby and run down.
That is because Carl Grayson, the great Carl Grayson, will not spend money on paint and repairs. And yet he has an apartment on the top floor that...
Yes? What about his apartment?
Well, I do not know, Mr. Chameleon. I have not been in it. But it is unbearable that I should be questioned when I loved Claude. I loved him.
And you were insanely jealous of him.
Who told you that? That Marilyn, that little milksop of a wife? So sweet and pretty with the yellow curls.
Were you jealous?
A lot of people were jealous of Claude. For a lot of reasons, Mr. Chameleon. It was not I alone.
What reasons and who?
Well, Bert Crane, for one.
Hmm?
Bert is a tap dancer, too. Very good. But not as good as Claude, and he hated Claude for it. He studies here to school, too, and he always thought that he should have worked at the Club Savoy, not Claude.
The Grayson School of the Dance seems to be full of temperament.
All except me. I am not temperamental.
Oh.
But even Carl Grayson, even he was jealous. The other day, Mr. Chameleon... Oh, no, maybe I should not say this.
I think you should, Miss Montez. In fact, I insist on it.
Well, the other day I heard their quarreling. Claude and Mr. Grayson. They were in Mr. Grayson's apartment, but their voices were so loud we could hear them down here. And Mr. Grayson was saying, Claude, I will not have it. I will not have you try to take business away from me. It was I who made you. You are an ungrateful wretch.
Only my wording was a little bit different, my dear Lita. I said he was an ungrateful puppy, not a wretch.
Mr. Grayson?
Really, Lita, you do talk too much. Such a pity. Such an unattractive quality in a woman. How do you do, Mr. Chameleon? I'm Carl Grayson. I own the Grayson School of the Dance.
Well, I'm very glad to know you.
And you. When I heard the great Chameleon, the famous detective, was here in my modest little school, I was delighted. Though heartbroken, of course, at the circumstances which brought you here.
The murdered man's widow is heartbroken, too.
Oh, yes, poor child. Run along, Lita.
Mr. Grayson.
Run along.
Yes, sir, and I'm sorry I said what I did.
Pretty little thing, so full of fire. And she was telling the truth, Mr. Chameleon. It's all true. I did quarrel with Claude. He was planning on starting a dancing school of his own. I felt it was most ungrateful. He'd take all my pupils away from me.
Well, have you many pupils, Mr. Grayson? I mean, the place looks so shabby. Do you mind if I look around?
Oh, not at all. Come along. I'll show you the rooms where we give our lessons.
Well, thank you.
As for pupils, I have sufficient to pay my living expenses. That's enough. I'm primarily an artist.
But you didn't relish losing what you have.
Oh, exactly. And I have an alibi for last night, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
At the time Claude Berkeley was killed in that nightclub, I was working out a routine with another pupil of mine, a very talented young man.
No, wait a moment.
What is it?
That dancing. I want to listen.
Oh, it's just someone practicing a tap dance.
Be quiet, please.
That sounds as if it might be the young man I spoke of, Bert Crane.
Oh, don't interrupt him.
Bert! Mr. Chameleon, the detective, wants to talk to you.
Mr. Grayson, I told you not to interrupt him.
But why not, Mr. Chameleon? Bert can practice any time. This is important. Bert, my boy, this is the famous Mr. Chameleon. He's here investigating Claude's tragic death.
Yeah? Well, I've got an alibi. I was here at the school with you, Mr. Grayson. I was practicing my new routine until after midnight.
Yes, I've already been told that, Mr. Crane. Mr. Grayson here was very quick to supply both you and himself with an alibi.
And you doubt us, Mr. Chameleon? What suspicious minds you detectives have.
Yes, haven't we? Unfortunately for the criminals of this world. Mr. Crane, I am not an authority on tap dancing, but it sounded to me as if you had a brilliant technique.
Thanks, pal. It's nice to have someone appreciate me.
Well, I do. I wish that you'd repeat those steps.
What?
That dance that you were doing when I came down the hall. I would like to see it.
Well, I'm kind of winded right now.
I'd like to see it if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Bert. Dance for Mr. Chameleon.
Okay, Mr. Grayson. Here goes.
Wait a moment. Is that the step you are doing? It doesn't sound quite the same.
That's it. That's the routine Mr. Grayson's been teaching me.
Now, a few minutes later, at the office of the Commissioner of Police at Central Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon says...
The point is, Commissioner, that dancer Bert Crane was lying. That wasn't the tap dance routine that he'd been practicing. At least I don't think it was.
Yes, but what difference does it make, Chameleon? What's the connection between a dance routine and Claude Berkeley's murder?
I think there is a connection. Though what it is, I don't know yet. Just as I think there's some connection between Claude Berkeley's death and the presence of that gangster, Johnny Moreno, at the Club Savoy.
But this dance routine...
Commissioner, I couldn't swear to it, but I am almost certain that Bert Crane was tapping words in Morse code.
What?
Yes, sounds fantastic, doesn't it? But I know the Morse code so well, and I'd swear that he was spelling out the word midnight.
Chameleon.
And when I asked him to repeat it, he didn't, of course. He improvised something else, and I, Oh, hello, Dave. I was just telling the Commissioner about the Grayson School of the Dance.
Never mind the Grayson School, Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think happened to Johnny Moreno? He got out of the country.
What? How?
I don't know how, Mr. Chameleon. Anyway, we got his girl and one of his gang, but they simply laughed in our faces and said Johnny had skipped the country. He's probably in South America by now.
I wonder if he learned to rumba before he left.
You certainly have that dance school on your mind, haven't you, Chameleon?
Fascinating place, Commissioner. Full of fascinating characters. Lita Montez, who loved the murdered man, Claude Berkeley. Bert Crane, who was jealous of him. And Carl Grayson, who accused him of taking business away from him. And besides, the school itself has a strange, shall we say, atmosphere. I think I'll have to start taking rumba lessons myself.
You mean you're going there in disguise, Mr. Chameleon?
Mm-hmm. I am, Dave. I want to see that dancing school when they're not on guard against the police. I shall take the name of Harry Parks. Harry comes from Illinois. He owns a hardware store in the town of Greenville. And he's in New York on business. And before he goes home, he is determined to learn the latest dance steps. And who knows? While I, as Harry Parks, am learning to rumba, maybe I, Mr. Chameleon, will learn who killed Claude Berkeley.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the Dance of Death continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the Dance of Death. Mr. Chameleon is convinced that the Grayson School of the Dance is a strangely sinister and mysterious place. And he believes that the answer to the mystery of the death of Claude Berkeley, the tap dancer, lies within the walls of the brown stone front which houses the school. And so we find him, in his disguise as Harry Parks, taking rumba lessons from Lita Montez, one of the murder suspects. A very subdued Lita who mechanically instructs her pupil...
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, my. Just a minute, Miss Montez. I have to catch my breath. Remember, I'm a boy from the country. I'm not doing bad, huh? I'll knock 'em cold when I get back home to Illinois.
Yes, you're a very good pupil.
You're a very good teacher. You know something? It seems to me, though, you're looking kind of peaked. Where's the old pep and fire? Got something on your mind?
Oh, no, Mr. Parks.
Well, you almost act scared. Come on, tell old Harry Parks. You know, everyone in town comes to my hardware store and tells me their troubles.
Oh, you're very kind, but... Oh, just a minute. Someone I know just passed the door. The widow of Claude Berkeley.
What? You mean the tap dancer that was murdered in that nightclub?
Yes, and I want to speak to her. Marilyn! Oh, Marilyn!
Yes, Lita?
Why, I had to tell you. Oh, this is Mr. Parks, Mr. Harry Parks, a pupil of mine.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Mrs. Berkeley.
What did you want to tell me, Lita?
Well, I heard that you've been very kind to Bert Crane, that you saw to it that he got Claude's old job at the Club Savoy.
That's right. Bert's a good dancer. There's no reason why he shouldn't have the chance he needs.
Just the same, it was very generous of you, Marilyn, to help him, and I wish... Marilyn, I'm not a bad girl. Please believe me, I had nothing to do with your husband's death.
Well, Lita,
I know you think so. I do not blame you for thinking so, but soon I may have proof that I did not kill him.
Lita, nothing would make me happier than for you to find evidence against Claude's murderer. And I don't think you're bad. You couldn't help loving Claude. Oh, but this must be very embarrassing for Mr. Parks.
Oh, well, no, I don't mind. You ladies go right ahead.
No, I think we've said enough. I'll be seeing you, Lita.
Yes, Marilyn.
And believe me, dear, I don't think you're bad.
Sweet-looking girl.
Yes, she is. Mr. Parks, would you like to take another half-hour instruction in the rumba?
Miss Montez, if you don't mind, I think I'll call it a day. You know something? I'd like to see Mr. Grayson.
Carl Grayson, the head of this dancing school?
Well, he's the only one around here, isn't he? Don't he have an apartment on the top floor?
Why, yes, but Mr. Grayson seldom sees people up there.
Well, he's going to see me. I want to tell him that I like his dancing school, and when Harry Parks wants to do something, he goes right ahead and does it.
And now, Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, still in the disguise of Harry Parks, mounts the stairs to Claude Grayson's apartment on the top floor of the dancing school, the apartment to which very few people have been invited. And as he approaches the door, Mr. Chameleon hears someone dancing, tapping out a routine with rhythmic precision. And Mr. Chameleon smiles. Then, looking every inch the small-time peeper, he pushes open the door to the apartment and enters.
What the devil are you doing here?
Who is it, Bert?
How do you do?
Oh, well, who are you, sir? How dare you come pushing in here this way?
Well, my name is Harry Parks. Are you Carl Grayson?
I am. And I asked you why you came bursting in here this way.
Well, I didn't. I knocked a couple of times. This young man here was dancing. I guess you couldn't hear it. I'm one of your pupils, Mr. Grayson. That is, I'm Lita Montez's pupil, and I just wanted to tell you I think your dancing school is fine.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Yes, sir. I can rumba with the best of them now. Little old Harry will knock him dead when he gets back home in Illinois.
That's fine, but
I still can't dance like this young man here. You're a professional?
Yeah? He's a very talented boy. His name is Bert Crane. You'll be hearing about him. He opens tonight at the Club Savoy.
Is that so? Too bad I won't be here to see him. I'm taking the sleeper back home to Illinois. Well, so long, Mr. Grayson. Nice to have met you. And, Mr. Crane, I wish you lots and lots of luck.
Now, at police headquarters, a short time later, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold greets Mr. Chameleon.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, did you get anything at that dancing school?
Dave, unless I am much mistaken, that tap dancer, Bert Crane, will need all kinds of luck tonight when he opens at the Club Savoy.
You're sure they didn't see through your disguise, Mr. Chameleon?
Quite positive. If they had, I wouldn't have gotten out of that dancing school alive, Dave. Not after what I saw there.
What about this Lita Montez?
She worries me, Dave. I've sent one of the boys from headquarters to her apartment. I want her kept under constant guard.
Oh, well, I could have gone up there, Mr. Chameleon.
No, I want you with me at the Club Savoy tonight. I've already reserved a table. Though not in my name, you can be sure. Oh, I'll take that. Hello? Oh, yes, Detective McLean. What? What? Well, how did it happen? I see. No, of course I don't believe it. Leave the body just where it is.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
Lita Montez has been killed.
Mr. Chameleon?
Detective McLean got no answer at Lita Montez's apartment, Dave. The superintendent let him in, and they found her body shot through the heart.
That's a cold-blooded outfit.
That is an amazing outfit, Dave. That is one of the strangest criminal organizations I've ever been up against. But tonight, when you and I are at the Club Savoy, I hope to get the whole lot of them, including the murderer of Claude Berkeley and Lita Montez. Quite a crowd here tonight, Dave. Club Savoy is doing all right. Nothing like a murder to boost business.
What time does Bert Crane do his tap dancing act, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, in just a minute now. I imagine his nerves are pretty on edge. I think I'd be pretty nervous if I were in his dancing shoes.
Mr. Chameleon, look. Over there to one side. Butch McCarthy.
Well, I haven't heard about Butch since he pulled that bank hold up and then went underground. The Club Savoy has an interesting clientele.
Yeah, but our boys are right behind Butch. He can't possibly get away.
Well, here's the master of ceremonies. Bert Crane is about to make his dancing debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in presenting that great new find, Mr. Bert Crane, a tap dancer extraordinary who will present first a little number entitled Steps Without Music. And here he is, Bert Crane!
Okay, Dave, here we go. Sit quietly until I say the word.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
13. West. Clay. Street. 13 West Clay Street. That's what he's tapping out in the Morse code, Dave. Oh, come on, stand up. Give the signal to the boys near Butch McCarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like your attention. Everyone stay exactly where you are, and you, Bert Crane, don't move. I'm Chameleon of the police. I'll kill the first person who moves. Dave, bring in Carl Grayson, please.
Detective McLean, bring in Carl Grayson.
You, Bert Crane, come on. Get off that stage. Come with me to your dressing room.
What's the meaning of this, Chameleon?
You'll find out quickly. Come along, Crane.
I demand an explanation from you, Mr. Chameleon. Just why was I dragged down here to the Club Savoy?
Because I ordered the police to drag you here, Grayson.
But why? Why?
Because you were operating a criminal ring here, a vicious and dirty business that's let hundreds of desperate criminals escape from this country scot-free.
Oh, that's nonsense, Chameleon. I demand to be released.
Your game was to teach tap dancing routines to dancers like the murdered man Claude Berkeley.
Is that a crime?
And those tap dancing routines were rarely Morse code messages. Messages which rapped out addresses, telling escaping criminals where to pick up forged passports to get them out of the country.
We've arrested Butch McCarthy outside with $5,000 cash on him. He confesses he was listening for Bert Crane to tap out the address where to pick up a phony passport to get him out of the country.
What? If there's anything like that going on here, I never knew it. That's something the boys are doing themselves.
Mr. Chameleon, he's lying. Now I know, Grayson, why you made me learn such strange steps. You dirty dog trying to...
That's right, Bert Crane, but don't you worry. Move your hand any nearer to that light switch, Grayson, and I'll shoot you down. Put your hands up.
You big-mouthed fool, Crane. I'll kill you for trying to frame me.
Yes, just as you killed Claude Berkeley, eh, Grayson? Well, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Keep those hands up.
I didn't kill Berkeley.
You didn't? Who did?
If you're such a smart copper, why don't you find out for yourself?
I will. And quick, Grayson. You killed Claude Berkeley because he caught on to your passport racket and tried to start one of his own. Dave, you bring in the murdered man's wife, Madeline Berkeley, please.
Yes, sir. She's just outside the door here.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what is this? Have you found poor Claude's murderer? Oh, Carl. Carl, it can't be you. Claude trusted you so.
What's that?
Carl, how could you? Oh, how dreadful, how terrible.
Why, you two-timing little devil trying to pin this on me? Listen, Chameleon, she's the one who killed him.
Why, sure she did.
That's a lie. Grayson, I'll...
Dave, get that gun away from her.
Let go of that.
Let me go.
You bite my hand again and I'll knock you over. Okay, I've got her, Mr. Chameleon.
I didn't want to tell you, Chameleon, but I felt I had to. It's hard to believe at first. Such a nice, innocent girl.
You lying double-crosser, Grayson. You helped me kill Claude. I tell you, Chameleon, he helped me.
I know that too, Madeline Berkeley. And more than that, you and Grayson were in the whole thing together. The traffic in forged passports, the phony dance school, this Club Savoy where the tap dancer rarely tapped out Morse code messages to criminals.
I tell you, Carl Grayson did it. Oh, haven't I been through enough? My husband murdered. I loved him so much.
Cut the act, Madeline. You were in love with Grayson.
In love with Grayson? What a lie.
Yesterday, when I walked into Grayson's apartment, I saw you in his arms in a very passionate embrace before you ran into the next room.
Now we've got you, Chameleon, you lying cop. You were never in my apartment.
Oh, yes, I was, Grayson. I was disguised as Harry Parks.
You were Harry Parks, that hick from Illinois who was taking dancing lessons?
Yes, nifty disguise, wasn't it, Grayson?
You sneaking cop. That doesn't prove I committed murder being in Carl's apartment.
No, but it helps. This gun Detective Sergeant Arnold took from you is the same caliber that killed your husband.
I got it from Carl.
She's lying again, Chameleon. It's her gun.
Careless of you, Madeline, to have carried that gun around, but you were getting careless on all fronts. You were so anxious to kill Lita Montez, who knew too much about you and Grayson, that you left your fingerprints all over her apartment.
What?
And she was killed with a bullet from an automatic, just like this one.
Marilyn, you crazy fool. I told you to be careful.
Yes, you had gloves on, didn't you, Carl?
I think that's quite enough. No more arguments, please. You'll both be tried for murder. You, Madeline Berkeley, as the killer of your husband, Claude Berkeley, and of Lita Montez. And you, Carl Grayson, as her accomplice. Dave, you take them along, please. Not nice people at all.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do doctors themselves smoke?
In a nationwide survey a few years ago, 113,597 doctors in every branch of medicine were asked,
What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?
The brand name most was Camel. Again and again, in repeated surveys, the same preference was shown.
Yes, these surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Why don't you smoke Camels, too?
Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, let's see. I play the red 9 on the black 10. Move the 8 of spades off this pile and put it over here. That gives me another king. Now, where's the 3 clubs? I'll sneak a look under here. No, ain't there.
Hello?
Now, I'll be with you in a minute. Now, where do you suppose that 3 o'clock? Oh, well. Diamond Detective Agency. Anyone for Pinochle?
Rick, don't tell me you're still at it. You told me an hour ago you'd quit as soon as you'd won one game.
1-1 game. That's nice and confusing, isn't it? Helen, baby, I wouldn't admit this to anyone but you, but I haven't even come close.
I was afraid of that. Have you tried stacking the deck?
Helen, that's cheating.
I know, but have you tried it?
Well, just once. But only in self-defense, and even that didn't help. I still lost.
Well, then I'm afraid you're hopeless. Why not give it up and come over here? We could play some gin.
Oh, no. I owe you 1,369 toothpicks now. At that rate, I'll have to buy a lumber camp.
You there on the telephone.
Me?
Yeah, you the boss?
Well, no, not exactly. I'm just the owner.
That's good enough. If that's somebody wanting to hire you, tell him to call back.
Rick, is that man ordering you around?
He's trying.
You hear me? I said tell him to call back.
Now, just a minute.
That's right, killer. Stand up to him. We don't have to take no guff.
Well, honey, I wish you were here so we could get a look at the size of it.
You gonna hang up or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir? Richard Diamond, did you say yes, sir?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. I mean, bye. Bye, Helen, dear.
Okay. You said you were the owner of this outfit? That means your name's Diamond?
Yes, sir.
My name's Ed Barton, Diamond. Don't bother shaking hands, because I got a hunch you ain't going to go for the deal I'm laying down. That way there won't be any hard feelings. Reason I say that is because I've already been to 3 or 4 of you guys, and they didn't go for it. For my money, you're all a bunch of lilies.
Well, look, Mr. Barton, you
Now, don't get me wrong. That ain't saying you're like the rest of them. Truth of the matter is, I hope you ain't. The deal I got to offer takes a guy with a little backbone.
Well, suppose you tell me what the deal is before you get too involved with my sacrilege.
You've heard of the Barton Metal Works? Well, that's me. I'm the boss. Started out 15 years ago with a forge and an anvil. Today, I got over 40 men working for me, turning out some pretty big jobs. Contracts a lot of these guys around town would give their eye teeth for. If it's made of metal, Barton will make it. That's my motto.
Well, that's as good as some of mine. Go ahead.
Diamond, it took me a long time to get this thing going the way I want it, and now somebody's trying to mess it up for me. Trouble is, I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Loyalty is one thing, and staying with the sinking ship is something else again.
Very well said, Mr. Barton. Now, would you like to tell me what it means?
4 men quit on me yesterday, Diamond. 6 the day before, and no telling how many today. Word's getting around that the plant is jinxed.
Must be a pretty good reason for it, Mr. Barton. Men don't give up their living over a superstition.
Of course there's a reason for it. Why do you think I'm here?
You tell me.
Because I've had 2 accidents down at the plant in the past 4 weeks. 2 men killed in less than a month. That's a lot of accidents, Diamond.
Yeah, does seem to be stretching things a little.
So now, just because of that, the whole plant's supposed to be bad luck. Diamond, my production's beginning to slack off.
Mm-hmm. Well, just how accidental were these accidents?
Craziest things you ever heard of. Mike O'Brien tripped and fell over a steel rod. Larry Martin got in the way of the big hammer. Just one fool thing after another. Somebody's out to do me dirt, Diamond, and they're trying to get at me through the plant.
Yeah, but why, Mr. Barton?
How do I know why? They just are, that's all. Don't ask me if I got any enemies. I probably got more enemies than any man on the face of the earth. People just don't like me.
Can't understand that. Soft-spoken fellow like you. So, the idea is you want to hire me to go down there and see who's out to get you, huh?
That's right. Got a job already picked out for you down at the plant.
You mean I have to work, too?
Certainly. You don't think I'm going to pay you just to run around asking a lot of fool questions, do you?
No, I guess you wouldn't, Mr. Barton.
Well, how about it? You going to back down, too?
Mr. Barton, thanks to you, my girl already thinks I'm a coward. Looks like there's only one way to change your mind. Big Ed Barton came as close to a grin as he probably ever would, dumped a tidy retainer on my desk, and stuck out his hand. Coward that I am, I took off my ring and lost 5 fingers somewhere inside of his calloused palm. The bargain being sealed, Big Ed then drove me down to the plant.
Miller, this here's Richard Diamond. Private eye I told you I was getting.
Hi. All right.
Get him some clothes and put him on it right away. This is Steve Miller, Diamond, my foreman.
Yeah.
And this guy gets 100 a day, Steve. See that he earns it.
I don't mind Big Ed, Mr. Diamond. He means well, but if it isn't made of metal, he doesn't understand it.
Yeah, I wonder how he'd react to a Geiger counter. Which way is the locker room, Mr. Miller?
Down this way, Diamond. Oh, and just call me Steve.
Oh, sure. A nice little place you got here. Being foreman must keep you pretty busy.
Full-time job, all right. I suppose Ed told you what he wants you to do.
Yep. Wait for an accident to happen to me.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. Whoever's behind this will try to get rid of you right away.
Oh, isn't there something else we could talk about? Income tax or the war or something pleasant like that?
Sure. Oh, locker room's right in here.
Good.
Big Ed and I have both gone over the entire personnel looking for a possible suspect. But just about everybody down here has been with us over 5 years. With the plant, that is.
Well, Big Ed seems to think he's got a lot of enemies, Steve.
Oh, it's just his way, Diamond. Ed hasn't any more enemies than the next fella. Oh, here's some stuff that ought to fit you.
Oh, thanks. That's quite a uniform you fellows wear.
Uniform? Oh, the overalls, you mean. Oh, not so bad after you get used to them.
Oh? How long you been wearing them, Steve?
Oh, most of my life, I guess. I was practically born in front of a forge. My father was a blacksmith.
All right. How long have you been with Big Ed?
From the beginning. Since before he moved out of the old shop into the plant here. Of course, I haven't always been foreman. That's only happened in the last... Oh, hi, Fred. Come in for a smoke. Diamond, meet Fred Larson. Hey, what's the matter, Fred?
I'm quitting, Steve.
Quitting?
That's what I said.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Fred.
Save your breath. My mind's made up.
Oh, I see. So it's even got to you.
Look, Fred.
Who's he?
Someone who isn't afraid to get down into the furnace room and take over Larry Martin's spot at the hammer. Diamond here knows the place isn't jinxed, don't you?
Well,
Better not answer that until you've been here a while, brother. I just about had it a couple of minutes ago myself.
You? How, Fred? What happened?
Railing gave way up on number 5 catwalk. Right there where the plates are stored.
What?
That's what I said. If it hadn't been for that scaffolding, I'd have cashed in right then.
But those railings are always given out, Fred. You know that. It's been happening for years.
Yeah, but this one just came too close. I ain't stopping to pick up my check, Steve. Mail it to me.
Those railings aren't indestructible, Diamond. They just wear out.
Mm-hmm. What was he talking about? Plates?
Oh, I'll show you when we get up there. Number 5 catwalk's right above the big hammer.
Oh, all right. No, I'm all dressed. How do I look? On second thought, don't answer that.
Oh, here's the place Fred was talking about, Diamond. Guess I can't blame him for quitting. Would have been a nasty fall.
Yeah. Hey, what's this stuff under the catwalk, Steve?
Oh, those are the plates. They're too heavy to lug back and forth, so we just store them up here on the scaffolding.
Oh, I see. You mean I'm going to work down there under these things?
That's where Big Ed told me to put you, Diamond. He's the boss.
I guess that's right. If I ever forget it, I guess he'll come around and remind me. Well, that hammer's a pretty big piece of equipment, isn't it?
Sure is. But the work you'll do isn't hard. The plates come out of the furnace hot. It's your job to flatten them out. All you have to do is flip a switch on the hammer and roll the plates.
Roll the plates? Well, after that climb, I may not even be able to flip the switch.
Otto!
Yes, Stevie?
That's Otto Schmidt. He'll handle the furnace for you.
Well, looks like he can handle the whole factory.
Hello, Stevie. Is the fellow going to take Larry's place?
That's right, Otto. Rick Diamond, Otto Schmidt.
Howdy, Otto.
Hello.
He's a new man, Otto. Never worked in a shop before.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, don't worry. I take care of him.
Just how do you mean that?
Now, take it easy, Otto. Production isn't as important as safety right now. Remember that.
Yeah, I remember, Stevie.
Now, you'll be working all alone down here, Diamond. Just you and Otto.
Swell.
The main thing is to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Otto. You can take over now.
Yeah, I take over now. You like it, yeah?
Yeah?
Just don't get too close to hammer.
No home should be without one. It's great for straightening nails, pounding out meat.
Yeah, maybe pound out home, too. You think maybe you stay?
Sure. Why not, Otto?
You not scared, huh?
Should I be?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. What kind work you do before?
Delivered telegrams.
Say, you pull Otto's leg?
With these gloves on, don't be silly. Hey, you better heat up this plate again. Hey, this hammer's going crazy or something. What?
Look out, Diamond! Look out!
Where? What?
Up there! Look out for those plates! Jump! Jump! Don't!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
Among the many stars whose voices, whose throats are their fortunes, is Maureen O'Hara.
Maureen O'Hara's cigarette must suit her taste and throat, and that's the reason camels get Maureen O'Hara's vote.
Yes, Miss O'Hara tried the different brands and chose Camels. Beautiful Maureen found that Camels agree with her throat.
And Miss O'Hara's only one of the many famous stars who regularly smoke Camels. Some of the others are Dick Hames, Dennis O'Keefe, Linda Darnell, Henry Fonda, Vaughn Monroe, and our own Dick Powell.
Why don't you take a tip from the famous people whose throats are their fortunes and who smoke Camels? Make your own 30-day Camel test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, pack after pack.
See how well Camels agree with your throat, week after week.
Camels, smoke Camels, and see how mild a cigarette can be.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Big Ed Barton had another accident on his hands. Otto Schmidt. They carried him out of the furnace room in bad shape, but alive. I went up to have a look at number 5 catwalk. And it took me about 20 minutes up there to decide that it hadn't been any more accidental than my working for Big Ed.
Oh, come on in, Diamond. I'll need your signature on this accident report.
You know, Steve, I don't think it was an accident. That scaffolding didn't come loose all by itself.
Yeah, but I've still got to make out the report. Well, have a chair. I'll have this finished in a minute.
Okay, thanks. You handle the paperwork too, Steve?
Yeah, most of it. Anything concerning the plant itself usually falls in my lap. Ed doesn't care much for office work.
Well, I guess he would look a little out of character to that. And incidentally, how come that railing on number 5 catwalk hasn't been fixed yet? Seems to me that Fred Larson quit on account of it. Whose department is that, anyway?
I reported it to Big Ed as soon as I could.
No? Well, where's Ed now?
Home, I guess. Want me to call and see if he's there?
No, that's all right. I think I'll just run over and surprise him. What's the address?
105 East Parkview. Big mansion. You can't miss it.
105 East Parkview, right. I'll sign that report when I get back, Steve.
So, what if it wasn't fixed, Diamond? Those railings cost money. I told Steve not to let that plant nickel and dime me to death, and I meant it.
Then you purposely let it go.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say that.
You don't have to, Barton. You got the report over an hour ago. That's plenty of time to get the work done.
Who told you I got the report, Diamond?
Well, what difference does it make? You're responsible for the repairs, aren't you?
That's right. But don't think you're going to jump all over me, Diamond. Matter of fact, I didn't even know the railing was down until you told me just now. Anyway, I don't see what this has to do with what happened to Otto Schmidt.
You don't, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Barton. Someone got up there where the railing is out and loosened the braces on that scaffolding. If the railing had been up, he wouldn't have been able to reach it.
That's a lot of hogwash. I don't believe it.
I don't expect you to believe me, Barton, but talk to Otto. He saw who was up there. I saw part of it myself just before the plates started falling.
You mean Otto saw...
That's right.
Well, don't look at me. I told you I didn't know anything about that railing.
That's your story, Mr. Barton, and you better stick to it.
Where do you think you're going? I didn't say I was finished with you yet.
No, and I'm not finished with you, Barton. As soon as I've had a talk with Otto, I'm going to take off these overalls and get back into my own clothes, and then you can
You mean you're quitting? Walking out?
That's right. Now, don't worry. I'm going to find out who's behind this, but I'm going to do it on my own. In case you haven't gotten the idea, Big Ed, I don't like working for you. Otto, open your eyes. I want to talk to you.
No talk.
Why? It wasn't an accident, Otto. You know that.
No. It was accident.
Don't you want whoever's responsible for this to pay for it?
No.
What are you afraid of, Otto? Who are you hiding?
I'm afraid it's no use, Diamond. For some reason, he just won't talk.
But why? What's he afraid of?
That's all the time I can let you gentlemen have. You'll have to have some rest now.
Just a minute, Doctor. Mrs. Schmidt, talk to him, will you? See if you...
No. Otto don't want to talk.
All right. How long will it be before I can see him again, Doctor?
Well, that's hard to say. Several hours, anyway. You might check with the front desk later this evening. They can tell you more about it then.
All right, thanks.
Would one of you mind dropping her off? It's getting late. There's nothing she could do here.
I'll take her home, Diamond. You probably feel like a shower and a change of clothes anyway.
Thanks, Steve. But I've still got some work to do. I dropped by the Barton Metalworks to get my clothes out of the locker room, but the night watchman wouldn't let me in without a pass. Too tired to argue with him, I hopped a cab to my apartment for a change of clothes. Yeah, but wait till I sit down. I just got in.
This is it, Barton. Never mind sitting down. Get over to my house right away. I got something to show you.
I thought I told you.
I know what you told me, but this is pretty important.
All right, what is it?
A note. It was in my mailbox. No stamp, no address, nothing. Just the note.
A note? What does it say?
Well, the fellow used up a lot of words he didn't need, but the gist of the thing is I'm supposed to close down the plant or suffer the consequences.
Maybe that isn't a bad idea, Mr. Barton, if it'll stop these killings.
Well, it'll be a cold day in the furnace room when I close up. Of course, I might get out from under. Work some sort of deal so I wouldn't lose any money.
Yeah, you might do that. But... Whoever it was had been waiting out on the fire escape. The bullet thudded into the back of my best chair, and I got on behind it, wondering which drawer I'd left my gun in this time. After a while, when nothing happened, I sneaked a look around the arm of the chair.
Diamond, what's all the noise?
There was no one there.
Diamond?
And then I realized Big Ed Barton was still talking.
Hear me, Diamond? Speak up. What's going on over there anyway? What do you think?
Oh, this place gives me the creeps at night, Diamond. Especially way up here. No one around. Just a lot of machinery.
Yeah.
And what are we looking for, anyway?
Oh, I just wanted to have another look at this railing, Steve. Oh, by the way, where were you when I dropped by your place?
Just getting some air. I didn't know you were going to come by. Hey, couldn't we let this go till morning? I don't like it around here when it's quiet like this.
Why not?
I just don't, that's all.
You know, you look pretty good in a suit, Steve. You ought to wear one more often.
Oh, thanks, Diamond. You really think so?
Yeah. Never know to look at you now that you were just a foreman in the factory.
Just a foreman?
That's your job here at the plant, isn't it, Steve? But, doesn't it ever bother you working so many years for a guy who doesn't appreciate it? Especially now that the big contracts have started to come in, Ed's pulling in all the gravy, and you're still nothing but a foreman.
Quit saying that, will you? Quit saying I'm nothing but a foreman.
Why not? It's true, isn't it, Steve?
There's nothing wrong with being foreman. It's a very important job. I got charge of every piece of equipment, every man.
But not charge of the plant. Isn't that right, Steve? Someone else has charge of the plant.
Well, what if he has? Next to him, I'm the boss.
That's right, Steve. Next to him, you're the boss.
Well, suppose I told you he isn't the boss. What if I told you I was in partnership with Big Ed? What would you think of that?
I'd think it was kind of funny, Steve.
Funny, is it? Well, that's the way it is. You can ask him if you don't believe me. He'll tell you.
I mean, it's kind of funny you're still wearing overalls and living in a boarding house when Big Ed has a mansion and a couple of servants. Doesn't add up, Steve.
Not now it doesn't, but it will. The partner's entitled to full rights, isn't he? And Big Ed kept promising me. All these years he's been promising me.
Promising you what, Steve?
As soon as the money started coming in. As soon as things picked up, I could Get out of the plant. I could wear a suit on the job. Meet people.
Why should Barton promise you that?
Because we're partners, that's why. We went in 50-50.
When, Steve? When did you go in 50-50?
Almost 15 years ago. Down at the old place. I used to work the forge. Ed'd go out and get the jobs. He got to talk to the people. All I ever got to do was handle the forge.
I think I understand, Steve.
And then because he got the jobs, he thought he was entitled to more than I was. He said it was all his doing. I was just working for him. He put me on a salary. Made me work in the plant.
Well, what do you hope to get out of all this? Hating Big Ed is all right, Steve, but if he closes up the plant, you'd be out of a job.
But I won't be out of a job. I'll be in charge then. I'm a partner, ain't I?
All right, Steve, we could go back down now.
Down? Down where? Where are you taking me?
Downtown, to talk to some people.
You mean the police?
That's right. And Steve, just in case you've still got that gun, I think it's only fair to tell you that this time I've got one, too.
Kinda quiet tonight, Rick.
Yeah, kind of quiet, Helen, honey.
Is it because you owe me 1,369 toothpicks?
Well, that could have something to do with it.
Then I'll get the cards and give you a chance to even the score.
Are you kidding? We'll be here for 6 months.
What's wrong with that?
Come to think of it, nothing.
Well, then leave us get the show on the road. While you sing me a song, I'll set up the card table.
Oh, Helen, you are just too good to me.
Ain't it the truth?
Fella comes home from the office, he's tired, needs comforting, and there you are. I just don't deserve someone like you.
Wait a minute. You're reading the wrong part.
Oh.
Maybe you'd just better sing, huh?
Yeah, maybe I better. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me. Every road has a turning. That's one thing you're learning. I cried for you. What a fool I used to be. Now I found two eyes just a little bit bluer. I found a heart just a little bit truer. I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me.
Where'd the trombone come from?
I played it with my feet. Abe Lincoln taught it to me.
Gosh.
Gosh?
Gosh, and a whole lot of G's. Sometimes, Richard, you really get to me.
Now, steady, girl.
Richard, my fool, kiss me.
Oh, well, here.
This is a kiss?
Well, honey, after all, I'm tired, sleepy, worn out, bushed, beat. Had a busy day.
You must have had a busy week. When I say a kiss, I mean a kiss. Come here. Now, that's what I mean when I say... Rick? Rick, what's wrong? It serves me right. I'm going to have to get myself a younger detective.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment.
No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor and cool, mildness.
That's because Camel's costly tobaccos are properly aged and expertly blended for flavor and mildness, for true smoking enjoyment.
Yes, and it's one of the reasons why Camel is America's most popular cigarette, by billions of cigarettes per year.
Are you smoking the cigarette that's enjoyed most in America? If not, start your own 30-day Camel test tonight.
It's a sensible test of cigarette mildness, based on steady smoking. Here's all you do. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days.
You'll soon see how rich, how flavorful a cigarette can be, and you'll discover why Camel is America's most popular cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to help bring pleasure to hospitalized veterans and members of our armed forces, the makers of Camel cigarettes send thousands of packs of Camels to veterans and military hospitals every week. This week's gift Camels are on their way to Veterans Hospitals Dwight, Illinois, and Whipple, Arizona, Rapid City Air Force Hospital, Rapid City, South Dakota, and to all hospitals operated by the Far East Command of the U.S. Army. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Ty Cobb with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher. Others in the cast were Raymond Burr, Jack Moyles, Jess Kirkpatrick, Joe Duvall, and Alan Reed. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. Many, many millions of Americans enjoy cigarettes regularly. One thing about cigarettes that many smokers may not realize is that more than half the money we pay for our smokes goes for taxes. Yes, that's right. 8 cents of the price of every pack we buy goes to the federal government, and 3 or 4 cents more in most states goes for state or city cigarette taxes. So that actually means that better than half the price you pay for cigarettes goes for tax. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Now stay tuned, for This Is Your FBI, followed immediately by Ozzie and Harriet over most of these stations.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, there's something about me that is to trouble what molasses is to flies. I never go around looking for trouble. Trouble goes around looking for me. Now, take that afternoon a few months ago when I walked into the press room of the Hall of Justice and found, among others, Clark Ames, the young City Hall reporter for the Chronicle, expounding on his favorite subject, a deep hatred for a man named Fred Curtis, nicknamed the Alibi Master. Ames and the other newspaper men had watched Curtis win acquittals for a dozen different clients, and always by the same route: unbreakable alibis. This made the clients very happy and the district attorney very miserable. The Chronicle, a crusading newspaper, had, at the instigation of Clark Ames, been running an anti-Curtis campaign, bordering pretty close on libel. And Curtis, who was sharper than a razor's edge and harder to catch up with on the horizon, hated Ames with a wonderful passion. Curtis had won the last round,
and Ames was telling me about it.
So Curtis goes to Williams, my managing editor, and threatens a libel suit. Well, I had gone a little overboard, I guess. And Williams had to let me go. Temporary layoff until the heat died down. But now I'm back on the job, Brogue, and I'm solid. And you wait until that phony Curtis sees me sitting here. Wait till he finds out I'm back on the job. Huh?
Look, Ames, I've been around this town for a while, and if I'm picking out a guy to buck, it won't be Fred Curtis. Huh? How come you decided to make a career of locking horns with the smartest mouthpiece in the business? How do you expect to win?
Oh, don't worry about it, Rogue. I got that phony right where I want him. You wait a couple of days, that's all. Mr. Alibi Master Curtis is going to be nailed to the Chronicle's masthead.
Hello, Ames. Did I hear you taking my name in vain?
Could be.
How uninteresting. What are you doing sitting around in the press room? It's reserved for the working press. Hello, Rogue.
How's your trial going, Curtis?
Oh, my client will have dinner at home tonight. Jury just retired.
Your client is guilty as the devil, Curtis. What's his alibi this time?
Now you know he couldn't have committed the crime. I've just proved to the jury that he was in San Francisco at the time the murder was committed. How are you getting along on your unemployment insurance, Ames? It was a pleasure getting you fired.
Too bad it didn't last. Well, I'm back on the job, which means I'm right back on your trail. That's bad news for you, Curtis.
Do me a favor, will you, Ames? When you call in the report of the not guilty verdict the jury's about to bring in for my client, tell your stupid managing editor I'm filing a libel action against him the first thing in the morning.
Look, Curtis, let's go in the courtroom, will you? I'm going to be there when the jury comes in.
Okay, Rogue. Oh, here, Ames. Here's $10. Go get a haircut, will you, kid? And have your suit pressed. And don't forget to spell my name correctly when you phone that story in.
Here's your 10 right in your face, Curtis. I'll see that your name is spelled right. In the biggest type in the shop, right at the top of the page when you're tried for falsifying evidence. And that's going to happen to you awfully soon, wise guy.
Here. Take it easy, Ames.
Oh, let him talk.
Let me give you something to kick around in that warped mind of yours, Curtis. You remember a guy named Don Thompson? Your alibi witness for Ed Harris a year ago. I'm sure you remember Thompson.
What about him?
Would it put a crimp in that famous poise of yours if you knew that Thompson had given the Chronicle a signed and witnessed statement admitting that he had perjured himself in that alibi statement for Harris?
That is preposterous.
Is it? Well, you'd be in quite a spot if the Chronicle happened to have a statement like that, wouldn't you, Curtis? A statement that swears that you paid Don Thompson $1,000 for the perjured testimony that kept Ed Harris out of the gas chamber? That'd sure stop your clock, wouldn't it?
Have you been drinking, Ames? You sound even a little more illogical than usual.
Oh, that's right. You like logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, figure this one out. I've been trying for some time to get convicting evidence on you. You got me fired for trying. The Chronicle was scared of a libel suit. But all of a sudden, my managing editor, Williams, doesn't seem to be very afraid of your suing the paper. Now, what could be the reason for him giving me my job back? It could be that statement from Thompson did it, couldn't it? All right, now sweat it out, Curtis. You'll be seeing your picture in the Chronicle with bars in front of you and a number on your chest in about 48 hours. Not even one of your phony alibis can keep you out of this rap, big shot.
I suppose I should be annoyed by such juvenile threats, but I just don't seem to be able to take you seriously, Ames. And the next time I give you my attention, you'll never work on a newspaper again. Coming with me, Rogue?
No, not now, no. I think I'll stay here and use the telephone. You could see and feel the hate that hung in the air in that press room like a cloud of poison gas after Fred Curtis left. Clark Ames went all to pieces as soon as we were alone, paced the floor, said he'd talk too much. He was as worried as a man with a 3-horse parlay and 2 winners. Pretty soon, though, he left, and I used the telephone to call a couple of girls I know. They weren't home. I was about to give up and go to dinner by myself when I turned around and saw Betty Callahan standing there behind me, looking like $1 million, which is a nice figure, which is what she has, if you know what I mean. Betty had a funny little quizzical smile on her face.
Hello, Richard. What's the matter? Aren't you having any luck?
Well, honey, I was just going to call you.
You mean that if Alice isn't home and Liza doesn't answer, I'm next in line?
Oh, now, you know better than that. You're always first on my list.
Remember, Richard, I was standing here when you were phoning.
Sure. I was just trying to get a substitute, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you want? The names of some girls and a few phone numbers?
Now, don't look at me like that, Betty. The only reason I was calling those other girls was because I couldn't find you.
Well, I'll forgive you if you'll take me to dinner and then to the theater to see Cholula Banker.
Oh, my goodness, you have such expensive taste.
Oh, really, my dear man. I have something infinitely better. I have 2 passes for the show.
Well, good. I've got 2 passes for a drive-in. Come on, I want to see if I can walk through that door without eating the jam off of it. I'm hungry.
So am I. That's the only reason you have a date with me tonight, Richard.
Well, then come on. All through that hamburger, I kept dividing my thoughts between how such a little girl could eat so much food and that scene in the press room at the Hall of Justice. I knew Fred Curtis for what he really was, cold-blooded and completely ruthless. I remembered that look in his eyes as he left the press room. A little puzzlement, a little fear, and a great deal of malice. Even if nobody else believed the story Ames told, I was sure that Curtis more than half believed it. And that meant trouble for somebody. Betty and I finished our dinner at last, and in spite of everything she could eat, I still had money enough to pay for it and a cab to the theater. We were just back in our seats after the second act intermission when I heard my name being paged.
If Richard Rogue is in the audience, will he please report to the lobby? Mr. Richard Rogue, please report to the lobby.
Isn't that a sort of obvious piece of publicity, Richard?
How the devil did anybody know I was here?
You better go see what's so important. But you hurry back.
I'll be right back, baby. I had a bad hunch as I walked up that aisle. Those little chills that always race up and down my spine when I'm walking into trouble were acting up. I didn't know what to expect as I walked out into the lobby. Then I saw Clark Ames standing there. His face was as white as a dove's wing, and his eyes had the strained look that is the aftermath of seeing violent death.
Rogue.
Yeah, what's the matter, Ames? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I've seen something worse, Rogue. You got to come down to the Chronicle with me.
Now, get a hold of yourself. You're shaking like a dice cup. What's the matter?
Williams, my managing editor, was just killed.
Huh?
Murdered in his office.
Well, that's the beginning of our story. We'll continue in just a moment, but first, here's Jim Doyle.
Romance and soft feminine glamour are back in style. Women are taking off the bandanas they donned in war plants and are again letting their hair reflect moonbeams and stardust. That's why Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is in more demand now than ever, because Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the radiant beauty of your hair. Its fragrant, creamy lather cleanses so thoroughly and rinses out so completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, so no special after-rinse is needed. And best of all, you can wash your hair as often as you like with Fitch's saponified shampoo, and it will never become dry or harsh-feeling. That's because this shampoo is made from pure, natural oils that keep your hair ever soft and lustrous. Ask for Fitch's saponified shampoo the next time you're at your beauty shop, or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I was working. The publisher of the Chronicle was paying me $1,000 for putting the long, cold finger on the murder of Williams, the managing editor. I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was, so it looked like a soft buck. When Ames and I arrived at the Chronicle, homicide was already there. My friendly enemy, Lieutenant Urban, was in charge, as usual. He walked over from where he was examining the remains of the late Mr. Williams.
Hey, Sam, help me with this.
What are you doing here, Rogue?
Now, Urban, you know whenever anything comes along you boys can't handle, they always send for me.
Who's paying you?
The publisher of this paper. Now, shall we go on with the third degree, or shall we get to work on the murder?
What do you know about it?
More than you do. When was he killed?
The medical examiner says he got it about 2 hours ago.
Stabbed to death with his own copy shears, huh?
Yeah, the last edition had already gone in. No one else was in the city room when it happened.
Found a motive?
Well, look at the office. Every file's been emptied. The murderer was looking for something, Rogie.
Yeah, I wonder if he found it.
You wouldn't know what it was, would you?
Yeah, I might. I might at that. I heard the Chronicle had a signed confession from Don Thompson. They were going to run it tomorrow.
Now, what was Thompson's confession? Come on, Rogue. You might as well give me all of it.
Well, it seemed Thompson was confessing that he had been paid quite a sum of money for a job of perjury by Fred Curtis, commonly known as the alibi master. In words of one syllable, so you can understand it, Urban, Thompson sold the Chronicle information which would have put Curtis away for about 10 years.
Curtis, eh? Well, looks like this is going to be a simple case.
Could be, yes. Hey, Ames, you know where Williams kept that Thompson confession?
It was in the top drawer of this file. It's gone.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that settles that, Urban.
That's too easy. Curtis knows every trick in the book.
Hello, Urban. May I come in?
Yeah. We were just talking about you, Curtis. You're very welcome.
I figured I would be.
Why did you kill him, Curtis? You knew you'd be the number one on the suspect parade.
Oh, that's not very smart, Rogue. If I had killed him, I would have been much more clever about it. I wasn't within 100 miles of here when he was killed.
Well, that sounds familiar.
I know I'm wasting my time asking this, Curtis, but you can prove that alibi, can't you?
Of course. I was on my ranch in Antelope Valley when I heard over the radio that Williams had been killed. I suppose my friend Rogue has told you of the fantastic story a drunken reporter named Ames was shouting in the press room at the Hall of Justice today.
Yeah, I told him. He knows all about it. Oh, incidentally, Thompson's little composition is missing. The man who killed Williams lifted it.
Very convenient for you, wasn't it, Curtis?
Convenient? Oh, there never was such a confession. There couldn't have been. Because there wasn't the slightest background of truth for the wild tale Ames told today.
Okay, Curtis. We'll let you know what we think of the story after we've checked your alibi. You were on your ranch in Antelope Valley when you heard the report of Williams' death.
Yes.
That's about 100 miles from here, right?
Approximately. As soon as I heard the report of the death, I knew I would be a suspect. So I started to town. I stopped in a bar in Palmdale for a drink on the way in and then came directly to the Chronicle office without stopping. My car's at the curb now in front of the building.
Ryan, check those alibis.
Oh, they'll check, Lieutenant.
I'm sure they will. The alibi master would never slip up on his own alibi.
That's right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Rogue.
And I'm sorry to be disappointed, Curtis. You sure you don't know anything about this murder? You didn't hire someone to do it for you, did you?
Of course not. I had nothing against the man. Why should I want to kill him?
You can go, Curtis. We'll try to break that alibi or find the boy you hired. Until we do, take it easy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Oh, you can reach me at my office if I can be of any further use to you.
Oh, Curtis, are you going back toward the Biltmore Theater?
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back there. I left my car there. And, oh, brother, Betty. Ooh, she'll massacre me.
I'll give you a lift. Come on, Rogue.
This Curtis guy was strictly the deluxe type. His car was a long, sleek black job a few sizes smaller than the Queen Mary, but with approximately the same amount of power. We got in. Curtis turned on the ignition, and the gas gauge swept clear across to full. Curtis had said he drove directly from the bar in Palmdale to the Chronicle office without stopping. About 70 miles. Mr. Curtis's carefully planned alibi was not so carefully planned. I was enjoying a short ride with a murderer. He saw my eyes on the gasoline gauge, followed them with his own, and then put his hand in his coat pocket. I knew there was a gun in it. As we drove away from the curb, I picked up a copy of the Chronicle, which had been lying in the seat beside me. I thought perhaps if I could hide my thoughts a little better, if I pretended a great nonchalance, for no part of which I felt. Curtis was not sure that I'd attached the proper importance to the story the gas gauge told. He was being nonchalant, too. I had a little dough riding on prevaricator 7th today when I came out.
Ought to be in that paper. Final results.
Where'd you get it?
I bought it in Palmdale.
Then? Oh, this is the Bulldog edition.
Oh.
The Bulldog edition is sold only on the streets in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid I made a mistake, huh, Ron?
Yes, I'm afraid you made two of them, Curtis. This paper and that full gas tank. You didn't drive 70 miles in this gas eater without stopping and arrive here with a full tank, did you?
You're very observant. Looks like you're cracking my alibi, huh?
You killed Williams, didn't you?
Yes, I had to. I had to get that confession of Thompson's that would have ruined me. I owe that impetuous reporter a great debt for tipping me off to the Chronicle's plans for crucifying me.
You, have any plans for me?
Yes. Yes, I think I have it worked out. I'm going to drive you out to the suburbs to a spot I know that's probably deserted by this time. Now, if you were found there, shot...
Aren't you overlooking something? If I'm found there shot, Urban is going to pick you up fast. You're going to do better than that, Curtis.
Well, if there were signs of a struggle and your wristwatch had been set an hour ahead and smashed to set the time of death, and I was at Lincoln Heights Jail talking to a client at the time the police would figure the murder took place, that might do it, don't you think, Rogue?
No. It's no good, Curtis. You're slipping. In the first place, there's always the possibility that a shot would be heard.
The district I have in mind is deserted by now, or will be before I consummate my plan.
And Urban is no fool. He'll be awfully suspicious. Might give you the paraffin test on your gun hand. No, I don't think you're going to handle the situation that way, Curtis. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be kind of hard to handle, even for you.
You know, Rogue, it's amazing how fascinating crime, I mean the actual act of committing a crime, can be. Have you ever killed anybody?
No. Now, look, Curtis, I suppose you know that you're going to get caught.
I know nothing of the kind. Successful crime is nothing more than planning, careful planning. Oh, I'll grant you, Rogue, that I'm going to be suspected of your murder. But I'll never be convicted for it. I won't take any chances.
You're wrong, Curtis. You talk like a sick man. You can't beat the law. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it. Let's go down to police headquarters and talk this thing over with Urban. What do you have to win by adding another murder to your score?
Mr. Rogue, I love life too much, and I love success too much to let anything stand in the way of my life as I live it. You just can't understand that, can you? You think that a man of my background and position must be horrified at the thought of taking the life of another human being. Well, you're wrong, Rogue. I have my own code, my own ethics. You know and I know hundreds of reputable businessmen in this town who spend their days and nights, their lives, grasping for money, for power over the lives of more and more people. Yeah. Well, when one of them wrecks another man's life or his business, it amounts to a victory, which is celebrated by the wrecker at his club that evening. If the victim commits suicide, and he often does, they're sorry. That's all. It's just business.
What are you trying to prove, Curtis?
I'm explaining why I killed Williams. Why I have to make sure that you and the knowledge you have of my affairs are disposed of. It's a matter of business, Rogue.
No, you're crazier than a coot. You know that, Curtis. You're not talking like a rational person. You're going to pay for this crime.
Don't move. Put your hands back in your lap. I think you know that I won't hesitate to kill you here on the road if it becomes necessary. Set your watch up an hour. 1 hour, Mr. Rogue.
Okay. You got a new plan?
Yeah. We're on the outskirts of town. I'm going to stop the car when I come to an advantageous place. Then I'm going to knock you unconscious with a tire iron, smash your watch, throw you onto the road, and run over you. To all appearances, your murder will be the result of a hit-and-run accident. I will have an alibi which will make it impossible for me to have been in the vicinity at the time of the accident. That, I think, is a perfect plan.
It's full of holes. In the first place, Urban will check the tread on your tires, and in the second, he'll never fall for that smash watch trick. You'll never get away with it, Curtis. You've been buying up juries and alibis and evidence for so long that you've forgot that they're honest people. People who can't be bought. Urban's one of them. He'll stay with you until he gets you for killing me, Curtis. Now, you'll have to come up with a much cleverer scheme than what you've thought of so far.
Maybe you're right, Rogue.
What are you doing?
What I'm going to do now, Mr. Rogue, won't need any alibi.
Look out, you fool. Curtis! Curtis, give me that wheel.
Sit back there, Rogue.
Get your foot off that accelerator. You're going to hit. Turn that wheel. Give me that wheel, Curtis.
Goodbye, Mr. Rogue. Let go of that wheel. Let go or I'll shoot.
We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
Time is a valuable thing these days, and no man wants to spend any more of it than possible on shaving. So you busy men who want to cut down on your shaving time, use Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. This swell cream gives you a close, comfortable shave in a hurry. It's an expert blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These ingredients enable your razor to fairly sail along without nicking or scraping. The creamy, non-greasy texture of Fitch's No Brush saves you time, too, for it won't clog your razor or the drain. And with all your speed in shaving, you'll find that Fitch's No Brush leaves your face feeling smooth and cool.
You men who prefer a lather cream will find Fitch's Brush Cream also gives quick, comfortable shaves. It makes lots of rich lather that stays moist all during the shave, then rinses off easily.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in generous 25 and 50-cent sizes. For shaving speed and shaving ease, switch to Fitch. Now back to Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
When I saw what that madman Curtis was going to do, I knew I had nothing to lose. He had that big, powerful car wide open and heading straight for a stone wall. I tried to grab the wheel and turn it. He fired at me just as we crashed into the wall. I only remembered turning the wheel enough to deflect the shock a little. And then I was on cloud number 8. Hugo was there, waiting for me.
Hello, Chief. You had a close call there.
Hey, Hugo, where have you been?
Well, I had a little trouble with the OPA about Cloud 8, and I had to go and see them.
Oh.
Then I had a tough time getting a reservation back. But I'm glad to see you, Rogie, with your usual bump on the head.
Oh, am I dead?
Only the good die young, Rogie. Hey, you got company. An old friend of yours is up here. Look, over on Cloud 9. See him?
Oh, Curtis. He isn't dead either, huh?
Oh, no. But I sure thought I was out of a job when I saw you slamming into that wall, Rogie. You ought to take better care of yourself. For me.
Yeah. Look, I gotta get out of here, Hugo. How badly am I hurt?
Oh, you're okay. That car was built to take it. You won't be playing any gin rummy for a while, and you can't collect on your insurance.
Give me a little boost over the side. Will you, Hugo? I gotta get downstairs before Curtis does.
Sure, Chief. Here you go. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Hello, Irvin. Fancy meeting you here. Receiving hospital?
Yeah. What have you been up to? What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?
No. Is Curtis here?
Yeah. Now, I'll ask the questions. What happened?
How badly is Curtis hurt?
Leg broken, that's all. He's still unconscious.
Look, Urban, he killed Williams. He tried to kill me.
He admitted it, eh?
Yeah, after I caught a couple of flaws in his alibi.
You got enough dope on him to make it stick?
I don't know. It would be my word against his. But I got an idea. An idea that might cinch the deal.
Every once in a while, you do have a good one.
Get the chief surgeon over here, will you? I'm going to need his help.
Okay. Here. Lie down there. I don't want anything to happen to you, Rogie. I was worried about you. You're such a pest, I'd miss you like the devil. I'll get the doc.
When I outlined my scheme to the chief surgeon, he looked for a minute like you might call him the head of the psychiatric ward. But with Urban's help, I finally got him to agree to play it my way. He bandaged Curtis from head to foot, put constricting straps across his chest, and cinched him down like a saddle on an outlaw horse. Then they put him in an oxygen tent and brought him out of shock. Urban pulled out all of the stops as he stood by the side of the hospital bed and talked to the murderer, like a father.
Curtis, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is it?
Lieutenant Urban. Did the doctor give you the bad news yet?
Yeah. Crushed chest. Nothing they can do, I guess.
No. You haven't got long to live. Anything you want to tell me? Might as well go with a clear conscience. Did you kill Williams?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. I had to do it. I killed him.
Well, that was the end of the case. Brilliant piece of work on my part, I thought. Going through that little tableau of making Curtis believe he was on his deathbed and had nothing to lose by confessing the murder. And, I love that Urban. He's so proud of the fact that he confined his remarks to the truth when he was talking with Curtis. All he said was, "You haven't long to live." Remember? That was true enough. Curtis was executed a few months later, which proves that the theory about perfect crimes is as foolish as a sure way to beat roulette. And, Betty, well, I left her in a theater when I started out on this case. It cost me about, just about what I made, $1,000 to get her over her peeve, so I broke about even on the deal. Oh, well, you know the old saying, a fool and his money is some party. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and D. Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about the last time a rogue saw prison. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening. And now, once again, here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
From Hollywood, it's time now for John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Chet Graham, Johnny.
Who?
Wake up, boy. Chet Graham claims, New York Mutual.
Oh, hi, Chet. How are things?
Bad. Johnny, I have to make a little trip out to the coast on a phony claim. I'll be gone about 4 days, but I need someone to hold down my office while I'm away. Can you do it?
Oh, that's not my line, Chet. You know that.
Well, make it your line, Johnny. Somebody has to be here. Look, you can live in my apartment. You can use my tickets to Wish You Were Here. You can even take my girl if you want. New York's swell this time of year.
Can't you get anybody there?
Oh, everybody's got the flu or busy or something.
When do you want to leave for the coast?
I'd like to get out on the noon plane today.
Well, I can be down there by 11.
Good. We'll probably miss each other, but just walk right in the office and make yourself at home. I'll call you from L.A.
Have a good trip. By the way, what does your girl look like?
Even your best dream was never that good.
Just leave her phone number on your desk.
John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to New York Mutual Underwriters Limited, Rockefeller Center, New York City. Attention, Mr. Chester Graham, claims and adjustments. Dear Chet, you probably read some of this in the Los Angeles papers, but they don't have the whole story. Maybe they'll never get it all. I hope not. I found out part of it, stumbled into the rest of it, and I'm trying to forget all of it. The following is an accounting of expenditures during your 4-day absence and my investigation of the James Clayton matter.
Expense account item 1, $14.35 transportation Hartford to New York, where, as per your advice, I walked in your office, sat down, and made myself at home. And where, 15 minutes later, I had a caller.
Mr. Dollar, is it?
That's right.
The girl at the reception desk said Mr. Graham was out of town and that you were taking his place.
Yes. Please sit down.
Well, thank you, but I don't have time. I'm Miss Stebbins, Dr. James Clayton's nurse. He asked me to see you.
I see.
He gave me these policy numbers. He said that your company wrote these policies and that he'd like to talk to one of you.
Well, certainly, Miss Stebbins. He can come by anytime.
No, you don't understand. Dr. Clayton can't get away from the office. We're terribly rushed, and I really should be getting back myself. He's there all alone.
Well, do you know what it's about, Miss Stebbins?
No. The doctor's been acting strangely all day. He had me cancel all of his outside calls, and then he sent me here. He said to explain that it was very urgent. I'm very concerned for him.
The tall, pale brunette girl in the crisply starched uniform and cape was certainly concerned about something. She bit her lip, forced out a wan, unprofessional smile, and started to cry. I pretended not to notice all this as we got on the elevator and went down into the street. However, 10 minutes later, when we arrived at a suite of offices in the Pelroy building, I had to notice Dr. James Clayton. He met us at the door. Most of his costume was medically correct. White coat and carrying a stethoscope in one hand. But in the other, he brandished a .32 Ivor Johnson. The safety was off.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, Doctor. This is Mr. Dollar from the insurance office.
Claims investigation?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Jane, this would be a good time for you to get some lunch, don't you think?
Well, Doctor, I have all of those lab reports to
No,
write.
go ahead, Janie. Like a good girl, I want to speak with Mr. Dollar alone.
Of course, Doctor, if you say so. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Goodbye.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Sit down. Very fine girl, Jane. She's worked for me a long time. Very fine.
Do you always meet her at the door with firearms, Doctor?
Oh, this. Well, all I can say is this is a ridiculous mess. My life's been threatened by a man who has definite homicidal tendencies. I don't even know how to load it. I look foolish, I suppose.
A threat on your life, Doctor, comes under the heading of police business.
I know that very well. And I would go directly to the police, only... Well, it is a delicate matter. You seem dubious already.
No, I'm just curious. Go on, please.
Well, several months ago, I attended a patient named Florence Harmon. A thorough examination disclosed that her poor physical condition wasn't based on any organic disorder, but rather upon an emotional instability. Now, this, I finally discovered, was brought about by her marriage to an erratic, ruthless, ill-tempered man, Benjamin Harmon. I could only advise that she divorce him immediately.
Well, that's somewhat extreme, Doctor. Are you always certain of advice like that?
Well, in this case, there's no other answer. I approached Mr. Harmon on the subject last night at his home. I explained that Mrs. Harmon's health, her very life, is in jeopardy. And more's involved here than keeping intact a union which has nothing but legality as a binding force.
I see. But Mr. Harmon doesn't care for somatics, huh?
He attacked me. If it hadn't been for the assistance of Mrs. Harmon and a servant, he might have choked me to death. When I left, he threatened me.
Then you should have called the police.
Yes, I thought of that. But look, if you approached Harmon in the right manner, Dollar, he might discard his ideas of violence.
Well, you're the expert on homicidal tendencies, but best thing I can see for you is to prefer assault charges and have him locked up.
I know all that, but it's for Mrs. Harmon's sake. Please understand, she's been through a shattering ordeal. Look, Mr. Dollar, would you go see him and talk to him? If you think he means it, really, then I'll call the police and prefer charges against him.
The Harmon residence was in Westchester. A story-and-a-half colonial with all the trimmings. There was a 51 Cadillac in the open garage and a 52 Ford station wagon in front of the house.
Yes?
This one didn't have a white coat or stethoscope, but he had a gun.
What is it?
Mr. Harmon?
I'm Harmon. What do you want?
Mr. Harmon, my name is Dollar.
Dollar, huh? Get out of my way! Oh!
Here, Mr. Dollar. Drink this. Easy now.
Oh.
Take it, please. Oh, you had quite a blow. Try a little more. It should make you feel better.
What was...
Oh, you
You can bring suit against him, against us. You can do anything you want to, Mr. Dollar. He's just ungovernable. He could easily have killed you.
You, Mrs. Harmon?
Yes.
Your husband think I was the Iceman?
Oh, I don't know what he thought. I just heard him yell at you, and when I came to the door, you were lying there, and he'd taken the station wagon and left. Why, last night he even attacked my personal physician and threatened to kill him. I don't know what's gotten into him. You'd better sit down.
It's getting better. Where'd he go?
Heaven only knows. Mad. That's what he is, Mr. Dollar. Mad. He's liable to do anything. I'm scared. I'm scared stiff.
I called Dr. Clayton, who promised to notify the police. It was about 5:45 when I got back to his office. A broad-shouldered man in a tweed suit was in the reception room.
Hi. You Dr. Clayton?
No. Hey, don't I know you?
I was thinking the same about you. Wait, Dollar?
Yeah.
Tom Bassman, Central Division.
Oh, sure. How are you, Tom?
Fine. Hey, you must be the one.
What?
This Dr. Clayton called downtown about a threat, said his insurance company had advised him to report it.
That's right.
Well, where is he?
Well, he should be here, Tom. What's his nurse say?
I rang the buzzer. No one around at all. What's this all about?
A man named Benjamin Harmon's threatened the doctor's life. I met him myself. He's carrying a gun, and he looked dangerous to me. I just came from his house.
He's still there?
No.
I better phone in and get a pickup out on him. When the doctor shows up, I'll get a complaint. Oh, hello.
Hello. Why, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Miss Stebbins.
Is Dr. Clayton here?
This is Sergeant Bassman. We want to see him ourselves.
You're a police officer?
That's right, miss.
I heard him talking to you on the phone. Is anything the matter?
Just want to see him.
Well, goodness, he sent me out to pick up these things. He was here when I left. Oh.
What?
Perhaps he had an emergency.
Well, is there any way we can find out?
Well, if he had one, it would be right here on the pad, because I always have to know. Oh. That's funny.
What?
He's on an emergency call, 1213 Alessandro Street.
Can I see that, please?
Uh-huh.
There's no name on this, Miss Stebbins. Do you recognize the address at all?
No, I don't. The doctor just wouldn't take a random emergency call unless it were very unusual.
This might be unusual. Dollar, how bad off did you think Harmon was?
Mad. Had a gun. Cracked me. Plenty rough.
Well, this is in the warehouse district.
Think we better go down there?
I think so. Wait.
What?
1213. Well, it'd have to be that vacant lot over there. This one's 1240, and the rest belong to that warehouse.
Yeah. Tom. That car. MD on the license plate?
Yeah. Well, it might be Clayton's.
Yeah.
It's Clayton's car, all right.
He must be around here somewhere looking for 1213.
Yeah. Well, let's have a peek.
Tom.
I see. He's had it. Is it Clayton?
Yeah, that's him.
Some emergency this was.
Yeah.
We'll return to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. On weekends, it seems everybody takes his car out on the highways. Some drivers are less experienced than others. They either speed or poke along with a whole stream of cars behind them. Both types are a menace to safety. Whatever you do, be moderate, be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful, use your head, and don't take chances. Now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
An hour of questioning in the neighborhood turned up two people who recalled hearing the shots. And one man remembered seeing a man who answered Benjamin Harmon's description loitering in the vicinity of a nearby bar earlier in the evening. Obviously, Dr. Clayton had been lured to his death by the murderer who had telephoned him, pretended to need a physician, waited till the victim appeared, and then shot him down. Expense account item 3, $11.65. A good dinner, 3 martinis, tip, and thinking at Toots Shores. After which, I strolled over to the Pelroy building. Expense account item 4, $5 even. Bribed watchman.
I shouldn't be doing this, you know. Might lose my job over it.
I appreciate it.
But since you're from the insurance company, I guess you're all right.
Just looking around is all.
Too bad about the doctor. Nice fellow.
Very.
What do you think you'll find? A policeman been here till almost an hour ago, poking around.
You know if they found anything?
Sure.
Well, what?
Doctor's emergency kit. Heard him say he didn't take it with him when he went out on that emergency. Don't be too long.
The business about the emergency kit started me thinking. I opened Clayton's file drawer and skimmed through every patient's name from Abbott to Zabrowski. He'd been a thorough man, and from all evidences operated an efficient medical office. However, he had no medical history in his files on Florence Harmon. There was nothing to indicate that she had ever been a patient of his. On the other hand, there was an entry a year before which showed that he had examined, treated, and discharged Benjamin Harmon as a patient. I think these two developments supplied me with all of the curiosity I needed for a while. Nurse Jane Stebbins' home address was duly noted on Dr. Clayton's phone book. Oakdale House. Surprisingly enough, on Oak Street. Special rates for nurses, room 210.
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
How do you feel?
Not too good, Mr. Dollar. I just got home a little while ago. They kept me down there pretty long. Do you want to come in?
Thanks. I don't want to keep you up.
It isn't much of a place, is it? I mean, I haven't straightened it up for days, it seems. I'm sorry.
Things like this aren't easy. I know. Don't apologize to me.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar. Have they caught Mr. Harmon yet?
No, not yet. Miss Stebbins, you worked for Dr. Clayton a long while, didn't you?
5 years.
Then you should be able to tell me who he was going to marry.
Marry? Well, I didn't know. I have no idea.
He'd already made arrangements for a honeymoon.
Honeymoon?
Look, reservations on the Ile de France for next April. I found them in his desk drawer. Confirmed to Dr. and Mrs. James Clayton. Well?
What difference does it make?
I don't know. Seems strange that you've been with him for such a long time and didn't know about this. Or did you? All right. What about Mrs. Harmon?
Well...
Look, Miss Stebbins, things are wrong all the way down the line about your doctor's death, about what happened before it. It'll come out sooner or later.
I suppose it will. It's awful to say this, Mr. Dollar, but Mrs. Harmon was the only one Dr. Clayton saw socially. And she, of course, is married.
Of course. And the good doctor advised her to get a divorce. He meet her when Mr. Harmon was a patient of his?
Yes, that's right. They became friendly.
But Mrs. Harmon was never a patient.
No, never. Just her husband.
What can you tell me about Mr. Harmon?
Well, really, all I know is he came in to see Dr. Clayton a few times. Over a year ago, I guess. Then after he saw what was happening between Mrs. Harmon and Dr. Clayton, he stopped coming in. I sent a copy of his medical history to another doctor.
But Dr. Clayton had been seeing Mrs. Harmon all this time.
It's awful to say this now, Mr. Dollar. Doctor's dead. I'm no moralist. We're all human. It's happened before. Married people have been attracted by others. I'm tired, Mr. Dollar.
Sure. Do you have any idea why I was called in today?
At first, I didn't. Well, of course, it happened. The police told me about Mr. Harmon's threats. But I don't understand what you're trying to do. The police want Mr. Harmon, and what does it all mean?
It means the wrong man was killed.
Please, Mr. Dollar.
I should have tumbled to it right away, but your husband fit the part too well.
Now, look here. I've been through quite enough today with the police looking for Ben. I don't have...
You and Clayton. I was going to be the star witness when the state tried him for shooting your husband. Whatever I said as a material witness would back up his self-defense plea and get him off on a justifiable homicide. Isn't that it?
I tell you, I won't listen.
And you and the doctor would sail to France and live happily ever after. What's the matter? Wouldn't your husband give you a divorce?
You won't listen. Go ahead. If you say it's that way, Mr. Dollar, and you know everything, I know you know everything, then it must be that way.
Yeah, only it got fouled up. Your husband did shoot your doctor boyfriend after all.
Get out of here. Get out of my house. You can't prove anything.
You're right, Mrs. Harmon. I can't prove anything. Not a thing. They catch your husband and they'll put him away for it. But you have something to live with for the rest of your life. Or maybe you didn't really love your doctor after all.
Get out! Get out! Leave me alone! Leave me
alone! What? Well, that's it, Sergeant. I want to know if people can really get by with this kind of thing in our courts of law. If and when you pick up Benjamin Harmon, will he have any kind of defense?
Oh, we'll get him, Dollar. The others I can't answer. What you just told me is really a thing. I don't see how any lawyer can do much for a guy who threatens another man's life and finally guns him down, do you?
Supposing I could prove that Harmon was being set up as a patsy, that the doctor was really supposed to gun him down and plead self-defense.
Up to the judge and the jury. When we get Harmon, he'll be arraigned and indicted on first-degree murder charges. Don't worry about that. And if it goes that far, it generally means he'll get the works. After all, we're pretty sure he shot and killed the doctor.
Hang up, Dollar.
Huh?
You still there, Dollar?
Hang up or I'll blow your head off.
Benjamin Harmon wasn't kidding. He was blazing mad. He had a gun, and I knew he wasn't afraid to use it.
I was across the street when you left my place a little while ago. Fixing up another deal, were you?
I don't know what you're talking about, Harmon.
I followed you here so we could have this talk. And we're going to have it, you and I.
You ought to put that gun away and let them take you. They'll shoot you down if they see you.
Nobody's going to shoot me down, not yet. Now, where's your office?
Hartford, Connecticut.
I mean here. Where do you practice here? Come on.
I don't practice anything here. My office is in Hartford. This apartment belongs to a friend of mine. I'm standing in for him here while he's out of town.
Where's his office?
New York Mutual Liability.
I mean his law office. I want to get down there and see how much...
Hold on now. I'm not a lawyer. My friend's not a lawyer. We're insurance investigators.
Where's the office?
I tell you, we...
Listen. Clayton called me this morning and said a lawyer named Dollar was on his way over to talk to me about divorcing Florence.
If you hadn't started swinging that gun butt around, I'd have told you why I was there. I think I know why Clayton called you and told you that, but I don't...
You and he were trying to pull something to take my wife away from me. I know that much.
You're wrong, Harmon. I didn't know anything about that.
Nobody takes my wife away from me.
Now, that's the kind of temper that got you in all the trouble you're in. Look, you can shoot me here and I'll be number 2. But they'll get you real easy here.
You know I didn't kill Clayton?
How do I know you didn't kill him? You threatened him. Half a dozen people heard you threaten him. I have an idea why you did it, and you might have been right, but murder for any reason...
Shut up! You're in on it somewhere. You know who did kill him, and you're going to clear me or I'll whip it out of you, Dollar. I'll whip it out of you! Why, you crazy...
All right. Here. Try this. Go on. I'm tired of fooling with you. Now get on your feet. Well, you got one point in your favor. This gun hasn't been fired. Do you have another one?
No.
Here, take another drink. Now, you have a chance to talk to me right now. I don't think the police will be interested in much you have to say.
I wanted to kill Clayton, but I didn't. Nobody will believe that. I know I've got a temper, and I've tried to control it, but I didn't kill him.
I'm not impressed with that. I want facts. Where were you when Clayton was shot?
How do I know? I didn't know what time he was shot.
Say between 5 and 6 today.
I was out getting mad. Fried.
Where? Who saw you?
No. After we met, I was so sore, I jumped in the car and went out and bought myself a jug. I know it sounds crazy, but I spent most of the time just sitting in the car down by the docks, just drinking and thinking and getting mad. I don't know what it was. I don't know when I walked over to the saloon, phoned Clayton. I told him I was on Alessandro Street and to come on down. I wanted to have a showdown.
You mean you wanted him to come down so you could kill him?
Maybe I did have that on my mind. I don't know. I waited an hour or so, but he never showed up. When I called back at his office, nobody answered. So I climbed back in my car, and that's where I heard about my being wanted for killing him. It was on the newscast. I didn't do it, Dollar. I swear I didn't. The others I knew about, and I didn't kill them.
What others?
Florence always had other friends. I guess I don't love her anymore, but I don't know. Maybe I hate her for all of it. When a man doesn't let part of his life walk away from him, I wouldn't give her a divorce. If I had let her get away with it, it would have been too much for me to hold.
Even though you didn't love her and you knew she didn't love you?
Yeah.
That sounds stupid.
Maybe. I loved her once. She loved me the way two people only love at certain times.
Hell, no sense yet.
I'm not well, Dollar. Clayton gave me a year. Another doctor, 18 months. Finished anemia. The two of them could have waited at least till I was dead, couldn't they? Couldn't they?
I found some sleeping pills in your medicine cabinet, and I fed him a couple with some hot cocoa. He dropped off to sleep in your bed while I made some phone calls, confirming what he just told me. Expense account item 5, taxi fare, $4.05 back to Oak Street, to Oakdale House. Special rates for nurses.
I thought you'd be back. I'm glad it's you. I think somehow you're the kind of man who understands things.
I'll be a good listener. Go ahead.
When I first started as his nurse, I fell in love with him. I guess it's an old story. Terribly old and corny. But then he met her. I heard him tell you all those lies today about treating Mrs. Harmon. I was out in the hall. Didn't have any idea exactly what he intended to do until I heard him call Mr. Harmon right after you left. He told him you were a lawyer.
He knew Harmon was upset enough to attack me.
Doctor was very good about knowing what people would do. I was here when Mr. Harmon called in tonight. Doctor took the call and wrote it down on the pad. I saw him put the gun inside his coat, and I knew he was going down there to shoot Mr. Harmon. So I followed him. He was walking around in the dark looking for Mr. Harmon with a gun in his hand. I ran up to him and pleaded with him not to be crazy, that she wasn't worth it. Then he said he was going to kill me, too. We struggled and the gun went off I don't know how many times. Then I came back here and pretended I'd been down at the drugstore.
I see. What's your first name?
Jane.
Jane, Dr. Clayton made all sorts of elaborate plans so he'd have a self-defense plea. But you don't have to go to all that trouble. You can prove self-defense. He had the gun. He was going to use it on you.
I beg your pardon?
I can help you, Jane. It'd go second degree or manslaughter, suspended. You didn't mean to shoot him, but he meant to shoot you.
No. You're nice. But I can't get off.
What?
I guess they haven't found her yet. I killed Mrs. Harmon an hour ago.
Expense account item 6, same as 1, transportation back to Hartford. I didn't spend any other money, Chet. I didn't meet your girl, and I didn't see the musical. I didn't go anyplace. I just sat in your office and looked at the walls for the next 3 days. I'm leaving this where you'll see it when you come in tomorrow morning. Settle up and don't call me for a long time. A long, long time, if you call at all. Expense account total, $56.35. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars John Lund in the title role and is written by E. Jack Newman with music by Eddie Dunstetter. John Lund can currently be seen in the Universal International picture Just Across the Street. Featured in tonight's cast were Victor Perrin, Virginia Gregg, Joseph Kearns, John McIntyre, and Jeanette Nolan. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Every Sunday, CBS Radio's Bob Trout brings you a timely weekend roundup of world news. As a special eyewitness feature, an overseas CBS Radio News correspondent flies in to give you an up-to-the-minute account of developments on his beat. Don't miss Bob Trout's World News Roundup Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra hero about blind justice. Steve Wilson's headline story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra.
Yes, Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city, dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor, whose creed, as with all great newspaper men, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, and guard it well.
Now, Big Town, and tonight's headline story of blind justice. The spirit of justice is personified in the figure of a woman, blindfold, armed with a sword of authority and holding high the finely balanced scales of right and wrong. And Steve Wilson's story for tonight deals with just such a measure of good and evil, and had its beginning in an unpretentious house in a residential section of Big Town.
Yes, just a minute, please. I'm coming.
Hi, lady.
Oh, just a minute. I'll switch on the porch light for you.
Never mind turning on the light, lady. Where's Mike Barton?
In the parlor. Please come in.
No, thanks. Get him out here on the porch.
Who is it, Anna?
A man to see you, Mike. He won't come in.
Oh, who'd be wanting to see me at this time of night?
Hi, Barton.
Oh. Anna?
Yes, Mike. What's wrong?
Go in the parlor, Anna. Go in the parlor and close the door.
Oh, Mike. Not more trouble. Not more trouble, Mike.
Anna. Please go in the parlor and close the door.
All right, Mike. But don't let him make you lose your temper and do something you'll regret.
That's good advice, Barton. Who's the dame, your wife?
No, my sister. And I'll thank you not to be calling her a dame.
Okay, Barton. Pull in your horns and listen to what I got to tell you.
If you're from that chiseling outfit run by Knuckles Malone, I'll have none of your threats.
The big man's tired of sending little boys out to threaten you, Barton.
Then what have you come out here for?
To make with the last proposition.
Proposition, is it?
Yeah.
I'll hire none of Malone's cutthroats on any construction job I'm foreman of. And I'll not kick back any part of their pay to the likes of him, and you can tell him that.
That's your last word, Barton?
It's me very last word.
You said it. You said it.
Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Steve, the Lorelei, your favorite crime reporter. Your hunch was right on that Mike Barton murder out here in Willowdale.
Good grief. The same Mike Barton who was beaten up by hoodlums here in Big Town last month, Lorelei?
Yeah, Steve. He was another construction foreman.
Well, that could mean Knuckles Malone and his building trades racket.
Yes, but try and prove it. There are no witnesses to the shooting who can identify the killer.
What about Barton's sister? Our local correspondent phoned she was in the house at the time of the shooting.
He didn't have all the facts, Steve, and I'd rather not give them to you over the phone. Could you come out here before you make a move to pin this murder on Malone?
Of course, if you think it's important.
I think it's very important, Steve, but I can't explain on the phone. Make it as quick as you can.
Okay, Lorelei. What's the address?
The last and only house on Willow Lane. And please hurry.
Well, we'll find it. I'll pick up Harry the Hack and be out there on the double.
Say, boss.
Say it, Harry.
How come we are hightailing it way out here into the sticks, practically?
Well, Miss Kilburn has run into something on the killing of a construction foreman who lived out here, Harry.
Uh-oh.
Watch for a turn into Willow Lane. Should be along here on the right.
Check, boss. Here it is.
Oh, good. Lorelei phoned. It was the house at the end of this lane,
It
Harry.
looks like it's the only house, which makes it a somewhat underdeveloped overdevelopment, if you get what I mean.
Yes. No wonder the local police couldn't find a single witness to the murder.
End of the lane, boss. And there's the house right under the trees.
Well, this must be it, Harry. And there's Lorelei's press car standing in the drive.
Hey, you want for me to wait or haul back to Big Town?
You better wait a few minutes, Harry. I'm sure there's a Big Town angle on this killing, and I may need you to help check on it.
Okay, boss. Me and old Bess will be ready and rearing to go, to say nothing of my trusty monkey wrench.
Good. I'll be out in a few minutes. Huh. Strange. The local police hadn't left a man here to guard the house.
That you, Steve?
Oh, yes, Lorelei. Where's the local law?
They've taken Barton's body to headquarters and seem to think there's nothing more to do here. Come on in and I'll explain why I called you.
As I gathered, you couldn't talk over the phone.
I didn't want to frighten Mike Barton's sister, Steve.
Good grief. Did the police leave her here alone in this isolated house, knowing she's the only witness to a brutal gang slaying?
Yes, but you'll see why in a moment. But I think we should get her out of here.
Oh, definitely. And I can't understand the police leaving her unguarded if there's the slightest chance of her being able to identify the killer, Lorelei.
That's why, Steve. She can't identify the man who came to see Mike Barton and shot him to death on his own doorstep.
But over the phone, you said she opened the door, spoke to the man before her brother came out and asked her to go in the parlor.
Yes, Steve, but the catch is she...
Miss Gilburn, is that your Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Miss Barton. Now you'll get what I mean, Steve.
Won't you ask him to come into the parlor?
In just a minute. Would you mind getting your things and being ready to go?
Must I go, Miss Kilburn? I haven't been out of this house in many years. Is it really necessary?
Well, just for a few days, Miss Barton, until we can locate your other relatives.
Will I be able to come back for poor Mike's funeral?
Yes, of course. And now, if you'll just get your things, you can tell Mr. Wilson your story on the way to Big Town.
All right, Miss Kilburn, I'll go get me things.
Good heavens, Lorelei. Blind.
Yes, Steve. Completely blind. We know it, and the police know she can't possibly identify her brother's killer, but...
Yes, I didn't realize it at first. She doesn't look or act blind.
And that's why I think we ought to get her out of here, Steve.
Yes, she fooled me for a minute, and the killer may think she can identify him. Try to silence her if we get too close to the truth in trying to link Barton's murder to Knuckles Malone and his building trades racket.
Exactly.
And I think we better get her to a safe place before we go after Malone.
Yes, Lorelei, your apartment couldn't be a better place.
Couldn't Harry take her there in his cab?
No, I want Harry to watch this house for the next few hours while I try to stir up a hornet's nest in Big Town.
What about me?
And I want you to stay with Miss Barton until I can give Knuckles Malone enough rope to hang himself for this crime.
Thus, Steve takes steps to protect the innocent before setting a trap for the guilty. And in a moment, we'll return for the swift-moving developments.
Extra, extra, hero all about it. Doctors make amazing report. Hero all about it.
Yes, leading doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy Health Soap gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy.
Get skin cleaner.
So refreshing.
Get skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy.
Get skin cleaner.
It's milder, too.
Doctors proved it.
Lifebuoy with its purifying ingredient.
Get skin cleaner.
Yes, get skin cleaner.
Stops BO, too.
As no other leading soap can do.
Yes, it's a fact. Doctors proved it. Lifebuoy with its purifying ingredient gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Cleaner than any other leading soap. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. Doctors compared the effects of daily baths with different soaps in 820 scientific tests. These tests prove Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and Steve Wilson's timely and ironic story of blind justice. Fearing the racketeers behind the brutal gang killing of a construction foreman may not know the only possible witness against them is their victim's blind sister, Lorelei has taken Anna Barton to her apartment for safety, while Steve sets a trap for the killers. But meanwhile, in the warehouse offices of the so-called Big Town Supply Company...
Yeah, come in. Hi, Knuckles. Spinny says you want to see me.
I'll say I do. Where you been all night?
Showing myself around in spots in case anybody starts asking about the blood out of that Barton dope.
You're the dope. Take a look at this story in the early edition of the Illustrated Press.
Well, so what? Ain't that racket-busting Wilson been trying to pin something on you for months?
Yeah, and maybe this time he's got a chance.
How come?
Read the story, you dope, or maybe you're so dumb you can't read. Give me that rag. Now listen to this. Mike Barton's sister opened the door, and the killer asked to see her brother, who came to the door, sent his sister into the parlor, and a moment later was shot to death.
All right, so what? Look, she didn't turn on the light, and I had my coat collar turned up, my hat pulled down. I tell you, the dame never got a good look at.
Maybe good enough for the cops to pick you up for her to identify.
Well, there ain't no description there in the
Now,
paper.
listen, stupid. The cops don't hand out everything they've got. And that guy Wilson don't print everything he knows.
All right. How about me blowing south for a while till Wilson and the cops get tired chasing themselves around in circles?
Like nothing. You're going to clean this thing up.
How?
You're going to get hold of that Barton dame and shut her mouth. Now, tonight.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Knuckles. That dumping Willowdale's liable to be crawling with cops.
You get back out there and case the layout. Watch for a chance to throw a slug through a window and get that lippy dame.
Well, suppose I get picked up.
Well, if you get picked up, you take the rap. And you try tying me to Barton's rubout, and your old lady and your whole crummy family will end up in the drink. Now get out of here and clam that dame. Yeah, come in.
Hello, Malone.
Wilson, what do you want?
I just happened to be passing your warehouse, saw a light here in your office, and thought I'd drop in and see what's giving you insomnia.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. You mind if I sit down?
Yeah, I do mind. Beat it, Wilson. Go peddle your lousy Illustrated Press.
Well, the news we print takes care of that. I see you have a copy of our early edition. You find anything interesting?
Yeah, the comics. You and them hand me a laugh.
I wonder if you'll laugh when they strap you in the chair.
Now listen, Wilson. You and your paper been trying to pin a racket rap on me for months, and I'm warning you, lay off.
How many times does the rattlesnake rattle before he strikes?
One of these days you're going to find out if you don't lay off me and my company.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're a company, not a gang.
Yeah.
Knuckles Malone, president. Ginny Lawson, treasurer, in charge of shakedowns. JoJo, secretary of kickbacks on material. A sales force of sluggers and muggers, and general manager of...
Now listen, Wilson, you print that...
And you can sue the Illustrated Press. Now, don't you take your cases to court. Only to the morgue, like the body of Mike Barton.
Barton?
Yes, Mike Barton.
What do you think you've got, Wilson?
Well, frankly, what I think I have isn't half as important as what you think I might have.
Well, you ain't got a thing, or you wouldn't have come here without your pal Callahan, a homicide.
Well, if that's a comforting thought, make the most of it.
Get out of here, Wilson. You ain't needling me into nothing.
What's the matter, Malone? Are you worried about this rub out after so many others? Worried about that witness who talked to your trigger boy?
I got nothing to worry about. I got plenty alibis.
Well, then relax. Quit watching that phone on your desk as if you expect it to ring any minute.
Beat it, Wilson. Beat it, or so help me
Quit
out.
bluffing, Knuckles. I know all about you. You haven't used your fists on anyone since you cracked your knuckles, broke your hands on another foreman who wouldn't play your dirty game years ago.
Don't count on that, Wilson.
All right, start swinging.
Now, look.
I think I'd almost be willing to break my hands on you.
No, Wilson. You don't needle me into no assault rap.
I wouldn't be interested in anything that wouldn't put you away for life.
Well, keep after me, and maybe you'll get it.
You better answer your phone, Knuckles. Maybe important. This is your big night.
Yeah, maybe it's your big night. Yeah.
Knuckles, it's me, Trig.
Yeah.
The Barton Dames cornerhouse is closed up.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And I got a notion the cops have got her on ice, and I better land.
I got a notion they ain't. And I got another notion. You better come back here and help me find out where that dame is.
How are we going to do that?
I got a guy right here in the office who talks like he knows something, and he's going to tell us.
Who you got?
That newspaper guy, Wilson. And I've got the notion he's crossing his cop pals for a scoop and knows where the Barton dame's hiding, if he ain't actually hid her himself.
What if he won't talk?
Well, if he ain't talked by the time you get here, we'll learn him how.
Okay. Give me 20 minutes to get there.
Get here and bring a blackjack.
Sorry, Malone. I don't think I care to wait for the treatment.
Hold it, Wilson. Hold it and sit down.
Oh. So now we come to guns.
Yeah. My knuckles may be busted, but my trigger finger is just itching to let you have a load of lead.
That wouldn't help you find Anna Barton?
No. But if you haven't spilled where you've got her before Trig and his blackjack get here, you're going to get a beating maybe you won't live to remember.
Miss Kilburn. Miss Kilburn?
Oh, Miss Barton. Try to get some sleep. It's 3:00.
Oh, I can't sleep, Miss Kilburn, from thinking about poor Mike and worrying about you and your nice Mr. Wilson. You've been so kind to let me stay here in your apartment.
Well, I'm glad you're here and not in that isolated house, but don't worry about Steve Wilson, Miss Barton. He can take care of himself. So, don't worry.
But you're worried. I heard you out here in the living room pacing up and down. You're mighty fond of him, aren't you?
Yes. Doggone it. Oh, that may be Steve. Steve?
Sorry, Miss Kilburn. It's only me, Harry the Hack.
Oh, Harry, well, have you heard from Steve?
No, I ain't, Miss Kilburn, but I got something you ought to know.
He went to see Knuckles Malone in the hope of needling him into showing his hand in this Barton killing.
Holy moly, maybe he's in the middle of something.
Well, what makes you think so, Harry?
Because I hung around that Barton guy's house in Willowdale like the boss said to do, see?
Mm-hmm.
And about an hour ago, a car stopped in a lane and a guy cased the place and hauled to Big Town with me and judicious pursuit.
Where'd the man go in Big Town, Harry?
That is the fly in the ointment, Miss Kilburn. He hightailed it straight for that supply house on South Street that Malone uses as a front for his shakedown rackets.
Good heavens, and Steve may be there right now. Where are you, Harry?
Phoning from an all-night dog wagon about a block from the warehouse.
Harry, cruise around and see if my press car is parked in the neighborhood. Steve took it after he dropped Miss Barton and me here at my place.
Okay, Miss Cooper. If I find a press car, we'll know the boss is probably in a warehouse and in a jam, which will require some assistance of a knocker nature.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. Please don't crash into that rat's nest just armed with a monkey wrench. I'm calling Inspector Callahan, and I'll be down there on the double.
Come on, you slug. Where you got that Barton dame? Come on, Wilson, talk. Spill it or I'll slap you silly.
Go ahead. Hold it, Trigg. Give him a minute to think it over. Rest your arm.
Don't worry, Knuckles. I can keep swinging on this slug all night.
I said hold it a minute. Now listen, Wilson.
I'm strapped to this chair. Don't have much choice.
I'll make a deal with you.
I'm listening. But if you're still offering your lip-chewing gunsel as the rap boy in the Barton killing, it's no go.
What's that? What's that double play?
Don't be a dope, Trigg. He's trying to cross us up.
Sounds like you've been trying it on me.
Well, what do you expect?
What's the deal, Knuckles?
Relax, Trigg. I was just going to give this dope a chance to get out of this jam alive. But since he's tried to cross us up, I changed my mind. Go ahead and beat it out of him. He's good, but he can't take much more.
Okay. But don't get no ideas of selling me out, Knuckles. All right, straighten him up in that chair and let me go to work.
What? Lay off the boss, you sap-slinging slug! Thanks, but watch it, Harry. Malone has a gun.
Yeah, Hacky. You swing that wrench on me, and I'll tear you open with every slug in this rod.
Uh-oh. Sorry, boss. I guess I picked the wrong pigeon first.
It was a nice try, Harry, but don't risk a repeat performance on Malone. You better drop the wrench.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Hacky. You knocked out my boy just when I needed him to do a little beating job on Wilson.
Mister, you are positively breaking our hearts, is he not, boss?
Lay off the gags and listen to me, Hacky.
Well, go ahead and talk, Malone. Mr. Wilson and me has got more time to spare than you got.
Meaning what?
Meaning Harry trails your stupid gunsel here and doesn't make a habit of crashing a rat's nest without inviting the police in for the showdown.
Check and double check, boss.
Well, in that case, we ain't got much time, so you're taking my boy's place. Now get to work on Wilson with that monkey wrench you're so handy with. Go on, Hacky. Slug him until he talks.
Thus, Steve and Harry are caught in a murderous cover-up. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Doctors have proved it. Yes, doctors have proved it. Not just once, but time after time in 820 scientific tests. Here is the news. Lifebuoy Health Soap, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Cleaner than any other leading soap. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. So be on guard. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. Gives lasting after-bath protection 24 hours a day. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town. And to Steve Wilson and Harry the Hack as they face a showdown with a killer in tonight's story of Blind Justice.
Go on, Hacky. Work on Wilson with that monkey wrench until he talks.
Well, look, Malone, if you would leave me elucidate,
You better go ahead, Harry. Malone is getting nervous. He's listening for the sound of a squad car siren.
Oh, yeah? Well, I still got a notion you crossed your cops' pals on this deal to get a scoop for your lousy illustrated press, Wilson.
Well, that same notion has sent smarter killers than you and your gunsel Trig to the chair.
Clam up, Wilson. I only want one thing out of you. Where's that Barton dame that can identify Trigg as the guy that knocked off her brother?
Suppose I told you Anna Barton never saw your gun boy.
Don't give me that. She opened the door. She talked to the dope.
Even so, suppose I told you Anna Barton wasn't able to give one single solitary clue as to the identity of the man who murdered her brother.
I'd say you're a liar, and I'm going to get the truth out of you. Go on, Hacky. Start marking Wilson up with that monkey wrench.
Well, look at Malone, as I was about to elucidate. One conk with this noggin knocker, and nobody talks for hours. For example, your guns are laying over there on the floor like a solid mackerel.
If you knock Wilson out before he spills where he's got that Barton dame hid, I'll chop you up with this rod.
Go on, Harry. Can't be much worse than Trigg's blackjack.
Oh, look, boss, why don't you tell him where the lady is? By now, Miss Kilpain has got to Inspector Callahan, and Malone has got about as much chance of getting out of this stump as a fly has getting out of a barrel of molasses.
Quit stalling. Quit bluffing. Come on. Start swinging, Hacky.
Go on, Harry.
Wait a minute, Harry.
What? Who's the dame, Wilson?
Lorelei, why didn't you stay out of here?
Sorry, Steve. I thought I'd better come in with that stitch in time to save you boys 9. And try to convince Mr. Malone that Inspector Callahan and his homicide squad are in the process of covering every rat hole in this warehouse.
Don't give me that. Callahan wouldn't have let no dame walk in here alone. Who are you, sister?
Not your sister, thank heavens, and I didn't wait for Inspector Callahan's permission to come in here.
You hadn't ought to done it, Miss Kilpain. This Malone character's got a strictly one-track mind and thinks that gun in his mitt is a magic wand.
And it's going to get me out of here, and this dame is just what the doctor ordered. All right, come on, Kilburn. Unstrap Wilson, and we're going out the back way to a place where he can tell me all about that Barton dame without his pal Callahan busting in.
Hey, what about your gun boy? We going to leave him here for Callahan?
No. You knocked him out, so you're going to carry him. Go on, Kilburn. Take the straps off of Wilson.
All right. Are you badly hurt, Steve? Can you walk?
Yes, I can manage. Hit the floor when I give the word.
Wait, Steve. Callahan's boys must be outside by now, closing in.
Now get away from him, Kilburn. I'll get up and head for the door, Wilson. We're going down in the cellar and come out in the next block.
Knuckles.
Well, look who's coming out of the slug I give him. I must be slipping, boss.
Get Trigg on his feet, Hacky.
No, wait a minute. Let me take him, Harry. It'll be a pleasure, and he might be useful.
Who slugged me, Knuckles? Who slugged me?
Come on, gun boy, on your feet. Let's go.
Now you're getting smart, Wilson. And when we get where we're going, maybe you'll be smart enough to talk, huh?
No, I think we better have this out right here. Back of me, Lorelei. Dive, Harry.
You tricky slug. Break away, Trigg.
I can't, Knuckles.
Get away from in front of him.
I can't. Knuckles. He's all yours, Malone.
Give me a piece of him, boss.
No, Trigg's out of the play, Harry. Hold Malone while I get the
go.
gun out of his hand.
This'll hold him.
Nice swinging, Harry. Thanks very much.
Knuckles, get up, you slug. You got me in the stomach, you rat. No.
What's that Trigg character, Steve? He's got a gun in his shoulder holster, and he's clawing for it.
Yes, wait a minute, Trigg. You need a doctor, not a gun. Thanks very much. I think ballistics will show this is the weapon that killed Mike Barton.
And to pin the crime on this murderous little rat and Malone who hired him to do it, the police won't need the testimony of Mike Barton's blind sister.
Blind? Blind? You mean a Barton dame was blind?
That's right. Stone blind.
Blind? She never saw me. That's a laugh, huh? Couldn't have put the finger on me, even if the cops picked me up. Blind, huh?
Yes, Trigg. Yours is the common case of the guilty fleeing when none could pursue. And blind justice being on the side of the victims of violence and greed.
So ended, with the subsequent arrest and conviction of Knuckles Malone and his murderous gunsel, another exciting racket-smashing assignment of the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and his staff of the Illustrated Press. Now, before hearing about next week's story, here's Steve Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve Wilson, and it's great to be back. I speak for all of us on the Illustrated Press and for Big Town. We're proud to be on this splendid network, proud to be associated with one of America's great concerns, Lever Brothers Company. And in particular, its very fine product, Lifebuoy Health Soap. I believe in Lifebuoy. I've seen the proof of its superiority with my own eyes. It's used in the homes of 40 million Americans. I can say personally and emphatically that if there are any in our audience who do not use Lifebuoy Health Soap, there's something wonderful in store for them when they try it. We're all looking forward to a grand season. We appreciate very much your welcome back into your homes this evening. And so thank you and good night.
Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story entitled Final Payment, another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilbourne, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. And now, Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, hero all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Big Town, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine lever product. Extra, extra.
This is Bernard Dudley. My wife says this: nothing compares with new Rinso. New Rinso with Solium gets white clothes whiter than new, and washable colors even brighter than brand new. And even on rainy days, even when clothes are dried indoors, that wonderful new Rinso puts sunshine in your wash. Your wash comes brighter than you've ever seen it. Only new Rinso contains Solium, the amazing new scientific sunlight ingredient. Try safe, soapy-rich new Rinso next wash day. See why my wife says nothing compares with Rinso.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the remarkable young actress whose performance you have admired in the Warner Brothers production, The Corn is Green. Miss Joan Loring as star of A Man in the House, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant. As Roma Wines bring you Joan Loring in a remarkable tale of suspense.
When I was 17, they called me that pretty little Barrett girl. I never imagined then that 5 years later I'd be working in the public library day after day and 2 evenings a week. One of the mousy, tight-mouthed librarians who frown and rap a pencil when the adolescent scuffling and giggling becomes a little too unruly. I never dreamed that pretty little Barrett girl would become prim Miss Barrett, nor that my mother would... Well, one evening my father came home from the office looking a little more tired than usual. He barely touched his dinner and said he thought he'd lie down on the sofa for a nap. 3 hours later, he was dead. From that day, Mother was a changed woman, and our house was a changed house. She became suspicious and bitter and solitary. After a time, people stopped coming to visit. and Ted Roper learned not to call for me. I suppose I should have rebelled, but I was never a rebellious spirit, and I knew Dad would have expected me to stand by her. And so in a year or two, things had completely changed for me. I was working at the library, stamping cards and checking books, and rapping on the desk when the giggling became too loud in the corner. Ted Roper went away to school, studying to be a doctor. And by the time he came home to set up his own practice, he was called up for the medical corps. I'd get postcards from him from time to time. And meanwhile, I worked at the library and came home and cared for Mother, because her health had grown progressively worse. Now she was in a wheelchair and always in pain, although she'd never consent to see a doctor. I was thinking of all these things that night as I walked home from my evening session at the library. Maybe it was because Ted was back in town. He had his medical discharge and he'd set practice up again. He'd come to the house once, and I knew he wouldn't want to come back again. And so I walked home alone in the dark, thinking how once they had said...
There goes that pretty little Barrett girl.
But now they said...
What Emily Barrett and her mother need is a man in the house.
I looked up at our house. It was shabby and run down. And the vacant lots on either side of it and across the street were wild with unkempt weeds and grass. A single light was burning in Mother's room. The rest of the house was dark. I opened the gate, and then I stumbled a little. Something soft and yet unyielding was at my feet. And somehow my blood went cold as I reached down, and my hand touched something still and lifeless. It was my little wire-haired terrier. He was dead. Mother, poor Rover, he's... Mother, what is it?
Oh, Emily.
Close the door.
Who are you?
Not a sound out of you. Close the door.
Who are you? What are you doing
Don't
here?
turn on the light. Just stay where you are.
Mother, are you all right?
I haven't harmed her yet. And I won't harm you if you do what I tell you. But if you annoy me, as Rover annoyed me outside... You did call him Rover, didn't you, Miss Barrett?
What are you doing in our house?
I'm your guest, Miss Barrett. I trust your hospitality will measure up to the standards I set for you.
May I turn on the light?
No, don't move. I'll do it. Oh, you find my hand cold on your arm.
I didn't expect it.
And the light switch is to your left, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I misjudged a little. That's why I touched you. It might have been better to have stayed in the dark, you see.
He was ugly. His face was horribly scarred. The entire left side of it was drawn out of shape by the rigid, livid skin. The scar tissue seemed to distort his features into something evil and unclean.
I am not the most handsome guest you've ever had, am I?
Emily.
Oh, Mother, don't cry. I'm here now. Don't cry.
Oh, I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
You'll only work yourself up by crying. Try not to, dear.
It would be advisable for her to stop whining. It annoys me.
Please, Mother, please, dear.
And Rover annoyed me, you know.
What are we going to do, Emily? Why has he come here?
I'm your guest, madam.
If it's money you want, we don't
I've told you I'm your guest. I seek food and shelter as befits a guest. And you mustn't make one feel unwelcome.
He's mad, Emily. He's a madman.
You mustn't say that, madam.
He killed the dog, and then he sneaked into the house. He's been through every room. He has your father's revolver, and he wouldn't turn on the lights except the one in my room.
Mother.
He made me wait here in the dark for you. Oh, Emily, I feel sick.
Oh, stop that whining. It annoys me.
Don't you hurt me. Don't you dare.
Mother, please, dear.
You annoy me, madam. I suggest you retire for the night.
Emily, no, I couldn't. I couldn't sleep.
Will you be good enough to take your mother into her bedroom, Miss Barrett?
What are you going to do?
I've told you. I'm your guest. Well, Miss Barrett.
Come along, Mother. Let me wheel you into your room.
Oh, I don't want to, Emily. I don't want
Mother.
to.
Your conveyance needs oiling, madam.
Don't speak to me. Don't talk to me.
Oh, by the way, Miss Barrett.
Yes?
Don't trouble to close the door. And don't attempt to talk secretly with one another. I find it a very annoying habit.
Emily, he's mad. He's insane. I don't know what I've ever done if this should happen to me.
Try to be calm, Mother. Let me help now. Lie down on the bed, why don't you, dear? Try to relax.
Oh, I couldn't.
But if you could get some rest, you'd feel so much better.
I'm not getting out of this wheelchair.
If you could let yourself sleep,
No,
Mother.
I tell you I can't, Emily.
If you just take your pills...
What was that? What did you say? Answer me.
My mother ordinarily takes sleeping pills for her insomnia.
Not tonight, Emily. I won't take them tonight. I couldn't.
I think you will, madam.
No, I won't. You can't make me.
Is that her bottle on the bedside table there?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to take
How
them.
many does she take?
2.
I won't do it.
Here. Go on, give them to her.
Emily, no, don't make me.
What will you do if she sleeps?
Wait and rest. Wait under the shelter of your roof.
No.
You promise I'll be at her side when she wakes in the morning?
Yes, I promise. I'll give her the tablets.
No, I won't take them.
Very well. Take them now, Mother. Mother swallowed the sleeping tablets with difficulty, her eyes wide with fear, unable to look away from that scarred, awful face. Then he walked away into the living room while I stood by her wheelchair holding her hand. After eternities, her eyelids drooped and closed over the frightened eyes. Her face relaxed. She was asleep. I made her as comfortable as possible in the wheelchair, put a blanket over her.
Turn off the light and come out here. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Now, sit down. Yes, that chair there. How do you spend your evenings, Miss Barrett? You read?
No, not often. I get enough of books at work. Why did you break
really?
into our...
What do you do for a livelihood?
I'm a librarian. Why did you choose
don't
our...
usually stay up late, do you?
No, I don't.
In that case, then, we'll turn off the light. You're rather isolated at this end of the street, but someone might wonder why lights are burning in the Barrett house at this hour. Why sit so uncomfortably, Miss Barrett? Go on, lean back. Be at ease.
Why don't you leave us in peace? We won't give you...
I need rest. The safety of rest and solitude.
But why our house? Why?
Because you have few visitors. Your mother's to blame, isn't she?
My mother?
Weak, selfish, complaining. Not the most delightful of companions. You're a librarian, you say, huh?
How long do you intend to stay here?
Your curiosity annoys me. She'll stay here as long as I please, for a very long time if need be.
You can't. You'll be found out.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
But if I fail to report for work...
Oh, you won't.
I don't understand.
You will go to work at the library as usual.
And leave my mother here with you?
Yes. As a hostage, shall we say.
Hostage?
She'll be my guarantee you won't betray me. You will not go to the police, Miss Barrett. You will not make any indiscreet disclosures to anyone. You'll work at your job all day and then come back here.
And if I don't?
Need you ask that question? Is it really necessary to ask me that?
No. No.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Miss Joan Loring in A Man in the House by Leslie Edgley. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Ted Myers for Roma Wines. Elsa Maxwell is famous not only as a hostess, but also for her helpful suggestions on how to entertain more graciously. Recently, she said, "Next time you have friends for dinner, add to their enjoyment of the food and give the occasion a gracious festive touch by serving distinguished Roma California Burgundy. Even when ration points are low, your simple menus take on added glamour, added flavor goodness with Roma Burgundy. Serve cool." Yes, Elsa Maxwell's suggestion is one that lends enchantment to dining. You'll enjoy Roma Burgundy. Its tart piquancy, its fruity, robust taste, the happy result of selecting and gently pressing luscious grapes from California's choicest vineyards, guided to flavor perfection, unhurriedly, by Roma's ancient wine skill. Good Roma wines never vary, are always enjoyable, yet cost only pennies a glass. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Joan Loring as Emily Barrett, with Joseph Kearns as the man in the house, in a radio play well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
The rest of the night passed in silence. He didn't speak to me again, and yet I knew he was staring at me from his chair, staring at me in the dark. Except for the single time he moved to bring the dog into the house. I was still frightened, so frightened. But it was the morning I thought of. The morning when I would have to leave Mother alone with him. We ate breakfast together, the three of us silent at the table. His face was uglier than ever in the morning light. He had watched me prepare breakfast with wary eyes. Now he wolfed his food down as though he hadn't eaten in some time.
You're not hungry?
No.
And you, madam?
I'm not hungry.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is it time for you to leave, Miss Barrett?
Leave? Emily, what does he mean?
Your daughter has a job, Mrs. Barrett. You wouldn't want her to leave it, would you?
Emily, no, you can't leave me here. You can't.
You'll be all right, Mother. Really, you will. It's the only thing I can do.
Emily, no.
You'd
please.
better go, Miss Barrett. And remember your responsibility.
Yes. Yes, I'll remember. My day was a nightmare. I performed my duties automatically. And all the time my mind raced with speculation. What was he doing? Was Mother all right? How could I possibly get him out of the house?
Reverend Amber, please.
I couldn't tell anybody. I knew that. I didn't dare. He'd kill her in a minute.
My card's expired, but could I land?
For Mother's sake, I had to keep silent. I had to. And meanwhile, stamp books.
Good evening.
Where's my
Miss
mother?
Barrett. Your mother? In her room. Lock the door.
Mother, are you all right?
She's all right. Lock the door. All right, now give me the key.
Mother!
I'm here, Emily.
Told you she was all right. Give me the key.
That evening, I didn't have to go back to the library. Again, he watched me prepare our meal, and again, he wolfed his food down, while Mother and I left our plates untouched. I washed and dried the dishes after dinner, and then all three of us sat in the living room.
This is an ugly house. A barren house. There's no laughter in it.
I'm not interested in what you think of our house.
Well, you should be. You're still young. Your life is being ruined by this selfish woman.
How dare you? I'm sick. I'm not well. It's wicked of you to come into my house this way and say such things. He's evil, Emily. He burned the dog in the furnace.
And you're evil, too, madam. You're a selfish parasite. The world would be better rid of you. Now go into your room.
No, I don't care what you do to me. We have no money. We haven't anything you could want. Get out of my house!
Take her into her room, Miss Barrett, please.
Come along, Mother. Please don't excite yourself. You won't make things any easier this way.
It's time she slept, Miss Barrett.
I don't want to sleep. I'm so afraid.
You're stubborn and weak and useless. You're a blood-sucking parasite. Give her pills, Miss Barrett. It's time she slept.
Mother refused to leave her wheelchair again, but I persuaded her to take her sleeping tablet. And after she'd fallen asleep, I returned to the living room. He sat in a chair where he could watch the door and windows. One side of his face was twitching, a nervous tic he couldn't control.
You have permitted your mother to ruin your life.
That isn't true.
Of course it's true, I know. I've seen it happen before. I know all about it. I've been trapped just as you're trapped now by your mother.
I won't stand for you talking like that.
I know about women, domineering women. There was one. Well, she'll never bother me again.
You killed someone.
Did I?
That's why you're hiding here.
Is it?
Did you kill someone?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe someone annoyed me. I'll kill if anyone annoys me. Don't annoy me, Miss Barrett. Tell your mother not to annoy me.
That night went by. Crawled by as the first night had done. At 10:30, he switched off the light, and then we were sitting in the dark again in silence, hour after hour. When morning came, I was wretched and haggard, but I knew I had to do as he said, leave the house again. I had no other choice. I had to leave Mother with him. I'd have to go about my duties as usual. For a moment, I thought of going for help. But I knew what he'd do to her if someone even approached the house. And then as I came down the front steps, my heart almost stopped. For Ted Roper was coming up the front path.
Morning, Emily.
Hello?
I'd heard your mother wasn't too well, and I thought I'd drop in a minute and see her.
Oh, no, I don't think you'd better. She's asleep.
Well, that's too bad. I wish I'd stopped in last night. I was in the neighborhood, and I was just on the verge of knocking on your door, and I noticed your lights were out.
Oh, yes, we retired early.
Is there something wrong, Emily?
No, there isn't.
You look worn out. Getting plenty of sleep?
Yes, I am.
You've got to get a lot of sleep.
And as he stood there chattering on about my mother and my health, I could see the curtain in the living room move. He was watching us. He could probably hear every word that was being said.
Emily, you're not listening. Are you well?
Of course I'm well. Will you leave me alone, Ted?
Of course, if that's the way you feel.
I'm sorry, Ted, but I have a headache. I'd appreciate it if you'd go on.
Certainly.
And as Ted disappeared down the street, I turned and looked into the window. He was standing there back of the curtain, smiling, as if in approval. I don't know how I managed to get through that afternoon, but I did. And then I went home again, and they were there. When I'd seen that Mother was all right, I cooked dinner, and he tried to keep up a conversation.
We had visitors today, didn't we, Mrs. Barrett? Milkman, mailman. No letters, however, just a magazine. And we had an interesting talk, didn't we, Mrs. Barrett? About mothers and daughters, you know.
I looked at Mother across the table. The panic in her eyes had given way to another emotion. One hard to name at first. And then I realized it was resignation. As though she were resigned to her fear. Her face was peaceful, strangely serene, and she looked more beautiful than I'd ever remembered seeing her. After dinner, we sat in the living room, silently. He looked tired, deep circles under his eyes, and his face twitched involuntarily. I felt unbearably tired, my eyes so heavy.
Miss Barrett, I think you'd better go to bed.
Go to bed?
You'll sleep.
No, I couldn't.
There's no excuse for not sleeping. You see how easily your mother can do it? We'll take some of her tablets.
No.
Take them.
But my mother...
She'll take them, too. She knows how.
And then I knew why he wanted me to take the pills. He needed sleep for himself.
All right, here, Miss Barrett.
All at once, I had no resistance left in me. I took the water from him. He was leaning over me in the chair. And then I swallowed the tablet. Sleep couldn't have come immediately, and yet somehow it was like a swift black curtain shrouding my mind. When I awoke, he was still asleep in the chair facing the door and the windows. But the moment I moved...
Good morning.
Where's my mother?
In her room, of course.
Mother was still sleeping in her wheelchair. But something was wrong. She looked so strange. Something was radically wrong. She was ill. My first impulse was to cry out, to run to him and plead with him to help me. But I knew that was useless. I turned around, knowing that I shouldn't leave her, and yet I was powerless to help her. It's late. I won't have time to make breakfast this morning.
Yes, we seem to have overslept, didn't we?
I'll have to go now. The key. Please unlock the door. Mother's still sleeping. Please don't disturb her.
That still depends on you, Miss Barrett. Have you forgotten?
I left the house desperate with fear. Mother had to have medical attention immediately, and yet I didn't dare call anyone in. I didn't dare do anything that would endanger her life. I didn't know what to do. I walked blindly and rapidly along the sidewalk, almost running, not knowing where I was going. And then I saw Ted.
Hello, Emily. Headache better?
Oh, Ted.
What's wrong? What is it, Emily?
Ted, you've got to help me. You've got to. Oh, Ted.
Here's my car, Emily. Sit down now. Tell me what's wrong.
And then I told him the whole story. And when I'd finished, he said,
I'd better go to your house at once.
But you can't, Ted. I can't let you in the house.
You won't have to. I'm not letting you go back there.
But I must. I can't leave Mother with him.
All right, then. Go back to the house. Tell him you went for a doctor.
Oh, I couldn't.
Tell him that, Emily. Tell him you saw your mother was ill when you woke up. Tell him you called a doctor and you said nothing about him being in the house.
But he won't believe me. I know he won't.
We've got to gamble he will. I'll drive you back to the corner. Give you time to walk to the house and explain things to him. Then I'll make my call.
And then what, Ted? What will we do then?
I don't know, honey. But do as I say. It's all we can do just now.
When I faced him again in the house, I knew I'd blundered. I should never have taken the chance. I shouldn't have left Mother in the first place.
What are you doing back here? Why aren't you at the library?
I didn't go to the library.
Huh?
My mother's sick. I called for a doctor.
What?
I phoned for a doctor. He'll be here soon.
You told him about me?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You're lying. You're lying about your mother. You tricked me.
My mother's ill, I tell you. She was sick when I looked at her this morning. You must believe that.
We'll find out. Come on, in the bedroom.
Oh, wait, the doctor's here.
Huh?
You see, he's coming up the walk.
Don't let him in. Tell him to go away.
I can't do that, not after calling him. He'll know something's wrong.
Then he'll call the police, won't he? That's exactly what I warned you not to do, isn't it?
My mother's sick. That's all that matters.
All right. Let him in.
Oh.
I'll wheel your mother into the living room. I'll be behind the curtains. Keep that in mind. If you try any tricks, I'll kill her.
No,
I have your father's revolver, you know. I don't care what happens to me. I'll kill her first.
No.
Go on. Let him in. I'll be ready for him.
Hello, Emily.
Hello, Doctor. I'm so glad you've come.
Where's our patient?
In the living room.
Well, let's look at her, shall we?
Here she is, Doctor. She isn't breathing loudly now, but she was breathing so harshly when I left her.
Well, let's just see.
I stood against the wall while Ted bent over her. She was facing the curtains in the doorway. And behind those curtains, behind them, I scarcely breathed, praying Ted wouldn't do anything to arouse suspicions, praying against hope, and then...
All right, you in there. You'd better give up.
No, Ted, you can't!
I won't.
Emily!
You...
Oh, Mother.
Easy, honey. Take it easy.
You let him kill her. After I told you, you let him kill her.
Honey, listen to me. It was the only thing I could do.
It was you who killed her. You really did it.
Emily,
Ted.
listen. Look at this bottle of sleeping tablets in her lap, almost half empty. And she's cold. Cyanosis, blue lips and skin. She took an overdose of sleeping tablets. She was already dead, Emily.
Already dead. You knew that when you told him to give up?
Yes. I knew I couldn't leave you in the house with him. He'd have found out, and then he'd have flared up and killed you. I had to do it, honey. I had to provoke him into shooting a dead woman. To give me time to shoot him. I didn't know where he was, you see.
Oh, Ted. He told her she'd ruined my life. He called her a parasite. You think she...
I think so, honey. She did it so you might live.
Roma Wines have brought you A Man in the House, starring Joan Loring as Emily and Joseph Kearns as the man, in tonight's study in...
Suspense.
Before Miss Loring returns to the microphone, Ted Myers with a word for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Warm weather and iced drinks just naturally go together. And as famed hostess Elsa Maxwell recently remarked, for a gay and colorful warm weather drink, I recommend Roma Wine and Soda, a delightful, frosty, cold thirst quencher that's as delicious as it is refreshing. Yes, and Roma Wine and Soda, made with distinguished Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne, is quick and easy to make. Half fill the tall glasses with good Roma Burgundy or Sauterne. Add ice cubes, sparkling water, and a bit of sugar. And for a decorative touch, garnish with cherries or fruit. And for a delightful aperitif, sip delicious Roma sweet vermouth, well chilled. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth is blended and developed with all the traditional wine-making skill of Roma wineries. Is made and bottled in the heart of California's famous vineyards, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Joan Loring with a message from our government. America's war production program calls for the retention of millions of war workers in their jobs until the Pacific War is won. Stay on the war job until released. Keep buying more and more war bonds and hold on to them. And keep supporting all home front activities and observing all wartime regulations. Price controls, rationing, volunteer service, and salvage drives. Thank you.
Next Thursday, you will hear Lloyd Nolan as star of
Suspense,
radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force, where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer. Our story opens at Central Headquarters in the office of Mr. Chameleon, the most feared of all detectives, whose many disguises have made his name a byword among criminals of all kinds. But now he is relaxed. It is the well-dressed man sitting across from him whose pleasant face is strained and tense.
Mr. Chameleon, I know I'm imposing on our friendship, our acquaintanceship, I should say, since we've only met twice, but I had to do something. I couldn't let things go on this way. I'm convinced that my brother Louis is about to be murdered.
By whom, Mr. Brenton?
By Florence, his wife.
Mr. Brenton, are you serious?
Do you think for 1 minute I'd make a statement like that if I couldn't back it up? Have you any idea what it cost me to come here and tell you these things? I've always been fond of Florence.
What has happened to her is a tragedy. But my brother Louis comes first.
Yes, naturally. You're partners in the contracting business, aren't you? I had dinner once at your brother's home. It's a very beautiful place.
Yes, it is. I'm living there now. I have been for 6 months. And I've watched this thing develop. I've watched it grow. This...
Tragedy?
Yes.
You spoke of tragedy in connection with your sister-in-law. Oh, incidentally, I've never met her. She was away when I was there, but I hear she's very lovely.
Oh, she is. I've always been deeply fond of Florence. That's why... Mr. Chameleon, she's losing her mind. For over 6 months now, she's been treated by specialists for a nervous disorder. But it's getting worse instead of better.
Oh, that's very sad.
Louis has kept it quiet. He thinks it's something that will pass. I don't. Particularly not with Carl Robbins in the picture.
Carl Robbins, the architect?
That's the one. He's staying with them now, and Florence thinks she's in love with him. She's asked Louis for her freedom, and Louis won't give it to her. That's why I'm afraid. Terribly afraid of what she may do to Louis. In the mental state she's in, she may try to murder him.
Mr. Brenton, it's the business of the police to solve a crime after it happens. But there's no reason, really, why we shouldn't try to stop one before it happens if we can. Tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to look over the situation. Do you think you could invite me to your brother's home for dinner? Hello.
Chameleon?
Oh. Hello, Commissioner. To what do I owe the honor of this call, may I ask? Or don't you know that it's exactly 3 minutes of 6 a.m.?
Yes, I know it. Chameleon, you know Ralph Brenton, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I'm having dinner at his brother Louis Brenton's tonight.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going up to the Brenton place immediately, but not on a social visit. Louis Brenton is dead.
What?
Yes, he was stabbed to death with the scissors about 5 o'clock this morning.
So you see, I was too late, Mr. Chameleon, too late. If only I'd come to you a week sooner.
Mr. Brenton, you did everything you possibly could. Will you take me to your brother's room, please? I'd like to look around.
Yes, of course. The housemaid, Ida Webster, found him.
I see.
The bedroom door was open, which was most unusual, and she glanced in. My brother was on the floor, dead.
Where was his wife?
Florence claimed she was walking in the garden.
At 5:30 in the morning?
She said she couldn't sleep. She got up and went out. She wanted to see the sun come up.
What about the other servants? They hear anything at all?
To tell you the truth, Mr. Chameleon, we're short-handed right now. Louis was expecting a new butler tomorrow, a Britisher named Arthur Leach. The former butler quit last week.
Then no one heard any outcry?
No one at all. Carl Robbins slept through it all, so he says. And so did I.
And your sister-in-law was in the garden watching the sunrise. Mr. Brenton, what sort of a scissors was used to stab your brother?
A fairly small one. It was taken from Florence's dressing table. Oh, but here's the bedroom.
Your sister-in-law shared it with your brother?
Oh, yes.
Very strong smell of perfume.
Perfume?
Yes, don't you notice it? Very strong.
So it is. Yes, that's strange.
What's strange about it?
Oh.
I must have knocked over a bottle.
Florence.
I can't remember, but I must have. There isn't anything strange about it, unless everything I do is strange.
Oh, Florence, my dear child, I didn't know you were in here.
Of course I'm in here. It's my room, isn't it? Louis died here, but it's still my room.
Florence, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective. He's taken over the case.
How do you do, Mrs. Brenton? Very sorry about your husband.
Louis was a good man. He loved me. He believed in me. And I must have spilled that perfume, but I can't remember. That's the terrible part. I can't remember anything.
Let's try again, Mrs. Brenton. What time did you go out?
I think it must have been about 5:15, Mr. Chameleon. I'd had a dreadful nightmare, and then I couldn't get to sleep. Or did I imagine it? I mean, is it possible that when I thought I was in the garden, it was simply a continuation of my dream?
In that case, you never left this room.
No, I never left this room.
No, that's not possible. I didn't kill Lewis. I'm sure I didn't.
Mrs. Brenton, there were no fingerprints found upon the scissors, but a pair of your gloves were rolled up tightly, thrown in a bureau drawer. Do you remember putting on those gloves?
No. Where's Ralph, my brother-in-law?
Oh, he went downstairs. Detective Sergeant Arnold wants to question him after he's finished with Carl Robbins.
That's right. Poor Carl, he's in this too. Mr. Chameleon, tell me something. Do I seem like the kind of woman who lives in a world of fantasy? The kind of woman, for instance, who imagines that a man's in love with her when he isn't at all?
No.
You're being kind. I can no longer tell the difference between reality and unreality. I can no longer trust myself.
Mrs. Brenton, I understand that you've been under treatment for nervous disorders.
Yes, I have. I even intended to go to a sanatorium. Carl Robbins thought I should go.
Why? What sort of a mental burden have you been carrying that broke you down so that you needed a doctor?
I can't tell you. If I did, you'd surely be convinced that I was mad.
Well, you're quite wrong about that. Please believe me.
Believe you, Mr. Chameleon. I don't believe anyone anymore, least of all myself.
You in love with Carl Robbins?
In love with him? No, but that is...
He's in love with you. Don't be afraid to say it. That doesn't mean that the man's a murderer. Let's go downstairs, Mrs. Brenton, if you don't mind. I'd like to talk to you and Mr. Robbins together.
Mr. Chameleon, you really don't believe, do you, that I'm the sort of woman who imagines men are in love with her?
Mrs. Brenton, why do you keep harping on that?
Because I...
Very uncooperative, and
What's
I don't
that?
appreciate your attitude.
Well, that must be Mr. Robbins and Detective Sergeant Arnold there in the library. You come along, please?
No, wait, please. I want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, very well. But if we must eavesdrop, let's get a little closer.
There's only one thing I want to know. All I asked you, Mr. Robbins, was why you were staying here at Louis Brenton's house.
I've told you that. I was designing a summer home for the Brentons. I happen to be their friend as well as their architect.
Nice work, if you can get it.
What?
Mr. Robbins, there's a rumor going around that you happen to be in love with Mrs. Brenton.
That's a lie.
Carl.
I'm sorry for Mrs. Brenton. She's been unhappy, and I advised her to see a psychiatrist. But I've never been in love with her, never said I was. If anyone thinks I am, they imagined the whole thing.
Carl. Oh, no.
Well, Mrs. Brenton. Dave, will you get me some water, please? Mrs. Brenton has fainted. Why did she faint? I have a feeling, my dear Dave, that is the number one question on our list. Probably Florence Brenton fainted because Carl Robbins' words proved to her that she'd imagined that he was in love with her.
Probably, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, we mustn't forget. Carl Robbins might be afraid to admit he's been in love with her. You see, that could be a motive for him to murder her husband.
She's wacky. She has that look in her eyes, you know.
Dave, what did the housemaid tell you about the family relationship?
Ida? Oh, Ida had plenty to say, in between trying to get me to take her to the movies.
Oh, so that's the way it was. The irresistible Detective Sergeant Arnold, eh?
Oh, listen, Mr. Chameleon, that babe Ida would go for anyone. Anyhow, she said the usual, that Mrs. Brenton was sick, and the brothers Ralph and Louis Brenton were devoted to each other. Never a sharp word. Well, that's quite something when you consider they were business partners, too.
Yes, Dave, do you think she might go for me?
Who?
Ida.
The maid?
Mm-hmm. Now, sometimes servants know more about the inner workings of a family than the police can find out in a month of Sundays. If there were some way that I could get some real information from below stairs... Dave!
Yeah?
Ralph Brenton told me that they were expecting an English butler, Leach. Yes, that was it, Arthur Leach. Curly hair, rimless glasses, thick around the middle.
Is that the way he described him?
No, I'm describing myself, Dave.
You mean you're going to turn up there tomorrow morning impersonating Leach, the new butler? But what about the real Arthur Leach?
You can stop him. Find out where he is from the Employment Bureau. Take him to headquarters, explain the circumstances to him, and tell him that he will be compensated for anything that he loses. And meanwhile, the Brentons, whether they want to or not, are going to acquire a very unusual butler. Well, Dave, did you take care of Arthur Leach?
Yes, we headed him off about an hour ago, Mr. Chameleon. You all set? I swear I'd never know you in that getup.
Well, you better beat it now. Don't want anyone to think that I'm friendly with a common detective.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Arthur Leach, the new butler.
Oh, come in, Mr. Leach. We've been expecting you. Mr. Ralph said to take you right up to your room.
Might I ask, just who is Mr. Ralph?
Mr. Ralph Brenton, Mr. Lewis's brother. Mr. Lewis is dead.
So I hear. I must say I find it rather odd to come into a house where a murder has been committed. Not accustomed to working for that type of person.
Me neither. I'd quit, only they won't let me go. I don't know why they don't just arrest her and get it over with.
What is your name?
Ida Webster.
You might as well know from the beginning, Ida, that I never discuss my employer's affairs. If Mrs. Brenton murdered her husband, that is most unfortunate, but I consider it her business and none of mine.
It was her husband's business too, wasn't it? He got killed. I could tell you plenty if I wanted to. Wouldn't you like to hear it? Wouldn't you like to have a cup of tea with me down in the kitchen?
Afraid I don't care for American tea.
Nor do I, Mr. Leach. I'll make it strong. Do you know something? I like you. I always go for men with curly hair.
I'm flattered.
Whenever I see curls like yours, I just want to run my fingers right through them.
Oh, I see.
So how about it, A nice little cup of tea. I could tell you things I didn't even tell the police. For instance, there's a secret closet hidden in this house, and yesterday morning I saw someone putting something there.
Really? Secret closet? Where is it?
I won't tell you. Not unless you come downstairs for a cup of tea.
Very well, Ida. In 40 minutes, say. Tell you the truth, I'd like a spot of tea, as long as it's strong, and you sit and talk to me while I drink it.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of his brother's murderer. It is half an hour later, and in the Brenton drawing room, Ralph Brenton is talking to Mr. Chameleon. Not that Ralph Brenton is aware of this fact. On the contrary, he believes he is addressing the new butler named Arthur Leach, and he says apologetically,
I'm very sorry that you had to come here under such unhappy circumstances, Leach. I can't even promise that we'll be able to keep you on.
It's quite all right, Mr. Brenton, sir. I understand.
Naturally, my sister-in-law is very much upset. My brother's death, you know. Well, there's no telling what will happen.
Dreadful business, sir. Your American police aren't very quick, are they?
The American police are doing just fine, Leach. I'd back them against Scotland Yard any day of the week.
Everyone is entitled to his own opinion, sir.
Also, we have a very famous detective working on the case, a man named Chameleon. Maybe you've heard of him.
Oh, yes. Chap who goes around in false face and putty noses and all that sort of thing. Rather silly.
Well, everyone is entitled to his own opinion. But Chameleon's a good man. I'm counting on him.
Yes, sir. You suppose that I could see Mrs. Brenton?
As a matter of fact, she's been looking for you, Leach. She went down to the kitchen. I think she's there now.
Very good, sir. I'm on my way down there anyhow, if you'll excuse me, sir.
By the way, shouldn't you have dark hair?
Beg your pardon?
It's funny. It was Wilfred Dodd who recommended you, and I could almost swear he said you had dark hair.
My hair is really brown, sir, and indeterminate brown, but I've been out in the sun a great deal and it's bleached it.
I see. Not that it matters. I have a hunch that you're extremely good at your job, Leach.
Thank you very much, sir.
As good at your job as a butler, let us say, Leach, as Mr. Chameleon is at his job as a detective.
So I'm as good at my job as Chameleon is at his, am I? Wonder what he means by that. All I can say is I'd better be a good butler. Devil is the kitchen. All these doors down here. And maybe this is it.
But, Carl, don't you see it? Oh.
I beg your pardon. I thought this was the kitchen.
Well, it isn't the kitchen. It's the jam cellar. Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Arthur Leach, sir, the new butler, and I'm looking for Mrs. Brenton.
I'm Mrs. Brenton. I'd like to talk to you, Leach.
Oh, in that case, I'll clear out. I'll see you later, Florence.
Carl, wait. Leach, that was our friend, Mr. Robbins. He's staying here for the present.
Yes, madam.
Shall we go into the servants' sitting room? We'll be more comfortable there.
Certainly, madam. First, if you don't mind, I'd like to stop in the kitchen.
The kitchen? Why?
Which one of those doors is it?
That one there, but what do you want in the kitchen?
Your housemaid Ida is brewing some tea for me. I'd like to tell her that I'll be delayed. Ida? Ida?
Maybe she isn't there.
Kettle's on the stove. Ida?
What's the matter? Ida? Leach, she's dead.
Yes. She's dead, Miss Brenton. Been stabbed to death.
Five stab wounds, Mr. Chameleon. Whoever did it sure wanted to make a good job of it.
Poor Ida. Someone must have overheard her suggesting that I have tea with her. Tea and conversation.
Both Carl Robbins and Mrs. Brenton were down in that basement. If you asked me, they...
Are you coming with that coffee?
Yes, Mr. Brenton. Be right there, sir.
Not that there's any hurry, but we can all use some coffee.
So can I. Boy, I can still see that poor kid's face. And she wanted me to take her to the movies tonight.
Well, you can have your coffee later. Go to it, Dave. You have your orders.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon, but I'd rather stick with you. Someone in this house is awful handy with a knife. Are you sure you're going at this the right way?
Dave, I've had a theory for quite some time as to what lay behind Lewis Brenton's death. Now I want facts, and I intend to get them.
But, Mr. Chameleon, if
you... Dear chap, will you please get out of my way? The people are waiting in the drawing room for their coffee.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Leach. I'll be seeing you again.
So, Mr. Leach, you are Mr. Chameleon. But what you don't know is that I had my ear to the keyhole at just the right moment.
Sugar, Miss Brenton?
What? Oh, yes, thank you, Leach.
My dear Florence, your hand is trembling, so you'll drop that cup.
Did you say something, Ralph?
I say your hand is trembling.
So it is. How stupid. Aren't you having coffee, Carl?
I told you I wasn't. How many times must I say it? There's no need to be rude to Florence. Well, I'm fed up. There's a murder on the loose in this house. I want to get out of here, but fast. So do we all, Carl, but the police say we can't leave. As a matter of fact, I'm very much surprised that we haven't accomplished more than they have. I'm disappointed in my friend, Chameleon.
More coffee, Mr. Brenton?
Thank you, Leach. Yes, I must say I'm very much disappointed. Mr. Chameleon certainly hasn't been much help.
We haven't been much help to him either. None of us cooperated. I least of all.
Do you mean that you lied to him?
No, Carl, I didn't lie. I didn't kill Lewis. Only maybe I did. Maybe I did.
Florence.
I could have killed Lewis during a mental blackout. I could have killed Ida. All right, if I did, I want to be put away where I can't harm anyone again.
You're hysterical, Florence.
Yes, I am. But at least I know now what I want to do. I want to see Mr. Chameleon. I want to tell him everything. All the things I was afraid to tell him before. Leach.
Yes, madam?
Will you please put through a phone call to the New York police? Central headquarters, I think he called it. Ask for Mr. Chameleon. Tell him to come immediately.
No, wait. I'll make that call.
No, Carl. Leach will do it.
Don't you trust me, Florence?
I don't trust anyone anymore, least of all myself. Leach, will you please make that call?
Yes, of course, madam. But first, might I be a bit presumptuous and tell you what I think of this tragedy, if I might call it that?
I think you might safely call my brother's death a tragedy, and Ida's too.
Thank you, sir. But my theory is this.
I'm not interested in your theory. I want to make that call.
But my theory is very interesting.
Leach, will you go and call Mr. Chameleon, or must I do it myself?
No, Florence.
Carl, let go of me.
I want to hear this theory. This is rather amazing. What is your theory, Leach?
That Mr. Brenton's murderer spilled perfume on their clothes.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, definitely, Mr. Robbins. I noticed the odor of perfume in the upper hall. I was told it came from Mrs. Brenton's room. Now, when the murder occurred, the bottle was knocked over. The clothes were drenched with perfume, but the murderer didn't have time to dispose of those clothes. They knew the closets would be searched, the whole house would be searched, so they had to hide those clothes until later things were quieter. Follow me?
Yes. Yes, we follow you.
About the maid, Ida. I'm certain that she was murdered because she intended to tell me about a closet.
A closet?
Seems, Mrs. Brenton, that there is a hidden closet in this house. Ida knew about it, and so did someone else, apparently. Ida told me that she saw someone carrying something to that closet. Don't you agree it must have been perfume clothes? Well, don't you?
That little moron was probably on the make for you, Leach. She was trying to impress you.
Quite possible, Mr. Robbins. Nevertheless, I feel that I should report it to the police, don't you? Yes. Now I'll go and make that phone call to your Mr. Chameleon.
No, Leach, turn around.
Don't you try to pull a knife. Very handy with knives and scissors, aren't you? Drop it. Drop it. Miss Brenton, you get Detective Sergeant Arnold. He's upstairs looking for that hidden closet.
But Leach, you're Mr. Chameleon.
Definitely, Miss Brenton. And this fellow can't do any more damage with that knife. All right, Ralph Brenton, the game is up. Show us that hidden closet. It'll save a lot of time. You are feeling better, Miss Brenton?
I feel awake, Mr. Chameleon. For the first time in months, I'm not groping my way through some hideous nightmare.
When did it all start?
About a year ago.
Oh, was that when your brother-in-law, Ralph Brenton, first told you that he loved you?
Yes. At first, I tried to treat it as a joke, but it got worse and worse. He wanted me to leave Louis. And then when I told Louis that Ralph had to go, Ralph pretended that I'd imagined the whole thing. He convinced my husband that I was losing my mind.
No, not quite, Mrs. Brenton. It didn't quite convince him. The two brothers must have quarreled about that when Louis was killed.
I'll tell you one thing. Ralph almost convinced me I was mad. And Carl Robbins. I swear to you he said he loved me. When I heard him deny it, I was sure I'd imagined everything. Even now, Ralph insists he didn't kill Louis. We have no proof.
I have proof that he tried to kill me, and I...
Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
Here it is. We've got it. That closet was behind the stairway that leads to the servant quarters. And inside, we found this suit.
Miss Brenton, did you ever see this suit before?
Yes. It's Ralph's.
Smells strongly of perfume. And the trouser leg is soaked in perfume. There is your evidence, Mrs. Brenton. You didn't imagine that. And from now on, you need never doubt yourself again.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Case of the Blood-Stained Dollar Bills. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This evening, we want to call your particular attention to Rexall's exciting two-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the current issue of Farm Journal. One page is devoted to 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains, available all during the month of July, plus 53 additional values in Rexall money-back guaranteed products. So remember, for new and better health aids, for timely household bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational two-page spread in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the current Farm Journal. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Come in.
My name is Hayden, Gustav Hayden.
How do you do, Mr. Hayden? Won't you have a seat?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I would like for you to protect me for the next 2 days.
Protect you from what?
Well, maybe I should start at the beginning. By trade, I am a gun maker. Before I was fortunate to come to this country, I worked in German. Do you mind if I smoke?
Go right ahead. He pulled out a very old, hand-carved pipe and stuffed it into a worn leather pouch. He was a little man, a few inches over 5 feet. I guessed his age to be somewhere in the 60s. He talked of his home in Germany before Hitler had moved in with the stormtroopers. He told me about his wife and how she had died in a prison camp because she was anti-Nazi.
They allowed me to work because I was making a very advanced rifle, and Adolf could use such a rifle. But when they took my wife, I destroyed my blueprints and was myself interned in another prison camp. They tried to beat my secret out of me. I lived, somehow. Then the war was over.
Your pipe's gone out.
Oh, so it is. I hope I'm not boring you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, no.
I have a sister, Anna. I sent her to America before the trouble came. She's a widow and has one son. Perhaps you have heard of her son, Mr. Diamond, William Ehrlich?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, you will. He's a lawyer. Someday he will be a very big lawyer.
You said you wanted me to protect you, Mr. Hayden.
Yeah. My sister, with the help of William, arranged for me to come to the United States. I was quite ill when I arrived, and they sent me to their summer cabin in the Catskills. I soon was better and took great pleasure in this place, so they have allowed me to stay at the cabin and make it my home.
See.
Willie even made for me a complete workshop at my disposal, and in the last 2 years, I've occupied myself with my old trade.
Making guns?
Yeah. I have finally produced my new rifle, Mr. Diamond, and someone has tried to steal it.
Well, if somebody's trying to steal it, we should go to the FBI or the police.
I think of that, Mr. Diamond, but it would involve my sister and her son. I'm not sure how good this rifle is until after I test it. And I don't wish to have my family involved unless the rifle is a good one.
Have you any idea who might have tried to steal it?
No.
How long do you want protection?
Only for 2 days while I test the gun, and then I want somebody to go with me to the right people, so I may show the rifle to them.
Well, I charge $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Hayden.
I have no money, only what Billy gives to me each month for living costs, but if you will take a chance with me, Mr. Diamond, that the rifle is a success, I will see you are well rewarded.
And if the government doesn't want the rifle?
Then, like myself, I'll have lost such your time and effort.
Where's the rifle now?
In my shop in the Catskills.
Well, if somebody's already tried to steal it, aren't you taking a big chance?
Oh, that's a caretaker, sir. My nephew hired him when I moved in.
Where was the caretaker when the attempt was made to steal the rifle?
We were both asleep. I heard a noise in the shop and went out to see. Albert, that's the caretaker, heard it also. We both got to the shop about the same time. Whoever it was, we must have frightened him away, but someone had been there. The window was open, and much of my equipment had been moved.
All right, Mr. Hyden, I'll gamble with you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Diamond, thank you. I'm going to see my sister now, but I will meet you at the ticket window 11, Grand Central Station, at 8 o'clock.
Well, look what just walked in.
Hello, Sergeant Otis. You're looking exceptionally well this afternoon. Had a haircut, didn't you?
Yeah, how's it look?
Doesn't it confuse you, Barber, working on two heads at once?
Oh.
No. Hello, Walt.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Why don't you do me a favor, Fatty?
Rick, I've thought of everything. There's no way I can get rid of Otis and make it look like suicide.
Then do me another favor.
All right.
Check on a man named Gustav Haydn, German citizen. Been in this country for a couple of years.
What's it all about?
Confidential. Like to tell you, but I can't.
Okay, I'll see what I can find out for you.
Thanks. I've got to take a little trip tonight around 8. I'll be at home if you come up with anything. Hey, what the...
That's Diamond, all right. Pick him up and drag him over to the bed.
Sure. Okay.
Put him up on the bed.
A heavy son of a gun.
Wake him up.
Come on. Come on, wake up. He's coming around. Yeah, he's with us.
Okay. Now, don't try to get up or we'll have to belt you again.
Oh, what's this all about?
We want the plans.
Oh, you do, huh?
And we're going to get them.
I guess I'm in a hole. I don't give you the plans. You work me over. Believe me, I hate to mention it, but I haven't got them.
Take off your coat, Max.
Sure.
Go over and turn on that radio.
Right.
Now, look, I told you
Yeah,
that...
I know. You don't have the plans.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And remember, friends, there's a federal excise tax to pay on all television.
Get some music.
So buy now and...
Turn it up. Okay, come here.
You want me to take over?
Yeah. I'll keep the gun on.
Oh, why, you jerk.
Lie down. Go on. Work on his ribs.
Okay. Hey. You better tell us.
Oh, you knuckleheads. I can't tell you if I don't know.
Oh, he's sure stubborn.
Hold it. Not a noise out of you, Diamond.
Blue eyes, come on, open up.
Who is it, Diamond?
My brother-in-law.
Come on, Diamond, get out of the sack. I got something for
If you don't want him to get hurt, get rid of him.
But he's got something for me.
Well, get it and tell him to beat it. Go on over to the door, but don't let him in. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Say, what's with you?
Look,
I thought you...
Walt, tell Marge and the kids I can't come over. I'm busy.
What? Look...
And about the fur coat, tell her I couldn't get it for under $4.18.
Huh?
$4.18, and I don't want to get stuck with it.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll tell her.
You said you had something for me?
It'll keep. I'll give it to you when you got more time.
Sorry, but you know how it is. Business.
Sure.
Tell Marge I'm sorry I couldn't come over.
I'll tell her. See you soon.
Hey.
Yeah?
What kind of a coat you buy for $418?
A beaver.
A beaver? Well, I could have gotten it for you for half.
Forget it. Over on the bed, Diamond.
Oh, look, I swear I don't know about plans or anything else.
We got a lot of time. Maybe after a little while you'll remember. Move.
All right. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Come on, Diamond. The plans the little guy gave you.
Sorry, I wish I could help.
We know the guy came to your office an hour ago. If he didn't give you the plans, he told you where they are.
I had one customer in the office today.
Yeah, and what did he want? Max?
Look. It wasn't anything about plans.
What was it? Again, Max.
Max kept working, and I took it. For one reason, because I had to. For another, I knew Walt had gotten a 418 tip. In police code, that meant a slugging. It was sooner than I expected. I looked over at the open window at the back of the room, and there was Walt, looking in from the fire escape.
Come on, Diamond. I'm getting tired.
And I feel rested, huh?
Okay.
Drop the gun.
Huh?
Look out. Rick?
Okay. Here. Get this guy off me, Walt.
Here.
Oh, thanks.
Well, this one's had it.
You got both of them.
This one tried, and the other went for his. They're both dead.
Oh, turn off that radio, will you?
Okay. Why were they working you over?
Well, they wanted something I didn't have. Something they thought my client gave me this afternoon.
Gustav Hayden?
Yeah. You find out anything about him?
Well, nothing incriminating. Got a whole background on him here.
I'll read it on the way down to Grand Central. Hayden didn't want the law in on this, but with 2 men dead, as far as I'm concerned, that puts it right in your lap.
This coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal carry an important 2-page Rexall ad. One page features 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains good all during July. Here are just a couple of examples. Rexall 5X multivitamins, the tablets that are 5 times stronger than the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Special introductory offer, 10-day trial size, a regular $1.79 value, free of extra cost, with the purchase of the regular bottle of 50. Stag Brushless Shave Cream, regular 50-cent jumbo tube, now only 25 cents, exactly half price. So remember, for new and finer health aids, for bigger and better bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, this is it, Walt. I was supposed to meet him here at the ticket window.
Oh, where is he?
I don't see him. This is ticket window 11.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give him a few minutes. And we gave Gustav Hayden more than a few minutes. At 8 o'clock, we were still waiting. At 8:15, the train Hayden and I were supposed to take pulled out.
You stood up?
Yeah. Let's check with the ticket seller. Pardon me, sir. May I talk with you for a minute?
Certainly. What can I do for you?
Police business.
Oh.
Did you notice a little man standing near this window, about 5'3", big bunch of gray hair, old brown hat and suit, button shoes?
Smoking a big pipe?
That's it?
Sure, couldn't help but notice him. Stood around for about 15 minutes.
See him leave?
Yeah, left with a man, big guy.
You remember what the big guy looked like?
I didn't pay much attention, just big.
What do you think, Rick?
I think we better look up Gustav Hayden's sister.
But what is this all about, Lieutenant? Gustav left for the train station an hour ago.
He was going back to the mountains.
That's nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Ehrlich. He just didn't take the train.
Are you certain?
We checked.
But I still don't understand. Mr. Diamond, what is your interest in my brother?
Well, he retained me this morning to protect him.
To protect him?
Protect him from what?
Well, Mr. Ehrlich, he said someone was trying to steal a new rifle he was developing.
A new rifle?
A gun he started designing a long time ago in Germany.
He never told us anything about it.
Well, I don't believe he wanted to involve you until it was all finished and tested. If it was a success, he was going to turn it over to the government.
He certainly kept it a secret. I helped him fix up a workshop, but I just thought it was to keep him occupied. An old man, you know, wanted to keep him busy.
And Mr. Diamond, you think something's happened to him because of this rifle?
Well, maybe not. But if you hear from him, please contact Lieutenant Levinson at the 5th Precinct Police Station. Anna Ehrlich gave us the location of the mountain cabin where Hayden was living, and we left. Walt went back to the station, put out a description on the missing gunsmith, and I caught the next train for the Catskills. It was morning when I climbed off the train and hired an old car to take me the 5 miles back into the woods. 20 minutes of bumpy road, and I arrived at the cabin to be met by the caretaker. Thanks, driver.
You want something?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hayden.
What did you want him for?
He's here.
Well, didn't you think he'd be?
I'd like to talk to him, please.
I don't know. He's in kind of a strange mood. Came in about 4 this morning, acting like he'd seen a...
Albert.
Yeah, Mr. Hayden.
Show the gentleman in.
Yes, sir.
That will be all, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Diamond, what are you doing here?
I saw your sister.
You talked with my sister?
That's right.
Your face is bruised.
2 men beat me up.
Mr. Diamond, I did not meet you at the station because I changed my mind. I'm so sorry you made this long trip, but I have no need for your service.
Oh, what changed your mind?
I decided not to go on.
Who was the man you left the station with, the big man? The ticket agent saw you.
Oh, he must have made a mistake.
This is police business now, Mr. Hayden.
Please leave.
I can't. I want to know what this is all about.
Please, I can't tell you.
I'd like to see your rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond, I don't care what has happened. I cannot allow it.
Mr. Hayden, you might as well cooperate. If I leave here, I'll leave with you.
Oh, no. You don't know what it would mean.
Look, the 2 men who beat me up are dead. There's a dragnet out for you. Now, if you want me to help, maybe I can do you some good. It's up to you.
I must think.
Okay. But while you're thinking, I'd like to see that rifle.
Of course. I keep it locked in this closet. All that's left is to test it.
Beautiful. I'd like to fire it.
I have decided to tell you everything, Mr. Diamond.
And I'm glad.
You were right about the big man I was leaving the station with. He warned me to forget my dealings with you and not to call in the police. Then he drove me here and demanded the rifle and the plans. I told him the rifle was not nearly finished, but I gave him a set of blueprints and he left.
Then they've got the plans?
They have some plans. I expected something like this, and I drew up several sets of blueprints that will be no good to anyone. But I don't know what to do now. My sister and her son are in danger.
The first thing we've got to do is get hold of Lieutenant Levinson and tell him I found you. He'll give your family an armed guard if necessary.
But we don't know who these men are, who they're working for. You can't guard my sister and nephew forever.
That's a matter for the FBI. We've got 2 dead bodies to identify. They might give us a lead. Oh, somebody just drove up.
We can see from this window.
You know the car?
Well, it looks like Willy's car.
Oh, it is your nephew.
Oh, why did he come here? Willy!
Oh, Uncle Gustav, we've been worried sick. We couldn't wait to hear from Mr. Diamond, so I drove up. Mother's beside herself.
Oh, sorry, Willy. I should have notified you.
Mr. Diamond said you left the station with the man.
We'll tell you all about it on the way back, Alec. I've got to put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to call off the dogs.
The telephone is in the other room, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
I'm sorry to make all this trouble, Willy.
I couldn't do anything else. What's this all about? Mr. Diamond mentioned something about a new rifle.
I was going to tell you, but I wanted to wait until I was certain of its performance.
But you certainly should have told me. I could have helped.
So was it, but If the
Hello?
rifle was no good, it would harm your career.
Hello, operator.
Uncle Gustav, you think that would have made
Operator.
What have to me after all you and Anna have done for me? Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the phone's dead.
What?
We've never had any trouble with it before.
That's what I was afraid of. Where's that caretaker?
He was here a moment ago.
Albert! Albert!
Yes, sir.
The phone's dead, Albert.
Well, it was working all right a little while ago. I called the store and ordered some groceries.
Come on, you're going to show us those phone lines.
That's the phone line coming down from the trees. Over the house right... Well, what do you know?
Yeah, the line's been cut.
What?
That's right, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond.
Now, just take it easy. Mr. Ehrlich, we're all going to pile in your car and get out of here.
Wait. Don't you see what this can mean? My sister's alone back in New York. You can't reach the police to give her the necessary protection.
Well, we certainly can't stay here.
We must. I can't take a chance on my sister's life. I will give them the rifle and the plans.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. If you give it to them, you don't think they're going to let you live, or for that matter, let any one of us get out of here alive.
I'm an old man. It doesn't matter.
Sorry. We're all getting into that car.
No, Mr. Diamond. I cannot.
Wait a minute, Diamond. In a way, he's right. My mother's life is important also.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Ehrlich. But we're only presuming she might be in danger. We know that your uncle is, and that rifle's too important.
I won't leave.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to, and I wouldn't like to use force. Now, come on. All of you get in that car.
Wait just a minute, Mr. Diamond. No one's leaving this cabin.
Look, Ehrlich.
You look.
Really? You don't have to use a gun.
I'm afraid I do, Uncle.
But you can't.
Shut up and get over there with Mr. Diamond.
Really?
Shut up, you old fool. Get over there.
You better do as he says.
But I don't understand.
It's not too hard to figure out.
Albert.
Yeah?
Go and get that rifle.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Go and get the rifle. Look, I'm the man you've been expecting.
You?
Of course. Do you think I would have hired you as caretaker unless I knew you were working with us? Now, go bring that rifle.
Yes, sir.
Really? You are behind all this?
Oh, now, don't be so naive, Uncle. I've been with the party for years.
The party?
Certainly. You didn't think we were a bunch of thugs, did you?
There's a difference?
That's all right, Diamond. Enjoy yourself. You don't have too long.
I simply can't believe it. And Anna?
Mother knows nothing about it. She couldn't understand.
And Albert telling everything I did.
That's how they kept such close tabs on you, Mr. Hayden. They tried to get the gun first by stealing it. When you came to my office, they thought you'd given me the plans and sent two of their strong arms to beat it out of me. That didn't pay off, so they had you picked up at the station. You gave the big man the wrong plans, and up came your sweet little nephew.
But why didn't Albert steal it? He could have many times.
You'd have been the first one suspected.
Quite shrewd, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah, I'm a dilly. You played it pretty cozy, too, Ehrlich. Even your own man didn't know you were running the show.
Here it is, Mr. Ehrlich. I brought some shells in case you wanted to see it work.
Good. Well, Uncle, I suppose you're just as interested in the performance of your rifle as I am. You can try it right here, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Pick a good target. Walk down the road about 100 yards and see if you can kill Mr. Diamond on the first shot.
Really?
Now, relax, Mr. Hayden. There's nothing we can do about it.
You are completely right for the first time, Mr. Diamond. Go ahead, Albert. Move away, Uncle. And if you try anything, Mr. Diamond, then I shall have to shoot you. Move away, Uncle.
No. I think I shall stand with my friend.
Mr. Hayden, please.
I am sure they don't intend to let me live anyway.
Oh, on the contrary, Uncle. We were planning a long voyage for you. We know of a place that could use a man of your talents.
I see. I prefer to stand with my friend.
Very well. Albert.
Yeah?
Don't do it, Mr. Hayden.
After Mr. Diamond, Mr. Hayden.
Both of them?
First, Mr. Diamond, then my uncle.
Okay. It's good enough.
No, move farther down. I want my uncle to see how good his gun really is.
Okay. But the first couple of shots might be off. This thing hasn't been zeroed in yet.
Mr. Hayden, please get out of the way.
Is it all right if I smoke my pipe?
Oh, certainly.
There's nothing like a good pipe and good tobacco. Did you ever see Germany before the war, Mr. Diamond?
No.
In the spring, beautiful. I used to take long walks and smoke my pipe. I can't complain. I have some wonderful memories.
You ever see Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the summer?
No.
Stinks.
Well, Mr. Diamond?
Get it over with.
That's fine. All right, Albert.
I hope to talk with you again, Mr. Diamond. Someplace.
You're a nice guy, Gus.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still too scared to find out.
You're scared? I didn't know whether I could hit him or not. You made a fine rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond, he shot Willie. He wasn't even trying to hit you.
Oh, I think I'd better sit down.
But I don't understand.
Oh, wait until good old Albert gets back here. I think you'll find out he's more than a caretaker, bless his little heart.
And good old Albert was a little more than a caretaker. His real name was Baxter, special agent for the FBI, working for the past 6 years as undercover man inside Ehrlich's organization. The last time I saw Gus, the government had accepted his rifle. He was smiling and smoking his old pipe. We talked for a long time, just like he had hoped we would.
This time of year, no woman wants to spend endless hours caring for her skin and makeup. Since you want the finest beauty care in the least time and with no nonsense about it, why not try the new Ann Delafield Cosmetics? Designed expressly for the busy modern woman, they give you the most for your cosmetic dollar and save time as well. There are no endless bottles and jars, no endless creams for different corners of your face and neck. Just one fine cream, the Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream. A day cream, cleansing cream, night cream. All creams in one. There are vitamins, too, for true beauty from within, and other lovely makeup aids tailor-made for you. Look for the fine Ann Delafield Cosmetics at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro Golden Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, and Lillian Bayef. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. You can know better health. You can save money.
From Hollywood, it's time now for John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
This is Orrin Vance. Sent me up to Osnick 7 years ago, remember?
Orrin Vance. Oh, the Zeman case?
Now you got it. You know, Della, I thought a lot about coming out and killing you. Instead, I'm going to do you a favor.
What's on your mind, Vance?
I did all my time, and people don't like to hire ex-cons. I think maybe you and I can work out something.
I haven't got any jobs, Vance.
Not asking for a job.
It sounds like double talk to me. I don't think you...
Don't you give me any routine, Del. I've heard them all. You can help me and make yourself some money. It's legitimate. What do you say?
I don't know what it's all about.
Suppose I come over and tell you.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you.
John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to All States Insurance Company, Wilmington, Delaware. Attention, Mr. Don Freed, Chief Investigator. Since your office authorized me to conduct certain inquiries based on information supplied by Orrin Vance, I am billing you accordingly. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Baltimore matter. Expense account item 1, $295. A phone call to prisoner dismissal board at Sing Sing Prison, where I was informed that Orrin Vance had been released 3 days before the above date. He had completed 7 years of a 7 to 15-year term for grand theft. It was an unparoled release. The chaplain described him as a model prisoner with a better-than-average chance of remaining out of prison for the rest of his life. For that reason, I was willing to listen to his story when he showed up an hour later.
Hello, Dollar. You haven't changed a bit.
Come on in, Vance.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Ah, nice place you get.
I like it. Sit down. Tell me what's on your mind.
Dollar, look. Don't treat me like a con, even if I am one, huh? I'll sit down. I'll have a smoke with you. I'll talk with you. Forget the other part for a while, will you, please?
Okay. Have one?
Thanks. Just that everybody's doing that. Even my wife. Went over to see her the first day I got out. You know what?
What?
Katie wouldn't let me in the house. Gave me $40, told me to go out and get a decent job. Tell you, she had it all worked out. Work hard, she said. 6 months, if everything's okay and you're not in any trouble, you can come home to me and the kids. If not, she said, I'm going to divorce you.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to offer me a seat. Invite me to sit down.
Sure.
Thanks again. You know, thought about it a lot. You hadn't been out to get me 7 years ago. I'd have had you over for dinner. Maybe we would have been friends.
Maybe.
Look, I can't get a job, and I'll have to go in business for myself. I need a stake. That's why I'm here to see you. I talked to you maybe 20 times while you were working on that Zeman case, and I think I got to know you. I called you today because of what I saw of you then. I think you're an honest man.
Thanks.
You ever hear the Towner case in Baltimore?
Towner Loan Company in 1946?
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about that. $1 million theft.
The insurance companies still have a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction?
Was never solved. I suppose they do.
I can help you help them solve it for half of that reward.
Can you?
I know 2 of the men who did it. 2 of the 6 men. I talked to one of them yesterday. I'll tell you who they are, where you can pick them up, but I want my name out of the picture. Can you fix that?
Yeah, probably. But I have to talk to the police sooner or later.
Oh, look, this is a good thing, Dollar. And all I'm asking is your promise to keep my name out of it.
Tell me how good before I make any promises.
That's fair enough. They had some of the serial numbers on part of the take. Here. This is one of the bills. Why don't you check it with them? Then we'll take it from here, huh?
Expense account item 2, $14.85. A long-distance phone call to Chief Investigator Don Freed, All States Insurance, who verified that the serial numbers on the $10 bill Orrin Vance handed me tied in with the Towner Loan Company theft. I explained the information I had at hand and the source from which it had come, leaving out any mention of names. Freed talked with his boss and phoned me back half an hour later, giving me the go-ahead. Okay, Vance. You're in business.
All right, how does it work?
You tell me who they are, I'll handle it from here.
I mean the money part.
When we have something, you'll get paid for it. All I've had so far is talk. This bill could have come from anywhere. You might have picked it up at a cigar counter.
Look, I got it from a man named Leonard Torpy. He lives in New York. He's one of them.
Leonard Torpy?
Yeah. I met him my second year at Ossining. He was up on an old petty theft charge. He did 18 months. Told me to look him up when I got out. Now, this part may sound crazy, but we had a few drinks together in his place yesterday. I was weeping on his shoulder about all my hard luck, and he said, "You think you got hard luck?" Well, and then he marched me into the bedroom, showed me a stack of money in a bureau drawer. He said he couldn't spend it. He gave me one of the bills. Well,
must have been pretty drunk out.
Yeah, it was. I got to thinking about it. I checked the bill, found out it was in the town that night. I looked up the story on it. Torpy fits the description of one of the hold-up men right down the line.
Now, we'll see. You say you know two of them. Who's the other one?
Harold King. Lives in Reno, Nevada now. Runs a filling station there. He used to come see Torpy on visiting days. I saw him several times.
What makes you think he had a part in the Towner thing?
Just from what Torpy said while he was drunk and the general description of the other hold-up men in the story. See, while Torpy was drunk, he mentioned his old partner, Harry King. Told me where he was living and so forth.
Did he say anything about the hold-up?
No. I told you I found that part for myself. But King is the other man, I'm sure of it.
King have a record?
I don't know anything about him.
Okay. Where'll you be?
California. 2 days be long enough?
Oh, I should know something by then.
Remember, my name's out of it. The police or anybody else.
Sure. You afraid?
Yeah. I'm a stool pigeon. Well, haven't you noticed?
I'd noticed, and it worried me. So I followed him when he left my place. I was buying a package of cigarettes at the corner drugstore while he boarded the streetcar for downtown. I tagged along in a taxi to the main business section, watched him get off, and head for the bus terminal. I bought another package of cigarettes while he bought a one-way ticket to New York. In the half hour before departure time, I telephoned a private detective friend of mine, Pete Florian. He appeared at the bus terminal 15 minutes later.
What's the rumble, Johnny?
That man over there in the gray overcoat. His name's Orrin Vance.
Uh-huh.
He's on his way to New York right now. Maybe you better tag along, see that nobody kills him.
Oh?
If what he told me is true, somebody might try to do just that. Stay close till he's settled somewhere.
I see.
I haven't got any more to tell you, Pete, because I'm just starting to look into it. Find out where he's living there and contact me at this number. I'll let you know what to do then.
All right. Anything else?
Don't let him out of your sight, Pete. Expense account item 3, $100. Retainer for Private Detective Pete Florian for explained purposes. I stayed at the bus terminal long enough to watch Pete board the New York-bound bus and take a seat across the aisle from Orrin Vance. Item 4, $8.85, plane fare, Hartford to New York. Item 5, $4.50, cab fare to hotel and then to Metropolitan Police Station, where I explained my business to Lieutenant Randall.
Who gave you this tip, Dollar?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Lieutenant.
Why not?
Because I promised not to disclose any names. I can tell you that the source is a man who couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the case, since he was in prison at the time of the holdup.
Mm-hmm. But you want me to stick my neck out and get up a search warrant and maybe take this bird Torpy into custody on your say-so.
Well, you have plenty to start with that $10 bill. Should be enough for you to look into it.
That why you looked into it?
Frankly, yes. Prima facie evidence.
But no name.
No name. I've told you all there is to know. Believe me.
Let's get busy.
The mug folder on Leonard Torpy showed a balding 40-year-old man with a long record of theft and burglary. There was no record for a Harold King, although he was listed as an associate of Torpy's. Lieutenant Randall wired Reno authorities requesting they locate King and hold him for possible questioning. Once these preliminaries were accomplished, Randall and I went out to the address Orrin Vance had given me. But this turned up a blank. The landlady informed us that Mr. Torpy had lived there, but had checked out the preceding morning. No forwarding address. The good lieutenant and I parted company outside the apartment house, and I walked back to my hotel. I was going to change clothes and grab some dinner, but the clerk waved me over to the house phone. A call had just come in. Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Pete Florian, Johnny.
How'd it go?
When your boy got in town, I trailed him to a place on 155th Street. He's
got a room with a view. He's up there now.
Alone?
Think so?
Any visitors?
No. Light went out about an hour ago. Might be sleeping.
What's the number?
680. His room's in the back, first floor, number 10.
Where are you?
Drugstore right across the street.
Expense account item 6, 160. Cab fare to the drugstore where Pete Florian was keeping a watchful eye on my nervous informer, Orrin Vance. I found the drugstore, but Pete was nowhere in sight. The girl behind the soda fountain recognized him by my description and said he'd stepped out a few minutes before. I glanced up and down the block and then spotted him standing just outside the shadow of a streetlight across the street. I walked over.
Hi, Johnny. That's the room back there.
Lights on?
He's got a couple of visitors in there with him. Showed up about 5 minutes ago.
Car?
Taxi.
What they look like?
One's thin, medium-sized, dark suit. The other's stocky, dark suit, too. Both in their early 40s. Chauffeur wears glasses. Didn't make either one.
Yeah. This one of them?
Let me see. Yeah, he's in there. What's his name?
Leonard Torpy. We better go in.
Okay. Right back there.
Yeah.
Who's Leonard Torpy?
That's somebody who might want to kill Vance.
Wish I knew more about what this is all about, Johnny.
Yeah, so do I. It's all talk so far.
I see.
Better cover me. Come over there.
Okay.
Mr. Vance? Orrin Vance?
You must have the wrong number, buddy. Nobody by that name lives here.
Well, are you sure?
Positive. Why don't you try the manager?
I did. He said Mr. Vance had this room.
Then he's all wet. Good night.
Just a minute, Torpy.
What?
Hey, Johnny, look out!
Before I went down, I heard it go off a couple of more times. Must have been 6 inches from my head. My eyes couldn't see and my feet wouldn't move. But I could hear. It was someone very close to me. And he was dying.
Johnny. Johnny.
We'll return to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment. Sign up. Enroll now. Join the 7 million strong who buy United States defense bonds through the payroll savings plan where they work. The bonds you buy help keep America strong. And now, Series E bonds earn more. They give you a quicker return on your investment. Through the payroll savings plan, you'll save the sure way, before you spend. So sign up. Invest more in United States defense bonds. Now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
I won't talk about my operation. But I had one at the police emergency hospital. As a matter of fact, I had 2. They prodded a .38 slug out of my neck and another one out of my shoulder. It was 48 hours before I was allowed to sit up in bed and talk. Naturally enough, my first visitor was Lieutenant Randall. He looked haggard, tired, worried.
You say you hired this Pete Florian?
Yeah, to keep an eye on Orrin Vance.
This your tipster?
It's okay to tell it now, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, thanks. Florian died right there in the hall. 4 slugs hit him. Vance is on the floor beneath you, still hanging on. You keeping track of all this?
What about Torpy? Did you get him?
We didn't, but Florian did. Torpy's in the morgue. The other man got away. Quite a night.
Yeah.
Look, Dollar. You're the only one who can give me the story now. Vance isn't able to talk and won't be for another 3 days, if then. Everybody else is dead or gone. Now, what happened there?
I don't know. I didn't see anything, Lieutenant. I was trying to push into the room past Torpy, and the whole world caved in. Any line on the man who was with Torpy?
Good descriptions, but no luck so far. He heisted a car outside Vance's place. Found it 2 hours later, no prints on it. Some blood. He might have one of Florian's slugs in him.
Yeah.
We gotta land that bird. Hey, you all right?
I felt awful. And Lieutenant Randall left me alone for the rest of the day. At 3:30 the following day, Orrin Vance regained consciousness long enough to relate what had happened. I was wheelchaired down to his bedside. Statement enclosed.
That was Harry King with Torpy. King flew here 3 days ago from Reno. He came to my place to find out what I'd done with the $10 bill Torpy gave me when he was drunk. I told him I spent it, but they didn't believe me. It was King who shot me. I've got reward money coming. I'm not gonna die.
He was still hanging on 2 days later when I left the hospital. Expense account item 7, $14. Ambulance ride. From emergency hospital to my hotel. The doctors told me to take it easy for a month and I'd be all right. I had a phone call a half hour after I started to take it easy. Johnny Dollar.
Are you interested in finding Harry King?
Who's this?
My name's Milva King. I'm Harry's wife.
Oh,
You want him or don't you?
sure.
I'm at Shiraz Restaurant on 42nd off Broadway. Can you meet me?
Yeah. How'll I know you?
You won't, but I'll know you. Your picture's been in the paper for the last 3 days. Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Mrs. King?
Yes. Hey, you look pretty weak.
I feel that way.
Maybe we better sit down.
The small, pretty brunette woman in the nice clothes looked like anything but the wife of a bank bandit and murderer. She looked more like a housewife on a shopping tour or a schoolteacher on a New York vacation. I listened while she cleared up some questions I had in mind.
There's a reward posted, isn't there, for that holdup in Baltimore?
$10,000, yeah.
Will I get it if I turn Harry over to the police?
Sure.
How much?
Half?
Oh, that isn't much for giving up your husband.
They'll get him sooner or later, Mrs. King. The other half's spoken for.
Well, this Vance man?
Yes.
Wait, I'm just trying to figure. What about you?
I'll pass it up.
$5,000 for Harry.
Providing he was tied in with the Baltimore holdup. That's what the insurance company's interested in.
He was in it all right. I want to get something else straight. What happens to me?
What do you mean?
I'm his wife. I only had a part in that holdup for the last 6 months. I haven't said anything. Does that make me a party to it or something?
Well, you could have informed, but you couldn't have testified, being his wife.
If I'm arraigned, I don't want to spend all the money hiring lawyers to keep me out of jail.
My company will cover that. Where's Harry?
Oh, not yet.
What now?
I better get something in writing from you. Something that says your insurance company will pay me the reward and give me help if I get in any trouble.
All right, I'll talk to him.
This time I'm thinking of the future. I'm going to have one once this is over.
I hope so, Mrs. King.
I know so, Mr. Dollar.
Did Harry have money he couldn't spend, too?
$45,000.
Where is it?
I can give you that when I give you Harry.
Well, you thought of everything.
I tried to. Harry and that Torpy man were fools. All they ever got out of it was the marked bills. Worthless money.
You don't happen to know who the other 4 men were, do you?
No. I suppose that's what you'll ask Harry when you get him.
That's the idea.
Poor Harry. How long will it take you to get things arranged?
Not more than an hour. I can do it by phone.
I'll call you.
Okay. gave her a 50-second start before I left the table and went out in the street. I was just in time to see her climb into a cab. I was trying to hail one to follow her when a black coupe pulled up to the curb.
Come on, Johnny.
Hey.
Hustle it up. Light will change. Oh. How do you feel?
Terrible. What is this?
When Vance told us it was King, we checked the airlines and found out he had his wife with him when he flew in from Reno. That is Mrs. King up there in that cab, isn't it?
That's who she said she was.
She wants to sell you her husband for part of that reward, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Well, what's the delay?
She wants to make sure she'll be handled all right. The money and all.
So did Vance.
Don't needle me, Randall.
I don't mean to. This all figures. I thought she might try to get in touch with you for just that reason.
I don't get it.
Well, that's why I put a man on your hotel. Followed you when you came to meet her today, then he phoned me. We looked her up. Her name was Melba Thaler before she married King. Her old man had a lot of money in Minnesota, but she couldn't keep herself out of trouble and got disinherited. Money's always been her problem.
It's everybody's problem.
Not the way it is with her. Now King's worth a lot of dough to her if you pay off. He's no good to her now lying somewhere with a slug in him, and he hasn't been any good to her with the marked money he got in the Towner holdup.
There's something else, Randall.
What?
She's stalling me, I think. She said she didn't know who they were. But if she was lying and she does know who the others were in that Towner holdup, King would be worth even more money. They'd want him dead instead of with the police talking his head off.
That's right.
We followed Melba King's taxi for better than 45 minutes, all the way through the Holland Tunnel and into Jersey. She finally left it at a train station in Bucks County. We watched her buy a magazine and sit down in the waiting room and begin to read it. 15 minutes later, she stepped into the phone booth. When she came out, I went over to the filling station phone to see if she'd phoned my hotel.
Well?
She wasn't trying to get me.
Well, that settles it. She's contacted the others. She's going to sell to you or them, whoever pays most for him.
Some operator, isn't she?
Well, when you have time, look at the file we picked up on her. 16 arrests. 1 conviction for narcotics when she was 18. Well, we'll see what we will see.
Didn't take long. When a green Cadillac pulled up at the station, Melba King stepped out on the platform and greeted the 2 men who were in it. She sat in the car with them, talked for a short time, then got back out. When the Cadillac rolled away, Lieutenant Randall was on the radio ordering a pickup.
Yale, 596. I'll pick him up right away. We'll stay with her.
When Melba King caught another taxi, we were right behind her. She took it to an auto court about a mile from the station. We saw her go into the cabin marked D. Randall radioed in our location. We were about to check the auto court office when the door to cabin D opened. Standing beside Melba King in the doorway of the cottage was a pale, stocky man who looked as though his legs wouldn't support him another minute. Then she saw us get out of the car.
He'll kill me. He's got a gun on me. Don't do anything. Please don't do anything.
That's right. Anybody gets in my way.
You're hurt, King. You can't go far.
I've come this far, and I'm still going to keep moving. Come on, baby, move.
It was all ready for her when she got back.
Yeah.
Boys know I shoot. You especially. But you'll be dead now, darling.
That's funny. I thought the same thing about you, King.
Please don't do anything. Please.
Shut up.
King, listen to reason. I can tell you're hurt bad. You need help.
Why don't you give it up?
How much were you going to give her for me, darling?
I wasn't...
How much? Tell me.
Half of it.
Please, Harry.
And how much would you have when I give it?
I didn't talk to you.
Oh, yes, you did. I passed out this morning. You got real busy. How much, baby?
Oh, no.
You're dying on your feet, King.
Yeah? Well, that's a good place to die. On your feet. Maybe I won't make it. We'll still make it. This is gonna hurt.
No. Harry, please. No!
Yell if you want to.
King, don't add another one to the...
John. That's him, too. Let's get this over with.
Expense account, item 8, same as item 2, transportation back to Hartford. Item 9, $85, doctor bills. Item 10, miscellaneous, $48 while in New York. Expense account total, $294.60. Remarks. As you know, the 2 men Malva King contacted were also part of the 6 who had held up the Towner Loan Company. They made a full confession and named the other parties involved. As far as the reward money goes, I think Orrin Vance deserves his $5,000. And I think Pete Florian's widow deserves my $5,000. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra, extra, hear all about the final payment. Steve Wilson's headline story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, the soap that gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Extra, extra.
Yes, Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town. The headline stories of a great city, dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor, whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, but it may be a servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, and guard it well.
Now, Big Town, and tonight's story of a vicious racket of modern ghouls, trading on tragedy and sorrow. The final payment. No sensational headline yarn for Steve Wilson and his Illustrated Press. This story of a vicious, widespread, but little publicized racket began in a cheap rooming house headquarters of Malcolm Todd and his embittered, red-headed accomplice, Ginger. Began one evening not long ago.
Well, so you got back, Ginger. Congratulations.
Lay off the sarcasm, Mal. I've covered every pawn shop in this section of Big Town and my feet hurt.
How many watches did you get?
About a dozen, but I had to pay $5 for some of them.
Okay. We'll still make a slick profit once I get the initials of today's crop of dead ones cut on the back.
Look, Mal, I'm getting sick of this peanut racket. Rooking the relatives of a lot of dopes that ain't even been buried yet.
I told you it's just till we get a stake, get organized, and go big time. Line up a mob, work with a real racket.
Yeah, that's what you said in Chicago 6 months ago. But things got hot and we had to beat it. And the same thing happened in Cleveland.
Well, it ain't going to happen in Big Town. We're going to make a killing as soon as we can line up with a real racket.
So why don't we get right into some racket that pays off in something more than 3 squares and bus fare to the next town when the local flats start breathing down our
I
heads.
keep telling you, Ginger, it's only till we can hook up with some local mob that's got connections and protection. Now quit beefing and pack up them watches.
Yeah, sure. We got to catch the widows and relatives and collect for the handsomely initialed watches. Well, I'm sick of it. Fed up.
Oh, shut up and get to work. That kind of attitude ain't going to get you diamonds and mink coats.
At the rate we're going, I'll end up with one of these $2 watches. What? I'm sick of you and your schemes. I'm fed up.
Don't start throwing things, baby. Listen to me.
Now, you hurt my arm. Let go. I'm pulling out.
Oh, no, you're not. Hold still, baby, and listen.
Feel my throat. Let go.
Shut up and listen. I want to show you something. Something you don't ever want to forget.
Mal, what are you doing with that gun? You promised you'd quit carrying a gun after what happened in L.A., that cop.
Forget that cop. You're liable to find out if you try pulling out on me.
I was only kidding, Mal, honest.
Don't ever try it, baby.
Mal, let go of my throat. I won't.
All right. Don't ever try to pull out and cross me up with another guy or I'll blast you both.
I won't, Mal. I won't.
Oh, good. Now go wash the mascara off your face and go out and get the early edition of the Illustrated Press.
The Illustrated Press?
Yeah, it's the top sheet in this town. They have the best obituary column, the best list of suckers. Now get going, honey. The dead don't like to be kept waiting.
Hello, Steve. You got a minute to spare?
Hello, Lorelei. Could be. What's furrowing your lovely brow this beautiful afternoon?
I think I've dug up the meanest racket in the world.
Well, which one? There's several running neck and neck for that title.
Ever hear of poor box looters and those who steal pennies off the eyes of the dead?
Oh, yes. Among others.
Well, this racket puts those human benefactors in the shade.
Okay, let's have it, Lorelei.
There are a couple of modern grave robbers working a post-mortem delivery of junky watches on the relatives of people who have just died.
Uh-oh, the old obituary racket.
Right. They get their list of prospects from the obituary columns of the newspapers.
Yes, Lorelei. In one form or another, it's been going on for years. The crooks deliver cars, jewelry, portraits, usually worthless junk they claim the deceased member of the family ordered before he died.
This time it's cheap watches with initials carved on the backs. Price $20 in the case I ran into.
How'd you pick up the lead? Police headquarters?
No, I was over in the factory district getting the story on a man who was killed in a hit-and-run accident. The man's wife told me the story and showed me the watch.
Had she reported the matter to the police?
No, she said she was sure her husband never ordered the watch, but the man who delivered it threatened to sue, so she gave him the money.
Yes, they generally pay without question or protest.
Oh, Steve, it was awful the way she sat holding that cheap watch, her fingers touching the initials cut in the back. Knowing she'd been cheated, feeling so helpless, and yet accepting it as part of the greater tragedy that had come to her.
Oh, these petty crooks know it's easy to work their dirty racket on the people in the depths of misery and despair.
And because they don't rate front-page headlines, nobody bothers. Nobody cares to read about it.
You're wrong, Lorelei. Millions suffer from the petty rackets. The very ones who can least afford to lose the little they have. Besides, this type of filthy gyp is a training school for the big-time rackets.
Is there anything we can do about this one, Steve?
Yes, did you get any lead? A good description of the man who delivered the watch?
No. The poor woman was so upset she couldn't recall what he looked like. She thought he was tall and dark complexioned.
Well, I'm afraid that's no help.
It'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack, even if we followed up on every obituary notice in the press.
Yes, that's the... Hold it.
Huh?
Lorelei, you've given me an idea. How would you like to be a widow?
Hey, not so fast, Steve. You might at least find me a suitable husband before you make me a widow.
Oh, for this job, we can skip the formality. Here, find yourself a furnished apartment in the want ad section.
Hey, what have I talked myself into?
A handsomely initialed watch, ordered by your late husband, I hope.
Oh, light begins to dawn. I'm the come-on.
Yes, pick a moderate-priced furnished apartment in the factory district and get over there and rent it before it's taken.
Here's one at 20 Pine Street.
Pick a name, Lorelei. Smith, Brown, Jones.
I'll take Jones. Lorelei Jones.
Yeah, Mac, the obit.
Hello, Mac. Steve Wilson.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, what can I do for you?
I want you to insert a death notice, Mac.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, sorry. Friend or relative of yours?
No, an imaginary character called Jones. Henry Jones, Mac. We're baiting a trap for a modern gravedigger.
Oh, I
Robert.
catch. Henry Jones.
Survived by his wife, Lorelei Jones.
I mean our Lorelei?
Check. It's all very sudden, Mac.
Anything else?
Have the notice set up, but hold it until Lorelei's rented an apartment and phones in the address.
It's as good as done, Mr. Wilson.
Thanks, Mac.
Do I dress the part, Steve?
No, you'll do as you are, but hide that $20 hat.
On my salary? Huh, I made it myself.
I'll hide it anyway, and on your way to your new address, you better stop at your place and pack an overnight bag, Lorelei.
Okay.
And when you get a flat, phone Mac, the obit, and give him the address.
Right. Well, how long do you think it'll be before this slimy character appears?
Well, if he sees the obit and takes the bait at all, he'll show up sometime tomorrow morning.
What do I do, call for the law?
No, Lorelei, these rats can be as mean and vicious as their racket. Just tell him you want whatever your late husband ordered, but you haven't the money.
Mhm.
Say you'll have to get it from your brother and ask him to come back in an hour.
Then what?
Well, then phone me here at the office, and I'll be right over.
Okay, brother.
Right. And I'll be there when he comes back.
Can I kick him just once when you grab him,
Nothing
Steve?
doing, Lorelei. Like four-legged rats, the obit operators seldom hunt their victims alone. We want all of them before we spring the trap.
Thus, Steve Wilson, fighting editor and champion of the helpless and the victimized, has set a trap for the vicious racketeers preying upon the poor and distressed. In a moment, we'll rejoin Steve and Lorelei as they carry out their plan to entrap these modern public enemies.
extra hero about it. Doctor's amazing report. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Hero about it.
Pardon me, but did that boy say Lifebuoy Health Soap gets skin cleaner?
That's right, miss. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner in your daily bath than any other leading soap.
And doctors have proved it?
Oh, yes, indeed. And not just once, but time after time. These doctors found in 820 scientific tests that Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can.
Now, wait a minute. Won't any soap get you clean?
No, all soaps aren't the same. Any soap will remove all the grime and perspiration you can see. But it's the invisible dirt, doctors say, that may form a foothold for BO. So be on guard. Remember, Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. Gives lasting after-bath protection 24 hours a day.
But how does Lifebuoy do it?
Well, doctors say Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder. Safe even for a baby's tender skin. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and tonight's story of a vicious racket, the final payment. Learning that an obituary racket is being worked in Big Town, Steve has set a trap by having Lorelei Kilburn rent a furnished flat and pose as the widow of a worker whose fictitious death was announced in the obituary columns of the Illustrated Press. Now, the following day, we find Lorelei in an apartment on Pine Street, phoning Steve as she waits for the racketeers to come and take the bait.
Hello, Illustrated Press. Steve Wilson, please. Lorelei Kilburn calling.
Hello, Steve Wilson.
Oh, hello, Steve. It's Lorelei.
Have Chisholm shown up yet?
No, and it's 3 o'clock. The death notice has been out almost 24 hours. I'm afraid we've drawn a blank.
Well, stick it a few more hours, Lorelei. It takes these racketeers time to mark initials on their junk, and they may have other deliveries to make.
All right, Steve, but I'd hate to spend another night in this place.
What's the matter, my lovely?
Rats. 4-legged.
Say, where are you phoning from, the hall?
No, the apartment. The former occupant had a phone, and it hasn't been disconnected.
Well, that's a break. Call me back if and after our man shows.
All right, I will. And incidentally, don't you trust me, Steve?
What do you mean, Lorelei?
There's been a man sitting on a stool in a bar and grill across the street watching this house all day.
Probably a barfly student of human nature.
Mm-hmm. His name couldn't be Harry the Hack, unofficial chauffeur and bodyguard of the Illustrated Press staff, could it, Steve?
Very observant, Lorelei. You're also a very good reporter, and I'm not taking any chances.
Oh, thanks, Steve, but hold it. I've got to call her.
Okay, hang up. Go in your act and make it good. If it's the man we're after, do just as I told you, and don't write yourself an obituary.
Right, Steve, I'll play it straight, and I'll call you back as soon as he leaves. Yes. Yes, just a moment, please. Who is it?
Package for Mr. Henry Jones.
Oh, a package? Just a minute, please.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jones in?
Oh, Henry, my husband died only yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am.
Yes, it was very sudden.
Well, maybe that's the best way to go, ma'am. But now about this package.
Oh, yes, you said you had a package for Henry. I'll take it.
Fine. I guess you'll want it to remember him by. It's a watch he ordered.
A watch?
Yeah. We'd have been able to deliver it sooner, but he wanted his initials on it. There's a COD charge for $20.
$20?
Yeah, 20.
But Henry didn't tell me anything about ordering a watch.
Maybe he was going to surprise you.
Well, maybe, but could I see it?
Sure. Here you are. But I can't leave it without the $20, lady.
Oh, I understand. Well, it doesn't look like a very good watch.
I don't know anything about that, lady. All I know is your husband ordered it. Had us put his initials on it. And that spoils it for anybody else. So we have to collect the $20.
But I don't have $20 in the house. You see, there have been so many expenses.
How soon can you get it?
Well, I'm expecting my brother. I guess I could get it from him. Could you come back in an hour?
I don't know. I got a couple of more deliveries to make.
Well, could I come to your shop and pick it up this evening?
No. I'll be back in an hour. If I can't make it, I'll send one of my assistants.
All right. You come back, and I'll have the money ready for you.
Good. You do that, and we won't have to turn the matter over to our collection agency. So long, Mrs. Jones. See you later.
I'll say you will, you scum of the earth.
Lorelei. Lorelei?
Steve, come in. What kept you? It's almost time for that human leech to come back.
Oh, I stopped across the street to tell Harry to be in his hack and ready to roll.
Oh, good. How are we going to handle this big rat when he shows?
Well, just how big is he?
Yeah, he can spot you 4 inches and 20 pounds, but I'm not sure he'll be back in person.
Well, I hope you didn't scare him off.
He isn't the type that scares easy when there's cash in prospect, but I think he may send an assistant.
Well, it doesn't matter. The assistant will lead us to their headquarters, Lila.
Well, what'll I say this time?
Now, when the bell rings, you're going to be grief-stricken. I'll handle this.
Okay, Brother Steve, the pleasure is all yours. Last time it made me sick to my stomach listening to that leech pull his rotten routine.
Okay, Lorelei, go in the other room and leave this to me. I'm going to try and act of my own.
Well, restrain your impulse to smash his face in.
I'll try to do that, Lorelei. Oh, good afternoon. Well, hello, Red.
Well, hello, big boy.
Oh, sorry, I'm afraid you have the wrong apartment, sister.
I don't think so. Mrs. Henry Jones lives here, don't she?
Why, yes.
You must be the brother she was going to borrow $20 from that left the COD on this watch her husband ordered before he died.
Oh, yes. I got the money for you. Right here.
Thanks. Hope you don't mind if I count it, Hanson.
Not at all. But I want to have a talk with you, Red.
What about?
About your boss.
How come?
I might have something that would interest him.
Oh, yeah? Just a minute, my boss don't like to get shortchanged.
Oh, smart boss.
Nice fresh bills right out of the mint.
That's right. Now, if you give me the watch, I'll give it to my sister. She's lying down. It's been pretty much of a shock.
Yeah. But she's lucky having a smooth guy like you around. Must be quite a comfort.
Oh, thanks for the compliment, but what happened to your boss? I thought he was coming back.
He had some deliveries to make across town. And am I glad? You wouldn't be going my way, would you?
Could be, Red. But I got to talk to my sister first. Now been waiting for me downstairs.
I got a better idea. I'll wait for you in the bar and grill across the street. The name's Ginger.
Okay, Ginger. See you in a few minutes.
Don't keep me waiting, brother.
Don't worry. I won't.
Well, handsome, you certainly did all right on short notice.
Now, don't jump to conclusions, my lovely.
You don't have to jump at those kinds of conclusions. They just run you down.
Okay, but this changes our plan of action, Lorelei.
Obviously. What assignment have you thought of to get rid of me?
Now, don't tell me you're jealous.
Don't flatter yourself, brother. Oh, okay, see, Steve, seriously, what was the purpose in that quick play-up to that curvaceous cutie with the 4 alarm tresses?
I think I can persuade her to lead me right to her boss, Laura.
What do I do while she's doing that?
I want you to get out of here, get in Harry's hack, and follow us wherever we go when we leave that bar and grill.
So far, easy.
And when I give you the high sign, I want you to go to the nearest police station and tell them what's up.
And invite them to a handcuff party?
Yes, on the double.
Say, you're okay, big boy. What's your name?
Steve Wilson.
What's your racket, Steve?
I haven't a racket of my own, Ginger.
Don't give me that, Steve. You got dough and you got brains, so you gotta have a racket.
Oh, I work for a big organization.
Oh, I get it. A big-time mob.
Well, I wouldn't care to have it called a mob. But what about this boyfriend of yours?
He ain't my boyfriend. I just been stringing along, getting nothing but promises. And from where I sit, it looks like he ain't never gonna get nowhere.
Yeah, there ain't much future in selling junky watches, even if he puts initials on $2 tickers and CODs them for $20.
Hey, you're wise to the racket.
Oh, sure. I cut my eye teeth on it.
Well, then how come you give me the $20 without a squawk?
Because I want to meet your boss.
What for?
Well, maybe I'll put him in line for something big.
How do I know you're on the level?
I'm not on the level. Now, how about taking me to meet your boss?
He'd beat my ears off if I brought you to the joint we're using as headquarters while we're working big town.
I thought you said he wasn't your boyfriend.
He ain't, but he's crazy jealous. And if he thought I was interested in another fella, there's no telling what he's liable to do.
Oh, okay. There's nothing to keep me from following you home, is there?
No, there ain't. You look like you could take care of yourself. But if you do, you better watch out for Mal.
What last name is he using this season?
Mal Todd, and you watch out. He carries a rod in his suitcase, and I happen to know he's used it more than once.
Oh, thanks for the tip, Ginger. I think Todd will listen to my proposition.
He wants to tie up with some local mob that's got organization and protection. Maybe he'll listen. But You got a rod, just...
Gun.
Gee, then you are a big shot, Steve. Where's your bodyguard?
Outside. In a taxi parked down the street.
Gee, fancy me bumping into a guy like you. Am I lucky?
Well, on the other hand, I might be a plainclothes cop.
Nah, you ain't the type.
Okay, well, now that we understand each other, suppose you finish your drink and go to Todd's place.
Okay. And you're going to trail along?
Like your shadow.
Okay. And, Steve,
Yeah, Ginger?
in case you should find Mal Todd don't want to play along with you, it won't break my heart if you have to rub him out.
Yeah? That you, Ginger?
Yeah, Mal. Let me in quick.
What's lathering you?
Close the door. Lock it.
Okay. It's locked. What's the matter? What kept you?
A guy's following me.
Guys are always following you.
It's the brother of the dame we hooked.
That Mrs. Jones?
Yeah.
So what? Did you get the $20?
Yeah, he gave it to me.
Okay, hand it over.
Can't I keep a $5?
I'll give you a couple of bucks tomorrow. What about this guy? Did he squawk?
No. He bought me a drink and tried to get the lowdown on you.
On me? Copper, maybe.
No, I can whip a cop a mile. Talks like he's got some kind of racket. Wants to talk to you.
What about?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me.
Listen, you two-timing little twist, if this is a double cross.
Mal, you're hurting my arm.
Sometimes I think I ought to break your neck. What'd you tell this local wiseacre?
Nothing, Mal, honest. And I tried to shake him, but I couldn't. He followed me all the way here.
I did. Okay. If he wants to talk, we'll see what he's got to say.
Mal, you hadn't ought to carry that gun on you. Real big shots hardly ever carry guns.
This is one of them hardly ever times, Sugar Puss.
Mal.
Huh?
I think he's out in the hall.
Okay, let's see what he wants. Good evening, brother.
Hello, Todd. You mind if I come in?
No. Come in. Come on in, wise guy. And we'll make you feel right at home.
Thus, Steve Wilson, in an effort to trap two vicious crooks working an obituary racket in Big Town, has walked into their hideout, while Lorelei goes to summon the police. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Amazing, sensational, almost unbelievable, I know. But doctors have proved it, not just once, but time after time. In hundreds of scientific tests, these doctors found that Lifebuoy Health Soap, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. So be on guard. Remember, Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. Gives lasting after-bath protection 24 hours a day. Yes, bathe daily with Lifebuoy. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and tonight's headline drama, The Final Payment. Posing as a local racketeer, Steve Wilson has followed the woman accomplice of a petty crook to their hideout. But double-crossed by the girl, Steve is admitted at the point of a gun.
Come on in, fella. I've been hearing about you.
Thanks. I hope I'm not interrupting anything unimportant. And put away that gun.
Never mind the gun. Don't forget I got it, smart guy. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
No, thanks. Looks like the chairs are falling apart.
Suit yourself. Ginger tells me you've been pumping her about our little obit racket.
Oh, nice going, Ginger. I thought you weren't going to tell your pal Todd we had a little talk.
That's what I wanted you to think.
Ginger would double-cross her own grandmother, but she knows better than to pull a fast one on me.
Well, that must be a comforting thought while it lasts.
Okay, wise guy. What do you want?
I want to size you up before I make you a proposition, Todd.
What's the name?
The name's Wilson. Steve Wilson.
What's the proposition?
It's a proposition that'll save you wearing out shoe leather trying to make a living by rooking grief-stricken relatives out of their hard-earned cash, paying for junk watches no one ordered.
Okay. If Mr. Wise, the racket, how come you forked over this $20?
Because I expect to get it back. With interest.
Yeah? Frisk this monkey, Ginger. Let's see if we can place him from what he's got on him.
You won't find a gun.
He said he never carried no gun, Mal. He's clean.
Yes, remember what else I told you, Ginger?
Yeah. Mal, you better go easy. He acts like a big-timer, and he's got a bodyguard that trailed us all the way here.
Yeah, why don't you tell me that?
Well, I forgot.
What else you forget? What is this, a frame?
I'm just looking after myself, that's all.
Oh, Ginger wouldn't double-cross you, Todd. You just finished saying so.
She won't do it but once. Come on, Ginger. Give out. What's the angles on this screwy setup?
I don't know, and I don't much care. What did I ever get out of stringing along with a small-time punk like you?
More than you ever got out of that 5-a-day routine in that tank town burlesque.
In a pig's eye. Anyway, I wasn't always ducking cops. Getting the bums rush from the local hoods. I'm fed up. I've had enough, and I'm getting out while the getting's good.
You better stick around, Ginger. Maybe Todd and I can make a deal and go places.
Like nothing. I thought maybe you was somebody, but you let this tin horn push you around like he was a big shot.
Stay put, Ginger. You ain't taking a powder on me for this guy or anybody else.
Like nothing, I ain't. I know when I've had enough.
Don't unlock that door, Ginger. I told you you'd never walk out on me.
I heard you say it plenty of times.
I meant it then, and I'm telling you now.
Now, don't be a fool, Todd. The chair's the payoff for trigger play.
Shut up, Wilson. Come back here, sugar puss, or so help me, I'll let you have it.
Don't tempt him, Red.
He ain't got the nerve. So long, small time.
Hold on, you two-timing little tramp. Ginger, I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Not shooting into the ceiling, you won't. Okay, Todd. Sleep that one off. Are you all right, Red?
Yeah, he missed me, and you're okay. I thought you was just another four-flusher, but you're okay, and you and me can really go places.
Sorry, Ginger. Your cross and double-cross has left you right where you started. Long ago.
The cops. And you're one of them.
No, Ginger. Just a newspaper man who doesn't like to see a lot of poor and distressed people being pushed around.
Steve, you all right? I heard a couple of shots.
Right as rain, Lorelei. Tell the law to come in and collect a couple of practitioners of one of the meanest rackets on the book.
Well, they just pulled up outside. Well, how did you manage this, Steve?
I suppose this Dave is that bodyguard you was talking about.
Uh-huh. But we're thinking of getting him a keeper any day now.
Okay, Lorelei, spare the rib. Get on the phone. Get this story to Fletch on the final.
Right, Steve. The capture of this pair should help break up the obituary racket in Big Town.
Yes, Lorelei, and serve as a warning to other migratory leeches preying on the helpless and the distressed.
So ended another skirmish in the endless battle of the war on crime. Another win in the career of fighting Steve Wilson and his staff of the Illustrated Press. Now, before telling you about next week's dramatic Big Town story, here is Lorelei Kilburn.
Friends, this is Lorelei Kilburn. I'd just like to say how nice it is to be back in these big town adventures. And it's especially nice to be working for such a fine sponsor as Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap. Like millions of other Americans, I've been a Lifebuoy fan for years. I like the lather. I like the mildness. I've seen the proof of its quality and its wonderful effects. I know you'll like Lifebuoy, too. And we're all looking forward to next Tuesday night and many Tuesday nights to come. Thank you for welcoming us into your home. Thank you, and good night.
Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you The Trap, a hard-hitting story of a dead man's revenge on his enemies. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilburn, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. And now, Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, hero all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Big Town brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine Lever product. Extra, extra.
Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Rain or shine, new Rinso with Solium gives your wash a new brilliance you've never seen before. You can dry clothes anywhere, and white clothes will turn out actually whiter than brand new, and washable colors brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, Solium. No other soap contains Solium, only new Rinso. It's so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Find out about the amazing new brilliance of Rinso washed clothes. Find out how new Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Get Rinso right away.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Edward G. Robinson in You Can't Die Twice, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, if a camel got a drink of water only 3 times a year, his tongue would hang out like a Christmas necktie. But an Autolite Stay Full battery thrives on 3 drinks a year. Yes, sirree, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And by Cornelius, an Autolite Stay Full battery has extra plates for extra power, protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger, longer life. Why, in recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without the Stay Full features. So remember, be battery right. Get Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Edward G. Robinson in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yeah. It's funny how it happened. Take a good look at me. Am I the type you'd say could harm a fly? Ask around my neighborhood. Or ask any of my old customers. Sam, they tell you...
Sam Brown? Why, he wouldn't say boo. Sam Brown, a murderer? Well, besides, there must be some mistake somewhere. Sam's dead. A whole year now.
So that's what I want to explain, how it all happened. It all began that Sunday morning at home with my wife, Katie. Poor Katie. An April Fool.
Today is April Fool, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I guess it is, Katie. Why?
Why? Because we'll have to expect a lot of silly tricks today, that's why, from your so-called friends.
Yeah, that's right. I guess we'll have to be on our guard, huh?
You're talking.
Yeah.
After the way you fell for that April Fool's joke last year.
Yeah, some letdown, all right. When I learned it was all a practical joke and I hadn't won $50,000 in the Irish sweepstake. Hey, you sure took it to heart, too.
Why not? Will I ever in my life even see money like that?
Oh, Katie, please.
Will you ever make it from your miserable milk route? Will you?
Oh, I'm sorry I even mentioned it.
You were going to give me so much. You were going to get places. Throw $1 million at my feet. $1 million what? Empty milk bottles?
Well, so I didn't get the breaks. Now, what do you want me to do, Katie? Rob a bank, murder someone? Please let me alone, will you? I want to hear.
Turn that off and listen to me. Murder somebody, he says. Being poor is murdering me. I'm fed up, I tell you. Look up to here.
Oh, Katie, please.
Don't Katie me. What's the matter so early in the morning? Hello?
Mrs. Catherine Brown?
Yes.
You're the wife of Samuel E. Brown of 22 Maple Street?
Yes.
I'm sorry to have to inform you that your husband has been killed, Mrs. Brown.
What's that?
His body was found just a few hours ago in a ditch on the Clinton Turnpike. Killed by a hit-and-run driver, Mrs. Brown.
Ha, ha, ha. What is this? Somebody's idea of an April Fool gag? Now cut it out.
Well, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Brown, but this is not an April Fool gag. I wish it was for your sake. Please call at the county morgue, will you?
What?
Well, you'll have to identify the remains. It's almost beyond recognition. But there's a wallet, Mrs. Brown. That's
Katie,
all we have to go on.
Listen, you. You think a joke like this is funny? You ought to have your head examined. Who is this?
Police Sergeant Ryan, ma'am. 3rd Precinct.
Go on, you crazy dope.
Mrs. Brown, please be at the morgue as soon as you can. That is, if you want to claim your husband's body.
Hey, what was it? Some gag?
Of course it was a gag. Well, you're right here. Probably that Joe Brody again with his April Fool jokes. He'll get a piece of my mind, believe you me.
Four firemen, however,
Must
were
you
overcome
listen
by
to that
the
radio?
Oh, Katie, my one day off a week. Let me live,
the body of a
please.
man tentatively identified as Samuel E. Brown, a local milk driver employed by Dessel Dairies Company.
What? What did you say?
Shut up.
Been the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
Listen.
The body was found in a ditch on the Clinton Turnpike, mutilated almost beyond recognition. A wallet is the sole clue as to his identity. And that winds up the 9:30 edition of the...
Well, what do you know about... Did you hear that, Katie?
Yeah, I did.
Well, that was me, wasn't it? Me they were talking about. That's a hot one, isn't it? Huh?
Sam, that phone call just now.
Yeah?
I thought it was an April Fool joke. Must have been the police. Wonder how in the world...
Huh? Now what?
Let me... Hello?
Katie? This is Harry, Katie. Gert and me, we just heard. We were listening to the radio and you... You all right, Katie? You know about it?
Sure I know about it, but...
We feel awful about it, Katie. And we're coming right over. We'll take care of everything.
Harry, listen. It's all...
Gert'll go downtown with you when you're ready. I'll take care of all the paperwork. Oh, excuse me for mentioning it at a time like this.
I don't have to go any... What paperwork?
The insurance policy I sold Sam, remember? Remember I told you both how someday it might be... little did I dream. I'm so glad I talked you both into it. 10,000 with double indemnity for accidental death. That's 20,000, you know. A final thought for your welfare from Sam.
Harry, I can't...
I know you don't want to talk about it now. Listen, Katie, we'll be right over. 15 minutes.
Harry!
What was that all about? What do you want? Katie, I'm talking to you.
Wait. Sam, I'm trying to think. Oh, it's impossible. You're right here. Sam, what do they mean?
Huh?
They identified you by your wallet. You have it, don't you?
My wallet?
Your wallet!
Well, naturally, right here in my pocket where I always... What the devil? I'm wearing the same pants. It's not here. Wait a minute. I remember something now. Well, that maybe clears up this whole mystery.
Yes, Sam?
Well, last night after the poker game, coming home on the bus, there was some character jostling against me. We almost had a fight on the bus. Sure, now I think of it, he must have picked my pocket. Why, Katie, it's him they must have found on the turnpike. Sure, say, let me at that phone. Will you? I'll call the police and straighten out this
No,
whole...
wait. Wait, Sam.
What for?
Sam, maybe we ought to consider this thing a little.
Consider what?
Your $10,000 life insurance policy, Sam, with that double indemnity clause.
What are you talking about?
About our one big chance that we've been waiting for.
Say, what are you driving at?
Did anybody see you coming home last night?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Can't you understand? There's a body lying in the morgue. The only thing they got to go by was that wallet. Say you never came home last night, Sam, or ever again. Say I went right now and identified that wallet. The insurance company would pay me $20,000, wouldn't they?
Yes, I guess they would. Are you out of your mind?
You could disappear right now. Go to Chicago, say, without being seen. I could write you general delivery. After a while, after I collect, I could join you there.
Okay.
No one will be the wiser. We can begin life all over, rich. This could be it, Sam.
Oh, no. Money gotten this way would never do us any good, Katie.
For that amount of money, I'll take my chance, and so will you.
Katie.
You'll do it, Sam. Oh, yes, you will. Because if you let me down this time, it's the end.
Katie,
$20,000. $20,000.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Edward G. Robinson in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, will you help me out here?
Why, sure.
All right. Pretend you're on a quiz program, and I asked you this question. What is it that needs water only 3 times a year?
Let's see. It's, is it a kangaroo?
No, it's not a camel nor a cactus.
Oh. Can you give me a hint?
All right. Goes on your car. The initials are ALSFB.
ALSFB? Oh, I've heard that somewhere before.
It's dandy. It's dynamic. It delivers power, pep, performance. It's an Autolite Stay Full battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Don't tell me. Let me think. It's,
I can't give you any more hints. except to say it's an Autolite Stay Full battery with that extra liquid reserve.
That's it. It's an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Right, with Autolite. The gentleman wins a hand-embroidered Autolite Stay Full battery carrying case and the right to drive into the nearest Autolite service station and buy an Autolite Stay Full battery. Remember, be battery right. Switch to Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Edward G. Robinson as Sam in You Can't Die Twice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Katie always could make me jump through a hoop. Besides, I might as well admit it. I'm human. Show me the human can spit at that kind of money. Anyway, I snuck out of town that very day, got to Chicago, got me a crummy room under the name of Lionel Hendricks. Weeks went by and nothing happened. No news at all from Katie, and I got really frightened. Something gone wrong. I wrote her. Got an answer. General delivery.
Dear Mr. Hendricks, in answer to your inquiry, everything is proceeding smoothly. I'm advised that the delay on the transaction is because of its unusual nature. No more letters, please. Thank you for your interest sincerely.
More weeks passed. Another month, 2, 3, without a word from her. Now the police found out. Were they on my trail? And then I began to get suspicious of Katie. What was she up to? I had to phone her.
Hello?
This is me.
Are you out of your mind? Oh, it's you, Clara.
Well, I had to talk to you. Why haven't you written? What are you up to? Haven't you got it yet?
Not yet.
Well, when?
In a little while, Clara. Just have a little more patience.
Oh, cut out that Clara stuff.
I'll be seeing you soon,
But,
dear.
Katie, it's awful lonesome for me. You love me, Katie?
Of course I do.
Well, I get to wondering. It's 6 months now. This is crazy. I'm a wreck. I'm scared. I can't stand this life. I've never been away from home. I'm a family man, Katie.
Hey, Katie, make it quick, will you, for Pete's sake?
Who's that?
What?
That voice.
You're imagining.
I heard a man's voice. He's right there in the room with you. Now, don't deny it.
I'll explain everything when I see you, Clara.
I see. So you're two-timing me, huh? Well, that explains everything. I'll fix you. I'm coming home right now.
If you do, you'll go to jail for about 10 years. Think it over. Goodbye, Clara.
There, you see? What could I do? Anyway, that's when I started to drink. What else was there? There I was, all mixed up and alone. I used to get good and drunk and wish someone would at least say,
Hello. I said hello. You all alone?
What's that?
You really tied one on, haven't you? Stranger in town?
Oh, a stranger everywhere. How do you know?
You're lonely, huh? Aw. Well, don't cry about it.
I'm not crying.
You want company?
Sure.
You're kind of cute. Luther.
Yeah, Cleo.
Rye high on the gentleman here.
Coming up.
Your name is Cleo,
Yeah, I know. Cleo Carter. What's your name?
Sam.
Sam. Oh, Sam. Sam what?
Oh, I mean Lionel. My name is Lionel Hendricks. That's my name. Lionel Hendricks.
What happened to Sam?
Oh, he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Poor lonesome ghost. Nobody cared.
Are you married? Uh-huh. Where you from, Lionel? You're not on the lam or something, are you? Cop shy?
No, nobody cared. Not even his widow. Sam's widow. Name is Katie. Catherine, you know. Katie don't even care. Two-timing him. Oh, well, never mind. Change the subject. What do you do, Cleo?
This and that. What do you do, Lionel?
Huh? That and this. Where you from, Cleo?
Here and there. And you?
Oh, there and here.
We make a great team, don't we, Sam?
We sure do.
Here you are, Cleo. Why, hi.
Thanks, Luther.
How about a trip up the Nile, Cleo?
Character. Luther's a comic, Sam.
Yeah, now, my name isn't Sam. Now, Lionel is my name. Lionel Hendricks.
Excuse me, Lionel
That's
Luther,
right.
not Sam.
I remember.
Hey, when did you get back? I gotta pay a visit. Nice to have met you.
Oh, no. Where you go? Where you going?
friend.
No. Don't leave me alone, will you?
You like my company?
Oh, very much. Oh, very much.
Much as that.
Yeah, I certainly
Well,
do.
it's this way with me, Lionel. I'll
Yeah.
be very frank. First of all, you're a married man.
No, not me. Now, Sam's married, not Lionel. That's Sam Brown. Poor good fellow. All of a sudden dead. Killed dead. You know all was left of him? A wallet. There's a few cents in it. Now he has $20,000. Success story.
$20,000?
He was worth more dead than alive.
Lionel, let go of my hand. Look,
Oh.
I've got to see a friend over
no.
there.
Yeah, but why?
Percentage, Lionel. He always shows me a good time. Spends money like it was water. He's rich. See?
Oh, he's rich. Well, I'm richer. Now, don't leave me alone, Cleo. I got $20,000, I tell you.
Not you, Sam.
Well, what's his is mine. I can lay my hands on it any time I want.
You wouldn't kid me, would you,
I...
mister?
Oh, you haven't said a word. Not a word. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick.
I think you better come rest at my apartment, Lionel. I really do. We can talk there. I like your talk. It jingles.
What?
You awake, Angel?
Huh? What? Where am I?
The little Cleo's, don't you remember? Just running the vacuum. All those butts you tumbled on the floor.
Cleo?
Cleo Carter. Took pity on you, let you sleep off a hangover on the couch here. Cleo. Are you forgotten?
I remember.
Guess what you need's a little drink, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's on.
Oh.
You know why I'm laughing? I'm surprised at myself.
Why?
'Cause I like you. I don't know when I ever felt this way before, so fast.
Hmm?
You said you felt the same way about me. Did you mean it, or was it that bottle talking?
Yeah, I must have meant it, Cleo.
All right, then. How does it feel to be dead, Sam Brown?
What?
How do you suppose Katie's taking it?
No, I didn't tell you.
It's all right, it's all right. You told me everything, but it's safe with me. To me, Sam Brown is dead.
Oh. Could I please have that drink?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
The insurance money really comes to $20,000, doesn't it? Or were you exaggerating?
No, I mean, yes, it's 20,000.
Why are they taking so long to pay off?
Oh, I don't know.
10 months is a very long time. Maybe they've already paid and Katie's holding out on you.
Oh, no. Katie wouldn't do a thing like that.
Why not? Look what she's already done for the money.
Well, not Katie. She wouldn't.
She may have met another man she likes more than you.
Oh, now stop it. Will you? Katie isn't like that.
Look, you. Did you mean what you told me about you and me, or didn't you? Will you repeat it sober? Right now?
What? Repeat what?
That you never felt about her in all your married life the way you feel about me? That you're going to leave her for me? After you get the money? Say it again, Sam, or walk right out of my life.
Oh, Cleo.
I mean it.
Well, I can't say that about Katie. I just can't.
Get out.
That's the way you feel. I'll go.
Go ahead. And when you leave, you might think about whether or not you can trust me now that I know all about it.
What?
I could call the police, you know.
Oh, Cleo. I never did know how to handle women. That was always my big trouble. Well, she could have called the cops, couldn't she? So I made up with her. Anyway, I had someone to talk to now. Maybe something would happen. It did. Oh, she was smart, that Cleo.
You know, Sam, it'll be good to have $10,000 all at once.
Yeah, sure will.
Know what would be twice as good? 20,000.
Wish for the moon, why don't you? My share's only 10.
Your share's as much as you can get. And you can get it all.
No. Katie would never give it to me. Not all of it.
The way I figure it, Sam's this. She'll come here to Chicago when she finally collects. Well, she can't afford to have you suddenly turn up alive back there, so she'll come here. When she does, we'll take it all, you and me.
Oh, no. She'll never give me all of it. I know, Katie.
I said we'd take it. Use your head, Sammy. Use your head. There's ways.
Huh? Oh. Oh, no, Cleo, no.
Well, perhaps not. But get used to the idea just the same. Like breaking in a pair of shoes. Know what I mean?
That's the way she worked on me, over and over again. Then she began to get impatient until one day, a year less a day from the time I left home.
What is all of this? A practical joke? Tomorrow's April 1st. You waiting to tell me April Fool? I'm calling your bluff, Sam. Come on down to a phone booth right now and call that wife of yours. Let me hear with my own ears.
Hello?
What do I say?
Answer her.
Hello, Mrs. Brown. This is, me.
I've got it. I'm holding it in my hand now. I'm leaving for Chicago this afternoon. I'll be there at midnight. Get me a room at the Stevens.
You'll meet her at the station information booth. Tell her.
I'll meet you at the station in information booth, Katie.
But why?
You're renting a cabin out in the country. You're taking her on a second honeymoon.
Cleo.
Tell her.
Hello. Hello.
Katie, I'm renting a cabin out in the country for us. We're going on a second honeymoon. Oh, Cleo, I can't go through with it. Please change your mind.
I'll give you just 15 minutes. I'll be hiding in the back of the car, and if you're not out there with her and the money in 15 minutes, I'll have every cop in Chicago looking for you. I mean it, Sam.
Lionel!
Thank you, Mr. Gate.
Darling. Lion.
Huh?
Oh, Sam. My darling Sam. I'm so happy.
Hello, Katie. Don't cry.
You're crying, too.
Oh, no.
Sam. We're together again.
Yeah.
And we're rich. We're rich.
Yeah.
Oh, aren't you excited? Wasn't it worth waiting for? And no one suspects. I can't believe it. We have money and we're together.
Yeah. Here, let me take your bag.
Yeah, hasn't been out of my hand the whole trip. It's all in here, in $100 bills.
No wonder it's so heavy. Come on, let's go quick.
We're really going on a second honeymoon. Oh, Sam, I could die for joy. Well, it certainly is way out in the country, Sam. Say that for it. So quiet.
Yeah, I know.
You're acting funny, Sam. I couldn't help it that it took so long. They said they had to investigate and everything. It was no picnic, let me tell you.
Who the devil is that light? Oh.
What is this the cabin you rented for our second honeymoon? This shack? Sam, what is it? You couldn't have brought me here for a honeymoon. Why did you bring me here? Answer me, Sam.
I'm leaving you, Katie.
What?
I'm leaving you. This is the end of our life together.
But why?
Yeah.
Why?
Open the bag and get out the money. Yeah. Now you take half and I take half and we each go our way. Please, quick.
How can you do that?
I want my half now.
You mean you want it
What?
all, Sam?
Now, you said you'd let me handle it alone, Cleo. You promised not to interfere. You promised.
So that's it. Another woman.
Take the money out of the bag, Sam, and let's go.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, Katie.
How could you do this to me? I loved you, Sam. I loved you. I wanted only your good. Believe me.
Oh, Katie, don't cry. I can't stand seeing you cry. It hurts me.
Sam.
Katie.
Sam!
Huh?
Get the money, Sam, all of it.
Katie, I have to do this.
Not 1 cent.
Now, give it to me, Katie. Cleo, can't you keep half?
Half? I'm keeping it all. And you know what else I'll do? I'll send the police a letter.
Oh, no.
And tell them everything.
No, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? Oh, wouldn't I, though?
Kate, you don't mean that.
Just try me.
No,
Go
please,
ahead.
Katie.
You might as well put down that wrench
No,
because
Katie.
I'm not scared of you. Not that much. I'll send them a letter with a whole story and your description and hers and everything.
You won't!
Ah!
You won't! You won't! Because it's all your fault! All your fault! All your fault! Katie was dead. I don't remember much of the ride back to Cleo's place with the police with the money on my lap. I was numb, exhausted. I collapsed on the floor of the apartment, fell asleep, cradling that valise, and it was past noon. I woke up. The valise was still in my arms, but it was open, and the money was gone. So was Cleo. She wasn't there. She was gone. I was alone. Cleo. Luther, have you seen Cleo today?
So she left you, huh?
Yeah.
You better have a drink.
Yeah.
You look as though you could stand it.
That's right.
Well, you can't blame Cleo. Not after what you done last night.
Huh? Last night?
I know all about it.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Sam? How can you live with yourself?
I didn't do anything.
Don't give me that. I know everything because I was there.
No.
You think no one was watching you, huh? But, Sam, I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
You couldn't have.
Can I, will you? If I done that, I couldn't live with myself for the rest of my life. It'll torture you, see?
Now, stop it.
You won't eat. You won't sleep. Because the memory of it'll always haunt you.
Oh, stop it.
It'll haunt you and haunt you until the day you die. Unless you confess right here and now.
No.
Confess!
All right, stop. I did it. I killed my wife. That's about all, Lieutenant. It was strange how it all happened. Strange how it started. And stranger still how Luther here knew.
Yeah. How did you know, Luther?
Oh, I didn't, Lieutenant.
What's that?
Oh, not a thing. Well, what did I say to him? How can you live with yourself after last night? So what? Everyone done something last night they was ashamed of. Well, every night in the week. How was I to think this here guy committed murder? You see, Captain, all I was up to was Well, what's the date today? You get it now? I was just making what an April Fool joke.
April Fool joke. April Fool. Oh, Luther, you killed me.
Thank you, Edward G. Robinson, for a great suspense show.
Your name, Wilcox?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
You the fellow that keeps talking about Autolite stay-full batteries?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Well, I want one of those batteries in my car, see?
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Can't you say anything but yes, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Mr. Robinson, I can say this. Stay-full batteries are made by Autolite men, who make over 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sirree, and Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now here again is Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Once again, it has been a real pleasure to join Tony Leader and his suspense cast and crew. I hope they'll invite me back many more times, and that's no April fooling. I know, too, that all of you are going to be as anxious as I am to hear next week's show when radio's outstanding theater of thrills will present Ronald Coleman in The Noose of Coincidence. Another gripping study in...
Suspense!
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen, starring in the 20th Century Fox production, The House of Strangers. Tonight's suspense play was written by Joseph Ruskall and prepared for suspense by Walter Newman. Music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Edmund Gwenn, Bob Hope, Mickey Rooney, and many others. Next Thursday, same time, hear Ronald Coleman in The Noose of Coincidence.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant tasting, really easy to take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystalline vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, gee, Diamond, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, Seymour. I feel great.
Oh.
Who needs teeth? Come to think of it, though, I might be more comfy down here if you'd lift this desk off my chest.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over.
Sorry, forget it. I enjoy having my chest crushed as much as the next guy.
Okay. Now, the throw I'm going to show you now is called a Japanese shoulder toss.
Look, Seymour, you've convinced me. Judo is a wonderful sport. I didn't realize what I'd been missing all these years. I love this sport, judo. Now, what'll it be, canasta or old maid?
What?
How about hopscotch?
Oh, come on. Let me show you just one more throw, huh?
Not even if it was with a beanbag.
Hey, maybe some wrestling holds in. I know a lot of wrestling stuff. Must be some trick you'd like me to try.
No, Seymour. I really don't believe Well, come to think of it, yes, there is. A wonderful little trick.
Huh?
You get yourself a nice long rope, throw it high up into the air.
Yeah?
And then real quick you climb way, way up to the top and just disappear.
Oh, that's nuts.
Oh, a defeatist, huh? What? No. Diamond Detective Agency, brains, experience, enthusiasm, delirium tremens.
Rick, don't be so silly. I might have been a prospective client.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you'll have to admit, I have got brains and enthusiasm and good looks and a dynamic personality. And my father can beat up your father.
Rick, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm right here in New York.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now, will you please tell me what we're doing tonight?
Oh, that, honey, is a long story.
I'm comfortable.
Well, remember the day we walked into Gimbel's basement and I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine who was demonstrating barbells?
I remember how funny you looked when he goaded you into picking up that big weight.
Yeah. And how hysterical it was when he had to carry me upstairs to the chiropractor.
I carried you just like a baby, too, didn't I?
Who's that?
Now, that's him, Muscles. He bicycled all the way over from Jersey just to tell me his ideas on self-defense.
He bicycled?
Oh, he was dressed for it. Top hat, tails, sneakers.
What are you talking about?
One of his cleverest ideas was that I'd treat him to dinner tonight if he could knock me to the floor in less than 30 seconds.
So?
Gave him the battle of his life. 7 seconds. The point is, where can we eat where they'll poison his food?
Hey, I heard that.
It's all right, Seymour. You can order small helpings.
Rick.
Let's make it Leon's, baby, okay?
Must we?
Will you be an angel and meet us at Leon's?
I'll meet you at Leon's.
8 o'clock sharp.
Rick, if you keep me waiting.
If I keep you waiting, you can have a lock of my hair. 8 o'clock.
Sharp.
Well, I'll see you at Leon's at 8 o'clock, huh? Bring lots of money, because I'm a guy that can really eat.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Well, if you arrive there before I do, Seymour, start in on the ferns by the front door. Seymour was too stupid to go away mad, but at least he went away. I settled back in my chair and made a half-hearted attempt to figure a face out of the water spot on the ceiling. When I woke up, it was 5 o'clock, and I hated myself for the indulgence. As I sat there thinking how much my mouth tasted like an old motorman's glove, I heard a noise in the hall on the other side of my door. Well, good afternoon. Something I can do for...
Juice bar. Juice bar.
Hey. He fell face forward into the pool of blood at his feet, like a wino who'd stumbled into a fountain of muscatel. Funny, isn't it, how an ice pick loses all its homey appeal when it's sticking out of a guy's back? The ice pick this guy was wearing was no exception. I didn't know how long he'd been leaning against my door, but one thing was certain. It was long enough to die. I put in a call to 5th Precinct Police Headquarters and Lieutenant Levinson. And 10 minutes later, my office was full of badges.
And you have no idea who he is, huh, Rick?
Not the vaguest, Walt.
Well, the checkup shows you're the only office in the building that's been open after 2, so he must have been on his way to see you when he got it from behind.
Maybe he was delivering ice and just happened to fall on his ice pick.
Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, now that you've solved it, why don't you go down to the glue factory and let them put you up in nice little glass bottles?
Oh.
Well, anyway, he has a billfold in his pocket. That ought to tell us something.
How about a look, Fatty?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here.
Quite a card collector, wasn't he?
Quite.
Gold Furriers, the Copper Room, O'Toole's Diner.
It's lousy food. Got ptomaine once from their cheesecake.
I remember. I got ptomaine just watching you eat it.
I resent that.
And I accept your apology.
Yeah. Huh?
Where's that green card from?
This one?
Yeah.
The Apollo Health Club. Hey, that's right down the street.
Nothing with the old boy's name on it, though.
Afraid not. However, something tells me you'll get that from the old boy's fingerprints.
Let's hope so.
Salute this afternoon to you, sir. Welcome to the Apollo Health Club. May I be of assistance?
I'd like to get a massage.
Splendid. Performs wonders after a fatiguing day. A veritable balm to the chafed tissues of the body.
But will it cure snow blindness?
I beg your pardon?
No, just ignore me. I'm a little chewed up today.
I assume you're referring to a state of mind.
Well, not altogether. Got a kink in my back that isn't entirely mental.
Well, at least you've come to the proper place. A measure of skillfully applied anatomical science will regenerate the damaged musculature in no time. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien, front, please. One of my best masseurs.
Oh, you're the owner, huh?
I am, sir. Let me introduce myself. Emerson Van Arter, Doctor of Anatomical Science.
Richard Diamond.
A pleasure.
Nice layout you have here.
Indeed. 5 years of assiduous study in Switzerland under the illustrious Dr. von Sepperville has given me a boundless knowledge of the human mechanism. As a consequence, of course...
Are you calling me, Doctor?
Oh, yes. O'Brien, I did. Mr. Diamond here wishes a massage.
Sure, fine.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Diamond.
Right this way, sir.
Remember, the blood toward the heart, always toward the heart.
you're a private detective, huh?
Too private, judging from last month's receipts. Hey, you know, you really rubbed that kink out of my back.
Good. Don't know if you noticed it, but I was doing all my rubbing with my right arm. Tore a muscle on my left shoulder this morning. Really put it out of commission.
Oh, that's too bad. Speaking of things being out of commission, reminds me, there's a body down at the morgue I'd like you to take a look at. Guy might have been a client of yours.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
Oh?
When could you come down?
How about tonight? We close here at 10.
Fine. Make it, what about 10:30? Know where the morgue is?
Yeah. Now, how'd this guy die anyway?
Somebody hid their ice pick in his spinal column.
No kidding.
Yeah. The corpse is a little dark-complexioned man. Kinky hair, glasses, bald spot on the top of his head.
Hey, that description fits a guy who comes in here every night around closing time. Fanatic on diet. He buys wheat germ from us by the case.
Know his name or where he lives?
Oh, I know that
Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien to hurry you down to the gymnasium.
Oh, sure, right away, sir. Here's a fresh towel, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt like this, but we're a trifle understaffed, and expediting the evening rush is something of a problem.
Quite all right.
Talk to you later tonight, Mr. Diamond.
All right. Oh, hey, in case you can't make it, give me a buzz at Leon's restaurant. I'll be there till 8:45.
Right.
Ah, Monsieur Diamond.
Hello.
Bonsoir, bonsoir.
Hello, Leon.
Par ici, par ici.
Which translated into English means?
Right this way.
Both my guests arrived?
Oui. First the young lady, then a few minutes later the gymnast. But, Monsieur Diamond, a telephone call is waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Hello, Diamond speaking.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. This is Red O'Brien down at the Apollo Club.
Oh, yeah, O'Brien.
Hey, listen, you gotta come down here right away. I really stumbled into something.
Yeah, what's that?
Can't tell you over the phone. Just get down here. Drop everything and get down here. Hurry.
Look, Red, I'm right in the middle of the... Hello? 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 Oh. Hey, kids, I gotta run. Be back in a few minutes.
Just where do you think you're going?
Place called the Apollo Club.
Yeah? Well, how about my dinner?
Go right ahead and order. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, Seymour, that potato salad on the child's plate is a real deal for $25. And Helen,
Yes, Rick.
shoot to kill if he even suggests wrestling. I walked out of Leon's, flagged down a cab, and spent the trip back to the Apollo Club, wondering what Red O'Brien was so worked up about and why he'd hung up on me. As my cab started to swing in toward the curb, I got that lousy feeling again, and I decided definitely it was not one of Leon's martinis, but rather the large white ambulance parked in front of the Apollo Health Club. I was halfway up the steps of the club when Dr. Van Arter appeared in the doorway.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. This is terrible. Terrible.
What is?
We've had an accident.
Red O'Brien?
Yes. Oh, terrible. Like losing a son.
Losing? He's dead?
Yes. He was performing a handstand on the rings in the gymnasium, and he slipped and fell. Broke his neck.
Now, Rexall's Pharmaceutical Laboratories announce a brand new vitamin product, Rexall 5X Vitamins. They're called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. What's more, each tablet contains 5 micrograms of red crystalline B12. Right now, your Rexall family druggist is introducing this new vitamin product with a special offer. He will give you, free of extra cost, a 10-day trial supply of 5X vitamins when you purchase the regular bottle of 50 tablets. Try 5X vitamins for 10 days, and if you're not completely satisfied, simply return the unopened bottle of 50, and your full purchase price will be refunded. Ask for the regular 50-tablet bottle and 10-day trial bottle of Rexall 5X vitamins, both just $6.95 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello, Otis. Is the lieutenant around?
Yeah, he's around, so what?
Otis, did you ever think how silly you'd look hanging from your thumbs?
Ah, go soak your head.
You mean that's how you shrunk yours?
Ooh. Well, now, isn't that a coincidence?
Is it?
I was just thinking how peaceful it is around the precinct when you're not.
Yeah.
You shut up, you.
You tell him, Fatty.
How would you like to...
I'd like a little information, if you don't mind. I'd like you to see what facts you can scare up on the guy who runs the Apollo Health Club. Name is Van Arthur.
If I remember right, the stiff we hauled away in front of your office today had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
You remember right?
And we found out his name was Rudy Lubin. Narcotics has a file on him that goes forever.
How about the ice pick? Any fingerprints?
None.
Well, that's always a help.
I should say.
Personally, I think Otis did it.
Think I did what?
You see, Walter, typical pathological reaction.
What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry, Otis. We won't let them hang you, right, Walt?
Right.
Not as long as we have a rope and a tree.
No. Hey, what's up? Who you calling?
Leon's restaurant. Helen's over there breathing with her diaphragm. And Seymour... Oh, you don't know him, but he's tearing phone books apart.
Good evening, Leon.
Oh, hello, Leon. This is Richard Diamond. My friend still there?
Oui. They are waiting for you, no?
They're waiting for me, yes. Let me speak to the noisy one with the biceps, will you?
Oui, bien entendu.
What's all this about?
It's about a guy who got stabbed in front of my door, a masseur named O'Byron who got his neck broken doing tricks on the rings, and something that O'Byron mentioned earlier.
Hello.
Seymour?
Hey, where are you anyway? We've been waiting an hour.
That's not the point. The point is, I want you to listen to me. Could a guy do a handstand on the rings if he had a torn muscle in his shoulder?
Are you kidding?
I'm very serious.
Heck no, he couldn't. It's impossible. Shoulder muscles are the ones do all the work. Deltoids, trapezius, upper pecs.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Seymour, you got to do me a favor. Meet me in front of the Apollo Health Club as soon as you can get there.
Well, how about your girlfriend?
Tell her to wait there till I come for her.
Well, okay, then. Only, what are we going to do?
Trap a murderer. I hung up, assured Lieutenant Levinson that I was just going to do a little reconnaissance work, and then left for the Apollo Club. Seymour was waiting when my cab drew up in front. I explained to him the part I wanted him to play.
Just leave it to me. If this doctor's a phony, I'll find out for you.
Let's go.
Hello again, Mr. Diamond.
Doctor?
I just talked to the O'Brien boys' family. Oh, it was heartrending, absolutely heartrending. I almost broke down.
No, you will before it's over.
Huh?
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Seymour Caper.
A pleasure, sir.
What do you say, Doc?
Seymour's been having a little trouble with his chest lately. I told him you were a doctor of...
anatomical science.
Yeah, and that you could undoubtedly do him some good.
Very kind of you.
It's something to do with my muscles. You know anything about them?
Muscles are what an anatomical scientist knows most about.
Oh, swell.
The doctor studied all about muscles in Switzerland.
Oh?
Just what seems to be the trouble.
Well, here's the deal, Doc. It all started the other day when I was working out with my barbells. I was doing an exercise for my trapezius when all of a sudden I got a spasm in my tensor fascia. So I bent over to set the barbell down on the floor, and that's when the pain hit me. First in my pectoralis minor, then in my intercostals, and finally in my diaphragm. A kind of spasmodic contraction like when you get the hiccups. Only no hiccups. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. A spasmodic contraction.
Of the diaphragm.
Only no hiccups.
And then my abdominals began tightening until I could hardly expel my rib cage.
Oh.
That's when I called Diamond here.
I see. Yes, quite naturally. If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll see if I can...
Yeah, but wait a minute. I haven't told you about my rhomboids.
His rhomboids seem to be completely out of whack.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it must be either my rhomboids or my dorsal spinalis. Awful pain right between my shoulder blades. What do you figure it is, Doc?
Well, actually, hasty diagnosis isn't feasible. Huh? I really couldn't...
Yeah, but you just put your hand on my left rhomboid and feel how knotty it is, huh?
Left rhomboid?
Yeah, go ahead, feel it. It's right under the middle trapezius, Doc. You know where that is.
Please, Seymour. Don't insult the doctor. Any old quack knows where that is.
Yes, certainly. Middle trapezius. Great Scott. I'd almost forgotten. I left a client under the sun lamp. Pardon me, gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment.
Have a hunch he's heading straight for an anatomy chart.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That guy's as phony as the title he uses. Doctor of Anatomical Science. My gluteus.
Mine, too. Come on. I took Seymour by his rhomboid and led him out onto the street, down to the middle of the block, and up 3 flights to my office. While I did my thinking, Seymour did his push-ups.
302. 303.
Well, Seymour, we know three things. O'Brien couldn't have been exercising on the rings with an injured shoulder.
5 right.
And the doctor's a phony.
6 right.
Then the doctor is a front for something that's important enough to kill people over.
300 and right. 8.
As a consequence, you and I are burglars.
9 right. What?
Starting as soon as the Apollo Club closes.
But you mean we're going to bust into the joint?
We're going to bust into the joint or flatten your head in the attempt. Seymour, you opened that window beautifully.
Thanks.
Remind me to autograph your biceps later.
Hey, this detective business is dangerous, ain't it?
Oh, yes. But think of the advantages. Long hours, no time for meals, and on a good day, a guy can pick up as high as 200 or 300 bullets in his back.
I don't like it.
Go on, crawl in.
Okay. Don't push.
I followed Seymour in, and we waited a minute for our eyes to get accustomed to the darkness. Then we moved cautiously down the stairway to the first floor. I had no idea what I was looking for, but Dr. Van Arthur's office was the first place where I tried to find it.
Hey, the door's locked. You want it opened?
Well, of course I do, Seymour. Use your head.
Okay.
Seymour would be pulling plywood out of his scalp for the next week, but it got us in. I took the place apart, but came up with a big fat nothing. So we left the office and headed down the hall toward the back of the building.
Hey, look.
What's the matter?
It's a fruit juice bar. Oh, boy, am I thirsty.
Well, go mix yourself up a... Juice bar? Juice bar, that's it.
Yeah, good stiff belt of celery juice.
No. This is what the little man who was stabbed outside my office was gasping about when he died. A juice bar. Come on.
Huh. Nothing but juice.
Oh, I wonder what's in this cupboard under the counter.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Think you can pull it open?
Just watch me. You see?
Seymour.
Yeah?
Will you marry me?
I'll give you a belt and a solar plexus.
Later, huh? Right now, let's see what's in this cupboard. You got a match?
I don't smoke.
That's all right. I found one. Well, what do you know about that? Nothing but cans of wheat germ.
Hey, you know what that stuff is, don't you?
I know that the masseur who got killed here told me that the guy who died in front of my office bought it up by the case.
Hand me a can, will you?
Sure. Here.
It's stuffed full of vitamins, you know. You want a handful?
Oh, no, thanks.
Yeah. Well, it must be some extra special brand. Never tasted anything like this before.
Chew a little louder, Seymour. We can dance to it.
Hey. Hey, that really hits the spot, man. Hey, you want to wrestle?
Oh, quiet, Seymour.
You know what, boy? I can fly.
Seymour.
I can fly, I tell you, see? Oh, man, do I ever love to fly.
While Seymour stood there flapping his arms, I stuck my nose into the can he was holding. Uh-huh. Once you've smelled opium, you can always recognize the aroma, even when it's mixed with wheat germ. I was trying to decide what to do with Seymour when he slid slowly to the floor under the counter and rocked out. I loosened his collar and then started for a telephone.
Leaving, Mr. Detective.
Wow. Doctor, working late?
I'm glad I arrived in time to offer you a drink of fruit juice.
Well, thanks loads, but I'm driving.
Where you're going, Mr. Detective, the weather is too hot for driving.
Now, isn't that a nasty thing for a guy who sticks ice picks in people to say?
Oh, that was a most unpleasant experience, I assure you. It's just that Mr. Lupin began demanding a little too high a percentage for distributing my health foods. Even went so far as to threaten me with exposure.
So you grabbed up an ice pick from your juice bar and followed him out of the club.
Mm-hmm. I doubt if he ever knew what hit him.
Oh, I bet he had a hunch.
Well, I perceive that you sampled my wheat germ.
No, I opened a can or two. Personally, I never touched the stuff without bananas and cream.
You've made the same unfortunate discovery that Red O'Brien made, Mr. Detective.
Oh, that's why he called me at Leon's.
Yes, and that's also why I had to resort to the unsportsmanlike expedient of luring him to the balcony of the gymnasium and then pushing him over. head first.
I was about to call the doctor a particularly dirty name when Seymour's hulking shoulders loomed up behind the juice bar, not over 3 feet from where the doctor was standing. Doctor, you're wrong. Seymour is not a sissy.
What?
I don't think you could beat up Seymour with one hand. That's what.
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're asking to be shot.
Yeah, well, just to try it.
Who said...
I'll teach him to call somebody who knows how to fly a sissy.
She's still here, though, huh?
Oui, but very angry.
Look, Leon, you got to do something for me.
Oui.
Tell the violinist to get his big fat Stradivarius over to where she's sitting. And quick.
Oui, immediately.
Hello, Miss Asher. Oh, come on, sweetie. I've had a rough night subduing murderers, opium eaters. Least you could do is say hello.
Hello.
I like that song, don't you?
Look, I know all about you and your little violin bit.
Huh?
I saw Leon pointing us out to the violinist.
He did?
Mm-hmm. And where, may I ask, is little Seymour?
Little Seymour ate too many goodies. He's having his stomach pumped.
Oh, now that's sweet.
I think so. I think the song is nice, too.
I think you should sing it, too.
I think I should, too. Hold me close and hold me fast. The magic spell you cast. This is La Bien Rose. When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La Bien Rose. When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie en Rose. Nothing?
I won't say.
Want to feel my biceps?
All right.
Well?
Nothing.
Here's a way to lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. Yes, friends, I'm talking about the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. Today, there's simply no reason for any woman, or man either, to be handicapped by ugly fat. With the scientific Ann Delafield reducing plan, losing weight is easy. It's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, there are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Why put up with those dangerous extra pounds a moment longer? Ask for the Ann Delafield reducing plan today at any Rexall drugstore. And overweight men, here's wonderful news for you. Rexall has just introduced a brand new men's product for the first time anywhere, the Delafield reducing plan for men. Look young, feel young, stay young for your age with a plan tailor-made for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Harvey Easton with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release. And his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, and Dan O'Herlihy. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Now, enjoy quick, cooling relief from sunburn with Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's a new, soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin. Spreads better, stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. Take the burn out of sunburn. Try Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Nelson Price, Johnny.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mr. Price?
Fine. Got a job for you. You'll have to go to the West Indies.
The West Indies?
Near Haiti, St. Ledger. Mr. Claude Sheldon holds a big policy with us. We insure him, his wife, and his farm. They've had a lot of trouble. It's going to cost us a lot of money, and we think an investigation is necessary. Come on down to the office, and I'll give you as much as I've got, Johnny.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshing taste, plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth and throat feel hot and dry, a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you quick, long-lasting refreshment. The lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The chewing itself helps keep your throat pleasantly moist. Best of all, you can chew and enjoy refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum almost any time and any place. Keep a package handy right in your purse or pocket so you can chew a stick whenever you want it. For refreshing taste, plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Millions enjoy it, and you will, too.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office International Insurance and Bonding Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the voodoo matter. Expense account item 1, $206.40, plane fare and incidentals from New York to Port-au-Prince, Haiti, after receiving from you the necessary information concerning the insured, Claude Sheldon. After landing, I checked into the hotel and waited for Claude Sheldon as prearranged. I waited for about an hour. Come in.
Mr. Dollar?
That's right. Mr. Sheldon?
Yes.
I've been expecting you. Claude Sheldon pushed himself away from the door, grabbed a chair, and dropped into it. Took in long, deep breaths and smiled, a very slow, weak smile.
I would have been here sooner, but there's been more trouble.
More trouble, eh? Well, my company told me a little about it, but you better give me your own story.
Certainly. As you know, I am a farmer.
Yeah.
My place is near Saint-Léger. A number of other farms in the vicinity, all doing very well until several months ago. First it was fires. The cane fields burned. One by one, the cattle became sick. Then some of the farmers grew ill and died.
Can I get you something?
Please. Some water, please.
Have you been to see a doctor?
I'm afraid a doctor can't help.
There you are.
Thank you.
Have you any idea what's wrong with you?
Yes and no. My Christian religion fights it, but my life on Haiti has taught me deep respect for it.
Respect for what, Mr. Sheldon?
Voodoo, Mr. Dollar. Oh, I know just what you're thinking. But a doctor in Haiti has examined me and my wife and the others. He can find nothing wrong.
Voodoo, Mr. Sheldon?
I don't expect you to understand. It's hard for me. Perhaps there is something else. I hope you can find out.
Well, I'm afraid I can't buy the voodoo theory, Mr. Sheldon.
There's one thing. Immediately after my wife and I became ill, I received an offer from my farm. A very low offer from a Saint-Léger banker. I investigated and found it had been made in the interests of one Arthur Cotswold.
Arthur Cotswold?
Haiti's biggest planter. Extremely wealthy.
Even after the sick cattle and the fires and everything?
Yes. That's why I became suspicious. The other farmers received similar offers.
More water?
Perhaps I don't think I... Mr. Dollar.
Mr. Sheldon. I called the hotel desk for a doctor, but by the time he'd gotten Sheldon to the hospital, the patient was dead. The authorities were called in, and I was questioned. A preliminary examination was made on the dead man, but the cause of death remained a mystery. So an autopsy was ordered. I told the chief of police to forward the report to me as Saint-Léger and left for the Sheldon farm. Expense account item 2, $5 American for a beaten-up taxi to take me 10 miles into the country. A crowd of natives was standing in front of the Sheldon house as we drove up. I didn't know what it was. No one said a word. But something was wrong. I could feel it. I walked through the crowd and up to the house and stopped cold as the door opened.
Who are you?
I'd never seen anything like him. A native who was a good 7 feet tall and must have weighed at least 300.
Me, Bimba. Who are you?
Me, I'm Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
You from United States?
Yeah. I'm supposed to investigate the trouble here.
Me know. Master Sheldon tell me.
I saw Master Sheldon about an hour ago.
He dead.
How do you know he died?
You come in house.
All right. What are all those people doing out there?
They're friends. Madame, she died too.
Bimba led the way into the bedroom, where Mrs. Sheldon lay on the bed, covered with a fresh white sheet, her eyes closed in death, her face drawn and tired. Bimba told me that she died about an hour before, and a cold chill ran up my back. I remembered her husband lying on the floor of my hotel room about an hour before.
Bad voodoo.
Is that why the cattle are sick and the fields burned?
Oui, bad voodoo.
Mr. Sheldon thought a man named Cotswold might have something to do with it.
Mr. Cotswold, big man. Very powerful.
What are those drums?
For Madame and Master. The voodoo, good voodoo, give blessing for spirit for Madame and Master.
I see. I want to talk to the police in Saint-Léger. Who do I see?
Me take you.
Right then, I inherited Bimba, and if there was going to be any trouble, the giant servant would certainly help to make up for any lack on my part. The first thing I wanted to do was to contact the authorities in Saint-Léger, and Bimba told me my man was Inspector Georges. Bimba saddled up 2 horses from the barn, and together we rode back to Saint-Léger. Bimba pointed out the inspector's office and waited in front while I went in.
Oui, Monsieur Dollar. The Sheldons were a very fine family. I knew them very well.
How did everybody know they were dead?
On Haiti, things of such nature are never a secret. The natives know.
Voodoo?
Being a stranger to Haiti, Monsieur Dollar, I expect you to be a skeptic.
But you're not?
Let us say I've been in IT too long to be one, huh?
You know a man named Cotswold?
I would suggest you forget Monsieur Cotswold.
Why?
Monsieur Cotswold is a very prominent man.
Yeah, so I've heard.
He is the largest plantation owner in the West Indies, a self-made man with a considerable temper.
I'll mention it in my report to my office.
Eh bien, as you wish. But Monsieur Cotswold is looked upon by the people of Saint-Léger with a great deal of respect. It is my opinion that you should avoid him. First, because I am certain he will not be in sympathy with your motives, and second, because the opposition you will encounter will be far-reaching and much too difficult for you to handle.
What if I come up with something incriminating?
Oh, for your sake, I hope you do not.
Oh. What do you do here in Saint-Léger, Inspector?
I am the law, Monsieur Dollar.
But you wouldn't like it if this Cotswold were guilty of breaching that law?
If Monsieur Cotswold has broken the law, it would certainly be my duty to arrest him. But I am not considering the arrest, nor the necessary steps that would have to be taken to prove the guilt. Dangerous steps, Monsieur Dollar. One might trip on those steps.
And break his neck.
For 10 years I have been the law. If tomorrow Cotswold decided it was time for me to relinquish my position, I should probably retire.
So you prefer the middle of the road, eh?
It is much easier to see what is ahead.
You can always get run down from behind.
I do as much as I can to prevent that possibility. No, again, my suggestion that you forget Monsieur Cotswold.
I left the philosophical inspector and went back to Bimba, still sitting outside on his horse. Every time I looked at him, it was like a little kid spotting the Empire State Building for the first time. He smiled a mouthful of white teeth and leaned over to give me a hand up. He caught me by the wrist and lifted me into my saddle as though he was hoisting a small bundle of laundry.
The inspector, he say forget Monsieur Cotswold.
What? Bimba.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, forget it. What do you think I should do?
Me think you do what you want.
And you know what I want.
Oui. You want to go see Monsieur Cotswold.
The inspector says I shouldn't.
You go anyway.
You think it's a mistake?
If you're afraid. But you're not. You're not strong like Bimba, but you're a good fighter.
I don't like to fight, Bimba.
Bimba know that. We go see Monsieur Cotswold.
We swung our horses around, and Bimba led the way up a long, narrow road, surrounded on both sides by sugarcane fields. Somewhere, from not too far away, I heard the drums start again. Bimba straightened in his saddle and looked off to the north. He began moving his shoulders, slowly keeping time to the steady rhythm of the drums. Then he began to sing softly. What does that mean, Bimba?
It mean in your language, it is our Papa who passes.
Papa?
Papa Damballa, the great source.
Voodoo.
Oui. I later must leave you. Today, Wednesday, is the day of Papa Damballa.
He turned back to the north and continued his little chant until we reached the beginning of a long, high fence running along next to the narrow road. Bimba leaned down and swung open a big gate. Then we rode up the path that led through the Cotswold property until we reached the house. Sitting back between two huge trees was the Cotswold mansion. Bimba stayed on his horse, and I climbed down and walked to the front door.
Mr. Dollar, watch out for Mr. Jocelyn. He guard Mr. Cotswold.
Thanks.
What do you want?
I'd like to see Mr. Cotswold.
You do, huh? What are you doing here, Bimba?
I wait for Monsieur.
Found himself a new governor, huh? You must be that dollar fella.
I must be.
Well, come in. Mr. Cotswold's been expecting you.
Jocelyn wasn't a very small man himself. Looked as though he was capable of handling just about any situation that might come up. He led the way into a large paneled study, and I met Arthur Cotswold. The drums had stopped.
I know why you're here, Mr. Dollar.
Well, then that should make it a lot easier for both of us.
For some reason, the farmers are suspicious. Their fear is divided between me and voodoo. Sheldon convinced some that I might be responsible.
And of course you're not.
Of course.
Sheldon thought you might want to get control of the other farms in Saint Leger.
I simply tried to help them. With their cattle sick and their crops gone, I had my banker make them an offer.
What would you want with sick cattle?
I could use the land.
You think the cattle will get better and the crops won't fail if you control the land?
I intend to do away with the sick cattle. I have no use for the crops.
Have any of your cattle been affected?
None.
That's pretty strange.
Haiti is a strange land. And on this point, I would most certainly give you advice. Go home, Mr. Dollar. Leave well enough alone.
Well enough is pretty bad, the way I see it, Mr. Cotswold. And I'll leave after I've gotten a few answers.
Mr. Dollar, I am not a patient man. I've gone out of my way to give you some healthy advice. Heed it, for your sake.
I won't forget it for a minute.
You persist in this investigation?
I get paid to persist, Mr. Cotswold. Friends, you know Wrigley's Spearmint Gum is a delicious treat that millions enjoy all year round. It's good to chew almost any time and any place. In warm weather, you'll enjoy especially the refreshment that Wrigley's Spearmint Gum gives you. When your mouth feels hot and dry, or when you're feeling warm and tired, chewing Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a pleasant little lift. It cools your mouth, moistens your throat, and refreshes your taste. Besides, chewing on a good, smooth piece of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum seems to add enjoyment to whatever else you're doing. So enjoy it at home, at work, wherever you are. And remember, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum is a swell treat to take along on picnics. Get plenty for everybody. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. I left Arthur Cotswold, picked up Bimba, and he led me back to town. On the way, I got an idea. When we arrived in town, I sent Bimba back to the Sheldon farm. Then I went in to talk to Inspector Georges. The inspector had received a wire from the authorities in Port-au-Prince concerning the autopsy on Sheldon.
I had no idea the authorities in Port-au-Prince were interested in this affair.
May I see that?
Oh, mais certainement.
Wow. Here's something pretty interesting, Inspector. Mr. Sheldon died of a disease known as brucellosis, commonly known in cattle as Bang's disease.
I read the account.
Ever heard of brucellosis, Inspector?
I'm not a medical man, Monsieur Dollar.
Undulant fever. Sheldon and his wife probably caught it from their sick cattle.
Well, yeah, then you have solved the mystery.
No, not quite. I want to find out why all the cattle belonging to the small farmers got sick and not the ones belonging to Mr. Cotswold.
What do you intend to do?
I think those cattle were infected and the cane fields burned deliberately. If the cattle were infected, there might be some of the brucellosis still around, and I'm going to find it. And I think you'd better issue a search warrant and come with me.
No, Monsieur Dollar. The middle of the road, remember?
I think you'd better start modifying your policy, Inspector. Unless you want me to get in touch with Port-au-Prince and ask that you be held as a material witness in a murder case.
I will issue the warrant.
I kind of thought you would.
Oui, I will issue it, but you certainly don't think it will be able enough to get you into that house.
No, but it'll make it legal. I sent Bimba back to collect some of his friends. They're going to help us get into that house, Inspector.
Oh, I will take no part in violence.
They won't even be with us. It'll be easy to search the Cotswold place if Cotswold was out fighting a fire.
A fire?
Oh, just a harmless fire. But far enough away so that Cotswold will think it's his cane fields.
Well, I don't agree with such methods, Monsieur Dollar, but as long as it's a harmless fire, I will issue the warrant.
Well, welcome back to the gutter, Inspector. The view isn't much, but you can't miss where you're going. When we reached the Sheldon farm, we saw a crowd of natives standing out in front. Again, something was wrong. We piled out, pushed our way through the crowd, and inside the house we found what it was. Lying in the middle of the room was Bimba. He was almost dead when I knelt beside him.
I talked to friends. They light fire for you.
Thanks.
Now I go to Baron Samter. Dambalo way to take me.
He has been stabbed?
Yeah. Got him from behind. Never would have faced him.
You stay. You see, wait till Lena tete your mort.
See what?
It's a ritual. It means taking the spirit from the head of the dead. He wants you to see it.
You stay. You believe voodoo.
All right, Bimba. I'll stay.
You see. Believe.
Bimba.
No. He is dead.
The next few hours I'll never forget. The natives came into the house and placed Bimba on a bench. Then the ceremony began. They carried live pigeons, olive oil, 30 pieces of fat pine wood, a pair of chickens, and some coarse cornmeal. They covered Bimba's body with a saddle blanket, killed the chickens, roasted the cornmeal, and put it in a large white plate. The pine wood slivers were lighted and held like candles. Then a man they called Donet took the white plate in one hand and the pot with the chicken in the other and approached the fire, chanting a strange dirge. Then, as Donet finished the last line of the chant, the body of Bimba sat straight up with straining eyes, bowed its head, and fell back. The inspector and I drove over to Cotswold's house and waited while the moon climbed up over the clouds and the drums in the distance tangled my nerves into knots. After an hour of waiting, a dull glow to the south started the expected commotion in the Cotswold household, and we climbed out of the car.
Fire, Mr. Cotswold! They're calling for you! Get the servants! Get the servants! Get every man out there to fight that fire! Hey!
It worked. Yeah. Give them a few minutes and we'll go into the house. Now. The inspector and I took the Cotswold house apart like a well-trained wrecking crew and came up with exactly nothing.
Well, Monsieur Dollar?
Isn't there a barn out back?
Oui.
Then let's go. The drums were louder now, and the dull glow of the fire had nearly vanished. The inspector took one end of the barn, and I took the other. We worked toward each other. And just about the time I was ready to give the whole thing up...
Monsieur Dollar.
You find something?
This.
Huh. A hypodermic for cattle. That's not enough.
And this, I found it under that box.
A bottle. Might not be anything.
But we could take it back to town and have it analyzed.
Well, that's about all we can do. This is the only thing we've got. Let's go.
I'm afraid not. Stand right where you are.
Hello, Mr. Cotswold. You know the inspector, don't you?
For a number of years. I must say I didn't expect this of him.
I have a search warrant, Monsieur Cotswold.
How very interesting. See if they have any weapons, gentlemen. Right?
I assure you we are well within our rights. This warrant is...
Shut up and raise your hands.
Better do as he says.
A commendable suggestion, Mr. Dollar. But I'm afraid you've learned prudence a little too late.
I never argue with a gun.
They both got guns, Mr. Cotswold.
You're making a serious mistake.
I'm afraid the mistake is yours, and Mr. Dollar's, Inspector. Get the bottle and the hypodermic.
Yes, sir.
Is that the stuff you've been infecting the cattle with?
It is. You see, you really should have taken my advice and returned to the States. And I'm surprised at you, Inspector. I really thought you were more sensible.
Sometimes a man finds his pride and does the best thing.
And this is the best thing.
Perhaps it sounds foolish, but I think it is.
You know, of course, that I cannot allow either of you to live.
Tell me something. Who killed Bimba?
I think Jocelyn can answer that. But enough conversation. I'll leave the details in your hands.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
All right, start walking.
Jocelyn, you won't...
Shut up. Now do what I tell you and start walking.
The drums have stopped.
Just keep moving right out the gate.
What about the drums? What does it mean?
I don't know.
Mr. Cotswold! All right, both of you, start running for that house. Go on.
We ran into the house with Jocelyn right behind us. He ordered us to go ahead of him and into the dark study. And that's where we found Cotswold, stretched out on the floor, his dead eyes staring up at us, his mouth open in a soundless scream. His neck had been broken.
Ah, mon Dieu.
Who's here?
Monsieur Dollard.
Who is it? Who's in this room? No! No! Get away from me, you're dead!
You won't believe it, and to this day I'm still not sure. But there in the darkness was a huge man, and he looked exactly like Bimba. Jocelyn shot him 6 times, and he kept right on coming. Then he grabbed Jocelyn and crushed him like an eggshell. By the time we'd collected our wits, the giant had disappeared through the door and into the night.
Monsieur Dollard.
I think I'll sit down.
Was it Bimba?
I don't know. I don't want to know anything. I just want to get on the first plane back to the States and relax for a week in a tub of hot mud. Well, there it is. It certainly looked like Bimba. If you're inclined to believe in voodoo, perhaps it was. I talked to some of the natives before I left, and it didn't seem unusual to them. Cotswold was a bad man, and Bimba had come back from the dead to avenge his people. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling it to you just the way I saw it. Or am I? Well, anyway, it's the inspector's problem. Expense account items 3 and 4, $250. Hotel bill, plane fare, and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $461.40. If you want any more information, you can contact me at the Greenbrier Rest Home. I'll be the 3rd mud pie from the left. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The taste of fresh spearmint is cooling and delightful, and there's lots of it in every stick of Wrigley Spearmint Gum. It freshens your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and sweetens your breath besides. You'll enjoy the good chewing, too, because Wrigley Spearmint is so smooth and pleasant to chew on. There's nothing else quite like it. Next time you're at the store, stop at your friendly merchant's display of chewing gum and get a few packages of good-tasting Wrigley Spearmint Gum. Always keep some handy for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in today's cast were Tudor Owen, Parley Bear, Roy Glenn, Ben Wright, Bill Conrad, and Jester Hairston. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
So presents Big Town.
Extra, extra, hero all about I Remember Murder. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra, extra.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town in Steve Wilson's headline story captioned, I Remember Murder. Of all the dangerous situations in which the innocent bystander can be involved, the deadliest is to be a witness to a gang murder. And such is the case in tonight's story, which began as a girl rode out of Big Town in a flashy convertible driven by a Cafe Society blackmailer who has double-crossed his pals.
Deke, why are we driving so far out of town?
I'll tell you as soon as we get off the parkway and shake some of this traffic, Lola.
But why are you driving so fast? Why do you keep looking behind you?
I'll tell you in a minute. I'm going to cut over to the old turnpike right here.
Deke, what's the matter with you? You've never driven like this before.
Never had as good a reason, Lola. I think it's okay now. So listen, honey, and I'll tell you why I asked you to come along.
What about the last floor show at the club, Deke?
We've played our last show for Rocky, Lola, honey.
Now, wait a minute, Deke. We have a contract with Rocky.
I had more than a contract with Rocky, Troy. I had a sucker deal on a shakedown sideline, and I got tired of the short end of the cut.
Deke, have you been mixed up in Troy's blackmail setup?
Yes.
Is that why you've been dating those society devs who think it's smart to be seen at the Big Town High Hatter Club?
Sure. But you know you've been the only one I really give a hoot about, Lola. That's why I want you to haul out for Mexico with me, tonight.
Mexico?
Mm-hmm.
What have you pulled, Deke? Have you crossed Rocky Troy and his gang?
Oh, and how? For 50 grand.
50 grand?
Don't act so surprised, baby. You've known all along I was doing more than swinging a stick over that corny band while you warbled.
No, I didn't know, Deke, honest.
So now you know, honey. So how about Mexico?
No, Deke. I've always liked you. I still like you, but I don't want any part of this. Take me back to Big Town.
I'm not going back to Big Town, baby. I've got the dough and my luggage in the trunk.
All right, then pull over and let me out.
Lola, you fool. Take your foot off the brake. Now listen to me, will you, honey?
Let go of me, Deke.
Listen to me.
You can do as you like, but I don't want any part of crossing Rocky Troy.
Lola.
They'll find you and kill you no matter where you go.
Not in Mexico. I've got pals there, connections.
You'll never get there. Let go of my arm, Deke.
Now listen
Let
to me,
me out of this car.
Now, wait a minute. There's another car coming. Wait till it passes us.
It isn't going to pass. It's slowing down.
Okay, sit still. Maybe it's a trooper patrol. Make like we're a couple of moonspooners. Come here, baby.
No, Deke, let go of me.
Come here.
Deke, please. Please.
Come here.
Yeah, Deke. What? Let go the lady.
Beefy. How'd you follow me?
Easy, punk. We got a souped-up job, and you're a sucker for a long tail with this maroon convert. Hey, Laffy, it's him. Come here.
Okay. What are you going to do?
Relax, baby. We got a little business with your boyfriend here.
Let her alone, Beefy. She's not mixed up in this.
She is, because you mixed her up in a cross.
What you waiting for, Beefy? Giving him time to sweat?
I'll louse the yaks, Laffy. Get around and yank the dame out of the heap.
Sure, I'll go around the other side. Wouldn't you know he'd have a dame with him?
Listen, Beefy, Lola's clean on this. She wanted out even before you showed.
Sure, we know you pulled this cross solo. So we're giving her an out. Get her out on your side, Laffy.
Yeah. Come on, babe.
No. Don't do it. Give him the money, Deke.
Too late, sweetheart. Deke here set a bad example, so you listen to your out.
Beefy, give her a break.
Sure, beautiful. Listen how it's gonna be. Laffy's gonna clunk you one, and all you're gonna remember is the fact a couple of hitchhikers you picked up blasted Deke here, tossed you out on your rear, and scrammed with his dough and jalop. You got that?
Don't. Please don't. Give him the money, Deke.
Come on, baby, out of the heap.
No.
You don't know how lucky you are.
No. No.
Come get a dose of amnesia. No. Yeah, baby.
Save the laughs, Laffy. Leave her alone. Come back around here. Slide under the wheel of Deke's jalop.
Okay, coming.
Now slide over, Deke. And don't move your mitts or you'll get it here.
Listen, Beefy. How about 50 grand to split between you for an hour's start?
No dice. We wouldn't live to enjoy it any more than you. Slide over.
Where we going?
Maybe up the road a piece after I get that 50 G's.
Yeah. Then what?
And maybe by morning somebody'll find you in this heap at the bottom of a nice, deep ravine.
Wait. Stop. Please stop.
Holy moly, lady. What are you doing out here in the midst of no place in particular?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Look, lady, I'm only a hack driver, dead-heading back to Big Town, but... Hey, who mussed you up?
I don't know. I can't remember even who I am.
Uh-oh, an amnesiac. You must have got tossed out of a car on your head.
A car. Yes, I was in a car.
Here, let me give you a hand into my hack. Lean on me till I get the door open.
Oh, if I could only remember.
Well, just take it easy, lady. Just sit back and relax. Bess is an old hack, but she's comfortable.
Oh, my head aches.
Wait till I switch on the dome light. I'll take... Hey, you've been clunked. You didn't get that falling out of no car.
Car? They pulled me out of the car.
Who pulled you out of a car, lady?
I don't know, but they were going to kill him.
Kill who?
I can't remember. Please help me. I can't remember.
In which case, let me take a look at that handbag you're holding on to like rigor mortis.
No.
Now, look, lady, I'm no stick-up artist. I'm not even trying to find out if you got cab fare to Big Town. I am only trying to find out who you are and how come you're here in the shape you're in. Now, please, lady, leave me look in that bag.
All right, only help me. Please help me.
Thanks, that's what I'm trying to do. Uh-oh.
What? What is it?
Hey, is this not a somewhat oversized gun for a lady to be carrying around?
A gun?
Yeah, lady, and according to my sniffer, it has been fired recently, and the barrel is positively contaminated with cordite.
Cordite?
Yeah, miss, alias gunpowder, with which some persons blast other persons and usually get burned in a hot seat for saying.
I don't understand.
You and me both together, lady. And I got a notion this is something which will be very interesting to a newspaper man I hack around. Steve Wilson of the Big Town Illustrated Press.
Hi, Steve. Anything on the hook for your wondrous girl reporter tonight?
Not a thing, Lorelei. Has Fletch on city desk run out of assignments?
No, whoever heard of a city editor running out of assignments? I'm merely a fugitive from an undertaker's convention.
It might help your crime reporting.
I doubt it. Most of the cases we deal with have nothing to do with the fine art of embalming, just hot lead and wet cement.
Oh, you're getting morbid, my lovely.
Well, maybe I need a vacation. Couldn't you arrange a nice, polite murder for me to cover down in Florida, California, or Bermuda?
I'll talk to the management. Meanwhile, I'd like
Oh,
to...
your private wire, and I'll bet you dollars to donuts I don't even get a chance to talk you into taking me out to a dine and dance after the final's gone to bed.
You're probably right. Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Boss, it is I, Harry the Hack.
Hello, Harry. Where have you been all evening?
A hack and a somewhat inebriated suburbanite to his hillside home and spouse, but it is the return trip I'm calling you about.
What's up, Harry?
Well, whilst highballing back along the old turnpike, I pick up a very mussed-up female amnesiac who cannot remember her name, but who vaguely recalls something about a murder.
A murder?
Yeah, and she has a man-sized cannon in her hand, bag smelling of recent and sudden death.
Good grief.
Anything else in her handbag?
Not a thing to tag her, Mr. Wilson.
Any sign of a victim, Harry?
Not a sign. No car, no body, no nothing. And I am wondering if I should turn her over to the law.
Where are you, Harry?
Phoning from a hash wagon at the city line.
Anything to indicate where she lives? Store tags on her clothing?
That I did not presume to investigate, boss. But there is one thing which makes me think she has been in Big Town not many hours ago.
Let's have it, Harry.
This PM's movie ticket stub for the Grand Theater.
Anything else?
Yep, and a pack of book matches from the Big Town High Hatter Club.
The High Hatters. That may be a lead, Harry. You don't pick up those match covers just anywhere.
Yeah, is that not the classic clip joint where our mutual friend Boris is doorman at?
Yes, so bring her to the High Hatter Club, Harry. I can get there and quiz Boris before you arrive.
Okay, boss, but watch your step. This smells like murder.
I'll bear that in mind, Harry. Make it as quickly as you can, and we'll see if this is a case for homicide.
Thus, through one of his many tipsters of the streets of Big Town, Steve Wilson moves in to take a hand in a gang murder promising dangerous complications. Doctors have proved it in 820 scientific tests. Lifebuoy Health Soap in your daily bath gets skin cleaner.
Yes, cleaner than any other leading soap can.
That's right. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement.
Actually, you are cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap.
Here's the reason. Lifebuoy does more than just remove grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap in removing the invisible dirt that can form a foothold for BO. Lifebuoy gets you even cleaner than the eye can see.
Cleaner than the eye can see.
Yes, after 820 scientific tests, these doctors say Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So enjoy a Lifebuoy bath every day. You'll love the creamy, rich lather, the wonderful mildness. Get Lifebuoy tomorrow. Now, back to Big Town and tonight's swift-moving story captioned, I Remember Murder. Acting on a lead from Harry the Hack that a girl he picked up on a lonely suburban road may be involved in a murder, Steve Wilson has arranged to meet Harry in front of the Big Town High Hatter Club and is driven there in a press car to question the doorman, a more or less mad Russian known as Boris Godunov Najinsky Pavlovich.
Hello, Boris.
Ah, Mr. Wilson and the so lovely Miss Killiburn. Welcome to the High Hatters Club.
Hello, Boris. How's the doorman business?
Colossally terrible, Miss Killiburn. The doors get more, the tips get less, and soon I think I forsook this classy costume for some tights of my great love, the ballet.
Well, before you do, Boris, could you give us a little information on what's been going on around here tonight?
Ah, Mr. Wilson, here at this clips joint, I work overtime at being like them three monkeys in statuettes.
Well, how do you mean, Boris?
Around this place, Miss Killiburn, if you wish to live healthy so long, you should hear no evils, see no evils, and keep shut with the mouth. But for you, my very good friends, I will make with the talk like a radio serials.
Harry the Hack should be here any minute with a girl who may have been at the High Hatter tonight, Boris.
Lots of girls come to the High Hatter, Mr. Wilson.
This one can't remember.
Some should forget.
Oh, here's a cab, and it looks like Harry's wondrous one-horse shay.
Yeah, that's Harry, and he should have the girl with him.
Good. Boris has memories like elephants, especially ladies I don't ever forget.
Hiya, boss. Miss Kilpine, Boris.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Hello, Harry, my monkey wrench friend. Where is this ladies with the amnesias?
In the back. Here, I'll open the door and switch on the light.
Harry, I don't see her.
Oh, she's back here in the corner. Come on, lady.
No, please, I'm afraid. I can't remember.
Don't worry, lady. Nobody's going to hurt you. You're amongst friends.
No, please.
Let me take a look at her, Harry. She may need a doctor right away.
Please take me home.
Of course, miss. Just as soon as we find out who you are and where you live.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Boris, take a look at this girl. Have you seen her here at the High Hatter?
Oh, have I seen her? Here she makes with singing with Dick Dale's band. From the side entrance, she went away with him in his red roadster automobile maybe 2 hours ago.
That does it. What's her name?
Her singing name is Lola Lynn.
You know where she lives, Boris?
The same building where this Dick fella lives, at Big Town Arms, 2 blocks away from here. Only not together.
Hadn't we better take her home and get a doctor, Steve?
Yes, Lorelei, but there's something ugly back of this, and I think we'd better get homicide in on it before it explodes. Where's our handbag, Harry?
Right here, boss, and that smoked rod is still nestling in the nest. I didn't touch it.
Well, let's have a look.
There it is, boss. Some cannon, huh?
Yes. And hardly the weapon a lady would choose.
How do you figure it, Steve?
It could be a frame-up, Lorelei. But there's no use speculating until we find out what happened to Dale and his car.
But meanwhile, Steve, if this girl didn't fire that gun, the person who did may try to shut her up if they find out we've got her.
Yes, and I think we'd better get her away from here. Get onto the wheel, Harry. Drive to the Big Town Arms.
Check, boss.
Hadn't I better come along, Steve?
No, Lorelei. Get back to the press office. Call the State Highway Patrol covering the North Turnpike section. Check on any accident or incident involving a red roadster belonging to Deke Dale.
All right, Steve. Where will you be if I get anything?
At Miss Lynn's apartment, if I can get in.
Okay.
There's some keys in her bag, boss.
Good. Get going, Harry. Thanks, Boris, until you're better paid.
Think nothing's of it, Mr. Wilson. And if around here that Rocky Troy and his guerrilla fellow should make with some questions, I don't tell them nothing.
Yes, but watch your step, Boris. This may be murder, and it may be tied to the management of this clip joint.
Murder. Murder. I remember now.
What do you remember, Miss Lynn?
I remember.
Think hard. Try to remember what happened.
I remember murder.
Hey, Rocky.
What's up, Beefy? What's the idea of crashing into my private office like the joint's on fire?
Maybe it is, Rocky.
Shut the door and unwind. What's happened?
Maybe plenty. Guess who's been out front quizzing that comic Russian character you got opening doors?
Listen, Beefy, I'm in no mood for guessing games. Let's have it. Who's been out front quizzing Boris?
That racket-busting newspaper guy from the press?
Wilson?
Yeah, Wilson and some dame. Then a hack drove up and Wilson got inside and talked to somebody.
Who?
I couldn't see, but I think it was a Lynn canary.
Lola Lynn. So what?
Look, Rocky, there's something me and Laffy didn't tell you.
Tell me now.
You said to tail Dick Dale and get him in the 50 grand if he started a scram town.
Tell me something I don't know.
You didn't say the Lynn dame would be with him, and you didn't tell us what to do with her.
What did you do with her?
We clunked her and dumped her in a ditch before we blasted Deke, and then put the rod in her handbag to make it look like she done the job.
You dopes. She'll squawk and have the cops all over us by morning.
No, she won't. She knows we'll get her if she helps.
Don't kid yourself. You Stoops fixed it so she talks or takes a murder rap. Putting that gun in her bag made sure of that.
Creeps, I never thought of that.
You don't think, period.
We figured she'd come out of the clunk so scared she'd sink the rod and give her the story we gave her about a couple of hitchhikers blasting Deke.
So somebody finds her and the gun, tips Wilson, and you fatheads are in the fire. Where's Laffy?
He's tailing Wilson. He's going to phone back as quick as he gets what gives.
There ain't time to wait. Go get that slug, Boris. Get him up here.
No can do. I tried. He knocked me through the plate grass and scrammed.
You stoop. Now they've really got something. Wilson will ring in the cops on this. We got to get out of here.
Say, maybe that's Laffy now.
It better be. Yeah?
Rocky, it's me. It's Laffy.
Spill it, you rat-faced hyena.
Did Beefy wash it?
Where's Wilson? Who was in that hack?
The Lynn dame. And they're at her place at the Big Town Arms. So what I gotta do?
Listen, you dumb comic. You and Beefy loused this layout. I'm sending him over. Get that dame and shut her up before she squawks to the cops.
Yeah, but Rocky, what about Wilson? He's up there with her.
That's his funeral for mixing in this. Get him before he gets the lot of us.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Miss Lynn.
Thank you for bringing me home, but I still can't remember what happened.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Lynn. It's just the shock. It'll all come back to you. Just lie still there on the couch and take it easy.
It's like a nightmare. I remember Deke wanting me to go away. Then 2 men came.
Yes, go on.
I seem to remember them, know them. Something about hitchhikers killing Deke. Not to talk, or they'd kill me. Not to talk.
Well, don't talk. Just take it easy, Miss Lynn. The police should be here soon. I'm going to call my office and... Wait a minute. Be quiet.
Mr. Wilson, it is me, Boris.
Boris? Oh, just a minute, Boris. I'll unlock the door. What's up, Boris?
Something very bad, Mr. Wilson. Close the door quick.
Yes, what happened?
Right after you leave in the hack, one of Troy's guerrillas tries to make me talk. But I am the fella he thinks he is. So I toss him like potato sacks through some plate glass and makes like the wind here to tell you that the borscht, she is boiling over.
Thanks, Boris. Watch that door. We may have visitors if you were followed.
You were followed, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, how do you know for sure, Boris?
While I am making mincemeat out of the big fella called Biffy, a little fella who all the time laughs like hyenas is following after you in another hexacat.
Well, in that case, we're in for a showdown, and I'd better call my office. See if there's any report on Dale, and find out if Inspector Callahan is on the way.
Steve Wilson's office, Illustrated Press.
All right, the fat's in the fire. Rocky Troy's outfit know we've got Lola Lynn. Any word on Deke Dale?
Plenty, Steve, and all bad. Highway Patrol found his car at the bottom of a ravine on North Turnpike.
What about Dale?
Rigor mortis had set in due to a hole in his head.
That does it. Did you get Inspector Callahan?
He's on his way to the Big Town Arms. He should be there in 5 minutes.
Good. And
Mr. Wilson, somebody is shooting the lock off the hallway door.
Steve, what happened?
we've got visitors. Hang on, Lorelei. I'm leaving the phone off the hook.
Oh, Steve, be careful.
Boris, get Miss Lynn out of here in the bedroom, quick.
Okay. Come on, Miss Lynn.
What's happening, Mr. Wilson? What's
It
happening?
remains to be seen. Get in the bedroom with Boris, Miss Lynn.
Come on, Miss Lynn. I hide you some places and come back.
No, stay with her, Boris. I'll try to stall these rats. Hurry. That door isn't going to hold much longer.
Steve.
Lorelei, stay on the phone, but keep quiet. Notify police headquarters. Tell them to pick up Rocky Troy for murder.
But what about you, Steve? You haven't got a gun.
Just dust off my obituary and bring it up to date.
Thus caught in a deadly attempt to cover up one murder, Steve Wilson faces a really dangerous showdown with the killers. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. It's amazing, I know, but doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, after comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. It's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. Remember, this purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. And ask for Lifebuoy in the big new bath size. It's generous, luxurious. Get new bath size Lifebuoy tomorrow. Now back to Steve Wilson of the Big Town Illustrated Press and tonight's 5-star story headlined, I Remember Murder. Caught in the middle of a gangland cover-up of one murder, Steve grimly talks to Lorelei over the phone as he waits for the killers to smash open the door of the apartment of the key witness to the original crime.
Steve, can't you get out of that apartment?
No, Lorelei, and Boris has hidden Lola Lynn in the bedroom. I've got to stall them till Callahan and his homicide boys get here.
Oh, good luck, Steve. Callahan should be there in a few minutes.
Thanks, my lovely. I'll need it. I think they've smashed the hall door open. Stay on the line. I'm leaving the phone off the hook. This is it.
Atta boy, Beefy. Shove her open.
Yeah, let's get that Lynn dame before that shot fetches a cup. Yeah. Come on in.
Yes, boys. Come on in.
Hey, Beefy. Look at who's waiting for us. That newspaper lug Steve Wilson, the racket buster. Ain't that a laugh?
Keep him covered in can of comedy, will you?
Let's bust him now, Beefy. Let's bust the racket buster. Hey, how's that for a gag, huh?
Louse of laughs or I'll bust you in.
Oh, where's your sense of humor, big boy? Let your runty partner enjoy a last laugh while he can.
Clam, Wilson, I only want one thing out of you.
Name it.
Where's that Lynn dame?
She went out to walk a dog. Won't you sit down and wait?
Oh, what a gag. What a line.
Cut it, Lappy.
Yeah, hadn't ought to have done that, Beefy. I ain't forgetting that slap. Anything for a laugh, put a slug in the mush.
Easy, Laffy. Swing that rod on me and I'll tear you apart with mine.
I can wait.
Why, wait, Laffy. Your big pal can finger you into the chair for the murder of Deke Dale as well as Lola Lynn.
Don't feed me payoffs, Wilson. I figure my own gags and tags.
Yeah, Clam, Wilson. Where's the Lynn dame?
Well, you won't find her.
Look in the bedroom, Laffy.
Turn my back on you, you slug? Like nothing.
Look in the bedroom or I'll take you with Wilson.
Okay, but blast at me, and on the way down to the floor, I'll take you with every slug in my rod.
Don't be a dope. Get that dame and let's get out of here.
Okay. Mind Wilson while I look for that dame in here.
All right, Wilson. Against the wall. And quit bunching yourself to jump me.
Don't worry, Beefy. You handle that gun like an expert. No one could take it and live.
That's right, Wilson. So against the wall. Make like an eagle.
Well, this... Oh?
Yeah, now hold it.
Beefy!
Effie, what gives in here? Effie! Effie, you louse who switched off the lights.
I did, Beefy, leaning against the switch.
Light or no light, I'll get you, you slug.
Nice try.
Come on, Wilson, you slug. Talk up and I'll take it.
No, thanks. Homicide's coming to take you, Beefy.
Back at herself, Wilson? All right. Let's see how long you last. Down there.
Okay, let's see.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Boris?
In here I got the laughing boy like cold turkeys. How you make out?
All right, Boris. I got him with a standing lamp. Wait till I find this gorilla's gun. It's here on the floor somewhere. Oh, I got it. Now, where's Miss Lynn?
In the clothes closet, and she recognized them fellas' voices. Almost everything she remembers now.
Callahan will need her as a material witness. Oh, yes, just a minute, Boris. I almost forgot Miss Kilburn is still on the phone.
That I should not wonder you would forget.
Steve Wilson, you crazy character.
Yes, Lorelei, my lovely. What's bothering you?
What's bothering me? Why, you Stevie, you hit. I heard you gasp.
Oh, just come on, my lovely. He only shot out a couple of my gray hairs.
Your gray hairs. Another couple of minutes hanging on this phone, and I'd have been Whistler's mother. Is Callahan there?
No, but I think he's pulling up outside. Switch me to Fletch on city desk, and I'll give him the lead for the final.
How's Lola Lynn?
She's okay, and she remembers the murder.
Good, but remember, you've got a date to take me to a dine and dance tonight.
And so ended, with the roundup and conviction of Rocky Troy and his murderous gunsoles, another exciting newspaper adventure of Steve Wilson and his staff of the Big Town Illustrated Press. And now, before telling you of next week's headline story, remember, doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Ask for Lifebuoy Health Soap tomorrow. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story of gambling treachery entitled The Lost and Found. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilborn, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. Now, Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, hear all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and the lost and the found, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap.
New Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Yes, rain or shine, new Rinso with Solium gives your wash an amazing new brilliance. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out not just whiter, but actually whiter than new, and washable colors not just brighter, but even brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, Solium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Find out for yourself how new Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Only new Rinso contains sodium. Today, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, a story of devotion in which a woman risks her life in order that her husband might be spared. It's called The Tip. Our star, Miss Lorene Tuttle.
Thanks for driving me to the station, dear.
A pleasure, darling.
You really shouldn't have.
Now, let's not start that again.
But the doctor told you to take it easy.
He didn't tell me to hibernate. My heart isn't that bad. We'll be together for a long time yet.
Thank God for that, Elaine.
I thank him daily. Here comes your train.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll be home as soon as I can.
Call me when you get here and I'll pick you up.
All right, if you must.
Oh, just a minute, mister.
What?
Won't you tip the cabbie?
Oh, of course. Here you are.
Thank you.
Eighth floor, Mrs. Stratton.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond.
Come in and shut the door. Sit down and be quiet. That's better. Just do as you're told, and there won't be any need for this gun to frighten you.
Who are you?
I was about to ask you that.
I'm Elaine Stratton.
Mrs.?
Yes?
Funny, I never thought of him as married.
Who?
Mr. Stratton, your husband. Where is he?
On his way to work. I just drove him to the station.
I guess I missed him. Hope you don't mind if I wait.
What do you want with him?
What do I want with him? I want to kill him.
What? What did you say? Why? What did he do to you?
He ruined me.
My husband?
Yes.
But that's absurd.
Not to me. I had my own business, a wife, 2 little girls. They're gone now, everything gone. Since Mr. Stratton came into the picture.
Well, how could he have?
Put me out of business, broke up my home.
Well, however it happened, I'm sure he'll straighten it out. If it's money you need.
He's had his chance. Only a week ago, I begged him to help me. If I'd had money then, my wife would have stayed. I told him that. He showed me out.
Well, maybe he didn't understand how serious...
He'll understand now.
Well, I'll help you. I'll make out a check right now.
Sure, and call the police as soon as I accept it.
Well, I swear.
No use, Mrs. Stratton. I'm going to be here when your husband comes home, and you might as well get used to the idea. There's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing.
Maybe if I just talk, you'll understand. All right, I know you hate him. I know you don't care if you're hung for killing him. I care, though. I love him. George and I, we grew up together. I know him better than you ever could. We went to school together. If I speak to him, I'm sure I can get him to do something if he was unfair to you. If you kill him, you might as well kill me, too. I'd be lost without him. Try to understand. Whatever you can get by murder, you can do better otherwise. There won't be any need for revenge. I promise you I won't call the police if you give us this one chance. I promise. I promise. I promise.
I don't hear a word.
I promise. I promise.
Listen, lady, it's 12:30 now. You've been at it for 2.5 hours. You can't possibly keep it up until your husband gets home.
You won't listen.
That should be obvious.
Listen.
That should be obvious.
It is. It certainly is.
Good. Maybe you'll be quiet now.
Quiet? You expect me to sit here and calmly wait to see my husband shot by a madman?
What else can you do?
Well, I can call the police.
And I can stop you.
You can try.
Get away from that phone.
Go ahead, fire. Don't point that gun. Use it.
Put that down. I said put it
Let
down.
go.
Get away.
Oh! I'll try it again. I'll keep trying and trying.
Not with the wires ripped out, you won't. 1, 2. All right. Now you can play with the phone all you want to. What's the matter? Not interested anymore?
Why didn't you shoot me?
It wasn't necessary.
Is that the reason? Or were you afraid to?
Don't get any wrong ideas.
The noise might attract attention. Isn't that it?
It might.
Then for all your threats, you wouldn't use it.
Not until I had to.
Well, you have to. Right now.
No. All I have to do is tie you up, gag you until your husband comes home. Would you rather be tied up? Who's that?
I don't know.
Expecting anyone?
I ordered some groceries on the way home this morning. Could be the delivery boy.
All right. Here's your chance to hear the gun go off. One wrong word out of you and I'll fire. But not only at you, at the delivery boy, too.
You wouldn't dare.
Try me then. I'll kill both of you. Whoever it is. If you say a wrong word, I'll kill both of you. You may involve an innocent party in your problems if you wish. The choice is yours. Go ahead. Open the door.
Good afternoon, madam. I represent the Better Products Company, and I wonder if...
Come right in.
Why, thank you, madam. Oh, man of the house?
No. Just a friend.
Oh, I see. Well, now...
We're kind of busy right now. Maybe you'd better come back later.
Oh, not that busy. He may have something I need.
Oh, I'm sure I have. Of course, I don't mean to intrude, but if you'll just take a moment, the Better Products Company, by way of introduction, is letting you have at no obligation to you one of these 3 items.
We're busy.
Please. These are free, is that right?
That's right, madam. Absolutely free at no obligation to you. Now, first, there's this handy little cuticle pusher. Second, this dandy plastic cover. Fits over any dish. And third, this beautifully carved letter opener. Take your choice, madam.
I think I'll take the letter opener.
A perfect choice. Yes, these are very popular. Now, if you'd care to look through this catalog, I'm sure you'll find many useful household products which you may want to order. On this page, for example, we have many specials. And this is the last day. You can save up to 30% by ordering now.
I do need some of these items.
Another time.
Why deprive the lady, sir? Of course, I didn't intend to intrude.
This way.
Wait, my sample case. Well, goodbye. I'll come back some other time.
I didn't like that.
I don't like you.
Don't try anything like that again.
Stay away from me.
Don't try anything like that again, or
I said stay away. Away!
Oh! Why, you...
Ow!
Now, drop that letter opener.
Take it from me.
I don't want to fire this thing, but I will. Drop that letter opener. Drop it! That's better. Now lead the way to your medicine cabinet. You're going to bind this cut for me.
No.
I said...
No.
I'm not fooling, Mrs. Stratton.
Ow! This way.
Oh, that hurt.
I'm glad. There.
Thanks. What's that bottle you take?
My pills.
You look healthy to me.
They're for my heart.
Oh, that's bad. You shouldn't excite yourself.
Good advice.
Where are you going?
I'm following your advice. I'm going into the kitchen. I intend to calmly take my pills and calmly drink a cup of coffee.
I'll go along.
I was sure you would.
And brew an extra cup for me.
Here's your coffee.
Sugar.
I'll get it. Here it is.
like it hot.
Glad to please.
Drink yours.
Not at the same table, thank you. It's a little too chummy. I'll have mine over here.
Suit yourself. I hope you don't mind if I turn my chair around, though. I don't like to have my back to you.
Your manners, I'm sure.
That's right, my manners.
What time is it?
Look at the clock.
You're blocking it.
How's that?
Better.
What time is it?
Look at the clock.
My back is to it.
2:10.
Maybe that's your delivery boy.
Maybe.
Go ahead, answer it. But don't forget, what I said before still goes. The choice is yours. A wrong word, and I'll kill whoever's at the door.
I know.
Elmwood 89325, George Stratton.
Yes?
I'm from the telephone company. An operator's report said they couldn't get through to you. May I look at your telephone?
Of course. Come in.
Someone's been trying to reach you, I guess, and reported. Say, how'd this happen?
Accident.
Accident?
I tripped over the rug and grabbed the phone as I went down. The wires ripped out.
Well, it must have been quite a fall.
It was.
Is that how you hurt your hand?
Yeah.
I will have to reconnect those wires.
Will it take long?
No.
I'm sorry you have to go through the trouble.
Well, that's my job.
Do you get many ripped wires?
Oh, I imagine accidents happen.
Oh, not this kind. The only ripped wire job I ever had, and I'm working for the company for a long time. Friend of mine did, though. He went to the apartment, fixed it.
Was it an accident?
That's what the guy said. My friend found a guy and a gal in there. When he read the papers the next day, found out the gal had been murdered.
And I guess it wasn't an accident.
No. Came out in court later. The guy had ripped the wires out.
It could almost be the same here, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could.
Imagine if you read the papers tomorrow and find out Mrs. Stratton is murdered.
Hmm? That sure would be a coincidence, wouldn't it? Oh, there. That wasn't bad. I'll just test it. Balzac here. Elmwood 89325. Yeah. Right, thanks. All set. No trouble now. That party will be able to reach you.
Thank you. Now, you have your telephone in working order. Silent at last. Or are you only sleepy?
Sleepy? No, I'm not.
You look sleepy.
No, I can't be. The pills.
There's your party.
Oh, yeah.
Shall I answer it for you?
No, I'll take it. Hello? Oh, Mr. Street. You were? Well, my telephone was out of order. That's all right. Those things happen. How late? Oh, fine. I didn't plan to use them today. Thank you.
Who was that?
My grocer. He was rushed, so he couldn't make up my order. He's doing it now.
Is the delivery due soon?
I don't know.
You look tired, Mrs. Stratton.
No. I've got to stop you.
Can't blame you for trying.
Why are you grinning at me like that?
Are you sleepy, Mrs. Stratton?
No. It's just it's hot in here.
You look very tired.
I'm not. And you were sleepy. Your coffee. I put pills in it. My sleeping pills. You'll fall asleep soon, and I'll call the police.
I switched the cups when you went for the sugar.
Oh, no.
Why don't you stretch out on the couch?
I mustn't sleep. I mustn't.
You can't stay awake long.
I've got to wait. George will be here.
What a shame, Mrs. Stratton, to wake up and find your husband dead.
Sophie is here. Open the window.
Certainly. Go ahead and open it, Mrs. Stratton.
It'll clear my head. You'll sleep. I'll call police. Call police.
Sleep well, Mrs. Stratton.
You are listening to Miss Lorene Tuttle in Carl Abrams' story, The Tip. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Later this evening on most of these same stations, John Lund makes his latest tour de force as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Dollar wades in when fraud, murder, and double cross dovetail neatly with the reappearance of a long missing painting. Listen for the flowering Judas matter involving yours truly, Johnny Dollar, up to his neck in trouble, later this evening.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Lorene Tuttle in Elliot Lewis's production of The Tip, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Sleeping. I was sleeping. It was a dream. A nightmare.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Stratton.
You?
That's right. It wasn't a dream.
How long did I sleep?
Long enough. It's 5:30.
No.
Well, he must be due home soon.
No, he's not coming home. I forgot to tell you.
He gets through about this time. I guess it takes an hour to get here.
I've got to get help.
Stay away from that door.
I won't let you kill
Stay
him.
away.
Oh, stop.
Maybe this will convince you.
You're joking.
You'll do as I tell you.
Let go. Let go.
I should have tied and gagged you while you were sleeping.
Why didn't you?
Because it's more interesting this way.
You are a madman.
No, just a little bored with a full day of waiting.
Bored with murder.
No murder has been committed yet, Mrs. Stratton. I'm sure things will be more exciting when your husband comes home.
I won't let you. I won't.
Won't you? I don't think you can stop me. What have you done so far? You tried to drug me, a kid stunt, so it backfired. Worst of all, you've been trying to stop me with brawn. That might be brave, but let's face it, I'm stronger. All you've done is to earn yourself a few slaps and a throttling.
You won't get away with it.
Stop repeating yourself. Sit down. That's better. You see? I already have you taking my commands. But that's to be expected. You're a woman. Women are emotional.
And you're a man. A big, brave murderer who knows how to slap a woman.
It's natural for me to take advantage of my strength in this situation.
And your superior cunning, no doubt.
Oh, I imagine you're just as smart, but not in this kind of setup. As I said, women are emotional. They can't think on a tight spot.
I suppose there's a moral to this little sermon.
Simple. Use your good sense and be still.
And if I refuse?
That's probably your delivery. Open the door. And shall I repeat?
I know. Not a word.
That's right. No use dragging the delivery boy into this.
Good evening, Mrs. Stratton.
Michael, hello.
I'm sorry this is so late. On top of everything, I forgot your bundle on my last round. Had to go back for it.
Oh, that's all right.
Shall I bring it in for you?
No need to. Doctor, will you take this for me, please?
Sure. Right here, son.
There you are, Doctor.
One moment, Michael. I'll get some change.
Don't bother. I have some. Here.
$50. Thanks, Doc.
Five after 6. Pretty soon now.
You don't know what you're doing.
Not much, I don't. Another 5 minutes. 10 after.
You can't do it. You can't. Please.
He should be here in about 15 minutes.
Kill me instead. Kill me. No.
Open it.
I won't.
Open it.
No! Please! No! Ah!
Good evening, madam. I thought I'd stop back. You said you might want to make an order before.
I told you another time.
Oh, you're still here. Sorry, I had hoped you were gone. I didn't mean to intrude again,
Good
but...
work. Stubborn, isn't he?
He's stubborn. He's
Come on, Mrs. Stratton. Come on. You don't want to miss the fun, do you? Here, have a cigarette. Will calm your nerves.
I don't. Thank you.
Fine. Doesn't look like you ever smoked before.
I smoke. I used to. I'm not accustomed to it anymore.
Oh. Well, drag deep, Mrs. Stratton. We've only got about 10 minutes left.
Hello?
Hi, Millie?
You have the wrong number.
Isn't this Evergreen 35964?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Well, you sure sound like Millie.
I'm not Millie, whoever that is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
But you sure sound like...
Goodbye.
Annoying at a time like this, isn't it?
What do you think?
I think... Hey, don't you smell something funny?
No.
Something burning?
I don't smell anything.
Well, I do. What'd you do with your cigarette?
My cigarette.
Couch. It's smoking.
Well...
Threw your lit cigarette on the couch, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, there's nothing like a fire to attract attention.
Oh, right, you are.
Move.
What are you going to do?
Put your little campfire out. But first, I've got to be sure you're safely out of the way. Move.
No, but this isn't the way out.
I know, right here. Into the closet.
No! I won't!
Get in there!
Let me out! Let me out!
I'll let you out if I can get that fire you started under control. If not, too bad.
Let me out! Please, 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 let me out! Beast!
Is that nice? After I rescued you.
Beast! Beast!
Don't get hysterical, Mrs. Stratton. The fire is out. Raised more smoke when I poured water on it, though, than when it was burning. I hope it didn't frighten you.
I could kill you.
Well, I guess I should have let it burn.
If I had that gun.
Shut up.
It's George.
Come now, Mrs. Stratton. Your husband has a key of his own. Open the door and see who it is. And make sure you get rid of him fast.
Mrs. Stratton, the neighbors, they say they smell smoke.
Smoke?
You better let me look around.
Really, Mr. Raymond, there's no need.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, that. It's all right now.
A cigarette. Slip behind the cushions.
I see. Well, it's all out now.
Only took one pot of water.
I see. Oh, is Mr. Stratton home?
Not yet.
I see.
You see too much.
Well, I don't see anything. I see a lot, but I don't see anything.
All right, you see. Now go.
Huh? Oh, yes. Oh, well, I suppose I'm in the way.
No, Mr. Raymond, you're not in the way. In fact...
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Stratton. I pride myself on not being naive. I understand how things happen. Just be careful not to set the building on fire, please. Goodbye.
What are you trying to do? What kind of ideas were you trying to put into his mind?
They were already there. I can't help the way he thinks. That might be something, though. Husband slain in love nest.
Quiet!
All right. And my apologies if I seemed rude. But don't try it again, or I might use that alibi.
My pills. Oh, please get me my pills.
Get them yourself.
Please.
I told you I wouldn't trust you alone for that long.
I'll be still.
Here, take it.
Hello?
Hi.
George?
I'm down at the station now. You still want to pick me up?
Pick you up.
Careful.
I'd love to.
What's the matter?
Matter? Nothing. Nothing's the matter.
Elaine.
George.
Did you get another attack?
No. No, George.
Hold on, darling. I'll take a taxi.
No, George! No! No, don't come home. Don't come home, George. Don't come home. Don't.
The cab just pulled away. He's on his way up now.
Let him talk to you. Give him that one chance.
He'll die as he steps through that door.
Oh, don't shoot him. Don't shoot him.
I can hear him now.
Oh, please, I beg you. Please. I'm not well. I'm not well. Run, George, run. Don't open the door. Run. Run. Run.
Well, Mrs. Stratton?
It worked. She's dead.
Took her long enough. I gave her a pretty hard time.
I don't want to hear about it.
Pretty smart idea you had.
Yeah. I'll pay you off as soon as her insurance comes through.
Sure.
Anybody see you here?
Anybody see me? This place is like Grand Central.
All right. Let's get our story straight then. We were both here when it happened. You're an old friend.
An old friend.
You spent the day here.
Right.
Okay. I'll call the doctor.
The doctor? I had her so scared she even called me her doctor.
What?
She was so scared she covered my being here by calling me her doctor. When the kid was here with the bundle, she said to me, "Take these for me, doctor."
What kid?
The delivery boy. Mike, I think his name was.
Mike. Michael Court. That delivery boy is Dr. Court's son.
Huh?
Her doctor, the only doctor she's ever had.
Mrs. Stratton. Mrs. Stratton. This is Dr. Court, Mrs. Stratton. Is anything wrong? Mrs. Stratton, open the door. Officer. Open the door. Open up. In the name of the law.
Suspense, in which Lorene Tuttle was starred in The Tip.
By 1960, our population will top 180 million. Every year, there are more families and bigger families creating new consumer needs, asking better roads and transportation, seeking new communities with more elbow space. The future of America can look very bright to you and your neighbors when you think of the new roads, new factories, new services, our increasing population demands. Have faith in the future of America.
Next week, the story of a man who killed and a woman who helped him try to get away with it. It's called Run, Sheep, Run, and it will star Kathy and Elliot Lewis. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis with music composed by Lucien Morovic and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Tip was written for Suspense by Carl Abrams. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as the stranger and Hy Averback as George. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Jerry Hausner, Shep Menken, Dick Beals, and Eddie Fields. And remember, next week, Morton Fine and David Friedkin's new play, Run, Sheep, Run, starring Kathy and Elliot Lewis.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
WBBM-FM, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Philip Martin, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. How are you, Mr. Martin?
Fine. Got an assignment for you.
Something interesting?
Well, I think you'll like it. Our company insures a Miss Nancy Shaw.
That's a familiar name.
If you go to the movies, it should be.
Oh, that Nancy Shaw.
Mm-hmm. She was robbed of $100,000 in jewels. Think you can handle it?
Well, I can try. Say, for an assignment like this, I might even consider waiving my expense account.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I sure am. I'll see you at the office.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth and throat feel hot and dry, a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you quick, long-lasting refreshment. The lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The chewing itself helps keep your throat pleasantly moist. Best of all, you can chew and enjoy refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum almost any time and any place. Keep a package handy right in your purse or pocket so you can chew a stick whenever you want it. For refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Millions enjoy it, and you will too.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Columbia All Risk Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Nancy Shaw matter. Expense account item 1, $193.80, plane fare and incidentals between Hartford and Los Angeles. I arrived at the International Airport at 11 a.m., hired a car, and drove directly to Santa Monica, where I registered at a hotel. Shortly after that, I drove to the Santa Monica police station and introduced myself to Sergeant James Dodd.
Oh, I've been expecting you. Your company sent a teletype.
I understand this isn't the first of this type of robbery.
No, been 3 others. Same M.O. Always knows the setup of the house, goes directly to whatever he or she's after.
Why, you think it might be a woman?
But you never know. Each time it's been wealthy families, twice people in the picture business. Here's a list of the articles stolen.
Quite a list. Any of the stuff shown up yet?
Not yet, but it will.
Miss Shaw was robbed night before last.
Sunday, maid's night out. Each one's been like that. Always the maid's night off. Always the people are out to dinner or something. Whoever it is, very well informed.
I've got to run out and talk with Miss Shaw.
Nice girl. You'll like her. Malibu, number 915. Straight out the highway, turn in the gates at the colony. I'd better call and tell her you're coming down, or you'll never get past the patrol.
Patrol?
Yeah, the association that protects the homes in the colony. They check everybody that comes in the gates.
What about the thief, then?
Well, I think he parked on the highway down from the colony, walked down to the beach, and busted in the Shaw place from the back way.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Sure. Anything else, happy to help out.
Took me about half an hour to reach the colony at Malibu, where the patrol at the gate stopped me. Evidently, Miss Shaw had informed them of my coming because they passed me through. I drove slowly down a narrow street fronted on one side by beautiful homes that faced a long white strip of beach. I was met at the door of number 915 by a maid who showed me through the attractively furnished home to a glassed-in cabana overlooking the ocean. Nancy Shaw, one of the biggest stars at the box office, rose to greet me. She was wearing a white sunsuit, and as she walked toward me, I had the sensation my hair had caught on fire.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. How do you do, Miss Shaw?
Sergeant Dodd called, said you were coming down.
I just left him.
Nice cop. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
I'll try.
Something wrong?
It's a little warm.
How about a drink?
Fine.
Bernice? What'll it be?
Anything with a thermostat in it.
Gin and tonic?
That'll do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Bernice, bring Mr. Dollar a gin and tonic, and I'll have the same.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a wonderful house.
Thank you. I wouldn't live anywhere else.
But isn't it quite a drive to the studio?
Oh, well, when I'm working, I'm generally up around 6. Hardly any traffic. I get there in 25 minutes. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Tell me about your work, Mr. Dollar.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm a freelance investigator. Insurance company's got a job, they call me,
And you investigate.
That's about it.
Like your work?
Well, it has its compensations.
For instance?
Well, for instance, Nancy Shaw in a sunsuit.
Well, thank you.
It says on your insurance report that you've never been married.
Is that so unusual?
In your case, I'd say it was.
I've come close.
What changed your mind?
Men?
Sorry I mentioned it.
Oh, I'm not. I think men are wonderful.
But marriage isn't?
Under the right circumstances, it's great. You married, Mr. Dollar?
Uh-uh.
Why not?
Let's talk about the jewels that were stolen, huh?
All right. Have the police found out anything?
No, not much.
Miss Shaw?
Oh, yes, Bernice?
Mr. Astor just called. Said he was on his way down.
Oh, thank you. Tell the gate man to let him in, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The patrol at the gate isn't generally this cautious, but since the robbery, they're checking everyone.
According to my report, you were robbed of a ruby pin, 2 diamond rings, a pearl choker, 4 gold bracelets, 2 diamond watches, 3... Well, here's the list. Is it correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
The items were stolen night before last.
Yes. Mr. Dollar,
Yeah?
do you have to ask me a lot of questions?
Well, it's the usual procedure. If you're expecting company or something, I can come back some other
Oh,
time.
no. I just thought, as long as we've got to spend some time together, we might as well be comfortable. We can go out and sit on the beach.
Well, that sounds fine, but,
Don't you like the beach?
Oh, I love it, but I'm not exactly dressed.
Oh, there's plenty of trunks in the guest house. Should be some your size.
I met her on the beach. She'd changed from the sunsuit to a red bathing suit. She was stretched out in the sand, her face turned up to the sun, and her blonde hair spread out around her shoulders.
Hi.
Hi.
Here. Spread out this towel. Get yourself some sun.
Okay.
You're a little white.
More of a pearl gray, I'd say.
Trunks look fine.
I hunted high and low for a pail and a shovel.
Gonna dig in the sand?
I don't think I've been out on the beach like this since I was 8. I had a pail and shovel then. Seemed only fitting and proper.
Might be fun at that.
Oh, sure. Didn't you used to build castles with moats around them? Let the ocean come in and fill them up?
No, I didn't get to the beach much before I came to California. Then I was a little old for building castles.
Oh, you're never too old to build castles. But then there's always some guy who comes along, you know, running as though he was in training for a 4-minute mile. Never sees your castle and plump.
Runs right over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had it happen.
But you said you never built castles.
Not in the sand. But I've built them. And they've got stepped on.
Can always build another.
I did. Another. And another.
And now you're living in one. A big, beautiful one. Right on the beach.
Mm-hmm. What's your castle look like, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, I design all kinds. Sometime when I've got a pail and a shovel, I'll show you. And the name is Johnny.
All right, Johnny. Sometime you build me a castle.
Sure. Hey, you've got a visitor.
Huh?
Guy just came out of your house. He's headed this way.
Tall, dark, looks like an ad for strength and health.
Exactly.
Dave Asher.
Old friend?
Nope. We're engaged.
Oh.
Hello, Dave.
Didn't Bernice tell you I was coming down?
Yes, she told me. This is Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
This is Dave Asher, Mr. Dollar. He's happy to meet you.
Really?
Don't sulk, Dave. Tell Mr. Dollar you're happy to meet him.
Why?
Because it's too nice a day to put up with one of your moods.
Is this guy the reason you haven't been available for the last few days?
I only met Mr. Dollar an hour ago.
Then you won't miss him. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Goodbye. Have a nice trip.
I don't think you get the point.
Oh, sure I do. You're unhappy, so you're leaving.
Mr. Dollar, maybe you don't know it, but Miss Shaw and I are engaged.
I know it.
Dave, for once in your life, try to
I
act
drove all the way down here to see you. I haven't seen you since Sunday night, and there's a few things I like to settle. In private. Now, maybe you get the point, Mr. Dollar. I'm not leaving. You are.
Oh, now, this is really too much.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I'd better
You
go.
stay right where you are, Johnny.
Oh, it's Johnny.
Yes, it's Johnny.
My family thought it up.
You're a pretty funny man, huh?
Now, you listen to me. You just go right back out to your car and drive yourself away from me.
I'm not leaving until he does.
I beg your pardon. You're leaving, and you're leaving right now. Now, turn around.
You're serious?
I was never more serious in my life. Now, get off the beach.
We're through.
Fine. Hi. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Cigarette?
Thanks. It's rather unpleasant.
You want to borrow my shoulder?
Oh, it's been coming to this for a long time. I don't know why I didn't stop seeing him sooner, except that I really didn't know him for the first few months. You know, party manners, impress the lady with a well-oiled line. I guess I was being as insincere as he was. It's the town for insincerity, Johnny. It's like the first house I bought. Beautiful. Lived in it for 6 months before I discovered the termites had eaten away half the foundation.
Huh. Who is he?
Just a rich young man, spoiled disposition.
He was with you the night you were robbed?
Yes. We had a big fight. He took me home. It was over then. I knew it. And I have to admit I was a little dewy-eyed over having made one more mistake. When I discovered the jewelry was missing, it was just too much. I must have cried for 2 whole hours. I have to go to a party tonight, Johnny. Dave and I were invited. What'll I do?
Have a headache?
That's too easy. He'll be there with someone. What are you doing tonight, Johnny?
No plans.
Will you take me to the party?
Gonna show him you don't care, huh?
I don't want to show him anything. I'd like to show myself.
I play a lousy second fiddle.
You don't have to play anything. Just take me to the party. When you get bored, say goodnight.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, it's a real help to chew delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum right while you're working. When you're warm or tired, for instance, the lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor is really refreshing. It helps keep your mouth and throat feeling cool and moist. Chewing on that smooth, good-tasting piece of Wrigley Spearmint makes the time pass more pleasantly, too. It seems to make your work go smoother and easier. Keep a package or two of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy all the time. Enjoy chewing Wrigley Spearmint while you're working and at other times. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I guess it wasn't a very big party by Hollywood standards, but it frightened me. About 150 guests, producers, stars, and some odds and ends that always show up at a party like that. Dave Asher was there, guzzling champagne as though the Texas drought had hit Beverly Hills. About midnight, the party was under full steam, and Nancy led me outside, where a long walk stretched out over half an acre of lawns and wound around a big lighted swimming pool.
Having fun?
Well, I'm a little out of my element.
I thought being together might make the difference.
Being with you is the nicest thing that's happened in a long, long time. But I'd rather be sitting on the beach.
Yes, that would be nice. Johnny,
Hmm?
kiss me.
Well, what was that for?
Does it have to be for something?
Well, doesn't it?
I guess so. I wanted you to kiss me. I thought it might be nice. It was.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
Well.
Hello, Dave.
Goodbye, Dave.
Going someplace?
Yes, we were.
Why don't you be a good
I
boy
want to
and...
talk to you, funny man.
Dave, please.
Let him get it off his chest.
Yeah, it's good for one to get something off one's chest, right?
If you say so.
I do. I say so.
Johnny?
It's all right.
Sure, Nancy, it's all right. Funny man can handle himself. Can't you, funny man?
Look, Sonny, whatever it is you've got to say it and get out of my way.
I don't like you.
Great. I'd hate to be your first friend.
And I don't care much for your date, the little glamour gal. Big movie star, Miss Nancy Shaw.
Be careful.
Yeah?
Please, Johnny.
Okay. Get out of my way, Mr. Asher.
I don't think so.
Well, then it's about time you got your first lesson. Occasionally, you're bound to run into guys like me.
And what do I learn?
To wish you hadn't. Can he swim?
Like a fish.
Let's go sit on the beach.
Let's.
We left while young Asher was pulling himself out of the pool and drove back to the beach. Turned out to be a lovely evening after all. We sat on the beach and talked about things until we couldn't think of anything else to say. I left as the sun was rising behind the Malibu hills and drove back to the hotel and crawled into bed. I'd promised to see Nancy for dinner, so I set the alarm and fell asleep. It was about 4 p.m. when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
This is Sergeant Dodd.
Oh, how are you? I was just catching a little snooze.
You have a big night last night?
Well, I don't know. Nothing special. Why?
You made the papers, front page.
Huh?
Yeah. Says here you knocked some young socialite into a swimming pool.
Oh, I better get up. Anything new on the case?
No, I thought maybe you might have something. What do you know about this guy you belted last night?
He didn't drown, did he?
No, but we've been doing some checking on him.
Any particular reason?
Well, we're checking everyone that's even remotely connected with Miss Shaw or any of the others who've been robbed.
Well, all I know is that he used to be engaged to Miss Shaw. His name is Asher. Dave Asher. And, oh, yeah, she said he's got a lot of money.
Oil wells.
Yeah.
Not a one.
What do you mean?
I mean, he looks like a phony. Nobody's ever heard of him. He's certainly not in oil.
Does he have money?
Yeah, but not as much as he pretends. 3 months ago, he didn't even have a bank account, and he was living in a $7 a week room.
Huh.
Just thought you might be able to tell me something more.
No, I can't. But I'll see what I can find out.
Okay. Give my regards to Miss Shaw.
I'll do that.
Seems like a real nice girl.
Yeah. A half hour later, I pulled up to the beach house, got out, went down the steps to the front door, and rang the bell. It had been a long time since I'd felt like that. I was really looking forward to seeing her again.
Oh, Miss Shaw isn't in, Mr. Dollars.
Well, she's expecting me.
Miss Shaw isn't seeing anyone for the next few days. She told me to tell you she was sorry.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, Mr. Dollars.
What's the matter with you? What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong, sir. Please, let me close the door.
Your apron's torn. You've been crying. What's happened, Bernice?
Nothing.
Then I'll find out for myself. Nancy! 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 Nancy, are you in there?
Johnny,
Open the door.
please, go away. I can't see you.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'll call you.
Open the door.
Oh, please, Johnny,
Nancy!
go away.
Are you going to open the door or do I break it in?
I didn't want to see you. I didn't want any more trouble.
Honey, Who did it?
Oh, please. Please don't do anything. Don't say anything about it, please. The publicity would be awful.
Come on. Sit down.
Oh.
Have you seen a doctor?
No. Bernice called him. He should be here any minute. He won't say anything.
Who did it?
Oh, Johnny, please forget it.
Asher.
Please.
All right. Come on. You stretch out.
Oh.
You got any sleeping pills or anything?
It's in the cabinet.
Here. Take a couple. Come on. Now, you just relax till the doctor gets here. You'll be all right.
All right.
You just take it easy. Okay?
Okay.
Is she all right, Mr. Dollars?
Who beat her up? Was it Mr. Asher?
Yes. Yes, he got here about an hour ago. I tried to stop and he hit me. He was crazy. He kept hitting her. I found this on the floor after he left.
Huh. Quite a diamond.
Yes, sir.
Hard cut. About 2 carats.
He yelled, screamed like he was crazy. He was just terrible. Is she all right?
Yeah. I want to use the phone.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to keep you out, Mr. Dallas. But Miss Shaw was scared you'd do something.
Somebody's got to do something, Bernice.
You going to call the police?
Yeah.
I guess you have to.
City Hall.
Sergeant Dodd, please.
Thank you.
Robbery, Sergeant Dodd.
This is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yeah.
You got that list of stolen goods handy?
Oh, right in front of me. Why?
Check it and see if there's a 2-carat diamond. Oval, pretty deep.
Wait a minute.
Bernice,
Yes, sir.
you know those people that have been robbed in the last 3 months?
Yes, sir. Miss Shaw and me was just talking about it this morning.
Were they all friends of Miss Shaw's?
Yes, sir. Miss Shaw was saying how funny
Johnny?
it was.
Wait a minute, Bernice. Yeah, Sergeant?
There's no single stone on the list, but there's a ring, platinum setting with 2 small rubies, square cut on the side, and a 2-carat diamond that fits the description. Oval, deep.
Yeah. Look, Dodd. Dave Asher just beat up Miss Shaw. She's a mess. Doctor's on his way over now. Wait a minute. Bernice, what were you going to say? You said that Miss Shaw...
She said how funny it was that all them people who were robbed, that she was over there to their house just before it happened.
Dodd.
Yeah?
I think Asher's our boy. I think he went to those houses with Miss Shaw and cased them good. Found out what night the maid was off and anything else that might happen.
Okay, but how about Miss Shaw's house? Asher was with her the night of the robbery.
Then he's working with someone. He gets the layout, someone else does the job.
Well, we can certainly run over and pick him up. Get him on an assault charge anyway.
Yeah. I want to see Mr. Asher again. Sergeant Dodd gave me Asher's address in Santa Monica Canyon and said he'd meet me there. I looked in on Nancy, who was getting drowsy. Then I told Bernice I'd check back to see what the doctor's report would be, and then left for Asher's place.
Yeah?
Get up. I said get up!
Let me go.
You're out of shape, Dave. You should train on men for a while.
You broke my nose.
You're lucky. Now, where did you get this ring? Where did you get it?
I bought it.
Where?
From a guy.
What guy?
Just a guy. I don't know him. He wanted to sell it, and I bought it. Is there anything the matter with that?
Yeah, you're lying. Now, listen to me. I want some answers. First, where did you get this ring?
I told you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You've been going to parties with Miss Shaw, casing the house, and someone else has been doing the jobs. Right? Okay.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Who are you working with?
Name's Fisher. Stanley Fisher.
Where is he?
He lives at the Shelton Hotel on Ocean Drive.
Where's the loot?
He's got it.
Why did you beat up Miss Shaw?
I don't know. I just got mad. I don't know why I did it. Don't you ever do anything and you don't know why?
Oh, yeah, sure. But this isn't one of those times.
Well, I guess I should have knocked.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. He's your man, all right.
I heard.
Works with some guy named Stanley Fisher.
Yeah, we know him. Small-time thief. I'll have him picked up.
I'm sorry about the mess. Asher and I had a slight difference of opinion.
Forget it. Why don't you get back to the beach and see how Miss Shaw's doing? I'll take care of things here.
Thanks. Miss Shaw was fine. Took her a few days to get up and around, so naturally I stayed in town until Dodd put the finishing touches on the case. Then I went down to the beach and gave her a full report.
And now you've got to leave.
I'm afraid so. I don't particularly want to.
I guess it's better.
Why?
I don't know. Do you?
Sure. So I can come back.
Will you?
The next time my expense account brings me to California.
I will personally rob every house in the neighborhood.
You do that. Well, I'm going to catch a plane.
Johnny, come here.
Nancy.
Huh?
Are you sure my hair isn't on fire? Well, that was that. Expense account item 2, $115. Hotel bill and incidentals. Items 3 and 4, $295.85. Car rental, plane fare, and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $604.65. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The taste of fresh spearmint is cooling and delightful, and there's lots of it in every stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. It freshens your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and sweetens your breath besides. You'll enjoy the good chewing, too, because Wrigley's Spearmint is so smooth and pleasant to chew on. There's nothing else quite like it. Next time you're at the store, stop at your friendly merchant's display of chewing gum and get a few packages of good-tasting Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Always keep some handy for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Thelma Johnson, Peter Leeds, and Vic Perrin. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Roy Vickers, New Britain Mutual, Johnny.
Hi, Roy.
How'd you like to try some Creole cooking?
Okay, what's up?
One of the bellhops at the St. Agnes Hotel in New Orleans had quite a time last night. He opened the safe and walked out with $7,500 in cash and a diamond necklace, worth a cool $25,000.
So help me, Roy. I didn't know bellhops had so much fun.
That isn't all. You also stole a station wagon belonging to the hotel manager, not to mention the manager's wife.
What do you want back?
Mainly that necklace. It's the property of one of our clients. She was stopping at the St. Agnes and had it stowed in the hotel safe.
Any line on the bellhop?
Not a trace so far.
The wife?
Don't be funny. Can you hop a plane down there and see what's happened for us?
Sure, Roy.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Expense account item 1, $175 and no cents. Airfare and the incidental costs it takes to get from Hartford to New Orleans. Once there, I was more than surprised to discover the police had wound up the whole case. The prodigal bellhop, along with the $7,500 in cash, the diamond necklace, the station wagon, even the manager's wife, had all been recovered. Everything and everyone tearful, but intact. I reported this development to all parties concerned, phoned the airport for a reservation back to Hartford, which they said would be the following afternoon, and then looked around for something to do. I found a spot on Burgundy Street that seemed to be less crowded than the others and settled down for the evening. That's where it happened. He was sitting alone, tall, gray-haired, rugged. A face full of some 50-odd years, I guessed, and full of some other things no one could guess. It was 3 drinks at the bar before I made out who he was, who he had been. A man who was once big, in a way that only Prohibition made them big. This seat taken?
No.
Mind if I sit down, Mr. Valentine?
Well, you can't be that old.
How old?
Old enough to recognize me.
Recognize you from your picture. A long time ago.
Time. I guess I could tell you more about that than anybody. You a cop?
No, I'm an insurance investigator.
You were a cop once?
Once. Can I buy you a drink, Mr. Valentine?
Dan's enough. Sure. You're doing better than the boys in the force. I've been living in New Orleans for 3 months now. Nobody's called on me.
Any reason why they should?
No. No, there isn't. But then no one's ever figured out a way to stop a policeman from making a visit when he wants to.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. There's a lot of policemen I've liked in my day. Visiting policemen. That is, on certain days. You're too young to remember much about it, Dollar, but a long time ago, a bunch of old women made a law called the Volstead Act.
Sure. Prohibition.
Everybody heard about it. Including the old women who passed the law. You see, this law was supposed to be for the other guy, not for them. Anyhow, a lot of people started bottling up violations of this Volstead Act. You tired?
No, not a bit, Dan.
Well, it got me a lot of money and a lot of trouble. 13 years for income tax evasion, finally. Ended just 3 months ago when I came here to live happily ever after. Funny.
No. New Orleans is a nice, quiet place to live. Better still, no one's bothering you.
That's the way I want to keep it. And they can pass 1,000 stupid laws, and I'm not going to fall for any of them. Everything the book says, everything in order. How's that sound?
Pretty good.
You believe it?
Yes, I do.
Then I've got my point over. I'm flattered that you recognize me, Dollar. I paid back 10 days for every one I took. Now, all I ask is that you don't ask the police to bother me.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, Dan, you didn't even have the dinner I'm about to buy for you.
Dollar, it's nice to come out of prison and be recognized by a nice guy. Where we go, Jimmy Moran's?
That's where we went, and it was a swell dinner. Only Dan Valentine didn't eat much of it. He tried to smile and crack wise, but there was a sadness about him that stood in the way. I wanted to ask him more questions about those days back when, but I didn't. We dropped into a couple of other places. The Absinthe House, Joe Glorioso's. We listened to some jazz and drank Sazeracs and walked along Canal Street. Finally, we shook hands and said goodnight. Expense account item 2, $26.26. Hotel, board, and miscellaneous. The next morning, I packed my bags, checked out of my hotel, and was about to take a limousine out to Mobile Airport.
Oh, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah.
A message for you.
Oh, thanks. It was from a police officer on the New Orleans force, an Inspector DeBaca. Could I drop by before I left town? I went right over and met DeBaca, a tall, lean, gray-haired man with 30 years' service who kind of puzzled me at first.
Thanks for coming by, Dollar.
Sure.
Sit down.
What's up? The bellhop take back his confession on that necklace theft?
No. This is something else, Dollar. Dan Valentine.
Oh.
You met him about 6:30 last night. You had 2 drinks with him, and you went over to Moran's and had dinner. You went to 2 other places. You left him at 11:30.
Yeah, I also brushed my teeth when I got back to the hotel, but I bet you can't tell me what color my pajamas
Now, take it easy. Just take it easy. Maybe I'm saying this bad. He doesn't know it, but we've been keeping an eye on Danny ever since he showed up in New Orleans. Just so happened you were with him last night, and you did business with us here yesterday afternoon.
So?
We want to know if you had any business with Dan Valentine.
Don't be funny, Inspector.
Okay. Now, don't get huffy. Let me put it this way. Dan came to New Orleans 3 months ago, bought a house out in Jefferson Parish. He hired a housekeeper, bought himself a little car, took up fishing every afternoon or just walking.
Nothing wrong with that?
No, of course there isn't. We like it fine. The boys in the car drive by now and then to look at him. Just look. No questions, no knocking on the door. When we see Danny in town, we turn the other way. Just look, you see?
Sure.
Now, he doesn't have any visitors. No old pals from Chicago or New York or Detroit come to see him. He lives alone.
And he likes it. That's what he told me.
You're his first visitor. Now, I just wondered.
You wondered wrong, DeBaca.
Okay. I had to ask about it. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah? Okay. Right on cue. Your pal just stopped a couple of bullets.
Huh?
Danny Valentine. Come on.
According to the uniformed officer who had put in the call, a newspaper boy had found Valentine lying on the sidewalk and roused the neighborhood. One of the residents had carried him inside. The ambulance crew stood by the bed as we came in. Valentine was lying on his back, the white chenille spread under him, changing to a deep red. 2 bullets had ripped ragged holes in one shoulder through flesh and bone. But he was just as self-contained as ever.
I got the idea you were going to stay out of trouble, Dan.
I didn't know I was in any trouble. Hiya, Dollar.
Okay.
You went to the police after all?
No. The inspector called me in.
About you, Dan, but let's forget that for now. How'd this happen?
This? Cleaning my gun.
You're a loser, Dan. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Oh, you know me and the law. We sometimes didn't hit it off.
Art, where is the gun?
What gun?
The gun you were cleaning when you were walking down the street and shot yourself.
I swallowed it.
Now, look. Somebody's taken a couple of shots at you, Dan. Nobody can tell us anything about it but you so far. We don't want you murdered. Well? Okay, boys. Get the ambulance back.
Wait a minute.
You're hurt. You're going to the police hospital.
No. I've served my time and I'm clean. Being shot at even in this state doesn't make you a criminal. Dollar.
Yeah, Dan.
Do me a favor. Would you phone a private hospital and have me taken there?
Go ahead, Johnny. Take it easy, Dan.
I did as he asked. A crew from one of the large private hospitals was out there in a matter of minutes. And an hour and a half later, Dan Valentine was operated on and the bullet successfully removed from his shoulder. I waited around until he was taken to a private room, and Inspector DeBaca waited with me.
Dollar?
Yeah?
Why don't you go back to Hartford? This isn't any of your business.
I know. My plane takes off at 4. I'll be on it.
Well, why are you waiting around here?
Oh, to see how he is, I guess.
You pal of yours?
I just met him last night. You know that.
But you're waiting around?
Yeah.
You want me to tell you why you're waiting around? You want to make sure he's okay. You met him last night, and outside of what you ever read or heard about him, you don't know him from a load of coal. But you want to make sure he's going to be all right. Well, so do I. Because in that room and on that bed lies quite a man.
Well, that about summed it up. No matter what he had been or what he had done, Dan Valentine was quite a man. It was the same thing that had caused me to go over to him the night before and start a conversation. The same thing that caused me to believe his plans for living a quiet life in New Orleans. He came out of the anesthetic a half hour later, and he sent for me.
Hi.
Hi. They say it's going to be okay.
Oh, sure. This is nothing. I just wanted to thank you for giving me a hand.
DeBaca could probably help you more. All you have to do is tell him who shot you and why.
I shot myself, and just for something to do.
Look, Dan, I have a fair idea of how tough things were for you and how tough they can be now. But Inspector DeBaca understands it, too. He'll do everything he can to help you. But you have to help him, Dan.
DeBaca's a good boy. You're right.
You'll tell him who shot you?
If there was any way he could help me, I'd let him know first. I'll handle this myself. Guess you'll want to be getting your airplane.
Yeah.
Good luck, kiddo.
Same to you. I went back to my hotel, picked up my bags, and took a cab to Mobilon Airport. My plane had developed engine trouble, and there was going to be a 5-hour delay. I killed time at the bar and in the restaurant and just standing around looking at the field at night. By that time, the newspapers carried the story of the attempt on Dan Valentine's life. It was as skimpy as the story Dan had told himself, and it troubled me.
Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Long distance call for you from Hartford. You can take it right in there.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Roy Vickers, Johnny, at New Britain Mutual. Glad I caught you.
Just waiting for my plane back to Hartford now.
This story about Dan Valentine's in all the papers up here. Have you read it?
Yeah, I was in on it, in a way. Somebody shot at him today. He won't tell who. Says he'll handle it himself.
Can you find out, Johnny?
I don't know. Why?
We carry a $50,000 policy on him. Somebody's trying to kill him. We'd like to know all about it.
You mean I can stay here and work on this?
Yes.
Okay, Roy.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, all the King's men that could be the New Orleans police force try to keep one man alive. And they almost do it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Charlie DeBaca down at headquarters. You left a call for me?
That's right, Inspector.
Thought you went back to Hartford. What now?
The company I represent happens to hold an insurance policy on Dan Valentine. They asked me to stay here in New Orleans and look into this attempt on his life.
How'd they hear about it so fast?
Well, it was in all the papers and on the wire services. Valentine's always been news, ever since Prohibition.
Yeah, a guy like him would be. Well, you know as much as I do, Dollar. No lead yet.
He's still quiet about the whole thing?
Just like a mouse who won't open up, except to say he'll take care of it himself.
Maybe it'll help matters when he finds out the insurance company's interested.
You know something?
What?
I don't think me, you, the whole force, the insurance company, or anybody else
survive unless he helps us.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account, submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $3. One telegram to Roy Vickers in Hartford requesting a copy of the policy contracts between New Britain Mutual and Dan Valentine, plus the name and location of the beneficiary and any other data on the case. After that, I walked over to the police station and looked up Inspector DeBacca.
Sit down.
Thanks.
I don't quite get this, Dollar. What's your part?
Well, the insurance company would like a full report on everything that's happened, that's all.
You could give them that on the back of your thumbnail, couldn't you?
Not quite, Inspector.
Oh, you mean a separate report from what we have?
Something like that, yes.
Well, it's their dough. They can spend it any way they want to, I guess.
If there's any reason for them canceling the policy on Valentine, they'll do it. The fact that somebody shot at him a couple of times and came near killing him is one thing. The fact that he won't open his mouth about it is another.
They're looking for a way out?
I didn't say that. They just want to make sure about everything, that's all. An insurance policy's a contract, mutually beneficial to both parties. Both parties have to keep the line of that contract.
They don't figure Danny Valentine's running around shooting himself for insurance money.
Inspector, they don't figure anything.
Well, now that you've been official, be unofficial. What's your idea?
Well, Valentine's got a legitimate policy with the company. They don't want to see him killed. They tell me to investigate the shooting. Actually, they're telling me to see to it that he stays alive and well.
Well, that makes sense. Good luck.
If you'll sort of let me tag along on the case, I'd appreciate it.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, what's the matter now?
It just occurred to me. Valentine bought a house out in Jefferson Parish 3 months ago, a couple of days after he was released from a federal pen. Now, he's lived there quiet, minding his own business, keeping his nose out of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, as long as a man does that, even a man with a background like Valentine's, as long as a man does that, we don't bother him, and he doesn't bother us.
Well, so?
So what happens? Yesterday, you meet him and have a couple of drinks with him. Hello, goodbye, boom, boom. He gets shot twice. By somebody, somewhere. You a bad news boy?
Now, that's as wild as you can get. We had nothing together except the drinks.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, I'm thinking about it just the same. Here. Be back in a minute.
The bulky, thick folder Inspector DeBacca shoved across the desk at me was marked Valentine Daniel. It started in 1915 and was fat with yellowed clippings all the way through 1942. There was a pretty good history of Dan Valentine and the age he lived in. He was born in Ireland and had fought in the Irish Rebellion. He was regarded as both hero and scoundrel. For his own good, he came to America. Somehow, he started out in the wholesale drug business. And understandably, it was an easy step to making prohibition alcohol. And an even easier step to make prison on an income tax evasion charge. The folder mentioned a wife and a daughter who seemed to have successfully avoided most of the newspaper headlines that had involved Dan Valentine. There was one picture of Mrs. Valentine taken in 1928. That's about as far as I got when DeBacca came back into the room, not alone.
Interesting stuff?
Very, Inspector, very.
Well, here's something more interesting. My men have been covering the neighborhood where the shooting happened yesterday afternoon. This man's a witness. This is Mr. Dollar. He's an insurance investigator. It's Willie Blakely.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Hope you can help us, Willie.
Well, I can try, I really didn't see too much. See, I was on my milk truck, and I saw this fella, this big fella, walking down the street. What's his name?
Dan Valentine.
Yes, sir. Well, he was just walking, like for an early morning walk, and then I saw this car come around the corner, and there were a couple of men in it.
What kind of car?
I think it was a Buick sedan. I'm not sure. It was a black car.
You happen to get the license number?
No.
All right, go on.
Well, sir, this Mr. Valentine, he looked up when he saw it coming, and he stopped. You know, kind of funny.
No, I don't know. Tell me.
Well, you know, like he was surprised.
Do you think he was surprised at who was in the car?
Yes, sir, that's it. He sort of smiled. Not a hello kind of a smile. Sort of a sad smile. Didn't wave, just stood there. I couldn't see the men in the car by then, so I don't know how they were looking at him.
Did you see them as they rounded the corner?
Yeah, just a couple of fellas, dark coats and hats.
Would you know them if you saw them again?
I don't think so, Captain.
Okay. 2 men.
Yes, sir. So this Mr. Valentine stopped and looked at him and given this kind of smile.
He recognized them, you think?
Oh, yeah. And then I heard a noise, you know, something like whack, whack. And Mr. Valentine fell down, and the car drove off.
Did Valentine go for a gun?
No, sir.
What did you do then?
Well, I got out of there.
Why?
I didn't know what was happening. I didn't want to get hurt.
You didn't even try to help him?
No, sir. I was scared. I didn't know what that whack, whack was, sir.
It took you all this time to tell us about it.
Sorry, Captain.
Dollar.
Yeah.
You got something to worry about. That noise he was talking about didn't sound like regular gunshots, or he would have said so.
Silencer.
What else?
Inspector DeBaca continued to question the witness, trying to ascertain more details about the shooting, the car, and the men inside the car. 4 hours later, when I left, he was still at it. Some more expenses. Item 4, $2.50. Cab fare from police station to hospital. I thought I'd drop in and take a chance on Dan Valentine coming across with some information.
Sorry, no visitors.
It's pretty important. I'm a friend of his.
I'm sorry.
When can I see him?
That's hard to say. Mr. Valentine's condition is not too good.
What?
Well, nothing to be alarmed about. He lost so much blood that he's in a weakened condition. The doctor's ordered a transfusion.
Oh.
You can phone in later if you like. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am?
I should like to see Mr. Valentine, please.
I'm sorry. I was just telling this gentleman. That's impossible.
How is he?
He needs rest. The doctor feels he'd be better off without visitors at the moment.
Thank you.
I had a feeling about the gray-haired, well-dressed woman, and I hurried after her down the long corridor outside the hospital. I was just in time to see her take a cab that had been waiting at the curb. I managed to hail one myself, and we tagged along Canal Street behind her until she paid off the driver in front of the Roosevelt Hotel. I was right behind her when she stopped in the lobby and got a key to room 1016. I gave her 5 minutes, then I knocked on her door.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Valentine. My name's Johnny Dollar. Ann Valentine looked at me for a long time. I had to hand it to her. There were no tears, no frowns or screams, just a wide, frank look from a woman who, by any man's standards, had once been beautiful.
I haven't been called by that name for many years. You're a reporter, of course.
No, I'm not. I'm an insurance investigator. In a policeman's office today, I saw one of the few pictures ever taken of you.
At this hotel, I'm registered under the name of Ann Ward.
Ward is good enough for me, Mrs. Valentine. May I come in?
Yes. Now, what is it you want, Mr. Dollar?
Possibly the same thing you want. To keep your husband alive.
I believe that's up to the doctors, isn't it?
Not quite. If he was shot at once and he won't help the police find out who did it, there's a reasonable chance he'll be shot at again. Do you know who did it? Well, who it might be. Look, the police have found a witness who describes 2 men as having done the shooting. Can you add anything to that?
Mr. Dollar, I haven't seen Dan in over 13 years. I haven't written to him, talked to him, or contacted him in any way, either while he was in prison or these last few months he's been out.
I see.
It was his idea.
But he must have had a reason.
He did. Our daughter.
Oh.
She believes that Ward was her dead father's name. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
I read about the shooting. I caught the first plane here because I thought I might help Dan. My daughter thinks I'm on a little vacation by myself. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, in view of what you've just said about not having written to him for 13 years...
That was the way he wanted it. I was never ashamed of Dan, never. He was ashamed of himself and how his activities might affect us. He gave me everything I ever had out of life. In New Salem, that's where we live, and live very well because Dan saw to that part of it before he went to prison. We are considered very proper people, Teresa and myself. Dan sacrificed a great deal for that consideration.
I think that you've sacrificed a great deal yourself, Mrs. Valentine.
When I go back to the hospital to see him tonight, he'll probably tell me to pack my bag and go home, that there's nothing to worry about.
But there is something to worry about, isn't there, Mrs. Valentine? He won't talk about it, and you won't talk about it, and both of you know all about it.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, you're a very young man. I'm sorry if I sound like I could help you. I can't. Please go.
I went back to my hotel and had some dinner. Then after a while, I put in a phone call to the hospital and found out I could talk to Dan Valentine between 7:30 and 9. About then, a special delivery came for me. It contained the information I wanted regarding the policy on Dan Valentine. I noticed that the beneficiary was a dual affair, wife and daughter, Anne and Teresa Ward. I had to check with Inspector DeBaca just once more. No luck. He had been unable to identify or locate the two killers described by the witness. He was trying to trace the car. 7:30 on the dot, I was at the hospital. The reception desk seemed reluctant to talk and referred me to the head nurse, who happened to be out to dinner, who referred me to the surgical nurse, who took me aside and told me to find a crystal ball.
Mr. Valentine's gone. We have no idea where.
How could he be gone?
We started to give him a transfusion. He jumped up suddenly, knocked down one of the male nurses, grabbed his clothes, and ran out of the hospital. Just as simple as that.
I thought he was in a serious condition.
Shh, keep your voice down. He was in a serious condition, and it's going to be critical pretty soon. Running around town bleeding from 2 bullet wounds. If you want to keep him alive, Mr. Dollar, you better find him and find him fast.
I thought over what Dan Valentine had told me in the hospital earlier about taking care of the matter himself. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized he was going to do just that, even if it killed him.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what happens to a 30-year-old grudge when somebody explains it with bullets? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Ann Ward. Mrs. Valentine. Have you heard anything about Dan?
Nothing, Mrs. Valentine. The police are looking everywhere for him.
I went to the hospital tonight and they told me he walked out. He might die, Mr. Dollar.
I know, Mrs. Valentine.
Did you tell anyone I was here in New Orleans?
If you mean, did I mention it to the police? No.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar. That was very kind of you.
But it makes me mad that I didn't, Mrs. Valentine. I know you don't want anybody to find you're related to him because of your daughter. But I also think you could help the police in this situation. You could help them find Dan and put him back in a hospital.
Mr. Dollar, would you come over and talk to me, please?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Some more expense. I believe this is item 5. Yeah, $4. 4 drinks for myself. When a next big shot of the roaring 20s like Dan Valentine carries a $50,000 life insurance policy and walks down the street one day and gets himself shot and refuses to disclose who fired the bullets, I have to do the worrying for the insurance company. When he decides to leave a hospital bed minus a pint or two of blood, I have to worry some more. I needed those drinks. You can just say I liked what I'd seen of the guy, and I didn't want him to walk around New Orleans bleeding to death.
In here, please, Mr. Dollar.
The wife, who hadn't seen or heard from him for 13 years, looked pale and wan. It was obvious that the strain was beginning to tell on her, although she tried hard not to show it.
Doesn't it ever cool off in New Orleans?
Sometimes. But I'm not here to talk about the weather, Mrs. Valentine. You know that.
Yes, I know.
Well, don't just stand there and give me the tears, then. If you've got anything to say, say it. If you know anything that'll help, let me know about it.
You're perfectly right in being angry with me. Mr. Dollar, I honestly don't know where Dan is.
Well, do you know why he'd get up out of a hospital bed and endanger his life?
I have an idea he might have wanted to see somebody.
Who?
I don't know.
The 2 men who shot at him?
Perhaps. I just don't know.
We aren't getting anywhere, Mrs. Valentine. Look, I'm going to talk to you frankly. Why did he come here to live in New Orleans?
Well,
You live in New England with your daughter, Teresa. Obviously, Dan thinks a great deal of you and her. He's given you everything, provided for you with all of his troubles. Spent 13 years in prison. I can imagine his thoughts about you and her while he was in there. And yet he comes out and lives 2,000 miles away from you.
He didn't want to interfere with Teresa in any way.
Sure. But it seems to me he'd want to look at you, at her, certainly. Even if it was a matter of living in Boston and taking a bus to New Salem and standing on a street corner one day to watch the two of you cross the street. That sound reasonable to you?
If you put it that way.
Well, look, there's some reason he picked New Orleans. Some reason he didn't give himself the little gratification of just looking at you and Teresa. Why? Why here?
I'm sure I don't know.
And why is he running around now?
I can't answer that either.
But it must have something to do with you and your daughter. Obviously, you're the only ones he ever cared about. Well?
I honestly don't know.
Well, and I can't help you, and I can't help myself or him.
You mentioned his having a reason to be in New Orleans. Maybe...
What?
There was a man named Webster, Conrad Webster. He was a member of the Illinois Bar once, in those days. Did a great deal of work for Dan and friends of Dan. I think he lived here.
Wait a minute. I've seen that name. Yeah, on copies of the insurance policy. A man named Webster had the power of attorney. He bought the insurance. There's a trust in there for your daughter.
Yes, Conrad Webster was an old friend of Dan's. I don't even know whether he's alive now or not. He drank a great deal later on. I think he lived here.
Was he the kind of friend Dan would go to if he needed help?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
What are you going to do?
It's just something to look into. I'll try and find Webster, and maybe I can find your husband.
Thank you for coming by. I needed somebody to talk to. What?
I hope he stays alive, Mrs. Valentine. Item 7, $16. The money it cost me to find out the location of Conrad Webster. I started at his last known address, followed a series of bars, and finally got information from a bartender that led me to the crummier half of a decaying duplex on Gentilly Street. Everything was quiet for Gentilly Street.
Young man, the drugstore delivers what I need most. The telegraph office what I dread most. Obviously, you represent neither, and therefore you are no concern of mine.
Wait a minute. Are you Mr. Webster? Conrad Webster?
I am he, and I am drunk and disheveled, and it is 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'd like to talk with you. May I come in?
You may not.
This isn't exactly the hour for making calls, but I did stop by and pick up something to take the edge off.
Sid? Huh?
It's bonded.
Oh, inside. Now then, you were going to apologize.
Here you are, Mr. Webster.
Oh, well. Now then, as long as this lasts, you will last.
All right. I'm looking for a man.
The entire world is looking for a man. Just one man. A man they blindly presume will break off these shackles that bind us and lead us forth into eternal justice.
Yeah, sure, but that's not why
An ironic anticipation.
I'm talking about Dan Valentine.
You are?
Yes, I'm a friend of his.
No, you don't come from that place. The Pallor is not with you. You lie.
I didn't say I was in jail with him.
And where else would he have made friends these long years?
He's out of prison now. He's been out for 3 months.
And I'm aware of that.
Did you know he was shot at yesterday? 3 hours ago, he left his hospital bed. I thought he might have come to you. Is he here?
He is not.
Do you know where he is?
I do not.
Mr. Webster, if Valentine isn't back in the hospital pretty soon, he'll die.
Why is the phenomenon of death so persistently alarming? So he will die. They all die. Usually from a bullet.
And that's what's going to happen to him. 2 bullets he stopped yesterday. Do you understand me?
Acutely. You've impressed me with the urgency of his situation. But Dan Valentine is not here, nor has he been here, nor has he contacted me, nor do I know where to contact him.
All right, Mr. Webster, all right. I guess I believe you.
Your concern for him is a distressing irritation. Well, what is the reason for it?
I'm an insurance investigator, and it's my job to keep him alive. More than that, I like him. I told you I was his friend. I think he deserves to live.
You, his friend? No. You are too young to be his friend. His friends, for the most part, are gone. Like the long years. Like Homburg hats and the Charleston and Lime Ricky. The ones who are left are broken and tired and faded. With old faces like mine, like his. And we should be gone, too. Another age is here. This is my sadness. As for yours, Dan Valentine should never have lived in that age or this age. He was meant to be an explorer, a pioneer who conquered a wilderness, not a racketeer who conquered a west side.
Are you sure you're his friend, Mr. Webster?
I once thought so. He once thought so. Now, I haven't strength enough to be anyone's friend. What's your name?
Johnny Dollar.
Good night, Mr. Dollar.
The look in Conrad Webster's eyes held the same sort of sadness I had seen in Valentine's eyes. But they were different, too. They held a weakness. The strong, sad eyes were somewhere else in the city, walking alone, probably looking for 2 gunmen, and the lifeblood was slowly draining from the body that sparked them. I went back to my hotel and tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. I was still rolling and tossing at 7:30 the next morning when orange juice coffee in the morning paper came up. A nationwide syndicate had picked up the new development in the Valentine shooting and gone to work on it. Among other names they mentioned in giving a resume of Valentine's career were his wife and daughter, living in New Salem under the name of Ward.
Hello?
This is Johnny Dollar. I just read the morning paper, Mrs. Valentine.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry it broke for you this way.
That's very kind of you to say so. Maybe it's for the better, anyhow. For years I've been wanting to tell Teresa who her father is, what he's like. I'm going to call her later today. Tell her where I am, explain why I'm here. I think she can take it.
You're doing pretty well yourself.
Thanks again. Any word yet?
No, we still can't find him.
Mr. Webster, did you find him?
Yes, he wasn't much help.
The New England paper said that Mrs. Ward was out of town. Sooner or later they'll find out what town Mrs. Ward is in, I'm afraid.
Well, maybe you'd better get another hotel. Use another name.
Yes.
All right, I'll wait to hear from you.
Mr. Dollar.
Yes?
Thank you.
I put in another call to Inspector DeBaca and asked him about developments. Valentine was still unlocated. They were covering drugstores and doctors' offices where he might seek assistance. The 2 unidentified men who had shot him were still unidentified. The police weren't able to dig up any more witnesses or get any line on the car. By 4 in the afternoon, Mrs. Valentine had still not called me to report a new address. I got worried and went over to the Roosevelt to see what was what. I was surprised to see Inspector DeBacca in the lobby talking to the bell captain.
All right, son. If you remember anything else, call me here.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Hi.
Hi, Dollar. Well, you want to talk first, or you want me to? All right, I'll talk first. Mrs. Valentine's been staying here under the name of Ann Ward. You knew that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say anything to me?
She asked me not to.
Doesn't make any difference now, anyhow. That boy over there called us a little while ago. He said that Dan Valentine came in here this afternoon, went upstairs, came back down 15 minutes later with Mrs. Valentine. They both left together.
Yeah, he must have seen the story in this morning's paper and guessed she was in town.
That's the way I see it. Well, we're right back where we started from, and I'm about sick of it.
We're a little better off. 2 people are easier to find than 1. We found them, all right, at 7 o'clock that night. And it was easy. 3 squad cars were already drawn up in front of the little hotel. And I noticed with a sinking heart that a hearse was there also. Dan Valentine and his wife were dead.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, proof that the murder of Dan Valentine and his wife aren't the only murders to be solved. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
What is all this, Johnny?
Who's this?
Roy Vickers, New Britain Mutual. What happened to Valentine?
He was gunned down last night going into a hotel with his wife.
No.
The police here are turning the city upside down, trying to get a line on 2 unidentified gunmen.
Well, couldn't you keep him alive?
I couldn't even find him.
Well, this is no time to be yelling at each other. I just left his daughter.
Huh? She filed claim already? Through that lawyer Webster?
No. She didn't even know anything about him until the papers broke the story. Well, I'm sorry I got annoyed for a second. Do what you can, Johnny. They'll want a full report.
Sure, Roy, sure.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is a further accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Item 9, $7 for dinner. I had it with Inspector Charles DeBacca, New Orleans Police. He was a haggard, tired-looking man about that time. All of us were.
You want some more coffee?
No, thanks.
2 men, both about 6 feet, wearing dark suits and hats. Medium to slight builds. One possibly 35, the other possibly 40.
Well, that about ties up with the description of the two men who plugged Valentine earlier and earned him a place in the hospital.
Yeah. We got more of a chance this time, though. Be some other witnesses. Somebody has to tell us what kind of a car they had and what direction they went.
One thing, they weren't using silencers anymore.
No, but they did a professional job. I think Valentine knew him, climbed out of that hospital bed to go out looking for him.
Sounds reasonable. How do you figure the rest of it, Inspector?
Well, Valentine saw the newspaper story and knew his wife was in town. He went over, got her, and I take it they were going to check into a new hotel when their friends showed up.
She just happened to get in the way, huh?
Sure. Why'd anybody want to shoot her?
Why would anybody want to shoot him?
Well, because no matter what he was now or how he was playing it, he still lived pretty hard way back then. A man who's lived the kind of life he has and done the things he has is bound to make a few enemies he'll remember.
No, I think it has something to do with his family. I agree with you that Valentine probably made enemies all over. But he wasn't the kind of man to get excited about any of those kind of people. He pretty well knew how to take care of himself and handle trouble. That's why he was out looking for them.
You sound pretty certain.
It seems to me that if Valentine had been expecting trouble from some of the old-timers, he'd have carried a gun.
You got a point. But then again, he was pretty gentled up. You know how he spent most of his time? Painting.
Huh?
And that house he bought out in Jefferson Parish is covered with pictures he's done since he's been out. Oils. Pretty good, too. And when he wasn't painting it, he was listening to music.
You'd hardly think of Danny Valentine taking up the arts.
Hardly ever. Well, I've got to make a call and get busy.
Yeah. Inspector.
Yeah?
Any objection to me going out and looking around that house?
It's your privilege. Personally, I'm going to look around town for a couple of gunmen.
Anyone out there now?
His cook, name's Giacchino. Nice woman.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you, Inspector.
Do that. Dollar.
Now what?
You forgot to tell me you looked up the old family lawyer, Conrad Webster, the other night.
Oh, I was trying to find Valentine, the same as you.
Well, if you happen to run into Webster again, you tell him to drop in and see me.
Huh?
He is missing.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I left him standing there and went back to my hotel and shaved, changed clothes, and tried to go over the whole thing in my mind. I did phone into the police station and find out that the slugs that had killed Valentine and his wife were from an Italian-make pistol, a Rambero, 37.5 caliber. So far, untraced. Expense account, item 10, cost of cab, from my hotel to Danny Valentine's house in Jefferson Parish.
Yes, sir.
How do you do? Are you Mrs. Giacchino?
Yes, sir. Who are you, please?
My name is Johnny Dollar, Mrs. Giacchino. I'm from New Britain Mutual Insurance Company. I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
About Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Not right now, Mr. Dollar. Some other time, huh?
Well, if you prefer it that way, Mrs. Giacchino, but...
It's been a hard day here. I mean, Mr. Valentine's death and his wife been killed with him. All of these policemen in and out of here, and now Miss Ward and all.
Miss Ward? His daughter?
Yes, she's here. Arrived 2 hours ago. Stay here.
Could I see her?
You come tomorrow, Mr. Dollar, please. Huh? Tomorrow.
Mrs. Giacchino.
Yes, Miss Ward.
Who is it?
Mr. Dollar. He's from the insurance company.
Insurance company?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Giacchino.
Teresa Ward stood at the base of the iron grill stairway, tall and dark-eyed. And I saw that, like her mother, she had a quiet intensity about her face that made it beautiful. At the same time, ageless. She smiled politely at me. I could only stand there without speaking for a long moment, looking at her. Then Mrs. Giacchino excused herself, and we were alone.
I wanted to talk to someone who might be able to give me a little more information about all this. It's all quite new to me.
I'll tell you what I can, Miss Ward.
My name is Valentine, isn't it? Really, Valentine?
Yes, it is.
Well, suppose we correct that mistake right now.
Sure. There's nothing wrong with Valentine.
From what a Mr. Vickers from the insurance office in Hartford told me, I'm to be quite well off because of this man that was murdered.
You mean Dan Valentine?
Yes, Dan Valentine. They tell me he was my father.
Who told you?
Oh, reporters at home and your insurance company. Mother told me my name was Ward. Poor thing. Must have been difficult for her over the years, keeping the secret from me.
Yes, she told me she thought it was the best thing. Well, the same as he did.
Tell me about my father. Was he a bad man?
Oh, as good or as bad as the Volstead Act made people. I only met him a couple of times.
To awaken one morning and discover that you're the only daughter of a famous racketeer who's been murdered.
Look, Miss Ward, if he had anything to do with the way you turned out, with what you seem to possess within yourself, I'd say offhand that whatever he was or did, he thought of you.
Are you flattering me?
I'm not trying to. You seem like a very nice person.
And so do you, Mr. Dollar. Will you tell me all about this, please?
Well, let's see. You're 21, isn't that right?
Yes.
Just about 15 years ago or so, your father was on trial for income tax evasion. Just before he was convicted, he set up a trust fund with my insurance company to provide for you. It's been paying money for your support and education ever since. According to the terms of the trust, all of the money becomes yours now that your mother and father are dead. It comes to well over $50,000.
That's all there is to it?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I'm grateful to him. I suppose I should be grateful. I can't say that I'm particularly sorry about his death any more than I would be if any other human being died violently somewhere. But about Mother's death, I miss her very much already, Mr. Dollar.
She was holding up pretty well until that point. Then she let go. I held her in my arms and I talked to her. I told her what I knew of her father's life and death. She told me how she'd been reared so far removed from anything that might have connected her in the least way with the Valentine name. Altogether, it was a revealing conversation for both of us. Mrs. Iacchino brought us some food and wine.
How long will you be in New Orleans?
Until all of this is straightened out?
You mean until they find out who killed my mother and father?
Yes. How about you?
Oh, I really don't know. After the funerals, I suppose I'll go back. But I wanted to see him, to see what he looked like, what kind of life he led. He was just an ordinary man, wasn't he? You seen these pictures before?
No, this is my first time in the house. Look like Italian landscapes to me. Very good.
Mm-hmm. Must have been something he had with Mother. She was from Italy.
May I ask you something?
Yes.
How do you feel about him now?
Is this for your report?
For myself.
Well, since you've been here, these last 2 hours, I've begun to think of him for what he was. My father, I mean. I'd like to know why he was killed and who did it. Will I see you again?
I hope so. Terry.
Yes?
I hope so very much.
So do I, Johnny.
I left her at the door that night with a warm sensation inside of me. Something I certainly hadn't expected in the business at hand. The next morning, I was back at the house talking to Mrs. Iacchino. She gave me all the information she could remember about Valentine's activities. All of it accurate, but lacking in any possible clue as to the identity of the two men who had killed him and his wife. I had breakfast with Terry there and helped her with funeral arrangements. Then I spent a solid 12 hours with Inspector DeBacca, who had still not located or identified the two mysterious men. However, there were other developments.
This may be something, Johnny.
Oh?
Conrad Webster's been found.
Huh?
Up by Lake Punch train. Just identified him. He was shot to death with a 37.5.
Italian gun?
Yep. Just like the one that killed Dan Valentine and his wife.
It later developed that the slugs taken from Webster's body, when compared with those that had killed the Valentines, were fired from the same weapon. The case took on proportions. Every available bit of information regarding the two ex-big shots of the 20s was located, read, and reread. It meant activity in cities like St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, and New York. But no new information as to the identity of the killers. I went back to the house.
Johnny.
Here. What is this? You're shaking.
Oh, me, please.
Sure.
I suppose I'm being a terrible fool about it all, Johnny, but they've been after me all day. Cheap little things. Newspaper syndicate wants me to write my exclusive story as the shadow daughter of Dan Valentine. Fairy princess of a racketeer.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Even Hollywood called some producer. Oh, Johnny, I shouldn't have come here at all.
Then what would I have done, Terry?
And what would I have done? Make yourself a drink, Johnny. I'll go put on a new face.
It had become apparent to me in the short time I'd known her that she'd grown to love the memory of her father. Also, that the pressure of all that had happened was beginning to take its toll on her. We were walking down the gravel path away from the house. She was quieted down. I suppose I was thinking how nice it would be to kiss her. I twisted, trying for the gun inside my pocket, but there was nobody to shoot at. The two men who had fired the guns were already out of sight. I was alone with Terry Valentine, who was hanging on the gate. I caught her before she fell.
Why me? Johnny, why?
She was dead before I could answer.
There'll be the final intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a sober lesson in how long, how far, and how deadly one man's hate can be. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hey, what are you doing at the Valentine house?
Get a car out here quick, Inspector. Terry Valentine's just been shot. Two guys
Now,
showed up.
Slow down. When did all this happen?
A few seconds ago.
Ambulance?
No good, DeBaca. She died in my arms.
Oh. Well, do you think they're still around there?
They must be. I'm going looking.
Now, wait a minute. This is a police matter. You stay put. I'll have a car there in 5 minutes and you can... Johnny, I heard that. Your gun. Now, look, you're all wound up. Don't do anything.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of further expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Dan Valentine, ex-gangster, and, of course, your policyholder. But then his wife was killed, too. Then his lawyer. Then his daughter. The girl that I... 30 seconds after Terry Valentine died in my arms, I was stumbling down the gravel path that led from her house to the road. It had all happened so suddenly, I can't say that what I did from there on or what I felt was entirely rational. All I know is I hadn't heard a car leave the area, which meant the two killers were still somewhere nearby. Then, in the dim light, I saw the car. A man was climbing into it. Hey, stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop! out of there. Get out of there and get your hands up.
I'm a hit. I'm afraid to move.
Come on, get out. Come on.
I'm coming.
You two, come on.
It's no use on him, mister. He used up. You got him real good. Ooh. I need a doctor. Help me get to a doctor.
Stop right there.
Doctor.
Stand still.
You pretty tough fella.
What's your name?
Sisto.
Sisto what?
It's good enough for you. I need a doctor, bad.
Listen. Tell it to me. Tell it to me right now. If you don't tell it to me now, you'll never tell it to anybody. Tell it.
No.
Tell it.
I need doctor.
Tell it.
I die first.
Johnny. What is this? Who's he?
He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me.
Now, you better give me that gun, Johnny. Estate will take care of him. Thanks.
I should have done it. I wanted to do it.
I know, son. Come on, let's get out of here.
But I didn't get out of there. I waited around while they dug the body of the other man out of the smashed-up car, and while they carried the still, limp form of Teresa Valentine away. She was the third member of the family who had died violently within 3 days.
I'm sorry about it, Donna.
Inspector, I was hoping I might have been wrong, that she wasn't dead.
Oh, you weren't wrong. Which one shot her?
Huh?
The dead one or the one we still got in the hospital?
Oh, I don't know. Both of them, I guess.
You don't feel like talking to it. I'm just trying to pin it down.
Well, what about him?
Can't get much out of him so far. He's in pretty bad shape.
Let me ask him some questions, Inspector. I'm no police officer. I don't have to obey any rules.
Now, take it easy, kid. You were about to do that once, and we'd be holding you for murder if you'd have gone ahead. I know how you feel about Teresa Valentine.
Has he said anything at all?
Nothing. We found papers on him and the other one that makes them brothers, Sisto and Darby Chianti, from New York. So far, there doesn't seem to be any connection with the Valentines. But people like Valentine make a lot of enemies. But that girl doesn't figure.
Yeah.
I know you talked to her a lot these last couple of days, Johnny. What'd you say?
Oh, nothing that had anything to do with this. You know yourself she didn't even know her name was Valentine until her father got shot at.
Yeah, that could have been an act.
And you could have been 20 feet tall.
Just trying.
Try with that punk you got upstairs in the hospital.
We will, Johnny. We will. Just... Pardon me. Johnny, I got bad news. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Why?
Sisto Chianti died 5 minutes ago.
Expense account, item 10, $10, car rental. I went out to the Valentine house once more.
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Giacchino.
Please, come in. So many policemen, so many reporters. I've been trying to close the house.
Sure.
I know how you must feel. I mean about her. What of these Chianti brothers?
Well, we don't know much about them yet. The New York police are still doing a rundown on them. Don't let me stop you, whatever you're doing. I'll just look around if you don't mind.
All right.
Oh, well, one thing.
Yes?
Did Mr. Valentine make any provision for you?
Yeah. He thought of me. $1,000. Whatever he was, the man I knew was kind and good. And his sins had been forgiven him.
I spent 2 hours or better going from room to room, looking at the oils that Dan Valentine had painted. Pastoral scenes, happy scenes, gay scenes, all of them with colorful Italian backgrounds. I was thinking about that when I walked into Inspector DeBacca's office late that afternoon.
I don't get it, Johnny.
Don't get what?
Here. This came from New York on the Chianti boys.
Oh?
They came to this country when they were 18 and 21. Both of them were naturalized citizens, lived with their father.
Records?
Not a thing. No trouble ever.
What else?
That's about it. New York police can't seem to locate their old man. Disappeared about a week ago. Lived on the east side.
What's about him?
Well, that's another funny thing. He's taken out his papers and was due for an examination with the immigration people this week. They're looking for him, too.
We went out and had dinner together and talked about the case. It had been a strange one. The deaths were useless, the motives unknown. I parted company with Inspector DeBaca and went back to my hotel to trouble it out with sleep. About 11 o'clock, I had a phone call. Johnny Dollar.
This is DeBaca. Old man Chianti just showed up at our city morgue and wants to take his two sons back to New York for burial.
20 minutes later, I was standing in the coroner's office while Inspector DeBaca led a small, wizened old man into the room and sat him down on one of the chairs.
Mr. Chianti, it's Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
Mr. Chianti?
I read about you. You killed my boys. Is it so?
Yes. They'd killed 4 other people.
I know. Bad.
Why did they kill the Valentine family, Mr. Chianti? Why did they kill Conrad Webster, the lawyer? Do you know why?
I know.
Then tell me. They're all dead now.
I'm still alive, Mr. Dollar.
He refused to talk about his sons or any of their activities. DeBaca held him to answer to the immigration officials. He remained in his cell, silent and noncommittal to all visitors, including the chaplain. I appeared before the coroner's jury the following morning and was cleared of any charges. Pietro Chianti still had said nothing. And he looked at me as though he was going to keep on saying nothing. Mr. Chianti?
I see you, Mr. Dollar. More questions?
Dan Valentine's wife was your daughter, wasn't she? Wasn't she? All right, you don't have to admit it. I have a copy of the marriage license right here. It came from New York this morning.
She was my daughter.
Is that all you have to say now?
I no talk.
Then I will, Mr. Chianti. Because your daughter, Mrs. Valentine, had a daughter herself, Teresa. A lovely, wonderful girl that your 2 sons killed. I happen to know that girl. I might have been in love with her, I don't know. But I do know.
She had to die, too.
What?
This Conrad Webster, Mr. Valentine, and my own daughter and granddaughter, they had to die. All bad.
You?
See, I ordered it.
You ordered it? And who are you? God?
I am the father. When a daughter marries a bad man, only bad can come from it. The granddaughter was then bad. He come to our village many years ago. Take her away. He and the man Webster help him. It lived with me. The stealing of my own flesh and blood. All this time it grow inside of me. I am old, but I keep on living. Only so I can come here and find him and destroy him. And her. And the daughter. And the lawyer man who helped him. And I destroyed them through my sons.
A whole family. Vendetta. Was that it?
If you like. Vendetta. He was a bad man who did bad things. Batman. I smoke now. You have a cigarro, eh?
The disposition of old Pietro Chianti is up to the immigration department. I didn't stay around New Orleans to learn the results of all the extensive examinations that would have to be completed to test his sanity. I'd had enough of the town. Expense account, item 11, $140.20, hotel and board. Item 12, $28, car rental miscellaneous. That includes flowers to the Valentine family. Item 13, same as item 1, $175. Transportation back home. Expense account total, $1,290.38. Remarks? Whenever I close my eyes, I can see a lovely girl standing at the bottom of a long, curving stairway, smiling, because I'm in the room. That's all. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, please, there'll be another exciting story for you beginning next Monday night.
Monday, the Lorco Diamond Matter, in which a trip to Algiers makes Come With Me to the Kasbah sound like an invitation to a Sunday school picnic. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lillian Baeff, Betty Lou Gerson, Barney Phillips, Will Wright, Forrest Lewis, Marvin Miller, Jay Novello, and Jack Boyles. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Vinso brings you Edward G. Robinson in an exciting story from Big Town. A story of life and death on the highways of America. Ona Munson heads the supporting cast. In tonight's presentation, Mr. Robinson is heard as Steve Wilson, managing editor of the Illustrated Press. Steve is aided and abetted by Lorelei, the girl reporter, played by Ona Munson. We find them in the wire room of the Illustrated Press talking to a committee from the Big Town Safe Driving League.
Here's the list of casualties just coming in over the teletype, gentlemen. Weekend report of the dead and injured. And I'm not speaking of the war in Europe. I refer to the war on our streets and highways right here in Big Town. Here are the traffic deaths from Saturday noon to Sunday night. 8 people killed and 39 injured.
That's dreadful, Mr. Wilson.
In this county alone, our reckless drivers killed 1,046 people in 1939.
Oh, we might as well be at war if this sort of thing keeps up.
On this blackboard, we have the national figures of automobile deaths for the past 22 years. Look at that frightful increase. In 1917, 6,724. In 1927, 21,160. In 37, 39,643.
Why, it's appalling.
In 38, we reduced the total by 7,000.
And here's the National Safety Council's estimate for 39. Again, a reduction of 7,000.
Yes, but that still leaves 32,600 motor vehicle deaths for 1939.
But what can we do?
Well, we've tried to do our share. We've been conducting a front-page fight against reckless driving for the past 18 months. We don't seem to get anywhere.
We've got a big circulation. We reach thousands of people, but still it goes on.
Why don't you take to the air, Steve? Tell your story over the radio.
That's not a bad idea.
We'd reach millions that way, wouldn't we?
Yes.
That would take a lot of doing. We need radio writers, producers, actors.
Yes, but most of all, you need a good announcer. A man who could dramatize the message, a dynamic personality.
Well, what's the matter with our own Steve Wilson?
Oh, I could do that.
Oh, don't be silly, Steve. Of course you could.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue these broadcasts until we've shocked, ashamed every driver into obeying the traffic laws and using the brains the good Lord gave him. Now, what are the common causes of tragic accidents on our streets and highways? First of all, speeding. Heaven knows that's common enough.
Tom!
You can't see me. I can't let you look at it. This car was doing 70 when it hit that telegraph pole. You know what that means.
Then there's the overconfident driver who, for no reason at all, wants to pass everyone on the road. I knew one charming young woman like that in a high-powered car, smartly dressed, positive that every male driver would give way to her sex and beauty. But one of them didn't. She keeps her scarred face hidden from the world. And, of course, there's the couple who chatter as they ride along. The man tries to talk and watch the road at the same time.
Oh, I walked right into the boss office, and I says, now, look here, you big stiff, you can't do that to me. You promised me a raise 2 years ago.
Look, Jim, you're on the wrong side of the road.
And so it goes. The tragic young fools who make love as they drive. The blithering idiot who cuts in from the right. The impatient maniac who tries to pass another car on a curb. Then there's another type. A mother's driving, taking her daughter home. She'd found the girl drunk in a cocktail lounge.
Thank heaven the doorman recognized you and phoned me. And to think that you'd be seen drinking in public, well, that's bad enough. But with a man like Pat Bell...
Pat's all right. He's a good scout.
He's a gangster, a criminal.
A darn good-looking one.
Oh, if your father ever finds out about this, I don't know...
I know. He'll throw me out. He threatened to do that last week. He never knows I'm on Earth till I do something wrong. Hey, watch your driving, Mother. You nearly hit that post.
Oh, I hardly know what I'm doing. You've upset me so. I don't understand you, Vi. A girl like you with every chance in the world.
Here's the boulevard. Turn right.
I know.
Pull over, Mother. You turned right in the path of that truck. Oh! Mother, look what you've done.
What was it, Vi? What happened?
You forced that truck to the left and it crashed head-on into a school bus coming the other way. You better stop.
Well, how can we? Don't you realize you've been drinking? I don't dare let the police see you in this condition.
It was a busload of orphans from the shelter for homeless children. A load of kids returning from a happy day in the country.
Oh, you're the driver of the truck, huh?
Yes, sir. Here's my license.
Fred Arnold. And you're the kind of a guy they license to take loads like that on the road.
Couldn't help it. I couldn't. That gray convertible shot right in front of me. I swear it wasn't my fault.
Tell that to the bus driver. He's dead.
I know. I wish I was in his place. Oh, I think of those poor kids they're loaded
Little
into
late.
the
I'm sorry for them. What was the matter with you? Were you drunk or asleep?
Oh, I don't drink. I knew what I was doing. It was that gray convertible that got in my way.
I better get you down to the station.
The coroner held the inquest on the following day. Lorelei and I were there with Hoagie and a cameraman.
Mr. Arnold, it's strange that no one else reported that gray convertible. What make of car was it?
A Mohawk. It came tearing out in the middle of the block and made a wide right turn, and I had to swing to keep from hitting it. I couldn't see the bus coming.
But they saw you. 10 tons of death bearing down upon them. Now, 3 witnesses have sworn that you lost control of your truck, and not one of them remembers the gray car. You've got to admit your story doesn't stand up.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, what's the use? You've got me convicted already.
That'll be all. The jury will retire to consider their verdict.
Oh, Hoagie, quick, grab a shot of Arnold as he steps down from the stand. I'm going to frame it in the black border right under our masthead.
Okay, boss. Hey, Arnold, look over this way.
No, don't do that. Don't.
What a picture. 10 cameras going off at the same time.
Poor devil. Look how he stares around him, holding onto the rail. Steve, he's falling.
He's dead away.
I'm his wife. Let me get to him. Oh, Fred. Fred, darling. Look at me, Fred. Speak to me.
He'll be all right, Miss Arnold. He couldn't stand the strain, that's all.
Oh, no. It isn't that. Ever since he hit that bus full of kids, he's been half crazy. You see, 2 years ago, our own baby was killed by a truck.
We'll return to Big Town right after these messages.
Dimension X.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen. The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, let's return to Edward G. Robinson and Ona Munson, starring in Big Town.
Nevertheless, I was convinced that Fred Arnold should be punished. That afternoon, Lorelei and I talked with him in his cell.
Mr. Arnold, was it a man or a woman driving that gray car?
I know there was a woman at the wheel, and I'm sure there was another woman with her. The car I'm positive about. It was a gray Mohawk convertible. I'd know that hood anywhere, a 1939.
The accident happened on Langley Boulevard between 14th and 15th Street, huh?
Yeah.
You say the Mohawk came shooting out from the middle of the block?
Sure, that's right.
Well, then it must have come out of a driveway. And there's only one driveway in that block, the one that leads to Paradise Inn.
Say, I never thought of that, miss. She would be making a right turn coming out of there, wouldn't she? Maybe you've hit it.
What do you think, Steve?
Well, I don't know. I
still think I'm guilty, don't you?
Yes, I do, Arnold. I've been wrong before. I may be wrong again. After we left the jail, I dropped Lorelei at the entrance to Paradise Inn. Leave it to a clever woman to get the truth out of a man.
Come on now, open up, Mr. Doorman. You know you saw that car.
Maybe I did, lady. Maybe there was 50 gray Mohawk convertibles in here on Wednesday.
Oh, now look here. You don't look to me like the sort who let an innocent man go to prison for something he didn't do. Arnold has a wife and a family. I'll bet you have, too. Now, can't you sort of refresh your memory?
Looks bad for the guy, huh?
Maybe 10 years in the pen.
Well, all right. There was a gray Mohawk in here that day, but I don't know who was driving it.
Well, just tell me one thing. Did it leave here about the time of the accident?
Yeah, and that's all I got to say. I'm sorry for the guy, but I'm not losing my job.
Now, look here, Steve. You must admit that there was a Mohawk convertible there at that time. Arnold must be telling the truth.
Well, yes, I must admit that, but we've done everything we could to convict him. Now, how can we help him now?
We've got to find the woman who was driving that car and make her substantiate his story.
Oh, that's next to impossible. We found there were over 70 convertibles of that same make, and not one of them owned by a possible suspect. In the meantime, Fred Arnold was tried and found guilty of manslaughter. On the day after the trial, we were at the big town hospital where 7 of the little victims were being treated.
Goodbye, Miss Lorelei. Goodbye, dear.
Thanks for the dog.
Oh, that's all right, darling.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Goodbye. So long, kids. Goodbye.
Oh, where's the other little girl, nurse? Jane King. You know, the one who was hurt so badly.
We moved her into a room just across the hall.
May we see her?
Oh, just for a moment, yes. Follow me.
All right.
This is her room. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were coming out, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, that's all right, nurse. Jane fell asleep while I was reading to her.
Oh,
Mr. Wilson,
Hello, Mrs. Martin. This is Miss Gilson.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Gilson?
I didn't know that you knew Jane.
Well, I didn't know her before the accident. I was just looking in on the children, that's all. Excuse me, please. I've got to hurry.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure, Miss Gilson.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Gilson.
Goodbye, Mrs. Martin. You know who she is, Lorelei? She's the wife of Judge Dudley Martin.
Oh, really? Yes. She's been here every day since the accident.
Oh, has she?
Yes, she spends hours with the little Jane, reading to her, singing her to sleep. Several times when I walked in on them, I found Mrs. Martin in tears.
That's strange. You know, I'd never judge her to be that type. She seems so worldly to me.
Well, you never can tell, Lorelei. Well, if Jane's asleep, we won't go in now. Just give her these things, nurse.
All right.
We've got to see Fred Arnold's wife.
Fred Arnold, the man who caused the accident.
Yes. The poor devil's going to be sentenced tomorrow. I'm terribly sorry for the things that were said in my paper, Mrs. Arnold.
You had to print the news. Anyway, everybody's been awful kind to me. Mrs. Martin was here again last night.
Mrs. Martin?
Judge Martin's wife?
Yes. Would you believe it, Mr. Wilson? A woman I never met before. And she's put money in the bank for me. A trust fund to take care of us till Fred gets out of prison.
Steve.
Well, why should she do that?
Why, I don't know. It must be the goodness of her heart.
Say, Steve, do you suppose that Mrs. Martin...
No, that's impossible.
Mrs. Arnold, what kind of a car does Mrs. Martin drive?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh, no, Lorelei, you're all wrong.
Nevertheless, we'd better make sure. Where do the Martins live?
In the big town apartments.
Well, there's a garage in that building, isn't there?
Yes, but I don't see...
Mrs. Arnold, may I use this phone?
Of course.
Lorelei, you're crazy. This is...
Maybe I am, but I've got a hunch.
Oh, well, I don't think...
Don't tell me about women, Steve. I know them. There's a guilty conscience behind all this. Oh, hello, big town apartments? Well, let me speak to the superintendent of the garage, please. Thank you. Now, here's the phone,
What?
Steve. It's up to you.
Oh, good Lord,
No.
woman. Dudley Martin's my friend.
So you'd rather see Arnold go to prison, would you?
No, of course not. All right. Come on, I'll play your hunch. Give me that phone. Hello, Big Town Garage? Why, this is, this police headquarters. Tell me, do you service Mrs. Dudley Martin's car? You do? Well, describe it, please. Yes? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well, I was right, wasn't I? It's a gray Mohawk convertible.
No, Lorelei. Mrs. Martin drives a Dodge Coupe.
We return you to Big Town and to Steve Wilson. Steve is still addressing his radio audience, dramatizing a news story on the air.
In spite of what I'd learned over the phone, Lorelei was not thoroughly convinced. Once that persistent creature gets an idea in a lovely blonde head, she worries it like a dog with a bone. Before I knew it, I found myself at the Big Town Apartments down in the basement garage listening to Lorelei turn on the charm.
Well, you see, Mr. Superintendent, this gentleman and I really came down here to settle an argument. I swore that I saw a friend of mine pull out of here a minute ago in a Dodge Coupe, Mrs. Dudley Martin.
Oh, no, that couldn't have been Mrs. Martin.
No?
Her Dodge is standing right over there. That gunmetal job with the red leather seats.
Oh.
Smart, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Looks like a brand new car to me.
Yeah, it is. She's just breaking it in. Only had it about a week.
Oh, what happened to her old car?
Oh, the Mohawk convertible?
Yes.
Oh, she traded it in, I guess. Nothing wrong with it either. Must have got tired of driving.
I see. Well, thank you so much.
That's all right, lady.
Come on, Steve. Well, it all fits in, doesn't it? She must have gotten rid of that gray convertible right after the accident. Oh, tell me, who's crazy now?
I guess I am, Lorelei. Good Lord, I never dreamed that a woman like Marie Martin could do such a thing. I still can't believe it.
She must have had a darn good reason for keeping it undercover. Say, how well do you know her, Steve?
Well, not as well as I know her husband.
Is he the sort of man who'd stand for a thing like that?
I should think so.
Then you'd better go to him first.
Now, look, would that be fair? Now, if she really is guilty, shouldn't we give her a chance to tell him herself?
How much of a chance did she give those kids? And what about Fred Arnold? What a swell chance she's giving him.
I know, but we're not sure yet. We'd better give her the benefit of the doubt. Fine, Martin. Last time I saw you, you were nothing but a long-legged kid.
That wasn't so long ago. Mother will be down in a minute. Mr. Wilson, I've been following the Arnold case in your paper.
Oh, have you?
You were really vindictive at first and demanded his punishment. But suddenly you did a complete about-face. Why was that?
Well, I discovered that he was innocent.
You mean that somebody else caused the accident?
That's right.
He very plainly said so in one article.
I must have missed that. But you didn't name anyone.
No, I didn't. I couldn't.
But isn't it true that newspaper people sometimes play detective in order to expose someone or to get a big story?
Yes, it's true. Sometimes.
Why? Can you help us in this case?
Well,
Now, if you could, Vi, you'd be helping the guilty woman as well.
Then you know it's a woman.
Yes.
But it isn't the one you think. The one who was driving, I mean. She wasn't to blame at all. Or you can't let them do anything to her. Oh, Mother, if you'd only let me.
I want to speak to Mr. Wilson and Miss Kilburn alone.
But I don't see what's
I'm
good.
sorry, dear, but I know what I'm doing.
Very well. Excuse me.
Vi's a very impulsive girl, always fighting other people's battles. But you shouldn't take advantage of that, Mr. Wilson.
How do you mean?
Oh, by questioning her on a subject that she can't possibly know anything about.
Oh, what makes you think I was questioning her?
Well, I could tell that by her attitude.
How could you possibly know what we were discussing unless...
Unless I listened. Well, perhaps I did for a moment. You see, one never knows what Vi will say or do. She's at that formative age when a girl's emotions are, well, unpredictable, to say the least.
Mrs. Martin, Fred Arnold comes up sentenced tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
Won't be a light sentence. He's 35 now. He'll be well past 40 when he gets out. That's young enough as ages go, but Arnold won't be young after those years in prison. He'll be a broken old man. Now, we know he's innocent. We can't let that happen to him.
His wife told us what you're doing for her.
Oh, she shouldn't have. I didn't want her to speak of it.
But why?
Well, it's certainly a beautiful gesture, or could it be more than that, Mrs. Martin?
Well, I don't know what you mean. I'd do anything to help a woman in such terrible trouble. She's not to blame for what happened.
Yes, neither is her husband. Mrs. Martin, that accident was caused by a woman driving a gray convertible Mohawk. There was another woman in the car with her. She came shooting out of the driveway from the Paradise Inn. She didn't look to left or right. She made a sweeping turn into boulevard traffic, right into the path of an oncoming truck. Now, there's no stop sign at the end of the driveway because it's not a public thoroughfare. But there should have been a stop sign in that woman's brain, an instinctive consideration for the safety of others. If there had been, a man and a boy would still be alive. And the crippled child would still be able to walk. Now, what are we going to do about it, Mrs. Martin?
Well, I don't know. What can we do? Why do you come to me with that question?
Because I know how terribly interested you are.
Yes. Yes, I am. But there's nothing I can do. Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry.
So am I. Terribly sorry. She had a chance, but she thought she was safe, that nothing could be proved against her, so she turned it down. Soon after that, Lorelei and I were seated in the office of her husband, Judge Dudley Martin.
Sorry I had to keep you folks waiting.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Judge.
What can I do for you, Wilson?
Well, Judge, Miss Kilburn and I have come to you for a little legal advice.
Well, what about your own attorneys?
Well, this is something of an exceptional nature, a very peculiar case. A certain lady, whom I know rather well, is in a serious jam.
Oh.
She's at least morally responsible for an automobile accident that caused the death of a man and a boy and permanently crippled a little girl.
How do you mean, morally?
Well, she made a quick right turn out of a driveway into the heavy traffic of a boulevard. She got across the path of a truck, and the driver swerved to avoid her, thus causing him to crash into an oncoming bus.
Would you say that she was legally responsible, Judge?
Well, I could hardly give you such a decision without knowing the full details. Was there a stop sign at the driveway?
No, Judge.
Well, then offhand, I'd say she might be held for criminal negligence. But only the trial judge could decide that. In my opinion, your friend should make a frank statement and throw herself on the mercy of the court.
Yes, but she refuses to do that. She won't admit she was anywhere near the scene of the accident. You see, we're the only ones who know about it, and we can't prove it.
The worst part of it is the driver of the truck has been convicted of manslaughter and will probably be innocently sent away for a long term.
Wait a minute. Is this the Arnold case you're talking about? The driver who crashed his truck into that busload of kids?
Yes.
That's right.
Why, I've been following that case with a great deal of interest. I was never so shocked in my life when I read about the accident. It's a lucky thing for Arnold that he wasn't brought before me for trial. I doubt if I could have rendered an impartial judgment. And do you mean to tell me that you've discovered he wasn't responsible?
Exactly.
But good Lord, man, you can't let him go to prison. Doesn't that woman realize what she's done?
I'm sure she does. She's trying to make up for it in other ways. I know she's tortured by the memory of it.
But how could she let Arnold go through the agony of that trial? How can she let him take the punishment that she herself deserves? Is she a married woman?
Yes.
Does her husband know about this?
No.
Then it's your duty to go to him and tell him just what you've told me.
Well, that's just what I've done, Judge. You see, I've been talking about your wife.
Everything they've told you about me is true, Dudley. I was the woman who drove that car. It was my gray convertible. That's why I got rid of it so soon after the accident.
That was a very foolish move to make.
Oh, I know. But I was so desperately afraid that someone would find out what had really happened. I've gone through purgatory ever since that day, thinking of those poor babies lying there under the wreckage of that bus. I didn't wait to see what I'd done to them, but I read about it in the papers that night. I could hear them screaming, crying.
If you had only come to me in the first place.
Oh, I know I should have, but I was a coward in that, too. Oh, I know you'll never forgive me. I couldn't blame you if you'd hate me for it. I'm ready to take whatever punishment is coming to me.
There was another woman in that car, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, no, there wasn't. I was alone. I've confessed that I was to blame. I'll confess it in open court. You'll get a sensational story for your paper. What more do you want?
We want the whole truth. If there was another woman with you, you'll have to tell who she was.
No, I won't. I don't care what they do to me. I'll keep on denying it.
It won't do you any good, Mother.
Violet.
Because I won't let you get away with it.
Oh, you can't come in here. We're discussing something very important. Something very private.
I know what you're discussing, and I'm a part of it.
Oh, Dudley, please make her go. I don't want to know about it now.
Listen, Mother, there's no use putting on an act to save me, because I'll only spoil it for you. I heard Mr. Wilson say he wanted the whole truth. Well, he's going to get it.
What do you mean by it? What do you know about this?
I know all about it, Father. I'm the motive. Can't you see? I was the other woman in that car.
Oh, don't believe her. She's lying, trying to help me.
Yes, and I'm trying to help myself, too. Do you think I've had an ounce of self-respect since that thing happened? Go ahead, Miss Martin. Get it off your chest. I was out with Pat Bell that day, Father.
With Pat Bell? After what I told you?
Yes. I spent the afternoon in the cocktail lounge at Paradise Inn, explaining to Pat that the only way I could get my father's attention was by kicking over the apple cart. In fact, I felt so sorry for myself that I drank too much.
Oh, she's only making it up. It isn't true.
The doorman knew who I was, and he phoned Mother. She was hurrying me home, and the accident happened. The poor soul was so upset she hardly knew what she was doing. She wouldn't stop for fear someone would find out that her daughter had been drinking. Oh, she did it all for me. And she's been breaking her heart over it
ever since. Why? Oh, my dear. My dear.
I'll take care of this, Wilson. We'll be in court in the morning.
Red Arnold, it was my intention to sentence you to the penitentiary for a term of from 5 to 10 years. But in view of the evidence just presented to this court, I suspend that sentence.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks.
You are exonerated of moral responsibility. But under the circumstances, it will be necessary for me to release you on probation. Mrs. Martin?
Yes.
Mrs. Martin, I'm sorry, but it is my duty to order your arrest on a charge of manslaughter.
Oh.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Of course, Judge Morton.
My wife is ready to stand trial. Morally, I shall be on trial with her. For it was neglect of my daughter that brought it all about. I shall resign from the bench, retire to private life, devote all my attention to my family.
Mrs. Martin was tried and received a suspended sentence. Some have said she got off too easily. But one never forgets the cries of wounded children. That's my story, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope it has achieved its purpose, to bring home to all of us the fact that one moment's thoughtlessness behind the wheel of a car may result in a lifetime of tragedy. We may escape it once or twice, but retribution is always waiting.